Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Diving stab, Crawford throws to first. He got him. What a play.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
He swings and he hammers one into left field. That is deep and right over the head of Castro. Coming around third in to score Wade. Heading for second is Davis. A stand-up double for J.D. Davis.
And he drives that one to center field and deep. Going back on the ball, Taylor at the wall. It's gone! Michael Conforto, a 3-run home run.
Swing, a line drive right to Wisely. He bends down and makes a shin-high catch. The ball game is over. The Giants take game one here in Minnesota, 4-1.
3 to shoot. Jokic defended by AD, sees the clock, throws up a rainbow. Answered! Jokic late clock rainbow 3 with 2:50 to go. Inbound to Jokic, 5 to shoot. Jokic in the corner, Jokic on the drive, got deep and scored for the lead with 51.7 to go. Another 30-point triple-double for Nikola Jokic.
Reeves holding. James comes out of the pack. James on the drive, goes inside, stop, shot block, gets it back. It's over. It's over. Denver makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history. And that should do it.
Yeah, that should do it for the Lakers season. They lose last night 113 to 111, and the Nuggets are moving on to their first ever NBA Finals. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus Boucher, the water boy from the Murph and Max Show, back with Overnight Dave behind the glass. Back, I don't know, celebrating this morning? Is that the right word? I really don't care if it is or not. Because there's one thing I like seeing, that's LeBron James lose.
Lakers stink. We can get that out the way.
And even though he became the oldest player in NBA history last night to drop 40 points, it still wasn't enough. As the little LeBron engine that thought he could complete the 3-0 comeback, which, oh, by the way, has never happened before. Teams down 3-0 are now a combined 150-0. Or should I say 0-150? Either way you want to put it, the Lakers lost last night, and the Boston Celtics are probably headed in that direction today against the Miami Heat, as Jimmy Butler will try to put the final nail in the coffin of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. But today, we're throwing dirt on LeBron James. No, I'm not going to be the one to give him his flowers. Even though all of a sudden there's retirement talk about LeBron James and what he's going to do with his future. Blah, blah, blah. We all know it's a bunch of BS, right? We all know he wants to play with Bronny Jr. This ain't the end of LeBron. This is only the beginning. Not really. He's 38 years old, but last night it came to an end. And I had no problem watching it as they were on their home court in L.A., and they get the sweep. The first ever sweep by the Denver Nuggets in franchise history. And as you heard in the final call, it's the first time ever that they are going to the NBA Finals. So I think that's the big question this morning. What's the big story? Is it Nikola Jokic averaging a triple-double throughout the playoffs? Is it the Denver Nuggets going to the first NBA Finals of their careers or of their franchise history? Or is it the fact that the Lakers ran out of gas and got swept in 4 games? I've been seeing a lot of people draw comparisons to when the Dodgers and the Giants squared off in the 2021 playoffs, and we all remember that series and Gabe Morales and the check swing and all that good stuff, and how it eventually taxed the Dodgers enough to the point where they lost against the San Diego Padres in the next round. Well, look what happened to the LA Lakers. After going 6 games with the Warriors, after the Warriors had to go through the gauntlet of them and the Sacramento Kings, now it was LeBron James who looked like he was running out of gas last night. And this comes after he scored 21 points in the first quarter. And it looked like we were going to get another vintage LeBron James performance as he went 4 for 4 from three-point range. And he was making literally everything. He had one like soccer pass where he chucks it over his head. He was trying to pass it to Hachimura, I believe it was. And that even went into the basket. So LeBron looked like he was on fire. He got that point total all the way up to 31 points in that first half. But quick math, Dave, 40 minus 31 equals 9. And LeBron James only scored 9 points the entire second half. So as great as his first half was, you do got to give credit to Mike Malone, to the Denver Nuggets, to their entire defense, to guys like Aaron Gordon out of the 408 down in San Jose out of Midi High School, a guy that was playing fantastic and maybe had his best series, or should I say best game of the series last night against the Lakers, as he hit 3 3-pointers, something we haven't seen him do all series. But to me, it was about the defense and the physicality that he was putting on LeBron James. I love the back and forth in the second quarter where things were getting a little chippy. Aaron Gordon might have touched LeBron James' chin. Next thing you know, he's flopping. He's throwing a fit. Aaron Gordon grabs his arm. LeBron James act like Ronda Rousey put him in the arm bar or something. Starts holding on, starts shoving Aaron Gordon. Actually puts his elbow in his throat and try to backs him up into the basket. And then they get a double tech. No free throws were shot. And I was actually a little surprised that Aaron Gordon got the tech also. But I was also extremely happy that he was getting underneath the skin of LeBron James. And that's why it delighted me so much to see Aaron Gordon not only have the game that he did, but for him to be involved in the final couple plays as well. Because the Lakers had a chance to win this ball game. Hell, they were up double digits in the first half. You fast forward to that third quarter, there were the Nuggets outscoring the Lakers 36-16. And then it was back and forth down the final stretch. And LeBron had not just one, but 2 opportunities to go out and win this ball game. The first one was kind of a runner fadeaway. Looked like he traveled. He clanks it off the side of the backboard. I think Aaron Gordon might have been the main defender on that one. Anyways, you can fast forward to the Nuggets then missing a chance to put the final dagger in the Lakers. Lakers getting the rebound. They push it back up court. They've got 4 seconds left after they called a timeout, and they draw up an inbound play for LeBron James. Aaron Gordon gets around the screen, chases LeBron all the way to the basket, gets help from Jamal Murray. They strip him. Aaron Gordon gets a nice little tip block to end it. And I was actually surprised that we didn't get a whistle in that instance. But I don't think even Scott Foster or who the hell was the guy that rigged all the games, the referees, the famous Tim Donahue, I don't think he could have even called a foul on that one last night. It was clean defense. Buzzer expires. And LeBron James and the Lakers are completely done. Our guy Aaron Gordon does it for the Bay, gets revenge for the Warriors. I don't know if that has anything to do in the back of his mind, but I like to think it does. And I like to think about LeBron James ending his career last night in L.A., even though I said it earlier, I don't believe the rumors about him retiring. We have some post-game sound we can get into in a couple minutes if you want to hear from LeBron. But I think instead we should hear from guys like Nikola Jokic, from Jamal Murray, from Mike Malone, and the Denver Nuggets, who put on an absolute masterclass against the Lakers, swept them in 4 games. Nikola Jokic wins the conference finals MVP after the game. Talked about how MVPs don't really matter anymore. Their one goal is to win a championship. And if Nikola keeps going out there and putting up triple-doubles left and right, I don't know who's going to stop him. Whether or not it is the Boston Celtics coming back from a 3-0 lead, which is highly unlikely, or Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, that game's going to be solved tonight. Heat are actually a 1.5-point favorite. Going to be interested to see what the NBA Finals odds look like moving forward. But man, oh man, it's going to be hard to bet against Denver and against Nikola after he recorded his 8th triple-double last night, set an NBA postseason record. Oh, you know, just past some guy named Wilt Chamberlain who had 7 of them. Just past this other guy named Magic Johnson who had 6 of them. And how about this? Past a guy here in the Bay Area that has had 6 going back in 2019.
You gonna get this podcast.
Yes, I was surprised to see Draymond Green's name on this list. He had 6 triple-doubles in the 2019 postseason. We know how that turned out for the Warriors. Nikola and the Nuggets are hoping they have a little bit more success going into the next round, something that we won't see until June 1st. I think that's kind of the crazy thing here. If the Heat beat the Celtics tonight, we're going to have, 7-8 days of no basketball action? I don't know if I like that, but hey, that's how the NBA has set up their schedule. It's a good thing they forced the Warriors and the Lakers to play every other day just so they could have a week off before the NBA Finals. But hey, shout out to Adam Silver. Shout out to Denver, Nikola Jokic, and Jamal Murray getting the job done. A lot of basketball action going on this morning, but a lot of football action also popping back into our lives. 49er football starts today. OTAs down at Levi Stadium. See a little bit of Trey Lance, that new throwing motion. See what all the hype is about Sam Darnold. And get an update on Brock Purdy. While yesterday we actually got an update from the NFL owner meetings that they're going to implement the Brock Purdy rule, which, as you know by now, is the emergency quarterback rule, something that the NFL used to have, where you could have a third quarterback on the roster and only activate him in an emergency situation.
Does it really matter?
Yeah, it does matter, Dave, because it would have helped them out last year in the NFC Championship game because they only had 2 guys suited up. Yeah, Josh Rosen would have at least been able to throw the ball, Dave. That's the thing. Brock Purdy had no UCL. Josh Johnson got taken out of the game with a concussion. So, yes, Dave, in this case, it does matter. They could have used an emergency quarterback, and maybe this will influence them to keep all 3 quarterbacks, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold, on the roster going forward. Plenty of questions to be answered in OTAs in training camp for the 49ers. So, of course, we'll keep you updated on all things 49er news and the news that became official yesterday that Super Bowl 60 will be back in Santa Clara. 10 years after hosting Super Bowl 50, we broke down this story for you last week when the rumors came out. Well, yesterday at the NFL owners meeting, it became official. Shout out to the DA show from CBS. Hopefully they're not put back in the Tenderloin. Going to be interesting to see if they are going to host more of those media activities and media row up here in San Francisco, or if they could do it down in Santa Clara, San Jose. I mean, Levi Stadium is literally across the street from Santa Clara Convention Center, but I digress. I'm not the one planning out all these big plans for the Super Bowl to make its return after being hosted for Super Bowl 50. Super Bowl 60 is back in the Bay Area. So there's some 49ers news out there for you. And, of course, there's some San Francisco Giants news. They won yesterday against the Twins 4-1, faced off against Carlos Correa, who's not having the greatest season, had a couple base knocks yesterday, but actually got a bigger performance from the guy that they signed about 24 hours after missing out on Carlos Correa. That man is Michael Conforto, who continues to heat up at the plate. He had a 3-run home run in that first inning yesterday. Giants throw up a crooked number, a 4 spot in the first. John Brebbia, the opener. Sean Manaea follows him up, goes 3 1/3 innings, or 3 2/3, I should say. Allows 3 hits, 3 walks. Did have 8 strikeouts. Wasn't the most efficient, as he threw 83 pitches in 3 2/3, but he got the strikeouts, lived at the top of the zone with that 94-mile-per-hour fastball, and overall, another great bullpen game for the Giants. They held the Twins to only 1 run, had 16 total strikeouts on the day, and again, denied the Twins from hitting the long ball this year. Joey Gallo is swinging it well, has big power numbers, but it comes down to Michael Conforto having a better season than Carlos Correa. Yeah, we probably shouldn't simplify it that much, but of course, that was one of the major talking points headed into this series. I know Carlos Correa spoke to the Giants media before the game yesterday, discussed what went wrong with the physical, if there's anything lingering into the season, and if it had anything to do with his slow start. Like I said, he's starting to heat up a little bit, but not hot enough as the Giants continue to win ball games. I believe that's 6 out of the last 7 now. They're up to 23-24. Back in action today. Giants baseball right here on the Sports Leader. But on the other side, I do want to get back into this Western Conference Finals. Lakers, Nuggets, LeBron James. And if these rumors about him retiring are true, we'll let you hear from LeBron on the other side. bitching and complaining about the Lakers being swept by the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals. It's the Waterboy on a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Jokic spins, count it, and one.
Gordon bounce pass to Jokic. Great feed right to the rim where he flips it in.
Shot clock at 4. Jokic has to put it up. Falling away, puts it up. Bang! Nikola Jokic knocks it down. Back to Jokic, shot clock winding down. Jokic has to put it up. High on the 3. Oh, he knocks it down. Stepping backwards, falling backwards, and the shot clock expiring.
Inbound to Jokic, 5 to shoot. Jokic in the corner, Jokic on the drive, got deep and scored for the lead with 51.7 to go. Another 30-point triple-double for Nikola Jokic.
Another 30-point triple-double for Nikola Jokic. I mean, this guy's just racking them up like it's Halloween candy. Like, oh, I'll come to the Lakers' house. I'll drop 30 on you. I'll give you 10 rebounds, 10 assists. Last night was his 8th triple-double of this postseason.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. I'm actually surprised to see LeBron James is not on that list. And in case you missed it earlier this morning, if you're waking up at 5:20, what's up? Thanks for listening to the leadoff spot. We've been talking all morning long about the Lakers losing and getting swept by the Denver Nuggets as they advance to their first ever NBA Finals. And I was looking at this list and this record that Nikola set last night of him dropping 30 points, 14 rebounds, 13 assists. His 8th triple-double of this postseason. The only man that was even close to him was Wilt Chamberlain back in 1967 when he had 7 of them.
Give me the ball and get out of my way.
Magic Johnson, 1982, had 6, and Draymond Green in 2019 also had 6. Well, now Nikola can move on from this record and focus on winning the Denver Nuggets' first ever NBA Finals, which, if you're listening to any national talk this morning, you might not even notice that the Denver Nuggets are headed back to the NBA Finals. Because here's the thing we've been talking about for weeks right here on the leadoff spot is the disrespect of the Denver Nuggets. And even though they've been the number 1 seed in the Western Conference for what seems like the majority, if not the entirety of the season, people have been overlooking them. They've been sleeping on them. And this goes back to their lack of playoff success, going back to Nikola getting bounced out by the Warriors last year.
When's the last time you heard of a grown-ass man have an ear infection?
But then you add in that grown-ass man, Jamal Murray, who has that ear infection, and what he's added to the table this year for the Nuggets. And I think you see that impact from a guy like Jamal Murray and how much better this team is with him on the court, which is crazy to me when you throw in the fact that Jamal Murray has never been an all-star. This is a guy that's been balling out at least since 2020, since the bubble. I know he's been in the league since, 2016 now? It's not like he's some rookie coming out of nowhere. And also, by the way, if we're talking about the Denver Nuggets this morning, I want to give a shout-out to my guy Carmelo Anthony, who officially announced his retirement yesterday. Kind of funny, I walk out to the bullpen in the middle of a commercial break, and I see breaking news all over the ESPN screens. Carmelo Anthony is retiring. I was like, that's not really breaking news in the middle of the conference finals, but hey, I'll tip my cap to Carmelo, and so will the Denver Nuggets fans who are still feeling the effects of the Carmelo Anthony trade to the New York Knicks because that final draft pick was used on Jamal Murray. So it's all coming back full circle now for Carmelo. Hell, if I'm the Denver Nuggets, I'd offer him a one-day contract to bring him in and maybe get him a ring. I'm a big Melo fan, so shout out to Carmelo Anthony, top 10 on the scoring list, a future NBA Hall of Famer. But he's also a guy that came from that same draft class as LeBron James. And LeBron's been playing now for 20 blanking years. And as I said this morning, on the national radio, on TV, all over SportsCenter, First Take, the topic is LeBron James.
It's been a hell of a ride.
It's whether or not he's going to retire, which is something I haven't even thought about, even though the guy is 38 years old. And it's something I really don't want to spend too much time this morning on. I'd rather actually give credit to the Denver Nuggets for winning the damn game and giving them some respect. So that's what we're going to do this morning. We're going to start off with some sound from the Nuggets from Mike Malone, the guy that told the national media to put it in their pipe and smoke it.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Here he was last night after getting the first sweep in Denver Nuggets franchise history, talking about all the work the Nuggets have put in this season, even if the national narrative is not surrounding them.
Well, I think it starts with a belief, in themselves, but probably more importantly in the collective, the man next to them. I've seen that belief all year long, Katie, and we know that middle of December, we ascended to first place in the Western Conference, and through the ups and downs, we never lost first place in the Western Conference. And to beat this team in the Western Conference Finals and to get the first sweep in franchise history, to get the first Western Conference championship in franchise history, it means a lot. But I speak for 17 players in that locker room and the entire organization. We are not satisfied. We're going to enjoy it for a moment. I think it's going to be a hell of a plane ride home. But we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do and a lot of time off before they get to their first NBA Finals. Game 1 is set in stone for June 1st. So again, if the Miami Heat win tonight, we're looking at a full week off before we get to the NBA Finals. Not really sure who's that's going to help out too much. I know it doesn't help my show when I need games to talk about every other morning, but hey, nobody cares about me. They care about Nikola Jokic, the man that won the Western Conference Finals MVP last night. Here he was, post-game, talking about the emotions that he's going through after winning back-to-back MVPs, but falling short in the playoffs and now getting to his first ever NBA Finals.
No, it's just. I think it's just like you happy that you won a game. You beat really really good team. When you think about, except the first game, every game was so close and every team could have won it. And we just find a way to win the game. Especially we were down 15 and to come back and win the game. It was just probably happiness. I think that's the emotions.
I love that answer from Nikola.
Emotions.
Those are the emotions.
Emotions.
Happiness.
Emotions.
Joy.
Emotions.
Love.
Emotions.
Nikola Jokic, the MVP of the Western Conference Finals, advancing his team to their first ever appearance in the NBA Finals. Awesome story from Nikola. But again, it seems like that story is kind of being overshadowed by LeBron James this morning. So first, let's talk about the actual game. Let's talk about the performance of LeBron James being 38 years old and dropping 40 points. Had 21 through the first quarter. Was shooting lights out. Was 4 for 4 from three-point range after he has been struggling the entire postseason. I mean, what was the streak we were talking about earlier this week? He missed 19 consecutive three-pointers in the fourth quarter. Couldn't get those clutch points. And that's kind of what happened again last night, if we're being honest with you. Because after scoring 21 in the first, he had 31 by halftime. Then only scored 9 points in that second half. The two final possessions of the game, with LeBron James having the opportunity to either tie or win the ball game for the Lakers, does a fadeaway shot off the side of the backboard, clanks it after he was probably traveling. Then comes back on the second possession. Clank! Tries to drive to the hole. Can't get past Aaron Gordon. Can't get past Jamal Murray.
What is this, a Masons convention?
Aaron Gordon gets a fingertip on it. It's a block. No foul. No harm. No foul. Buzzer goes off. And LeBron James is sitting there missing out on the opportunity to extend this series to at least a fifth game. So why not go to the man that was actually hovering as a third defender on that final play, Nikola Jokic, as he was right behind Aaron Gordon. Didn't have a huge impact on the play, but this goes back to LeBron and his decision-making. When we've seen him before kick that ball out to the open man, LeBron tried to be the hero last night, going up against three defenders. Jamal Murray got the strip, Aaron Gordon got the block, and Nikola Jokic was playing free safety just in case LeBron got by those two. Here was Jokic last night on LeBron's performance and taking down King James in the Western Conference Finals.
Of course, I mean he had an amazing game. We couldn't stop him in the first half. We found a way to make him take a little bit tougher shots, but he's still one of the best that ever played this game. It was a kind of semi-ISO for him. He was going left. Jamal helped really good, and he didn't even take a shot. So it's a great collective team effort.
Yeah, it was an overall team effort from the Nuggets, and it seemed like LeBron James was kind of relying on himself after Anthony Davis, a.k.a. AD, a.k.a. alternate days, a.k.a. street clothes, something that he's going to be putting on now that the Lakers are out of the playoffs. He wasn't that good last night, and I know he kind of helped in the fourth quarter, had like 10 points, half his points last night, but AD had another disappearing act, and it came down to LeBron trying to carry the load for his team. But unfortunately, not unfortunately for me, the Lakers lost. And I think that's something that I got to clarify, I guess, because you all know by now I'm not a LeBron fan. I like to laugh and point in the face of LeBron's misery. I love to criticize his post-game comments when he's out here bragging about how he took Darvin Ham to the Western Conference Finals for the first time ever. It's one of my big criticisms about LeBron. He's always a me guy. He's always blaming other people. But when he wins, it's always about how damn good LeBron is and how he's one of the greatest of all time. Again, you can recognize that he is one of the GOATs. I'm not saying he is. I'm not putting him over Michael Jordan. But also, you can respect the talent, you can respect the game, and you can respect what this guy's done for 20-plus seasons now. And again, being the oldest player ever to put up 40 points in a Western Conference Finals game. That man is LeBron James. I guess the question is, moving forward, how much longer is he going to do it? And the speculation surrounding it after he said these comments last night, talking about making it to the Western Conference Finals and what his future in basketball looks like.
It was a pretty cool ride. But I don't know. I think it was okay. I don't like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career, and I don't get a kick out of making a conference appearance. I've done it a lot, and it's not fun to me to not be able to be a part of getting to the finals, but we'll see. We'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. And just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball.
So that's a pretty cryptic answer there from LeBron James, talking about how he essentially doesn't give a damn about making the conference finals anymore, which, hey, I understand. For a guy that has repeatedly made it to the NBA Finals year after year after year, it feels like.
I understand.
But it's also the back end of that answer, of him saying, I don't know, 1,000 times. I don't know. I don't know what my future is in basketball, which caused a lot of people to scratch their head and say, is he actually talking about retirement? Well, here was Dave McMenamin, ESPN's beat writer for the LA Lakers, who actually caught up with LeBron post-game as he was walking out of Crypto.com Arena, who had a follow-up question and clarified whether or not LeBron James was actually thinking about retirement last night.
I walked out of the arena with him and I asked him, what were you trying to leave for us in terms of a breadcrumb trail? What thread should we be trying to pull when it comes to you saying you have a lot to think about? And he said, whether I want to continue to play. And I said, as in next year? He said, yeah. I said, so you would walk away? And he said, that's what I got to think about. And certainly, those are some heavy words coming out of the mouth of the game's all-time leading scorer, who just dropped 40 on the Denver Nuggets, played all but 4 seconds in Game 4. But certainly he's at a point, a crossroads of his career, and I've covered him for a while. I've never heard him speak like this before.
And to be honest, you don't hear LeBron speak about the R word, retirement, too often. And it's something that, I don't know, maybe I'm just being oblivious because you still see him go out there and drop 40 points in a playoff game. I don't think he's done. Is anybody really buying these rumors? Is this just LeBron James getting more attention on himself?
I live for it.
I mean, again, the story's out there. I guess it is a possibility. Hell, I saw Tom Brady throw an interception, a pick six, his last play for the New England Patriots, and we started celebrating his retirement.
I've played in too many big games.
Now we're over here talking about Tom Brady being a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, which something I really don't want to get into. Maybe we'll do that on the other side. But I would love if this was LeBron James' last moments on the court, of him clanking a shot off the side of the backboard, of him trying to drive to the basket, and 408's own San Jose's Archbishop Middies, Aaron Gordon getting in the block.
I'm garbage.
That would be fantastic. But I'm not buying it, guy. This is LeBron James we're talking about. I don't think he's going to go out after being swept in the Western Conference Finals, especially not when his boy Kyrie was sitting courtside last night. We all know they want to have a reunion in L.A.
I got to learn how to flop.
Now when we're talking about his boy Draymond Green possibly joining him with the Lakers next year, which, again, I would prefer if Draymond stayed here with the Warriors, but that's a possibility. And then you throw in the third possibility of his son, Bronny, who he's been talking about playing with for years now. And he's already committed next year to USC. I'm sure he'll be one and done. So he'll be in the NBA in about 2 years. So I think, in my mind, LeBron James is going to be around for at least a minimum 2 more seasons. He'll play until he's 40. And with the way he takes care of his body, with the advancement in technology and sports medicine and all that good stuff, I don't think we're getting rid of LeBron James anytime soon.
40.
I think he's going to continue to be a thorn in the side of the Warriors dynasty. Funny how a lot of people were talking about LeBron putting the final nail in the Warriors dynasty after the last round, but nobody's talking about the Nuggets putting the final nail in the coffin of LeBron James this morning. Instead, it's whether or not LeBron's going to lay down peacefully, close his eyes, and ride off into the sunset. Well, there's one thing I do know. The Lakers are riding their way into the offseason. They get eliminated last night. I'm not buying these LeBron James retirement rumors. He'll be back next year. We'll see what Draymond Green decides to do. We'll see what Bob Myers, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry decide to do next year also. But before we get to the start of next basketball season, we'll have football season right in front of us. And yesterday there was some big news announced at the NFL owners' meetings that may or may have something to do with the 49ers and their plans at quarterback this season. We'll break that down for you next on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
This is our little
LeBron. His name's LeBron.
Yep.
Oh, little French fella.
It's our little LeBron.
Yeah, I was against the name at first, but the missus here's got a real soft spot for prima donnas who'll never be as good as Jordan.
All right, welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning. It's Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. The Waterboy, taking you up to 6 a.m., the start of the Murph and Mac show, where I'm sure we're going to be talking a lot this morning about the potential LeBron James retirement rumors after Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Mike Malone. The Denver Nuggets eliminate the Lakers and advance to their first ever NBA Finals, but there are plenty of other things to talk about this morning. Whether it's the Giants getting the 4-1 win over Carlos Correa and the Twins yesterday, or even some 49er news, which there was plenty of yesterday, as the NFL has been hosting the NFL owners meetings all week long. And yesterday we got some big news, whether it starts with the rule changes, the Thursday night flex schedule, or maybe the host of the 2026 Super Bowl. That's right, Super Bowl 60 is official. It's coming back to Levi Stadium, back to the Bay Area. And here was Ian Rappaport yesterday breaking the news on NFL Network that Super Bowl 60 is headed back to Santa Clara.
In the words of NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell in the press release announcing this move, which one of, as you mentioned, two major future announcements today, it was because the San Francisco 49ers in the Bay Area specifically did an incredible job hosting it last time. It will be about 10 years since the Bay Area and San Francisco hosted the Super Bowl. Remember, it was Peyton Manning's last game, did a spectacular job in a then new Levi Stadium. Also, the Scenics that we saw all week in San Francisco, spectacular as well, do it really well. The first time you have the ability to host a Super Bowl again, that is exactly what happened to the San Francisco 49ers. I would expect events in both places, both in Santa Clara and, of course, in so many iconic San Francisco spots. Plus, maybe, Tom, I'll get to eat at Slanador, which is really one of the better restaurants, I think, in the country.
Look at Rap Sheet, already putting in his reservations. I have no idea the name of that restaurant here in the city. Maybe I'll ask Copes about it. I can ask Murph and Mac about it on the other side also. But good for Rap Sheet. Apparently, his PR didn't book him a hotel in the Tenderloin like our guys from the DA show on CBS Radio. But this is cool, man. I remember when the Super Bowl came for Super Bowl 50. It was a terrible game. We all know that. But it was cool going to Media Row and all the festivities and stuff like that. Going to be interesting to see how they do handle it and split up the media events between Santa Clara, San Jose, and San Francisco. But the bottom line is, it's official. Super Bowl 60 is coming back to the Bay Area. Now the question is, will the 49ers be the next team to win at home? We saw it with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers during the pandemic season. We also saw it with the LA Rams down at SoFi. So now the question is, in 2026, who's going to be playing quarterback for the 49ers, and can it lead the 49ers to another Super Bowl victory? Hell, I don't even want to look all the way to 2026 because we're still answering questions about 2023. and who are going to be the 3 quarterbacks on your roster? Because after seeing what happened last season, I think it would be wise that the 49ers do, in fact, keep 3 quarterbacks. Something they actually did to start the season last year when we were going back and forth about who was going to be Trey Lance's backup, whether it was going to be Nate Sudfeld or Brock Purdy. All of a sudden, Jimmy Garoppolo entered the conversation as somebody the 49ers could bring back as a cheaper backup. Of course, not on that $25 million contract that he was previously paid. And so after practicing by himself at OTAs and throwing by himself, the 49ers bring back Jimmy G. But we all know what happened last season. From Trey Lance going down week 2 against Seattle, from Jimmy Garoppolo going down against the Dolphins, all the way to Brock Purdy going down in the NFC Championship game, where he tore his UCL after getting sacked by Hassan Riddick. Fast forward to the next quarter, and you had Josh Johnson in the game, who, no disrespect to a kid out of Oakland, California, but I think we all preferred to see Josh Johnson not in that game, and it didn't last long because he was only in for about a quarter until he got knocked out with a concussion. Then you go to the fact that the 49ers had to play the entire second half of the NFC Championship game without a quarterback that could throw the ball. Brock Purdy was literally just out there handing it off. I remember we got to a point where George Kittle was joking on the sideline, asking Brock Purdy if he was ambidextrous and could throw left-handed. There was talk on whether or not a guy like Christian McCaffrey could run the Wildcat. Hell, we saw him throw a touchdown pass last season during the regular season, so why not do it in the NFC Championship game? There was even talk about Jawan Jennings, who I believe was a high school or college quarterback, and whether or not he could run the system. Well, the 49ers may have found a new solution because the NFL announced yesterday at the owners' meeting that they are bringing back the 3rd quarterback emergency rule. Now, this is something I talked about last year during the NFC Championship game, and whether or not Jimmy Garoppolo could have been available to play for the 49ers. Now, we all know he was rehabbing injuries throughout the season, but the 49ers never put him on the IR, which always left the possibility open for Jimmy returning to the team. Now, obviously, as we all know, Jimmy never suited back up, and there were some people criticizing him for smiling on the sideline after watching Brock Purdy and Josh Johnson both got hurt. I don't think there was any ill intention. I think Jimmy just got caught on camera at the wrong time. But I was also one of those guys that turned on the mic the next morning and talked about how, in my humble opinion, again, I'm not Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm not the trainer, I'm not the team doctors, but I thought Jimmy could have been available not only as a backup quarterback, but if there was this 3rd quarterback emergency rule, there could have been a possibility that Jimmy G could have been in the game for the NFC Championship game last year. Again, nobody knows how significant his injuries were. But from my perspective, we also saw him 365 days prior playing in an NFC Championship game against the Rams with a beat-up shoulder, with a beat-up ankle, with a beat-up thumb. So, again, in my opinion, this is all speculation. On the sideline, Jimmy Garoppolo may have been healthier for the NFC Championship game against the Eagles than he was the year previously against the LA Rams. All speculation. I don't got sources. I'm not an inside man. But these were things that I was looking at. And that's why I thought the NFL should have kept this 3rd quarterback emergency rule that they had previously. And I don't know why they got rid of it. But luckily for the 49ers, it's back. And so now if they do decide to keep all 3, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, and Trey Lance, they will have options. They will have the emergency quarterback. That's another thing. I mean, what if the Niners could have had Trey Lance last year as their 3rd emergency quarterback? And even though he was having trouble throwing the ball, what if they put him in as a Wildcat quarterback? I guess essentially it'd be like the same offense as Christian McCaffrey running it, but at least you would know the quarterback with a full playbook. Either way, I think however you slice it, whichever way you look at it, with the 49ers' injury history at quarterback, this is good news for the San Francisco 49ers. And who knows, maybe it will come into play for the 2023 season, a season where games can now be flexed on Thursday Night Football. Not a huge fan of that. I know they're only doing it at a certain part of the season, but I don't like giving NFL players short rest on short notice. I know the NFLPA has been complaining about this for years and how it's led to more injuries, but, you know, Roger Goodell and the NFL, the bottom line is the money, the TV ratings, and they want better games on Thursday night, so you're going to get them this year. The flex schedule is back on Thursday Night Football. Just a couple of things that were approved yesterday by the NFL owners. And Dave, I hate to do it. I hate to end the show like this. You know who may have approved some of these rules? New Las Vegas Raiders minority owner, Tom Brady. like Dave, could it get any worse? Like the Raiders were in the playoffs 2 years ago with Derek Carr. Now he's gone. Now my hopes are gone. Now I got Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. Now I got Josh McDaniels. Now I got Dave Ziegler. Now I got Jacoby Myers. Now I have all the Patriots misfits. And Tom Brady's not even coming to play quarterback. He's coming to be a part owner of the Las Vegas Patriots. Great. Way to read the room, Mark Davis. You're doing worse than the Oakland A's right now. Huh. I don't know. Kill the segment, Dave. We're done. The show's over. Leadoff spot's over. We'll talk to Murph and Mac on the other side. Let you know some other breaking news from the NFL owners' meetings. Tom Brady. Ugh, disgusting. It's the water boy on a Tuesday morning. Dave, I apologize. I even started talking about this.
Cross him off then.
I can see the look of disgust in Dave's face, and I'm sure I'm going to hear about it all day long from Murph and Mac. We'll talk to them on the other side, and they can laugh at me and Dave for now being fans of a team owned by Tom Brady. Woohoo! This is great. At least the Lakers stink. Let's get that out of the way. They lost. They got swept. Let's get back into the good vibes.
Lakers stink. We can get that out the way.
Thank you, Dave. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The only reason we know who Tom Brady is because of a tuck rule.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
The only reason we know who Tom Brady is because of a tuck rule.
Yeah, Dave, the only reason why we know who Tom Brady is because of a tuck rule and the butterfly effect that has now happened from that tuck rule game to Tom Brady now being a minority owner of the Las Vegas Patriots. Dave, I tried to
Las Vegas Patriots?
Yeah, that's what I'm calling them now.
What?
Well, they got Josh McDaniel, Dave Ziegler, Jacoby Myers, Philip Dorsett, Chandler Jones.
Wow.
The list goes on and on and on, Murph.
Is Mosi Tupu due anytime soon?
You know what these guys need, Murph? Just to dive in. Good morning, boys. For overnight, Dave and Marcus, first of all, I'm sorry. I do feel your pain. But maybe if, like, Steve Grogan came in as quarterback coach,
that's it.
we could, like, complete the circle.
John Hanna,
shout out
baby.
Steve Grogan. He could wear his neck brace, Dave.
Yeah. I'm excited for you, buddy.
I'm not, Murph. And this is supposed to be a morning where I'm supposed to be happy. I'm supposed to be celebrating the elimination of LeBron James, talking about his potential retirement. But me and Dave drove off the course in our last segment. We were talking about the NFL owners' meetings. And, of course, I let the cat out the bag and spoiled the news that Tom Brady is now a minority owner of the Raiders.
Has G. Papa checked in on this?
Nothing. I haven't heard anything from
This would be
Papa.
an interesting take from him. I'll be tuned in 10 to 2.
Well, you know Papa is now anti-Raider.
Is that the deal?
Well, yeah. You know what happened between him and Mark Davis.
I do.
He's an Al Davis guy, not a Mark Davis guy.
I got you.
Yeah,
So I guess he'll come in and criticize it. He'll rip it or whatever.
He has supported Jimmy Garoppolo to the Raiders.
Well, there you go.
There it is.
Okay.
Greg Papa was always loyal.
By the
That's
way,
why I loved him.
Omerta. Dude, between Jimmy and Tommy, you got two of the most handsome guys in the NFL.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
This is my dream scenario, Murph. You know, this is fantastic for me.
Well, I said to Dave, it's like Steve Garvey and Ron Say were buying the Giants.
This is
for
bad.
Me. You know what I mean?
This is bad, dude.
Well, listen, he's a minority owner. No, don't worry. Don't sweat it, buddy.
Yeah.
Just, as we've said to you many times, come on over. The water's warm. Come on in, buddy. Come on in. By the way, you are one of the biggest Santa Clara proponents I know.
I am.
The Santa Clara 49ers are right there. So,
and honestly, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about going down to Santa Clara today for the start of 49ers OTAs.
Yeah, dude, it's all happening.
I might have to go scat it out.
I know we got to let you go, let Dave go and all that, but can a man make that big of a change in his life?
No.
At this age, and the answer is yes.
The answer is no,
yes.
The answer is no.
The Santa Clara 49ers.
I'm
you
in too
played
deep
for the Santa Clara Red Sox.
I'm in too deep, Murph.
You like that burger joint, Saint, whatever we call it, Saint.
I'm stuck in this cult, St. John's.
St.
That's
John's,
my spot.
thank you. You like St. John's burgers?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I love it. I love it all, Murph.
We'll just be here waiting for you. Well, hey, as they used to say in the Motel 6 ads, Dave, we'll leave a light on for you.
Yeah,
all right,
thank you, Murph.
All right,
you know what I need from you boys today? I need you to lift me up and hoist me into the air like the Jokic brothers did to Mike Malone yesterday after celebrating the sweep. Oh, dude, I'll send you the video.
Okay, I need that.
The Jokic brothers grabbed Mike Malone and were tossing him in the air like it was a bar mitzvah or something. It was awesome.
We need more Jokic brothers.
We do.
We're about to get a healthy dose.
Awesome. Let's get back to the good vibes and talk about LeBron James and the Lakers being swept in the Western Conference Finals. We'll break it down for you all day today and discuss whether or not LeBron James is going to retire. I'm not buying it. We'll ask Murph and Mac later on in the show because you're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac show starts right now.
All righty. Well, hey, look at those Giants out there winning ball games, and look at those Nuggets out there.
The Nuggets.
And look at LeBron stealing their story. How about that? You can't give Mike Malone 60 seconds before you got to try to steal the story, LeBron. Come on, brother.
Right.
Why don't you wait? He knows exactly what he's doing.
No question.
But maybe for the Nuggets, this is just the way you like it, right? They're just going to keep disrespecting us all the way to the championship.
It's a great day for Nuggets Nation, if there is such a thing. And if there is a Nuggets Nation,
Sammy Houston,
our very own Sammy Houston, the guy who Well, I don't know how fond of him I am right now, considering he's responsible for making us look like 180 in this hostage room. No, I'm just kidding. Sammy Houston, so he's running the cameras. What's up, Sammy? And I'm happy for him. You know what? I'm glad the Nuggets are in the finals. I wish the Lakers could have put up a little bit more of a fight, but I got some hot takes today, Murph. I don't know if you're ready for the takes your partner's bringing in today. They might be controversial, but I got hot takes.
Might they melt the room here? And
when was the last time
I take my jacket off? And
you might as well. You know what? We'll strip down for these takes. They're going to be smoking hot.
Shout out Adam Ant's strip, Polymac.
Nice, dude.
Right,
any Adam and Ants, Adam and the Ants reference, always welcome.
I'm ready for a hot take.
Okay, here's my hot take.
Yeah.
For how many decades now has Isaiah Thomas been crucified for the one moment of his... Hey, Dave, I'm talking to you now. I'm going to back Isaiah. I know. So they crucified Isaiah Thomas for walking off the floor after the Chicago Bulls eliminated the Pistons in the finals. That was in 91, the Eastern Conference Finals. They all just walked off the court. LeBron still held a grudge, wouldn't let him play on the Dream Team, et cetera, et cetera. We know the history. LeBron James essentially did the same thing last night. Dude, I'm surprised no one's talking about this. He gave Jokic about a 2-second acknowledgement, like a baby hug, and he just marched off the floor. He didn't congratulate anybody else. He didn't say. Now, when he took care of the Golden State Warriors, we had extended hugs with Steph Curry. I just felt like LeBron did not show enough respect in the postgame on the floor to the Nuggets. If you go back and watch the footage, dude, he was out of there like he was shot out of a cannon. And I think LeBron's better than that. I really do. I'm not embellishing this. I think LeBron James should have taken a little more time to shake their hands.
Well, I hate to douse cold water on your take, but he did spend a lot of time after the game going on and on and on about how great Jokic was. So he did do that. So I'm going to douse the hot take.
Show some respect on the floor. I mean, there's other players out there.
The reason was different is that Isaiah and that crew tiptoed out before the game was over.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough.
LeBron at least acknowledged Jokic on the court and then gave him many, many verbal flowers. But hey, if you're here to rip LeBron, keep going.
I'm not ripping him. I'm not ripping him. I said I think that he's better than that, and he is better than that. I just think he should have spent a little bit more time on the floor. I'm glad he said what he said in the postgame. Good, as he should. He should. He just got his ass kicked. But I got to say, what do you give me for LeBron James? This is the part of me that wants to defend him. He was the only guy out there. I mean, what do you give me for LeBron James and Steph Curry just trying to drag their teams across the finish line? AD, where were you?
Anthony Davis,
where were you? The guy can't do all the heavy lifting himself.
Right. Alternate days, street clothes, whatever you want.
Really disappointing in an elimination game.
Well, in fairness, did the Lakers go as far as they could go? I mean,
apparently.
Yeah. And I guess my question to you is is there glee in their death?
Not really. Not really. No, I told you, I've softened on LeBron over the years. I've come to
Except for when you just went after him right there.
Well, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. But by and large, I have kind of softened on LeBron, and you just have to give it up to the guy. He's been playing at a high level for so long. He's an old man. And again, he put up 30 in the first. He did everything he possibly could have. My only criticism was what he did after the game. I think he should spend a little more time just shaking those dudes' hands on the floor before he jetted. That's me.
That said, I definitely think you have to take time to tap dance on their grave a little bit. Okay, I definitely think so.
Yeah. Okay, you get there.
It's the freaking Lakers, man. I freaking hate them. I've hated them for decades, and any time they come short of their goal is a good thing. It's a good thing.
Good thing for humanity.
Yeah, and also I really like what the Nuggets are doing.
Me too.
It would have been hard for the Warriors to play the Nuggets. It would have been hard to develop hate and enmity, spite for the Nuggets. What Jokic and Jamal Murray are doing is incredible. Mike Malone, what he's doing, all that stuff. I'm trying to find, by the way, in my list here of obscure NBA champions. I'm trying to find to me who's the most obscure NBA champion of your life, because they are lined up to be NBA champs. Now, I know Jimmy Butler have something to say about that.
Most obscure champ, I'm going to try to answer that question real quick. I'm going to say it was this is how obscure it is, Murph. I don't even know that I can name the year appropriately. Now, part of that was I had 2 little babies at home. I had my hands full. But when the Detroit Pistons won their title, I'm not even sure I can name more than 2 or 3 guys on that team. Was it 06?
Well, I'm with you 100%. And
was it 06?
I just went to look, and I'm with you. No,
that's how obscure it is. I don't even know.
I'm with you, and I went and I wrote the exact same thing down in my notes, and I went, they actually did not win. Pardon me, 04.
That's
you are correct.
Okay.
The 04 Pistons is the team we're looking at.
Yep.
I was looking at 05 for a second. When
Did
the Spurs
they beat the Lakers?
Pistons.
Is that what it was?
They beat the Lakers,
okay.
And I would agree with you.
I barely remember.
And I would agree with you that my take right now on the Nuggets is that this feels like the 04 Pistons.
I think this has more. Well, I'll counter that by saying I think that this Nuggets team with Jokic is a superstar. He's a total anomaly with his where he's from and his body type and how he plays. Bro, that three-pointer he launched with 2 minutes, 50 seconds, that shoulder thing he does, that rainbow, this guy's a blast to watch. I don't know that those Pistons of 04 had a player that was this kind of, he was so...
Rich Jefferson.
Yeah, those guys had the mask on.
I mean, Rip Hamilton, pardon me. That was the year they drafted Darko. Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton. I said Rich Jefferson.
And no
Rip
disrespect.
Hamilton.
I'm just saying.
Ben Wallace.
Yeah,
Ben Wallace. That was Draymond's guy. Rasheed Wallace was on that team. But it was mostly Rip Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, and Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be my comp. Now, they haven't done it yet. They still have to get past the Miami Heat.
Which is a whole other story.
But other than that, every other team that's won the NBA Finals, let's just go in the 2000s,
a lot of star
has
power,
some sort of epic team.
Yep.
Warriors, Bucks, Lakers. I guess the 2019 Raptors.
That's a good one.
Kawhi.
That's a pretty good one.
I mean, Kawhi's Kawhi. But no, Triple E's in my ear going, the Mavs beating the Heat. No, they had
Nowitzki.
They had Nowitzki.
Yeah,
that was
had
his
Dirk.
big triumph.
Yeah.
That was his big triumph. But you're right. I mean, I see what you're saying. They weren't as epic as some other ones. And they beat the Heat, who had LeBron and all that. Remember, we had Jim Brewer in studio saying he wanted to drive by on a flatbed truck. But hey, listen, enough of that nonsense on the basketball. We got to put a stamp on this baseball team.
I was waiting for you to get to it. Come on.
Only one game under 500.
I know, they're coming now.
I said 500 by Flag Day. Heck, how about Memorial Day?
Why wait around?
How about Memorial Day?
Why wait around?
And how about yesterday, Sean Manaea and Tristan Beck? Giving you almost 7 innings of relief together.
Tristan Beck is kind of a mystery man. I like his look. I like his stuff. I don't know much about him, but I'm becoming like kind of an instant Tristan Beck.
That was like Farhan has his things, right? Where we wave the wand, right?
I gave you Tristan Beck.
He picked up Tristan Beck in that Melanson deal where he dumped Melanson.
Nice.
Dumped that contract to Atlanta and picked up Tristan Beck. That was like one of Farhan. That was when Farhan's biorhythms were strong that day.
I like Tristan Beck.
Yeah.
And you're right, Manaea was good yesterday. Striking fools out, doing a lot of work.
And Conforto wants...
Yeah, that's what we like.
Here's what I want to say about Conforto. He wants to play so well, he doesn't want to be here next year because he's got an opt-out. So he just keep hitting those bombs, and then he'll opt out, and you won't have him
Thanks
next year.
for the season.
But let's do it, man. Hey, Kai Correa's calling Ron Manfred. Manfred said, I'm getting used to the sound of your voice, buddy. He said, that's right, pitch clock boy. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 4, Minnesota Twins 1.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
And we still have Bochy in the thing. And the man I mentioned, Michael Conforto. I know he has an opt-out after this year, and he's playing like he wants it because he's hot, hot, hot. Michael Conforto, number 9.
Bombs away.
So, yeah, man. I mean, listen, they're going to get to 500 somewhere. They're 2 clear of the Padres now. I don't know. After all the negativity of April.
Something's happening here.
Having a decent little
bubbling.
May.
Yeah, it's bubbling right now. I like it.
And even though Schmidt and Bailey went 0 for 8 yesterday, I just liked having them around. You know what I mean? So
good call.
All right. Listen, it is a Tuesday.
Is it?
It is a big day for the guest list coming our way on the other side.
Good. It's a big day.
Look what we got coming up here on the guest list. You'll hear it. Kind of a fun one coming your way. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Nuggets.
After watching Brock Purdy's and Josh Johnson's injuries in the NFC Championship game last year, the NFL has officially implemented the third emergency quarterback rule. To read more about these rule changes, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Seamheads, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Reeves holding. James comes out of the pack. James on the drive, goes inside, stopped, shot blocked, gets it back. It's over. It's over. Denver makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history.
There it is, man. The Denver Nuggets. As if anybody cares. Does anybody care? I do. Seems like nobody else does.
Nuggets.
LeBron
care.
is out here stealing their thunder. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to say, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to play.
Unbelievable. Well, this is what he does, man.
The gentleman would say, hey, man, today is the Denver Nuggets day.
It's all about Denver today. Congrats.
Nuggets.
And then
Mike Malone.
he can have that press conference later on. Easily.
Well, maybe they can make up for it because if somebody sticks a mic in Mike Malone's face and said, hey, how do you feel about LeBron James stealing your thunder in the postgame? Mike Malone might give us another patented, I don't give an S. By the way, Mike Malone, I'm hearing this from more and more people. Oh, 209 shouting out my Black Sabbath shirt all day with Black Sabbath.
I do like the Black. I want to shout it out, too.
I got to get Murph a Black Sabbath t-shirt because a lot of people might not know this or believe this. Murph stood side by side with me at a Black Sabbath show. How's that sound? That's a true story.
She's the 44.
Because when it comes to Brian Murphy, there's only one thing you got to keep in mind.
I need more Black Sabbath, man.
Totally.
Or the Sweet Leaf, buddy.
Totally. Oh, you want to do the cough? I'm always ready. Yeah. Oh, that sounded good.
All right now.
Come on, Murph.
All right now. That sounds really good. Marcus Boucher, the water boy, back in. He's licking his wounds after Tom Brady became a minority owner of the
this
Raiders.
poor bastard. He's getting it raining and pouring on him.
Which is worse? Jimmy being your
Great
quarterback
question.
or Brady being a minority owner?
Tom Brady, 100%.
It is.
Oh, not even close. Because Jimmy's going to last like a season or two. Tom Brady's going to be here for the rest of my life.
What if Brady brings his championship attitude and turns you guys into winners?
You know, I was looking for like a spin zone or like try to push this in like a positive way. It's like if you combine the Raiders Super Bowls and Tom Brady's Super Bowls, we're the most winning franchise in NFL history.
See,
Murph.
already.
Look at us. Look at us now.
The worm is starting.
Me and Tommy Brady. That's my boy.
Side
Sarah High School.
There you go, buddy.
Bay Area zone.
I just want to see him walking around in a Raiders golf shirt, like a polo.
With a black Raider
logo.
Yeah, and a
hat.
Yeah.
A hat.
Maybe a pin with the shield on it. You know what I mean?
Maybe I want him doing like pregame coin tosses.
I want him doing
pregame
pregame with like an eye patch on.
I don't want to see his face at all.
Does this mean
I don't even
that
want to see it.
Does this mean that some part of young Tommy Brady growing up in the Bay always had like a Raider Jones? Does he
See, that's the question because the story was he grew up a Niner fan.
like huge Niner?
Well, he was at the stick when
Monster
Dwight
Niner
Clark
fan.
made the catch. He was at the game.
Don't forget when he came back here last year with the Bucs, how he stopped in the hallway very
did, man.
dramatically.
Nice,
Take
yeah.
pictures of Joe and Ronnie and Jerry and all that.
Remember, he was
Dwight.
signing stuff for something. I think Fred Warner had him sign something. after the
Dre
game.
Greenlaw got the pick.
It was a Greenlaw.
He got that Tom
Yeah.
Brady ball
Okay, it was
and then
Greenlaw.
got it signed after the interception.
He
Yeah.
wanted to come here, and they chose Jimmy over him.
Well,
You're
see.
sticking with that, mother?
You know what I mean?
And now, how about the fact that Tom Brady is now the minority owner of Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, that's right.
That's
Very
one
good
hell
call.
of an angle.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's why he did it, just to be his boss.
I want to go
I just wanna show
bully
you
Jimmy
who runs
again.
this.
Yeah.
How soon, like if Jimmy starts off 1-3, how soon do you start the rumors Brady out of the front office onto the field?
Part owner, part player.
That's it.
I mean, that's the thing. Mark Davis wanted him to play quarterback this year.
Let's go, man. I'm going to tell you, it ain't dead because there is that thought. Tom Brady just coming out of from behind the mahogany desk, just pushing his chair back, unloosening his tie, grabbing his helmet, and coming back on the field, buddy. That would be the best. Well, anyway, congrats, buddy. Congrats on Tom Brady.
On what?
on Tom Brady doing his thing. Hey, Giants, man, why not? Huh? I mean, listen, they're playing.
Starting to feel pretty good right now.
6 out of 7.
Get to 500, man. We're going to all start feeling pretty good. And if they can just keep this kind of winning, it is a streak of sorts. What is it, 6 out of 7, you said? Yeah, 6 out of 7. Just keep this kind of pace coming.
I know we wanted to do Correa. We'll do Correa at some point this week in the big hit, I think.
Okay.
But I will say, it's been brought up in some of the stories today. So if you sign Correa, you know who's probably not here is Casey Schmidt.
Well, I want my Casey Schmidt now.
Right?
I don't want to live without Casey. As Murph said famously one year about, let me think, don't even tell me. He said, I don't want to live in a world without ... It was some relief pitcher. It wasn't Corey. Who the hell was it?
Wasn't it the one that Copes and I had a huge fight over?
Murph had famously said, I don't want to live in a world
without. Was it Reyes Maranta? Was that who
it
it
might have been. I can't even remember.
I did say that. I said,
Was it Maranta?
I don't want to live in a world.
But I'm at a point now where I don't want to live in a world without Casey Schmidt. I'm building my riff on Murph's old riff.
Yeah. Hey, somebody 209 wants to know, is the new Raider logo instead of the shield Brady tucking the ball?
Come on. Can we move on to this, boys? We got bigger storylines today.
Sorry, Marcus. Listen, we're just reporting on the facts.
Including the Nuggets, who were declaring the most anonymous NBA finalists since the 2004 Detroit Pistons.
Nuggets.
So, I mean, do you count the 2019 Raptors? We see that out there.
I don't even know if Adam Silver knows where Denver is. Like, he's never been there. You know what I mean?
Well, by the way, so much for our theory that the NBA's fixed. And they leaked the script.
Yeah, right. Good call.
I mean, not only did they not leak the script, they swept his ass out. You know what I mean?
You know what
couldn't
happened?
Even get 7
Well,
out
do
of
we
this
all
thing.
see the writing on the wall, right? I mean, Kyrie's going to ride in with his cape and save the day or
there, right?
destroy the whole organization, which is what he usually does. So I bet you that's the next move, is Kyrie's going to rejoin forces. After he was critical of LeBron James, by the way, when he exited Cleveland, he said some not so cool stuff about LeBron. I remember. But anyway, it looks like they might reunite, and maybe that'll be the thing to push him over the edge. But I doubt it. I don't think Kyrie's enough to save that team.
You know, low key, the West for this Warrior team that wants to reload and go back at it again next year. The West ain't no
The West
joke.
is loaded. It's
Ain't no
a minefield out there.
Look at Murph going full Ja Morant. The Warriors are fine in the West.
No, I said they're not. I said it's loaded.
you're not. The competition.
Okay.
I hear what
I
he's
said
saying.
low key.
I misheard you, my bad.
They are loaded. I said not. I mean, we're looking at the Lakers. You know, I think LeBron's going to come back,
And I think
they'll make some sort
he'll
of
have
move.
some help.
They also were good as is too. And then, obviously, what the Sacramento freaking Kings are doing right now. I mean, the Kings are just beginning their ride. Then you got, I mean, even though they are completely dysfunctional, but they got rid of Dylan Brooks, the Grizzlies are out there. And now you got the mile-high Steph, Jamal Murray.
Mile-high Steph.
And you got the Jokic brothers.
And you got Mike Malone, who's a deadhead. I'm hearing more and more. People keep telling me this. You know what I'm going to miss most about LeBron exiting early, though? No more flop jams.
Everybody is on. Yeah, we don't teach flopping. Flop, 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 flop. We don't teach flopping.
We don't work on flopping. Flop, 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 flop. We've been a flopping team.
Got to get these out while I still can, Marcus, while it's still fresh.
He was flopping in this series, too.
Oh, of course, of course. He threw himself across the court in Game 3, just threw himself into the stands.
Still photo on the front of ESPN is Jokic with his arms raised, and LeBron is looking at the ref,
I want the foul. I want the foul. I saw that. I want the foul.
What phenomenal defense by Jamal Murray. Just tied him up. Clean.
You guys, it was a great defensive play, money defensive play.
And Aaron Gordon
he got a little
off.
piece too. That was great defense. See, that's the Nuggets right there. The team ball. By the way, since I got no reaction on that one, let me try another flop jam.
Flop, flop, flop. Music. Flop, flop, flop. Music.
Triple E's own flop music.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You got any more?
I'll keep looking.
Yes, you do. The 3 kids out of Tulsa, I believe.
Stand by. I don't even know. Did you have the one, Marcus, or do I? Let me look around. Carry on. I'll be with you in a moment.
By the way, the Super Bowl week off before the NBA Finals. How about that? How about they have no flexibility. They can't change it. And these stupid sports leagues with their TV rating or their TV bookings or their hotel bookings or their flights, whatever. Now we got to start. Somebody said they might even forget who's in the finals by next week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Murph, it's a great thing that they made the Lakers and Warriors play every other day, just have a week off before the NBA Finals.
You know what? Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Couldn't have said it better. It's going to be awful, and the Pop Culture Showdown is just going to sit there and be stale for a week, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Denver with a rare appearance.
Now, Denver, well, we've done Broncos because we did with Peyton Manning.
But not many.
Not many at all.
We'll be able to poke around a little bit.
Yeah.
And Miami. Now, I mean, the Heat have been around a little bit. The 20. It's
been a long time,
back
though.
with LeBron and that crew.
Still been a long time.
It has been a long time.
And I love me some Miami. Marcus, you got to get that. You should have seen the Murph and Max show storming the beaches of Miami.
Right before the pandemic.
Had a great time. I'll never forget the flight home because the woman next to me had a mask on.
She was hacking up a lung.
And I didn't know. I was so young that I still didn't even know. I'm like, she said, and she made a comment to me. She said, I'm going to wear a mask. You're going to hear me cough. And she goes, don't worry, though. I'm just sick. And I go, okay, that's fine. Like, I really didn't even understand what was happening. And then we flew back. We touched down. Next thing you know, I didn't see Murph for about a year and a half.
Yeah.
I came out of my house looking like JC with the hair.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Was that when you grew it out?
Yeah. Well, I didn't get to it, but see my lady for about a year and a half.
Yeah, that's right.
It just grew like nuts.
By the way, Waterboy sent me the picture here of the Jokic brothers lifting up. Oh my God. Like he's a little boy.
Oh, let me see.
Like he's a little boy. Check it out. Like he's here. Yeah, look at that. God, those guys. I need those guys in my life. All right, Waterboys, get the guest list. Like I said, there's some fun ones here on a Tuesday. 5/23/23. Paul, you got to like those numbers, 5/23/23.
I do. There was a good show at Cal Expo, 5/23/93. Shout out Cal Expo, right up the way here, Murph, near Sacramento.
Okay, cool. I'll take it. And what do we got, Marcus?
All right, starting in about 1 hour. Your power hour starts at 7:35. Talking to Dwayne Kuiper about the Giants winning 6 of their last 7 games.
Listen, we just have to acknowledge the elephant in the room. And the Glenn Kuiper story is, we have nothing to add to it. I mean, it's just like there's nothing you can say. That story is that story.
Yeah.
And it's just really,
it's
just an unfortunate ending.
It is.
And
It's
so I don't know how
unfortunate.
Dwayne's mood's going to be. I don't know. And I'll just warn the listeners. I don't know if he's going to come on. I don't know. It's his brother. His brother lost his job, in case you didn't know. And so I don't know. We're just got to be honest. You know what I mean? Just trying to be.
Yeah, no, it's good. That's the only thing we
transparent here
can
about it. And so we love Dwayne. We love Dwayne so much that whatever he wants, whatever he wants to do.
Right.
This is his brother. This is his
That's
family.
Right. That's right.
He's probably there for him in his time of need. And
whatever Dwayne needs.
we'll
yeah.
see. We'll see. So
okay,
play it by ear.
That's fair.
Yeah, exactly. We'll open the mics to Kipe, and if he wants to come on, we'll talk about whatever he wants to talk about. We'll do that at 7:35 this morning. Then we'll get into the big hit 8 a.m. today, whether or not it will be the Giants or the rumors about LeBron retiring.
Here's my question now. Is it in our best interest to tease? The big hit's still new. It's a little embryo. This little amoeba.
Little baby.
Little baby. We're still changing diapers on the big hit.
Nice.
And those diapers can get full and stinky.
Shout out diaper genies.
Yeah.
What a great industry to be in. You're never going to go out of business.
Never.
You always got babies being born right now. Shout out all the newborns.
Babies will continue to have bowel movements.
And I would hope
All right?
there's no question. And I also hope that all of the moms delivering babies in the Bay Area are listening to Murph and Mac as the doctor is like encouraging them to push and all. It's like a battlefield in there, Marcus. You don't even want to know what's going on in the delivery room.
Oh, no,
I've done it. It's a scene. Murph's
I'm not
been
going
there.
into that.
No, you don't really want to get into it. It's a whole thing.
It's a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, God bless the ladies. That's right.
Oh,
the women
God
are smarter.
bless the ladies is right. Don't ask me to do anything like that. Wouldn't happen.
Maybe somebody's listening to us right now as they're changing diapers.
That's what I'm saying.
now.
Yeah,
Yes,
well, good luck.
exactly,
I've been there. We've all been there. I salute you.
So
those days will pass.
So do we tease the big hit or not?
Yeah, I think we do.
I think we're going to go NBA today, and the questions,
Good.
multiple questions. A, are you gleeful or is it low class to be petty about the Lakers' exit?
And you have less interest in the finals now that LeBron won't be a part of it.
And do you think that LeBron's retirement announcement is unfairly stealing the thunder from the? And by the way, I'm finally learning from Mike Malone how to say it. Nicola. It's Nicola.
See, I keep saying Nicola.
I know.
It's
me
tough
too.
to break
That's why
that.
I got to correct
Nicola, yeah.
Michael Malone makes a point of calling him Nicola all the time. So, Paulie, it made me think 808 KNBR Mountain. It made me think of the great any woman you named Nicole, Mount Nicole Moore. Wasn't that model? She was a model who dated Rod Stewart in the early 80s. She was in that Infatuation video, I think.
Oh, you got me up against a wall here, buddy.
Yeah, Nicole,
I wish I could help you. And I'm struggling now with Nicole's.
Dare I say OJ's lady? OJ's lady?
Well,
that wasn't
how
Nicole.
about I want to go back to the Coca-Cola thing. I could give you Joe Strummer. That's not Coca-Cola. That's rice.
Okay.
From Straight to Hell, a little Clash reference.
So you're going Nicola.
Yeah.
So you're going cola more than Nicole.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. It's hard because I've got no Nicoles. I don't know that I can contribute. Why is there no legendary Nicole we can come up with? I can't come up with a single one.
I went to school.
Nicole. Give me Nicole, Marcus, anybody.
Nicole Konecko.
Oh, Nicole Kidman. I'll throw Nicole Kidman over there. Shout out Nicole Kidman and Eyes Wide Shut.
Okay. And then, yeah, that's about it.
That's all I can give you. That's my work is done.
I was going to throw out like a Anna Nicole Smith.
Okay, we'll take it.
that. Thank you, Triple E.
We're
He takes
grasping
it.
for straws.
We'll take it.
By the way, rest in peace, I believe.
Oh, big time.
Rest in peace.
How about her dude? Remember her dude? Guy was about 180. Remember that guy?
Yeah, that was a tough deal.
Holy smokes. The
Nicole
two of them
Kidman,
together.
apparently the woman from Jersey Shore, Snooki, is named Nicole.
Hey, shout out Snooki.
Okay, Snooki, you're on the list. You made it.
Lionel
There you
Richie-
go. 510 is right. It wasn't Nicole Murphy. If you're thinking of Rachel Hunter, that was Rod Stewart's
Okay, but
famous
there was
supermodel
a
girlfriend.
girl named Nicole.
Rachel
I
Hunter.
know that he was, but the girl in the Infatuation video.
Great track, by the way. I don't
You
remember
like
the
that
video.
one?
Infatuation. I back Rod. I like Rod, man. He's a storyteller.
You ride with that one.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. So anyway.
Infatuation. Yeah. I might need to hear it, Marcus. Rod Stewart, Infatuation. Dial it up.
What else we got, Waterboy, after the big hit? Yes.
All right, after the big hit today is the Cooler of Content 820. Then at 8:50, we're going to check in with Javier Lopez talking Giants.
Awesome. Love Javi.
Hey, what a gentleman.
He's on my James Bond list. Yep.
Then 9:15 this morning, we'll check in with MT2 Marcus Thompson on everything NBA playoffs and Warriors basketball.
Cool. Awesome.
And then 9:30 today, how about this? We get the 2020 Giants first-round draft pick, a man that made his MLB debut this past weekend, Patrick Bailey, 9:30 this morning.
Awesome.
Mark
Very
it down
nice.
on your calendar.
Very
great.
good. And shout out to the actress Nicole Eggert. Remember her, Nicole Eggert?
Yeah, who was she? I know the name. Was that
She was in
Baywatch or
Charles in
something?
Charge and Baywatch.
Wait,
Yeah,
I was right. Okay.
Yeah, very
Nice.
good. And
Yeah.
a lot of Lifetime movies. Anyway,
Yeah.
Nicole, I like your cola better anyway. It's not Coca-Cola.
That's not
rice.
Coca-Cola.
One of my
It's
favorites.
rice.
Go
Yeah,
straight to hell.
rules.
They're telling the Lakers, go straight to hell.
Totally.
All right, so there you go. Okay, hey, got to get into this Giants win yesterday and have some fun poking around that box score, Conforto, the pitchers.
Yeah.
And what Carlos Correa had to say. Coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here is Michael Conforto. Swinging. There's a high drive into deep center. Way back there, Taylor at the warning track, at the wall. He leaps, and goodbye! A 3-run homer into the bullpen to the left of the 411-foot marker in deep left center field. And the Giants, 4 batters into the game, have a 4-0 lead.
I mean, really, the guys before me set it all up. Great at-bats from Wade and Yaz, staying off that high heater. And then JD going up there with a double and setting the table. And for me, it was just, I didn't want to go up with him, but I did want to hit a fastball. I wanted to, stay in the middle of the field, not try to do too much. And that's kind of my sweet spot. So, just a good swing there and put 3 up for us.
There's Michael Conforto, who's hitting the ball. Now, Waterboy, I like you going Prince, Minneapolis, the whole deal. Creative Tony's intro to the Giants game yesterday. So I would say that you're saying Conforto saying that he would die for the Giants, or conversely, he would opt out after a year.
Oh,
there you go. I would opt out after a year for you. Hey, by the way, speaking more Giants talk today, Sean Estes joins Papa and Lund today.
Nice.
At 10:50 a.m. to discuss, man. Should be fun. Hey, man.
Yes.
Go Giants.
Yeah.
How's that?
That's good.
That's my hot take. They're playing better. I think, remember when they were off to this terrible start, Dave Fleming, I think he came on our show, and he said, I don't want anybody to, kill me for saying this, and just chill out. He goes, but they're not as bad as their record suggests.
He did say that.
And he's he's like, everything's like, if you look at it, just be patient, be calm, and this is, it's 162.
Well, that's the thing that's so crazy about baseball. In this era, the era of immediate gratification, immediate results, immediate information at your fingertips, like baseball does that. It really it tests your patience in the modern world, Murph, if I may.
Yeah.
Get a little philosophical. Everything is so up-tempo now, and you have all this stuff happening. Baseball's like, hey, man, it meanders at its own pace, and you got to kind of settle in and really ride it out with your team.
Right, and all you're looking for are signs of life, and they have signs of life, and all you're looking for is excitement, and Schmidt and Bailey have provided that excitement. And, in fact, Pat Bailey will join us today at 9:30. Looking forward to that very much. And they're pitching it better. They're catching it better. And, by the way, Lamont Wade is grinding it at the plate. Where's the stat? I have it right here in my book here. Let me move it over here. He has the 4th highest on-base percentage in the bigs of 421. It's pretty good, Waterboy. And he's tied for 4th in the bigs with 33 drawn walks. So, I mean, this guy's turned into Ricky Henderson all of a sudden,
That's fun.
A late-night Ricky, Waterboy.
I mean, he's setting the table every single game, and it's getting to a point where he's so good at getting on base, he's actually going to start playing a little bit more versus left-handed pitching, which I know he's been struggling at hitting the ball, but if he's getting on every single day, I mean, look at yesterday against Bailey Ober, a guy that had a sub-2 ERA. He worked, 6, 7, 8 pitches, got the walk in that first AB, put him in the stretch, and after that, Ober wasn't the same, and the Giants put up a crooked number.
Yeah, Yaz draws a walk then, and then J.D. Davis, the RBI double, then Conforto goes deep, and that's it. That's all they score for the rest of the game. You hand the ball from Brebbia to Minaya to Beck to not Jeff Beck, who's in the Infatuation
Great
song,
call.
right?
Thank you.
And Tyler Rogers, and then Scott Alexander. And lo and behold, a winning team, the Minnesota Twins, has to eat one. In his last 11 games, Conforto, 325, 5 bombs, 12 ribs. How about that?
I really like to get to 500, too, instead of just falling 2 back. Like, I just want to get there. I want to get to, like, an even scale. You know what I mean?
Flag Day. They got time to work.
Yeah.
Memorial Day?
Yeah.
Memorial Day?
Long wait around, though.
And also, by the way, how about the old Donnie Barrels sighting last night? You guys check him out?
Yeah, totally.
Donovan Solano still kicking.
He was out there.
Still kicking, doing his thing. Speaking of old Giants, did you guys see there's been stories written about Madison Bumgarner now?
Well, no, I'm afraid to ask. What?
The Athletic did a huge deep dive into what happened. They did to we talked to
what did happen? I'm curious.
Well, the way they said it was as, I don't want to say it was as simple as, but it was as simple and complex as they noticed that his velocity was down and his cutter wasn't as sharp, and they suggested changes to him that he resisted.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, he's
That's
pretty.
basically,
yeah.
it was a long story. I just summed it up in a
I
sentence.
think we know Bum's a pretty
Did you read it,
stubborn dude.
Waterboy?
Yeah.
I read parts of it. There was also the story about how post-pandemic he showed up and wasn't in the greatest shape.
Well, they said they couldn't get a hold of him. He pulled a Jimmy G. They couldn't get a hold of him during the pandemic. Like, hey, man, are you on this workout plan? Goes, left him on red. Waterboy. Left him on red.
That's what the kids do.
Well, they said Jimmy did that to Kyle. The kids do that. Paulie, your kids, do they return it? Will they a text to go unreturned?
It's really hit or miss, dude. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It really depends on how they're feeling, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't know. But I'm like always there for them. But like sometimes I'll send a text, nothing. Then another text.
Doesn't that kind of tick you off?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Last night, though, I texted.
Sometimes I send the all caps. You are supposed to respond now.
Yeah, I'm like a parent and everything. I'm like a dad. You guys know that, right? I'm like, but anyway, no. I wish I would get a little bit more of a up tempo response sometimes. Yeah.
I don't understand why they don't believe in the concept of return.
Just my dad. I don't have to. But if their friends text, they're all over it. Yeah. That they get the immediate response. Oh, look at this. Jimmy's text me. I'll get to answer that one. Oh, Dad, let me bump him to the bottom of the list.
Waterboy, are you of the generation you don't return them?
Yeah, I'm a terrible texter. I'm just like Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the one thing we do have in common.
You know what's interesting about Marcus?
I don't respond to text.
He is an interesting
you have
guy.
another thing in common. You're both devoted to the Raiders.
Well, he used to be.
And
Maybe not anymore.
And we're both good-looking guys, right, Murph?
That's true, too.
Thank you.
But I got to say, like,
Marcus got to get the producer cam going.
Is a rare, like, individual in this era and age where what are you, 30 years old?
Yeah, 30.
Okay,
I'm
and
a grown man,
I
Paula.
never see him on the text. Like, we always have, like, these group text things happen.
Yeah, he
Marcus
does not.
is stone silent,
doesn't.
which is weird because Copes is texting probably right now.
Yeah.
He's always texting.
I don't even look at my phone during the show. Like, we'll get a bunch of texts from Copes. I just
What if
ignore
your
it.
boss texted you and said, hey, I got to, like, we have an emergency and I
Or,
need
hey, I'm offering you a raise if you answer in the next 5 minutes.
I said, hey, I'm working here. I'm locked in on the show.
After that, deal's off the table.
By the way, you said he's 30 years old, and apparently, according to KNBR Digital, that's all he's going to be.
I'm gone.
Did you guys see that?
R.I.P. the Water
I'm sure
Boy.
Waterboy didn't see it. Probably didn't see it. They did a very funny Animal House inspired digital thing on our live stream. And by the way, just if you're just tuning in on the radio, we are on a live stream. In case you didn't know, we launched it. Yeah, is the production value meager? Sure, it's meager. We're working on it. But hey, you can see it. There's Paulie Mack right now wearing a Black Sabbath t-shirt.
Volume 4.
All right, so that's
Great
all you
album.
need, right?
Yeah.
And I'm wearing a Willie McCovey pullover. So that's all you need, right? Anyway, and there should be a producer cam showing Marcus. I talked to Thin Tim about that on the streets, and he said he didn't know he said, I don't know what's going on.
Where you see?
Yeah, and that somebody actually came out against the producer cam. And I said, no. I'm ardently and stridently for the producer
I'm
cam.
pissed that it ain't there anymore.
Yeah,
like, it was only up for a day or two.
So we're working through some
BS.
kinks.
And plus, if this kid's on the screen, it's going to make us look better. Just by association. I'm dead serious.
no question.
You throw a handsome face up there in the middle of our mugs. I'm like, okay, now there's a little bit of balance. Now we got a good-looking kid next to these two.
Don't you always feel better when you went out with your better-looking buddies?
No question.
You go out to the bar, you're like,
100,000,000%.
we're going to have some action tonight.
100,000,000%.
You know what I mean?
Because again, by extension, you suddenly become like a viable
Yeah, right,
option.
exactly.
Just because you're with this other guy who's a good-looking guy.
All that is
That's why I like to roll with Marcus.
by way of saying, put the producer cam on.
Yes.
But
Please.
KNBR Digital did a funny thing saying to celebrate 1 week of live stream, a retrospect, and they showed clips of all of us kind of laughing, and then they'd freeze frame it and do a caption of what's happened to us.
Yeah.
And like mine was pretty lame. They said Brian Murphy has donated half of his salary back and is now a 2%er.
Shout out to the 1%.
That's pretty good.
That's not
what
a
I'm talking about. They froze your thing. You're laughing, and they froze you and said Paulie Mack got lost in the 1960s and never came back.
Nice. Pretty much accurate, too, in real life.
Then they show Papa taking a sip of a Bloody Mary, and they freeze it, and they said Greg Papa has disappeared to a medical clinic to get a Bloody Mary blood transfusion.
That's right, John.
They had, what was the one on Lund? It was Lund.
John Lund was like a janitor at Stanford and solved the math equation.
They did the Goodwill Hunting.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so they did a bunch of. It was like it was funny because the way they froze us, kind of laughing, like closing credits of.
What
a show.
about Copes? What was his fate?
Copes' was.
I think Coaster just like became a broadcaster of the San Francisco Giants, his lifelong
but the
team or
whole
something.
point of this is
Funny.
that-
Yeah, right? I know. I need some riffs.
comedy.
The whole it says he got his dream job. It said Adam Copes got his dream job of working for the San Francisco Giants. ... You can find him at Doggy Diner. That's what it says.
Not bad. Not bad. I want onions on that, Copes. Yeah.
And the one on, and then it ends with Waterboy in that famous video where they recreate the Jokic Draymond or the Sabonis Draymond stomp, and they zero in on Waterboy's face on the ground.
While he's
where his
getting
eyes-
kicked, yeah.
And it just says Marcus Boucher, 1992 to 2023.
Rest in peace.
He's gone. He's gone.
Rest in
Paulie
peace.
Mack.
Well, it was nice knowing you,
You're
man.
talking to a ghost right now.
Yeah, or an
was
AI.
really
Such as the AI Waterboy.
It was really funny, but at the same time a little creepy.
Hey, speaking of AI, did
like
you?
I was like, that's funny, kind kinda. You know what I mean? Like,
What are they trying to say,
yeah,
Murph?
I know. It was like the dash was very final.
Did you
know what
guys
I mean?
hear this rumor going around now that the John Moran apology was written by AI? Did you guys hear that? That's like a theory now.
I saw
People are
that on
kicking
Twitter,
around.
yeah.
Yeah.
I totally believe
I wouldn't be
It
surprised.
actually wouldn't shock me
It was
because there
pretty
wasn't a
generic.
whole lot of heart in
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it was like, I have learned my lesson. I am on a journey. I will get better. It's like, yeah, you know what? It might be AI. I might be buying into this.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, Giants do their thing. We put the stamp on it earlier in the show.
We
got to
did.
get into the basketball. And shout out to the text line coming with the Nicoles. Shout out to P1 Chuck. Nicolette Sheridan is who I was thinking of in the whatever video I was thinking of. It was
Nicolette Sheridan.
She was the woman in the Sure Thing movie that
Look at
John
Murph.
Cusack was going.
That's one of your faves.
And the other one is a lot of people checking in. Kate Scott's lovely wife.
Oh, there's my favorite Nicole right there.
So
she rules.
Thank you guys for
Yeah.
filling out Mount Nicole more.
Nice.
People say, why are you talking about that? It's my mnemonic device to remember it's pronounced Nicola, not Nicola.
I guarantee you,
Jokic.
it's going to be tough to break the
You just
Nicola
go,
habit.
go straight to Hellboy.
Yeah, totally. That's what I'm
It's
trying
not
to do. The
Coca-Cola.
Joe Strummer rule. Yeah.
Nicola.
Mm-hmm.
Nicola.
It's Nicola, not rice.
Shout out when you go to a like a banquet, which we did recently, and they don't have name brand soda. They have generic cola. That's always tough.
You don't know
That's
what's
tough.
happening there with
Yeah,
that generic stuff. You just don't know.
Speaking of banquets, I'll be
I don't know
doing
if
the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame Thursday night. We're bringing in Buster.
Give me names on the list.
Oh, it's a guy
Andre
named
Ward.
a linebacker named Patrick Willis. How's that?
Nice.
Does that work for you?
Nice.
A linebacker named Patrick Willis. How about a guy named Buster Posey?
Yeah. Oh, right.
How about a women's soccer star named Julie Foudy? How about a boxer named Andre Ward? And how about a basketball player named Gary Payton?
Shout out Andre Ward's
Jeez.
work in the original Creed movie. He was really good in that. Like he was.
Good. He was good. Okay, LeBron trying to steal Nicola's thunder.
This guy, man.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I think it starts with a belief, in themselves, but probably more importantly in the collective, the man next to them. I've seen that belief all year long, Katie, and we know that middle of December, we ascended to first place in the Western Conference, and through the ups and downs, we never lost first place in the Western Conference. And to beat this team in the Western Conference Finals and to get the first sweep in franchise history, to get the first Western Conference championship in franchise history, it means a lot. But I speak for 17 players in that locker room and the entire organization. We are not satisfied. We're going to enjoy it for a moment. I think it's going to be a hell of a plane ride home. But we have a lot of work to do.
That's our guy, Mike Malone, the Brian Sabian of the NBA. And he just swept the Lakers. How would the Warriors have done against the Nuggets?
That's what I asked you yesterday. It's a good question. I think they would have at least taken a game or two. But I think ultimately, the Warriors where they were this year with the gas running out of the tank, the fatigue, the lack of cohesiveness combined with being on, nobody can stop Jokic. I don't know how you're going to stop this guy. Anybody. That includes the Miami Heat. I don't know.
How about that bucket he made to win the game? He was just driving through a thicket of bodies.
That's what he's
just slashing through this forest and then just somehow keeping the ball alive. And
the key to that whole thing was you dropping thicket, bro. And you're so right. It was a thicket.
He just kept going through the forest.
No,
man.
Well, the one that got me was about 2 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock in the fourth. And he goes over to that, he's so far away from the hoop. He's over near the sideline. He just launches this thing off his shoulder. Yeah. Swish. Rainbow swish. It was nuts. I'm like, well, that's the end of the Lakers. I felt like that was the dagger, even though they had more than 2 minutes.
I heard Keyshawn Johnson saying he found Jokic boring. I love watching Jokic
totally
play.
disagree. I do too.
Am I an old man for this?
No, I disagree with that.
Not at all, because he can do it all with the ball in his hands. We know how great of a passer he is. But to Polymac's point, he's just so unorthodox.
Yeah.
He's throwing up three-pointers off of 1 foot, falling backwards,
he looks crazy.
Shooting from behind his head.
It's kind of like Dirk used to do. Dirk looked very awkward out there, but his shots would go in. And this is kind of... I actually don't think the Joker looks as awkward as Dirk used to.
I almost think he looks more awkward. It almost looks like sometimes the Joker is shooting off the wrong foot. I'm like, you're not supposed to be shooting like that.
Yeah, He loves going off the wrong foot.
Yeah, Dirk had a certain grace to him. Jokic is that way. Paulie, for us, forever. People don't know this.
Yeah.
When Jokic won the MVP 2 years ago, Mike Malone and the Nuggets coaching staff flew to Serbia.
Oh.
Okay? And they were surprised him at his home in Serbia.
It's some of the greatest footage I've ever seen.
And if anybody hasn't seen this, Jokic was out for the afternoon with his horse and carriage.
Horse and carriage, bro.
As one does in Serbia.
I'm talking like wooden wheels kind of thing.
And so he returns up the dirt road to his home.
Well, you got to describe the legs.
And
out of legs.
The carriage is not built for a 6'11" man. 6'11's is that what he is? 6'11?
Yeah. What do you think he weighs? 280? I mean, what do you think, Marcus?
He's got
close to $3 bills.
Yeah,
he used to be, and then he lost a bunch of weight. Remember?
Yeah.
His legs are draped over the side, so he's sitting sideways,
bro, with the reins,
and he's bringing the horse up the thing, and I think that's when Paulie fell in love with him.
And he's wearing a helmet. He's got a helmet on too, just to make it even
safety first.
Totally.
Anyway, that's the kind of awkward dude we're loving.
Yeah, I love this guy.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Now, Murph,
if he plays Jimmy Butler in the Heat,
that's where I wanted to go with you. First of all,
sure. I mean,
let's stop right there because
they might be up against a force that they don't know.
I told Marcus during the break earlier that because yesterday Marcus and I talked a couple times when we were in a break, and I was like, "Hey, who do you like? Lakers or Denver?" And he goes, "I might go Lakers tonight." I had a Denver feeling. I said, "I think the Denver Nuggets close the door." I'm going to throw that at you tonight, right now, Murph, regarding Boston and the Heat, because I expect Miami to end this thing today. Where are you at with it? Because I don't see a pulse from Boston. I don't see it.
So the game's in Miami, too. Mm-hmm. No. The Celtics are done. 1, 2, 3, Cancun.
How about two sweeps of the most prestigious NBA franchises in the conference finals? Crazy.
And so much for the fix. So much for the conspiracy. The fix was so broken, they swept the Lakers and the Celtics. No, Waterbury, you're on that Action Network, whatever, that betting. Mm-hmm. It's got to be. You're going to make no money on the Heat tonight, right?
No, I mean, it's almost a pick'em game, to be honest with you. It's pretty close, but
Oh, it
the
is.
odds. Yeah, It's only Heat minus 1.5, I think.
I think you might want to jump on that.
Yeah, I think because people are thinking Boston's going to win a game, but I don't think so.
Murph, do you have a lean? Because we do like the Joker. We do like Malone and Nuggets and Murray. They're great. But we also love the Heat on this show.
That is a great question.
It's going to be
I'm
tough.
not totally sure. But I tell you what, I'm unlike what the national perception is that, who cares? I actually care a lot.
I do too. It's going to be a great series.
Be a great series.
Me too.
But everybody says it won't be a great series.
Well, the Heat will not back down.
I take that back. Not that it won't be a great series, just that nobody cares.
There's no sizzle. Yeah, and that's fine. If you're a casual fan, you might feel that way. If you like basketball and you've been watching these teams, I'm eager to see these teams square off because it's going to be a great series. And I don't see the thing with Miami is you just can't count them out. They've proven that over and over and over and over again. Yes, they're an 8 seed, but they ain't playing like no 8 seed I've ever seen right now. I mean, Boston can't handle them.
Yeah, they're sort of a fake 8 seed. Like they had to kind of figure their way up, and they're better than that. Now, we're the only people talking about the Nuggets and the Heat because everybody else is talking about LeBron James, who chose the moment to, and this is where LeBron's at his worst. It's always about him.
He likes to make it about himself if he can.
And he knows entirely what he's doing. He's been dealing with the media for 20 plus years in his life. So he knows how to play the media. He knows what's going to be a story. And he could have easily said, tonight is the night to salute the Denver Nuggets, and I'll address anything about our postseason tomorrow or the next day or whatever at our exit interviews. But instead, he decided to roll out the smoke bomb that's going to dominate all the national stories this morning, and that is that he's not sure he wants to keep playing. And in fact, here's what he said after the game. He's cut W, Waterboy. Here we go.
It was a pretty cool ride. But I don't know. I think it was okay. I don't like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career, and I don't get a kick out of making a conference appearance. I've done it a lot, and it's not fun to me to not be able to be a part of getting to the finals. But we'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. And just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball.
All right. And then Dave McMenamin, I guess, walked out with him. Do you have cut X there, Waterboy? Dave McMenamin is the ESPN reporter who said he wanted to kind of follow up on this. And here's what he said.
I walked out of the arena with him and I asked him, what were you trying to leave for us in terms of a breadcrumb trail? What thread should we be trying to pull when it comes to you saying you have a lot to think about? And he said, whether I want to continue to play. And I said, as in next year? He said, yeah. I said, so you would walk away? And he said, that's what I got to think about. And certainly, those are some heavy words coming out of the mouth of the game's all-time leading scorer who just dropped 40 on the Denver Nuggets, played all but 4 seconds in Game 4. But certainly he's at a point, a crossroads of his career, and I've covered him for a while. I've never heard him speak like this before.
Here we go, man.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
How about him playing, by the way, 48 minutes last night? I mean,
well, again, you can't fault him. I mean, he can't do everything himself. For what he achieved in the first half alone, you would think his teammates would come to his aid a little bit. And I mean, AD, man, I think he deserves some criticism. I really do. He didn't show up. It's
21-14, but it was a kind
Where
of
was he in the fourth, man?
Yeah.
Where was? I mean, I needed him in the fourth.
D'Angelo Russell only played 15 minutes, 2 of 4 from the field, 4 points.
He didn't really have a great series, D'Angelo Russell. He had a nice series against the Dubs, but not so much against Denver.
They made 20. Let's see. They made 8 of 23s. The Nuggets made 12 of 33 threes. They made 4 more threes. Yeah, the Lakers were up 15 at half in this game. Anyway, this reminds me of, who was it? Tom Brady used to do this, right? Didn't Brady used to do this?
What?
I'm not sure. I'm coming back. I got a lot to think about.
I think you might be thinking about Brett Favre. Brett Favre was the ultimate. They had like a 24-hour camera on this guy, like a retired. No, I'm going to play.
Within the last couple of years, there was an athlete who dragged us through this.
It's the guy sitting right behind you, Murph. It's Aaron Rodgers, the oil painting.
That's the I don't know, my brain
That's
wasn't
your
working
guy right there, yep.
There he is right there. If you guys want to see him on the live
stream.
stream.
I wanted a more prominent spot for that. I just didn't want him on my side. It was too creepy.
I think it's pretty. Can't people see it nice and...
Well, the beauty of it is,
on
too,
the
is I
live
don't know.
stream, can you get a good view of that? That's what I paid a significant amount of money.
It's a nice portrait.
My entire fantasy football winnings and more.
I got to
get
say,
that painting.
Murph
Right.
has it strategically propped up, no kidding, on a garbage can, too, which is perfect
It's
in
his,
the studio.
It's the sadness of him leaving the field after losing to the 49ers in the playoffs.
You know, and after that Brett Favre era where the Niners lost to the Packers so many times, Steve Young only beat a Brett Favre team one time. That was the Terrell Owens catch game. So it was like this great payback we're enjoying in this era where the Niners just continue to hammer Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, and I get great satisfaction out of that still because I haven't forgotten about Adam Walker or any of that S.
Yeah.
So watching the Niners go into Lambeau, whether it's Kaepernick, how about that, Murphy? You got Kaepernick.
Or Phil Dawson.
Phil Dawson.
When Harbaugh
blocking punts, whatever they got to do.
Harbaugh kissed Matty Barrows on the head.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Famously?
I'd like to kiss Matty Barrows on the head, too.
So we all know LeBron has said openly he wants to play with his son.
He's been saying it for 5 years. That's why this whole thing is so ridiculous.
First of all, we have to decide if his son's good enough to be,
they say he is. He's a top 50 player, right? In the country.
He's going to USC, of all things.
I saw a lot of USC. So I know you're not surprised, but I was down at SoCal. I saw tons of people with USC gear, and that includes at the show, by the way.
Did you do what John Belushi did in Animal House and cough into your hand and say,
I didn't.
Okay.
But I know you probably would have.
I would have.
Yeah.
I would have, sure.
In fact, when I was waiting for my flight home at the gate, there was like a USC couple. They were both decked out in the dude had like the maroon sweatshirt with massive USC letters, and then his girlfriend or wife or whichever, she had like a USC like pink USC hat.
I would have said, I remember seeing this guy walking in to a USC-UCLA basketball game. He was wearing like saddle shoes and this old USC sweater and this USC hat.
Yeah.
And I just walked up to him and I said, "Hey, look at you, man." I said, "Are you for real?" Are you for real?
Wow.
Are you for real?
Wow.
So what is this? What's this getup?
By the way, never let it be forgotten that
I would have said to those guys, "What are you two? What are you
guys up to?
What is this? A cartoon?
This is how you're going to leave the house dressed like this?
Is this for real?"
You know, when Spider Matt Leland first worked on our show as an intern, he came prancing in here trying to like taunt Murph wearing USC
well, you do
gear.
know that was DJ Robbie's entire production.
You should wear some USC
No, DJ
gear.
Robbie.
Well, that's why DJ Rates, he's the best.
DJ Robbie said, "I want to create some content. You need to rile up Murph by wearing a USC jersey to work."
And we got content.
And he came in to deliver some printouts, which sometimes producers do, sometimes. And I said, I said, "What's this? What's this jersey, man? What is this?" He's just like, "It is what it is." I'm like, "No, it isn't." I said, "You come on our show as an intern. And you got to respect what's going on here on this show. You can't. That's it. This is right in our. I said this is like that Spider character in Goodfellas.
Yeah. Well, the beautiful thing is Murph kicked his ass out. I think you sent him home.
I sent him home.
Go home.
I did. It was like 6. And back then we started at 5.
Yeah, we actually needed the help.
I think he was
too.
on the road at like 5:45 back to San Bruno.
He's going back to his bed,
Millbrae, or wherever the hell he's from.
Yeah.
He always calls it a little town by the airport. I think it's Millbrae. Isn't it?
Right.
Anyway, so yeah, Paulie, I would have done the Belushi cough into the hand.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Anyway,
or I would have said, "What are you for real? Is this really a thing?" It is. Anyway, Bronny, we'll see how he is. Is he good enough to play in the NBA?
LeBron's not retiring. He's not going to
No, he's not
retire.
retiring.
It's just the most ridiculous thing.
I mean, listen, I've told you, this is the year of LeBron. He became the all-time leading scorer. He took the Lakers to the Western Conference Finals. He scored 40 points at age 38 by playing 48 minutes.
And just like Steph Curry, he wants another ring. I understand. I mean, these guys want to like finish their careers with that and kind of bookend that legacy of theirs, and I get it. But LeBron, as the Lakers are currently built, he's not going to get that ring unless they get help, and that's why I think, Kyrie right under the basket the Lakers were shooting at in the fourth quarter, kind of makes me wonder where the future is. Do you see Kyrie rejoining forces with...
Pelinka has shown he will make the big moves.
Yeah,
and the question is...
I don't know that necessarily does anything for them,
who's
though.
ruling the West next year? I mean...
It could be one of like 8 teams, yeah.
The Nuggets are either going to be fueled to avenge their NBA Finals loss or, pridefully defending it.
Yeah.
Or the Sacramento Kings, who, according to Waterboy, are going to get Jason Tatum. Or Jaylen Brown, one of the two of them.
Well, that would make sense, actually. And that would, that'd be scary with Jaylen Brown up there.
They're
already scary.
I mean, I don't know what to do with the Suns and KD. They seem like...
I got to kind of write them off. I'm sorry. I'm writing them off because that was a big disappointment.
And then there's Joey Lightyears down here on Terry Francois,
Joey Lightyears. And these guys want one more, too. So,
and then I don't know what to make of Memphis. Jaw's going to be a mess. Jaw might be suspended for... He might be suspended for 40 games next year.
I don't think you need to even really consider Memphis at this point, honestly.
So for you, that like your early 2024 Western Conference hierarchy, Nuggets, Kings.
Yes.
Lakers, Warriors.
Yes. I'm thinking.
You're writing off the Grizz.
Yes, I am. I'm writing off the Grizz.
How about the rise of the Pelicans?
Yeah, that's not a bad call. There'll be something.
I'd put Dallas ahead of them.
How about the rise of Minnesota?
Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas would be good again now that Kyrie's gone.
Minnesota's
got talent. They're good.
And they're going to be a year better.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about the rise of OKC?
How about the rise of
Our
OKC?
guy
That's another good one.
Chamalay. SGA.
You Chamalay, right?
Chamalay, what
Can
up?
I get one real quick just for my head?
I got to find it, Paul.
Okay,
Hang
well, I
on.
love it so much.
OKC was no joke, man.
You ain't all that.
They were no joke.
They're not. They're good. They're a good young team. They have tons of young talent on that squad.
Yeah, man. Anyway, LeBron, you're coming back. You're not.
Yeah, that's why we don't wonder and why he spent so much time doing this. And again, instead of celebrating the Nuggets, although you thought he gave appropriate.
Well, I want to hear that.
Okay.
Let's cut you.
Chamalay, what up?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Cut you as an umbrella water boy. This is LeBron on Jokic.
Nothing. I know how great he is. I know how great Joker is. There's certain guys in this league that play the game a certain way. A certain way that I like to play the game as well. And he's one of them. Where you are always off balance when you guard a player like that because his ability to score, rebound, shoot. He sees plays before they happen. There's not many guys in our league like that. So you already knew you was going against a beast once the series started. And not only just about his game, everybody gets cracked up into his stats, but I don't think a lot of people talk about like this part of his game. Well, maybe it's not talked about because a lot of people don't understand it. But I do. He's special.
But I do.
So you guys don't see what's happening, but I do. Anyway, I like LeBron actually talking basketball. It's always interesting. And never forget, he's got like a photographic memory. Remember that one time he recalled a play in detail from several years in the past? He was like, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think D. Wade came off a screen. Like, he just remembers everything on the floor. It's amazing.
And when in doubt, he shoots at the basket in the middle.
Well, that's the thing. See, that's why it's so hard. I know that's.
But I do.
But I do.
No, you guys don't get it, but I do.
He can't help himself.
No, he
but
can't help himself. That's it. It's his complex. He
still-
can't help himself.
He still is the greatest, maybe the greatest of all time.
Murph, I'd love to explain it to you, but I know you don't get it, and I do. So I don't want to. You know what I mean? I don't want to waste everybody's time.
It's that line from the movie Broadcast News where Holly Hunter is being very bossy and smart and telling everybody what to do. And the higher up goes, wow, it must be amazing to be the smartest person in the room at all times. And she says, no, it's awful.
That's great. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you for laughing at that.
Very good.
All right, Dwayne Kuiper at 7:35. The Giants are winning. Hey, you guys hear the Brock Purdy rule?
I always want some more
Next,
Brock Purdy.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, these sports.
It's not talked about because a lot of people don't understand it. But I do.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Sounds good right now, doesn't it? A nice, good Amici's cheese pizza. Sounds really good to me. Why don't you have them cater your next event? So, obviously, we talk about personal consumption during games or dine-in and the weeknight specials and all that. But a lot of you are like, you're planning some sort of corporate outing or some sort of team party. And Amici's catering menu gives you options. You can get pastas in a big tray, salads in a big tray. The famous flame roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes. Those are so good. So your group can help themselves buffet styles. It's a more economical way to feed a large group and still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the words of NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell in the press release announcing this move, which one of, as you mentioned, two major future announcements today, it was because the San Francisco 49ers in the Bay Area specifically did an incredible job hosting it last time. It will be about 10 years since the Bay Area and San Francisco hosted the Super Bowl. Remember, it was Peyton Manning's last game, did a spectacular job in a then new Levi's Stadium. Also, the scenics that we saw all week in San Francisco, spectacular as well. Do it really well. The first time you have the ability to host a Super Bowl again, that is exactly what happened to the San Francisco 49ers. I would expect events in both places, both in Santa Clara and, of course, in so many iconic San Francisco spots. Plus, maybe, Tom, I'll get to eat at Slanted Door, which is really one of the better restaurants, I think, in the country.
I didn't know Rap Sheet was going to go all Slanted Door on us.
Rap Sheet rules, man. I love that guy.
And he's good.
He's been great on our show. He's always got the finger on the pulse. He's awesome.
There's so many things to talk about with this. I mean, talk about a city that might need this right now. I mean, did anybody see the CNN? I didn't watch it, but
CNN coverage of the LeBron James retirement? I'm just guessing. No, I'm kidding. What was it?
They did a huge documentary on the failed state of San Francisco.
Oh, you know what's funny? I heard about that.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, but I heard a lot about it.
By the way, I knew this. I just
like
looked up.
what happened to San Francisco?
Slanted Door is temporarily closed right now. It won't reopen for. It's supposed to reopen next week. Actually,
well, they better open for Rap Sheet.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
He's coming.
He can't be talking Slanted Door and it's not open. You know who made that restaurant? Put that restaurant on the map? Do you remember back when it was in the Bill Clinton when he was president? When it was in the Mission.
I like to go to the Slanted. I don't have a Bill Clinton. It's not going to work. You got one, Murph?
Yeah, just give me them rolls.
Not bad. Yeah, take it.
Give me those dumplings.
Yeah.
We didn't get those.
I like the biscuits.
We didn't get those dumplings in Hope, Arkansas.
Nice.
That's my first ever foray there. Hey, you kind of like that, Waterboy, huh? Very good.
Yeah, no, Marky's got a laugh out of it.
Well, not bad. He's in a good mood, and we want to congratulate him because he's now associated with a champion and greatness. Tom Brady is now a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Can we get some applause for that?
Absolutely. It's a big deal. He's the most winning quarterback in the history of the...
If only you could see the producer cam right now, everybody. That is a look on his face that is... He wants to just... He wants to say things the FCC won't let him say.
No question. And on behalf of the audience, I consider myself right there alongside you. Do we have an update? Like, when will the Marcus cam be back up? I would like to know.
Well, that's a great question. I have no idea.
Thin Tim told me there's a movement against... the producer.
What the hell? Why?
They're trying to squeeze me out.
That doesn't help us.
Did you hear they got Marcus?
No Waterboy.
Yeah.
Why? What? For being he's too good looking.
They were coming at him
That's
saying,
the problem.
I think they said, because Waterboy is the only producer who speaks on the air.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So their argument was like, for the other producers.
Oh, what are we doing here now?
They're like, why? What? You're not talented.
I can't be responsible for Danny Dunn. I got my own concerns over here with Mark. I love Double D. Dangerous Danny Dunn is my guy.
You know what? You know what Paulie's saying right now? A lot of people don't know what Marcus does, but I do.
See, the thing is, people don't realize Marcus's charms and his value. I do. You guys don't, but I do. Yeah, no. LeBron will set it straight. He just can't, like you said, Murph, he can't help himself. He just can't.
But I do.
Anyway, again, congratulations. Tom Brady is a minority owner of the Raiders, and now you're associated with championships and Super Bowls.
There's
buddy.
champions everywhere. Our guy Jimmy Garoppolo has 2 Super Bowl rings because of Tom Brady.
Oh, man.
It's all full circle.
If you missed it, we opened the show today just poke it. Talk about poking the bear. You think Grant Williams poked the bear? We were poking Marcus about this Tom Brady thing.
We do. Poor
Overnight
kid.
Dave.
It's been tough.
They said the analogy would be if Steve Garvey and Ron Say bought the Giants.
Totally. No, it really would.
Or I guess more modern day, if Richard Sherman and if Russell Wilson bought the Niners.
Oh, could you imagine?
That would be that's like the analogy. right? For
Yeah.
Niner fans?
I'd say
just
so.
unspeakable horrors. I would say Richard Sherman, but he wore the red and gold. What am I going to do? So
right.
if Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson
There you go.
combined
Not bad.
to buy a minority stake in the Niners.
Yeah, you know.
Welcome
I always
to
want
my
to own the
life.
Niners.
You know what, Waterboy? I'd be as pissed as you are right now.
I'm not happy, Murph. I'm not happy.
I might have banned a chip,
Just like
actually.
like Devontae Adams came out and said last week, he's not happy with the future of the direction of the franchise.
Damn, you got an unhappy Devontae?
Yeah, he's got Jimmy Garoppolo throwing him the ball now.
Well, you got a wave file. Send it to him where Marquise Goodwin says he throw that ball.
He throw that ball.
And when we have the safety, Adrian Colbert, was his name? Colbert? Remember the kid from Miami?
Yeah.
Hey, franchise, where you at?
Where you at, franchise?
Where you at,
Yeah,
franchise?
totally. That was a great cut. Yeah, franchise.
I'm just telling you, these highs await you.
Yeah.
These highs await you.
All the fourth quarter comebacks. He's one of only 8. He'll enjoy those.
He's just not a franchise quarterback with the Niners.
How about the irony of Paulie and me becoming Raider supporters as Marcus flees the ship?
No, I'm here to support Jimmy G and win those games for the silver and black.
Believe it or not, I will kind of root for him.
I will too.
I bet
I will too.
Yeah, which is not usually what I'm. Ever since the days of Phil Villapiano and Marv Hubbard, I have not rooted for the
Raiders. Just have a way of monkey blanking stuff up, though. Like, don't they? Like every time, like they're in a position to do something, they shoot themselves in the foot, or a guy gets hurt, or
Paulie Mack. They were just in the playoffs.
game when they took the touchdown away from you guys. There's always something going on with the Raiders.
Get back to
they can't just go win a game.
Come on,
yeah,
it was my fault.
That's
I brought up
Murph's
the Brady thing, but
fault.
it
Yeah.
is news. It is news that Tom Brady is a minority owner of the
big
Raiders
news.
now.
Yeah.
But to the news of the Super Bowl, it's now official. It is coming to Santa Clara the same year that the World Cup's coming to Santa Clara. Shout out Santa Clara.
And where is he?
I mean, shout out Steve Nash. Shout out Brent Jones. Shout out Waterboy. Shout out St. John's Burgers. Shout out Twin Creeks, although I think technically that's Sunnyvale.
Yeah, I think technically that's Sunnyvale.
See, it's
But it's on the border.
Speaking of
Shout out St. John's right there on the border.
Okay,
Sunnyvale,
sure.
Santa Clara.
Speaking of the Levi Stadium.
Oh, Amato's the same thing on
Or is
the
that San
border.
Jose?
That's San Jose. But it's on the border of Santa
So
Clara.
here's what I got to say about
it's
my
all in the
wonderful,
408.
my wonderful
It's all
people
in
in the
408,
South Bay,
Murph.
and I used to have this problem when I visited my wonderful grandparents in Mountain View for years, which was like, wait, where am I? Am I in Mountain View
We're
or
not
am I
sure.
in Cupertino?
Yeah.
Am I in Cupertino or am I in Sunnyvale? Am I in Sunnyvale or am I in Santa Clara? We need more geographical delineation.
Oh, Murph, you should see the neighborhood I grew up in Sunnyvale. I grew right next to Stevens Creek. I'd take 5 steps one way, I'm in Mountain View. 5 steps another way, I'm in Los Altos. 10 steps this way, I'm in Cupertino. Sunnyvale, Santa Clara. Everything's just kind of mumbo-jumbo down in the 408.
I never even told you this, Murph, but technically, where I live in San Rafael, I'm probably, I'd say, fewer than 50 yards away from the border of San Anselmo.
Interesting.
It's like, that's how
All right.
close it is. Yeah, so I get what you're saying.
Like in the defense of all these people, you got to have a border somewhere.
It's gotta be, you know what I mean? Yeah. Doctors Without Borders.
Yeah, I could go off the 20-second.
Do it. Yes, that's why we're
San
here.
Diego Mike and his band of merry buddies. They're very funny.
Anything with San Diego Mike, I'm always up for.
A very funny guy named Brez. When they were younger and in their 20s, they would go
had
to
a Brez, too.
the Cal Neva Lodge. You guys know the Cal Neva Lodge right on the California-Nevada border?
Okay.
So Waterboy, legend. You know the Cal Neva? Come on.
I don't think I do.
Going anywhere then. Forget it.
Is that up in North Lake near
Yes.
Tahoe? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Literally, the border of California-Nevada goes through the casino.
I got you, Murph.
Nice.
It goes through the casino.
Yeah.
And it's where Frank Sinatra used to be. And it's famously where JFK supposedly had a tryst with Marilyn Monroe back in the day.
Hey,
they said
listen.
they had a tunnel she went in under and all that stuff.
Wow. Once you get in tunnels involved, you're a high roller.
Anyway.
Bring her through the tunnel.
This is because San Diego Mike is
That's
so
crazy.
funny and because I think it's funny.
Yeah,
and
I
the
can't
entire
wait.
Bay Area could care less.
Okay.
But Brez, who was one of the knucklehead guys, kind of a rags type of figure.
Nice.
Would stand astride the border, the dotted line through the casino, and then he would just he would jump on one foot to another foot and say, "I'm in California. I'm in Nevada. I'm in California. I'm in Nevada." There's the joke. I gave you physical.
It was a
comedy.
visual, too.
I gave you physical.
I
comedy.
paid for the
You're
streamers.
gonna clip and stream that one, right? You're gonna clip and stream
that's
that
gonna
one.
be, yeah.
Anyway, and I knew when I did it, but it was worth it to give Brez his run. All right?
I agree.
Did you get at
And it
least
was
half
worth
a
it for the
chuckle?
dance, too, the hop
Get a half
around.
a chuckle, all
Yeah.
right? You have to know San Diego Mike and all those guys. Hey, we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health, your gateway to better health with an exceptional medical center and more than 150 primary and specialty care doctors in clinics throughout the North Bay. Back to this Purdy rule we talked about. So what's interesting is there's a new rule. How about 2 rules now being named after San Francisco icons? The Buster Posey rule, where you can't blow up a cat. By the way, Buster does not like that.
I can imagine. Yeah.
He doesn't want to be associated with that, but
Yeah.
the problem is the ship has sailed. Everybody
No,
calls
it's known. That's it. It's out. Yeah.
especially 10 years later.
But I get
At
what
the
he's
time,
saying.
He was out front. He's like, it's not my rule.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, well.
How about when a guy like fails miserably at his job? But we call that one the Paulie Mack rule. You know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute, what? Don't call it the Paulie Mack. Why don't we call it something else? Call it the Triple E or something. Yeah. Or whatever. You know what I mean?
So the Buster Posey rule is you can't blow up catchers anymore. And now this is the Brock Purdy rule, which is fine. And I got like news for you. And I heard Papa talking about this yesterday. And I'm like, yeah, Greg. So I covered the NFL from 94 to 02 as a writer. This was the rule. We had a third quarterback. That's just how we lived.
Yep.
Which is that every day we would be in the press box at every game, and they would give you today's inactives, Tyrone Drakeford. You know what I mean? They would go through the inactives. Shout out Tyrone Drakeford.
Totally. 29?
22.
22. Okay.
And then they would say, and today's third quarterback is Jeff Brom. You know, and so you always
Number
had
5.
Yeah, and you always had a third quarterback.
Yeah.
That was just how the world was. It was from 91 to 2010.
Steve Young, Jim Druckenmiller, Jeff Brom.
And
Done.
The deal,
Seriously.
The deal was that quarterback could not play in the game at all unless the first 2 quarterbacks were injured.
Yes.
At that point, he could play, and then there's a limit. You can't put the other quarterbacks back in.
And you got to wonder, Murph, like in that situation, when you were covering the team, you could tell me, I don't know, but how many snaps would like Jeff Brom even get during practice?
No, he would be on the scout team all the time. Yeah, he wouldn't. So it is just basically an emergency, and it's kind of funny that now the NFL has made this ruling, and they're calling it the Purdy rule because of, obviously, Brock Purdy goes down, and then Josh Johnson got concussed, and the Niners had, obviously, no quarterback.
Crazy.
They had to put Purdy back in.
Yeah.
So under this rule change, they would have a third quarterback rating to trot in. Now, this wouldn't be like, you're not bringing in, prime Tom Brady. You're not bringing in vintage Steve Young. It's a third quarterback. It's going to be like a Brandon Allen. Or actually, I should take that back. It's going to be like a Sam.
Well, that's why I think that the Niners are actually set, as you've been saying the whole time, Mark's got to give you credit for this. You've been saying all 3 are worthy of keeping. And to Murph's point, they're in pretty good shape. If there's a third quarterback emergency, like the Niners would probably be better off than all the other teams in the league.
But being realistic, you can go an entire season and never use it.
Well, that's it. Ideally,
Too. So it really is. It's not like it's worth talking about because it's Purdy and it brings back the memories of the Eagles NFC
I got to be honest. I want that kind of security. So honestly, after the Eagles NFC Championship game, losing everybody like you just said, I'd feel a lot more comfortable knowing there's a third option.
Per the new bylaw, teams designated third quarterback will be eligible to play only if the first 2 quarterbacks were unavailable because of injury or ejection. Shout out Antonio Brown. Not a benching. You can't just say, I don't like this guy today.
Sound like when Mike Singletary benched Vernon Davis.
If an injured quarterback is later cleared to play, the third quarterback would have to be removed from the game, and it has to be a quarterback on your 53-man. You can't bring up a practice squad guy. So the Niners are expected to carry 3, Purdy, Trey Lance, and Darnold, and one of those guys is going to be the inactive guy or the third quarterback, which is, a little bit, for those 3 guys, one of it's a little bit of an insult to be. But Darnold had to know when he signed here. Darnold had to know, I should say, when he signed here. And so, listen, it's a sort of an asterisk rule, but I'm glad it's back. It's the right rule.
I agree.
And the other thing is that it brings back memories.
Yeah.
There's Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
There's Brock Purdy leaving Philadelphia right there.
Hated that game. Hated that game's guts.
The one thing
wasn't even a game.
I'm going to say this, and then I know we got to get out, and Kipe will join us.
You're going to drop a hot take before the break?
Yeah. I'm going to drop it. It's not going to be a good one either. It's not going to be as good as my Cal Neva dance, the Cal Neva jig that Brez did.
California.
I'm in California. I'm in Nevada.
Yeah.
I'm in California. Anyway.
Were you guys howling?
Well, personally, like that is a case where I just did something strictly for my own amusement right there. But when San Diego Mike tells it to me, I laugh every time. I laugh every time.
That's all that counts.
Is that I think the Eagles are a little bit right. Like, I think the Eagles have beef. I think the Niners have talked too much about, whoa, man, we didn't have our guy. It's like, yeah, even if you had your guy, that was going to be a tough game. It wasn't like if you had your guy, you're rolling to a 27-10 win. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel both sides of that. Actually, I hear what you're saying. You don't want to use that as an excuse, maybe being talked about too much. But on the other hand, there's a lot of merit to that. Like, it would have been a competitive ball game. The Niners might have won the damn game. So I do get what you're saying. Okay. Ultimately, you don't want.
Do you think the Niners should be talking about it or not?
Oh boy. I mean, I hear you. Now I'm afraid to say anything because I don't want to be one of those guys, part of the problem. But no, there was probably a window where you want to talk about it.
Philadelphia, Nick Sirianni's going to grab me. He goes, guys, there's a guy out in San Francisco. His name's Paul Mack.
Yeah, you hear about this kid?
He's still talking about how they would have beat us with Purdy.
He says you don't deserve that win. Yeah. Have like my face up there on the thing.
Or just the windsock.
or have a hop. And here's his partner. They show a picture of Murph hopping over the state line.
Dwayne Kuiper and the winning Giants next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Matt to catch up with Kite.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda Dealers Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, more Giants talk coming your way after when Sean Estes joins Papa and Lund today at 10:50 this morning. But we, of course, treasure our Tuesdays with Dwayne Kuiper. We love it. And the Giants are hot, hot, hot. As we say good morning to Dwayne, we just want to take a moment just at the start because it's personal to Dwayne and Kuiper. First of all, good morning and always great to have you. But second of all, if there's anything you wanted to say about the situation with your brother Glenn, if you want, Kuiper.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's a tough period right now for Glenn and for all of us, the whole family. And, you know, if I want to salvage any kind of relationship with some of the people I work with and for, you know, it would probably be a good idea if I kept my mouth shut.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about the Giants, who I'm thankful for every day.
Yeah.
This is really a special organization, and I'm thankful that I've been a part of it for, well, I don't know how many years, but since 1982.
Right.
So it's just a tough time right now, and we'll get through it.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you taking any moments, and you're here to talk about the Giants. And my goodness, they're winning, Kuiper, and it's 6 out of 7 now, and we haven't talked to you in a week. So when we talked to you, they had just started the series against the Phillies. What's going on? I mean, obviously, Pat Bailey got called up since the last time we talked to you, but I don't know if you want to lead with that or if you're just seeing something overall changing about this team.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt, Murph, that there's a combination of things going on, and Patrick Bailey's, you know, part of it. But it's the combination of Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt, and at times we see flashes from Bryce Johnson and some of these younger guys, and what they have done is, they've created some energy that you can feel at the ballpark that wasn't there for the first month and a half of the season. That and this incredible stretch where they've gotten 2 out base hits, winning games where they didn't hit any home runs. Pardon me. And then, the bullpen had some tough times earlier, and now they seem like they've come together. I mean, I watched the game yesterday, and it really was amazing because they won a game where for an hour and a half they didn't get a hit.
Yeah.
They got 4 runs in the first inning, and then they didn't get another hit until the 8th. In the meantime, through that stretch, they still put people in scoring position because guys like Lamont Wade are taking these walks at an incredible pace. And, I mean, Mike is the one that always emphasizes this. They're catching the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the one game on the homestand where J.D. Davis kicked a ground ball, and I'm sure he kicked himself because it was probably one of the easier plays he had all year, and he kicked it, and that run eventually scored, and they lost 1-0. But aside from that, I mean, they've been fantastic.
Yep.
So, I guess that's a long-winded way of saying they're hot right now. And look, you tip your cap to 2 guys that got to contribute last night that, they've had some opportunities, but Sean Manaea comes through and Christian Beck comes through. And when you play a team that's in first place and that team is at home and they got a guy that hasn't given up hardly any runs in his last 3 starts, and you're starting an opener and you win that game, well, then you know what? You got it going.
Nice.
So, that's a really long-winded answer to your question, Murph, but Schmidt and Bailey have a lot to do with this. And you know what? We're looking at a guy behind the plate now, in Patrick Bailey.
Yeah.
Where if he hits 240 and continues to catch like he catches, then he's your everyday catcher.
Wow.
And the last time the Giants had a rook everyday catcher, not saying this is going to happen again,
right,
but the last time it happened,
yeah,
they went on to win 3 World Series.
Well, I think just forward promoting Thursday night, I think you're going to be in the building for that catcher, right? When Buster Posey goes into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
That's awesome.
When Buster asked me, well, he asked Mike and I to do it, and Mike can't. Mike's got a function where he's raising money for pediatric cancer that night. And when Buster asked me, he said, look, you know, I would really appreciate it if you do this, but you got to be quick.
Okay, right. That's the criteria, Kipe, yeah.
So I already told Mario, I said, look, here's Buster.
Yeah.
That's it. There you go.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Buster Posey, right.
Because, you know, one thing that I will mention is we're inducting, I think, 5 people. And to actually have someone introduce them is kind of laughable. None of these people need an introduction. Mm-hmm. Everything that they've done stands on their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's why I implore other people that are doing the introducing.
Yeah.
The banquet's not for you.
Nice, Kipe. There you go. I like it.
So say what you have to say. Be good. And then sit down.
Yeah. That's it.
Because we've been to these functions where the introducee talked longer than the guy that was going in.
That is a fact.
You're on fight, Kipe.
That is a fact.
You are hitting it, man.
Yes.
So anyway, here's Buster.
Here's Buster.
That's it, right.
Well, I'll be there. I'll see you there, and I can't wait for that 2-word intro. We're talking to Dwayne Kuiper. Giants beat the Twins 4-1 last night. As he mentioned, Sean Manaea and Tristan Beck kind of play the starring roles on the mound. Michael Conforto plays the starring role at the plate. Boy, oh boy, I mean, he's only hitting .213, but it's different, though, Kipe, because in the last 11 games, I have the stats right here, last 11 games, he's hitting .325 with 5 bombs and 12 ribs. I mean, this is a guy who is clearly finding it. And I guess pulling back big picture, we should have expected a slow start because he missed the entire season last year. But boy, oh boy, is he looking like the guy Farhan wanted to sign now.
Yeah, and you can say the same thing about Haniger. He's starting to come around, and he missed most of the season last year. I mean, remember, Seattle had a great run last year, and he missed out on most of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm expecting he and Conforto to just continue to get base hits, and then Haniger to start hitting the ball out of the park. But I mean, look, it all happens with 2 leadoff walks, and then J.D. Davis knocks one over the left fielder's head. J.D. Davis it's going to be interesting, you know, and I know it's a great problem to have. But right now, when he's DHing and Smith at third, you got yourself a pretty good lineup. But Jack Peterson's coming back, and he's your DH.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's going to be hard for Gabe to get all those guys in there, but whoever is in there is going to make that lineup a good, strong lineup. And look, like I said, you get the catching skills of Patrick Bailey and how he handles the staff. Let him hit 240 and worry about negotiating pitches with these guys out on the mound, because I don't think there's any doubt every one of those guys on the mound really love the guy.
Well, let's dive a little bit more into Bailey. He's coming on our show at 9:30, and you've said it as a pretty strong statement that, hey, if he hits 240, that's your everyday guy because he's that good defensively. But I wonder about your thought on the call-up. You know, it happened on Friday. We got excited, and then he debuted on defensive replacement Friday night. They got that nice win over the Marlins. And then Saturday, he gets his first knock. Sunday, he hits his first homer. He goes 0 for 4 yesterday, yeah, but he also caught. So just, Dwayne, what you felt like that call-up meant? Because now it's like official. Like, we did it all yesterday in our big hit. Like, the youth movement is here. Will Clark and Robbie Thompson are Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, and there may be more coming. They say Luis Matos is a step away. Kyle Harrison is looming out there. So I just wondered your kind of big picture thought on the Bailey call-up. What was your reaction when it happened, and do you see it as this is a movement?
Well, I mean, look, they needed a catcher, because your number one catcher is injured. So who's available?
Yeah.
The Sanchez experiment, that went away. I think the other kid is Genovese. And I do believe the organization felt like here's our best option for a guy defensively behind the plate. And look, I don't know what they expect out of him offensively. Chip in a little bit here, chip in a little bit there, but Mike always says it. When he got to the point when he could kind of dictate who he could throw to, and maybe even who would play behind him, he went for the best defensive guy at every position, and that's how he felt that he had his best chance of winning. So Patrick Bailey was your best option, and he had coincidentally been playing really, really well and swinging the bat. So here you go. When you're a young player, and if you make that first impression, I mean, probably Casey Smith's probably one of the greatest first impressions I've ever seen. Patrick Bailey's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
But, there are a lot of guys that get called up and they don't make an impression at all. And then, then they're not in the lineup, and then they're not playing, and they're a young guy and they got to play, so you got to send them back. Well, what these two guys have done is they've forced the organization to do whatever they can to keep them here because they're contributing. And that may not change. And I mean, it's up to them, but it may not change. So keep bringing the energy, and they do have, like you mentioned, Murph, a few more guys coming. And then, all of a sudden you've got young guys sprinkled all over the place, and you're not in a rebuild. I mean, we're watching teams in a rebuild, and it's a disaster. And, there are some teams now, like Kansas City, they've been in a rebuild for 7 years.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot of fun. It's not a lot of fun for the players, the fans, the broadcasters, not a lot of fun for anybody. So
did you
fun. I mean, they're one game now from the 500 mark, and 500 means you're average. But in order to be better than average, you got to get to 500. So they're close now.
Nice. Yep.
Yeah, they really are. Like you said, still a lot going on. They're catching it. Conforto and Haniger are heating up. They're the Schmidt and Bailey energy has arrived. So there's just a lot. This has been a good month.
It's good. Yeah, it feels good right now.
It's been a very good month. You mentioned Wade keeps drawing all these walks. And Jock is going to come back, and there's going to be those interesting situations. But, yeah, and the bullpen, I think, has, as evidenced by yesterday, it's never super uber sexy to talk about the bullpen. It's like talking about the offensive line.
Gotta have it, though.
But Brebbia, I hate openers, but Brebbia gets you through the first inning. I mean, that's a big outing for Manaea now, Kipe.
Huge.
That's a guy who was in a scuffle, as you guys would like to say.
Man.
Yeah. He was in a scuffle. Maybe that's one of those ones he turns the corner.
Yep, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, 3 1/3, it's hard to strike out 8 guys.
Mm-hmm.
But he also had a really good life on his fastball. I mean, his fastball was jumping right at hitters, and that was really, really nice to see. And for him, he needs all the positive vibes you can get.
Right.
And it's really helpful if those positive vibes are coming out of your left arm. And that's what happened yesterday. Look, I know now that he woke up this morning thinking, well, when can I pitch again?
Yeah.
And it's not always like that where you wake up and you can't wait to get to the ballpark. But, when you're winning and you're coming off a good game, it really doesn't matter who you're playing. You want to play. And that's kind of what we're seeing out of this club right now. And, look, they're going to face terrific starting pitching this whole road trip because the Twins, when you looked at this series against Minnesota, their three starters, the highest ERA of the three starters was 2.25.
Right.
And now you're going to go into Milwaukee, and I won't be surprised if Corbin Burns pitches every game in Milwaukee because the Giants played the Brewers 6 times last year, and he started 3 of them.
Jeez,
that's crazy. And they already saw him once. Saw him once this year too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And remember, he saw them 3 times because of the lockout and the strike. They got banged the first week. Giants went back to Milwaukee 3 times. Well, at least 2. And then every time they went back, Burns pitched.
What the hell?
He's starting all 4 games this weekend.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, right?
Probably going to start all 4 games.
Oh, my God.
So anyway, my point is starting pitching wise for the opposition, it's going to be a tough road trip. They're going to have to do what they did yesterday. Bunch your hits and hit one out of the park and then get good pitching.
And to your point, Alex Cobb versus Sonny Gray, our old buddy from Oakland, who's 4-0 with a 1.64. And then tomorrow it's Marin County's own Joe Ryan, Drake High Pirate, now Archie Williams Peregrine Falcon. Marin County, probably one of the best players ever to come out of Marin, 6-1 with a 2.25 against Tony D. So you're right. And then on to Milwaukee, where Burns is going to pitch every game. So that's nuts. By the way, Kipe, I know I don't know your travel itinerary stone cold, but are you skipping Milwaukee this year?
Yeah, you know what, Mike and I, when we went over the schedule, that if we were going to do this series, then Mike would have been away from home and for like 45 straight games. So we just decided that we would take this. We're not traveling at all in June or July.
Oh, okay.
But we got a heavy schedule in August and September.
Okay.
So, I miss it. I haven't seen the ballpark in Minneapolis. I'd love to see it. Glenn said it was in his top 3.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And of course, Milwaukee's Milwaukee. So
they have this. I went last year with my buddies. They have this gigantic neon sign above the center field bleachers. It's this old state of Minnesota neon sign with this St. Paul cartoon character shaking hands with a Minneapolis cartoon character. Looks like a beer can from the 60s. It's really cool. So
yeah.
I'd get that on a shirt. But go ahead.
And then you made your trip last year to Milwaukee.
Yeah, you done it, and I followed your incredible advice, and we had a great time. So my question is, do you celebrate, even though you're not there, you got to go get some sort of Kringle needs to be on the table.
Well, that's true.
This week, right?
Yeah, some kind of Kringle.
They have them at Trader Joe's, the H&O, your family buddy.
Yeah.
Well, I got 4 in my freezer.
Nice, Kipe. Yeah.
There we go. What do we have? What are our flavors?
Oh.
Well, I think it's pecan and raspberry.
Bring it over.
But I brought one for Henry Shulman Saturday at the ballpark.
Oh, cool. What a good friend you are.
Yeah, that's nice.
I hope he copiously hope he gave you a handwritten thank you note.
Well, he gave me a hug, but he hung on too long.
Yeah,
right. That's
yeah.
He lingered.
People tell me that a lot. They're like, you can let go now. Yeah.
Pringles will do that to you, but
yeah.
You know what he did is he went to every person in that, how those 2 rows of writers.
Yeah.
And he offered one to everyone that had never tried one before.
Well,
and then I think the Kringle started to shrink, and he realized that was a bad idea.
Right. The generosity is good to a point. And we got to draw back and get me some Kringle.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah. He was obviously very appreciative, and but I'll watch. Look, I watched religiously the game last night. It's a little bit difficult sitting on the couch watching, but if they're not playing very good, you always have the option you can change the channel. That did not happen last night.
No, and you didn't want to watch. You could watch LeBron get ousted too. Hey, one last one for me. This because I went with my buddies to Atlanta in 2019, so I guess this guy would have been This guy would have been like 21 years old at the time. I was blown away by Ronald Acuna. He had this game where he like tripled, doubled, made a diving catch, stole a couple bags. And I remember telling my buddies, I was like, this must have been what it was like to see a young Willie Mays. Everybody's like, shut up, you idiot. Did you see what he did last night?
I didn't, but I know he's playing great.
He went from first to third on a walk. So this is the kind of thing you read about Willie Mays. So the hitter in
First
front of
and
him,
third on a walk.
So the hitter behind him drew a walk, and he trotted to second, caught the Dodger third baseman Max Muncy and pitcher Knapp, and took off and
just
swiped
bolted.
third.
That's awesome. That's very Willie
Doesn't
Mays.
that
Great
sound
call.
Mays-like?
Yeah,
Dwayne.
Well, one of the things that when I was playing, you always look for a guy on the other team that could embarrass you.
Mm-hmm.
And mostly it had to be a guy with speed. And if I were an infielder, I would never keep my eyes off of Acuna just because he can embarrass you like he did last night. He's a terrific talent. He really, really is. And I think he's still under 25, right?
He's 25 right now.
Yeah, so he's got 10 years of doing what he's doing right now. And, look, we're in San Francisco. We don't compare anybody to Willie Mays.
Yeah.
But he's got the same tools that Mays has got.
Yeah.
And if you do that and you can maximize those tools, then you can have a wonderful, wonderful Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, and he also missed an entire year with that brutal injury. They wound up winning the series without him, too, which makes no sense. But
makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes no
Absolutely.
sense.
And then, and they end up bringing up somebody that was, I think, Rookie of the Year.
It was like Duvall or somebody, or didn't they? And then when they got Duvall,
I think it was Harris.
Yeah, these guys, they're doing. The Braves are rolling them out. They beat the Dodgers beat them last night. They're actually 8-6. So, by the way, last one. Giants are 2 clear of the Padres right now.
How about that?
How great is that?
Love that.
Yeah, well, I mean, revel in it now because at some point they're going to put a streak together.
You think they're going to have a little run?
I mean, how could they not?
Yeah, their payroll is too good and their talent is too good not to have a run.
Yeah.
And plus, you know what? They're putting 40,000 people in the seats.
Well,
and
40,000 people booing them now, though.
Well, yeah, they're a little bit unhappy.
Yeah.
And they're spoiled, and they also see the talent on the field. But there are some guys that I think I saw Cronenworth hitting 220. Soto's, I don't know if he's upped his average, but around 260. So there are some guys that need to kick it in. And if you trust the back of a baseball card, it usually tells you that will happen. And, look, Machado's out right now.
Yeah.
So
it's not even Memorial Day, so I just wanted to revel in it, though, because it's fun.
Might as well.
And by the way, last one is just on Tristan Beck, because I want to shout out, Farhan has gotten his lumps, maybe even from this show, too, about too many transactions, too many moving parts. And, one day Cal Stevenson's starting in center, the next day he's out of the organization. It's like, but he has some incredible stuff, including drafting Casey Schmidt, drafting Pat Bailey, right? But this Tristan Beck move, I would quiz most Giants fans. Do you know how they got Tristan Beck? And you know, Dwayne, and hardcore fans know, but he got him in the Mark Melanson trade when he dumped that salary and picked up Beck. And I'm thinking there's hopes for Beck to be a part of this thing, right?
Well, I mean, we hadn't seen much out of Beck, except in games that were out of hand, until last night where he was put into a tight game against a first-place team, and he showed no signs of being afraid, and that's really what you want to see. Plus, it helps if you've got a 96, 97 mile an hour fastball, and what we saw yesterday was a really good breaking ball. So yes, that's what jumpstarts guys' career. Not so much pitching in 9-1 games, but pitching in high leverage games like it was last night. And he came through. And again, he woke up this morning thinking, when can I pitch again?
And he shares the last name with one of the all-time great Giants, who we miss every day.
And he went to Stanford, right?
Yeah, but Rod Beck didn't go to Stanford, that's for sure.
Oh, but we got to hear this from Flem all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good call,
Slater and Beck and Fleming.
Yeah, all the time.
With their pinkies out.
It's almost overkill, right?
I miss Dave. I think Dave's going to be gone for 3 weeks straight. How about that?
Wait, what's he covering?
He's not doing the golf, is he?
Well, I mean, he's in the end of the 3 week. We had the road trip, and then he came home. But then he came home for 1 day to get some clothes, so I'm not counting that.
Right.
And then he went to Rochester. He was there for a week, and from Rochester he flew to Minneapolis.
Okay, so he's back.
He's in Minneapolis.
Right. And then it was just saying, no more of the golf. Let's stay with the Giants.
He's got no more golf, but he's been out of his house for 3 weeks.
Well, that probably makes his wife quite happy, by the way.
Well, it's the reason I was married for 37
Well, there it is.
That's the secret.
You know what? They
the most
say,
time out of the house.
What's the secret? We're never around each other.
Try not to be around each other. That's, yeah.
And in Mike's case, it was the marriage is still going, and it gave them 5 kids.
Well, I mean, that's another thing that happens when you stay home.
Oh, boy.
You know what I mean? So.
Yep. Those road trips, man. Woo-hoo.
All right. Hey, great recap. Hey, it's going in the right direction.
Let's enjoy this.
This is the fun stuff. And like you said, tough pitching, though. Sonny Gray, Joe Ryan the next couple days. But the Giants are countering with Cobb and DeSclafani. So
knocking on 500.
Yeah, play good defense and, grind it out, hit a couple of home runs, and come back with a record of, 4-2?
They got the Pirates on Memorial Day. A little 2:00 start. Should be fun.
There you go.
And, all right, Kite. Great one. We will talk to you next Tuesday.
Thanks, Dwayne.
All right.
He's the best.
Kite rules.
He's the best.
Period. End of story. Kite rules.
And as Kevin Harlan would tell you, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
I wonder if you could back that up with some evidence, Marcus. I'm not sure if Murph speaks the truth or if he's just bluffing. I'm trying to buy some time.
Well, first of all, let's make sure we give a station ID. This is KNBR San Francisco.
That's how much of a pro he is. Shout out. Unprompted. He just decided to drop in an ID. Phenomenal.
Remember he told us he took the FCC test when he was 14.
Yeah, it was a bit. Howard used to talk about that all the time, too. I never had to do that, thank God. Any written test always makes me nervous, but Howard used to talk about that.
Because I miss a station ID a day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, again, that's why
the FCC ever wanted to sniff around, we'd be paying like hundreds of thousands in fines.
You probably shouldn't be, probably not the smartest move what you just did, but you know what I mean?
I figure honesty is the best policy.
Since we're going down anyway, let's have some fun, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're right,
Yeah,
Paul.
that's the thing.
Top of the world,
Let me take some more Sarah Palin pictures down, whatever it takes. Yeah.
Just look at the Aaron Rodgers pig on the live stream. We are in the live stream, everybody. If you want to go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I'm going back.
And I did that. I knew that was on the live stream, by the way. By the way, P1 Chuck sent me the picture of the pool from the Cal Neva Lodge.
Yeah.
The dotted line goes right through the pool.
Right.
Right through the pool.
It's a pool party. Look at you.
Where's he?
Look at this kid. Totally Zaza.
Can I get a Zaza on him?
Where is he?
Yeah, there it is. All right. The big hit. And the big hit is, what is LeBron doing with his retirement threat, and how do you feel about the Nuggets advancing? We're going to talk NBA big hit next on the Sports Leader.
But I do.
Kite with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The NFL made it official yesterday that the 49ers will be hosting Super Bowl 60 down at Levi Stadium. So to find out what the Super Bowl plans are for 2026, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Murray terminates the dribble out on the logo, gives it up to Jokic, 3 to shoot. Jokic defended by AD, sees the clock, throws up a rainbow, answered
Jokic, late clock, rainbow three with 2:50 to go. Inbound to Jokic, 5 to shoot. Jokic in the corner, Jokic on the drive, got deep and scored for the lead with 51.7 to go.
How about the big guy puts it on the floor from the left hash mark, gets all the way to the rim.
Another 30-point triple-double for Nikola Jokic. Reeves holding, James comes out of the pack. James on the drive, goes inside, stop, shot, block, gets it back. It's over. It's over. Denver makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history. What a crushing finish for the Lakers.
Well, if nobody's going to give the Nuggets their, yes, I'll say it,
Nuggets,
their flowers.
Nuggets.
I try not to say
We
that.
will. Or their propers?
Yeah, props is better for me personally. I just don't think the flowers.
Said, "Give me my propers when I get home," is what she said. So
She's
let's
right.
do it.
She's right.
But we'd like to do that. But LeBron is out here stealing the headlines. Today's big hit is, of course, the Nuggets advancing to the NBA Finals and LeBron trying to steal their thunder
LeBron
by
James,
talking
man.
about retiring.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like LeBron in a nutshell because he drives you crazy with his sort of self-aggrandizing. The story's going to be about me. I may retire.
Self-obsessed.
And yet at the same time, you have to acknowledge what an insane phenom this guy is because he played 48 minutes and scored 40 points. It's like, so if at the same time you'd be like, LeBron, I'm so sick of your selfishness, you're like, oh, by the way, LeBron, you're a deity because you went 48 minutes, 40 points at age 38 in the Western Conference
Now, it's
Finals.
hard to. Yeah.
And that's the thing, Murph. He's doing it at 38 years old. He's the oldest player in NBA history to put up 40 points in a playoff game.
Do you guys have any feelings about his second half? I mean, I don't want to cry. I really don't. I'm not trying to crack him, but he had such a great first half, a measly 9 points in the second. A part of me feels like, this is crazy to say, but I feel like I almost need to defend LeBron James a little bit today as a player because he can't be expected to just put the team on his back and like carry him across the line every time. Like I could have used way more Anthony Davis if I'm a Laker fan or a Laker coach or a player. Like he didn't give you much in the fourth quarter with the game on the line. He had that one block of a Jokic shot. Beyond that, not a whole lot. So I feel for Bronny. Great first half, but the second half, he really didn't get it done. I mean, does that affect your opinion of his?
Well, like Jamal Murray the other day scored 37-30 in the first half. You know, I mean, sometimes it doesn't matter when you get him. You know what I mean? You get him. But yeah, he would have. By the way, he tried to get to 42 on the last possession of the game.
What a defensive play.
Jamal Murray tied him up.
Textbook.
And then Aaron Gordon gave him no look. Shout out Mitty.
Unbelievable. And then, of course, LeBron turns right around and starts asking for the foul when the buzzer goes. No, he didn't.
I'm surprised he didn't. Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't flop there, by the way. I'm surprised he didn't flop. Rather, great no call by the refs.
Yeah.
So a couple things here. One, the Nuggets, God bless, I find them very likable between Mike Malone, Jokic, his brothers, Jamal Murray being so excited to meet Mike Breen, all that stuff.
This is a very likable team. I totally agree. And Denver is a city, you got to feel like relatively happy for them, having never been to the finals. That's always cool.
Let me ask
some
you this,
new blood.
The other part of the big hit question is, are you gleeful that the Lakers are out, and does it in some way make the Warriors' exit a little less painful?
Great question.
That's my question to you.
All great questions.
The answer, Waterboy, is yes, it makes the Warriors' exit less painful?
100%.
Yes.
The Lakers never won another game after that series.
Good call.
So, let me tell you a story. Where was I? I was at the Giants game, was I? Where was I? I was with my kids.
You're a man of many games.
And a man walked in wearing a Laker hat. No, I was at the DeYoung Museum in San Francisco in Golden Gate Park.
See, now.
On Mother's Day, we went to see the Ansel Adams exhibit.
See?
Paulie, shout out, by the way, museum cafeterias. They've gone next level now.
I got an Ansel Adams hanging up in my home where my children play with their toys. I got one on the wall.
The dude could take a picture.
Yeah, of Yosemite. Yeah.
The dude could take a picture.
Yeah.
As the late great Pete Carrill of Princeton said when he came out to play in the Otis Spunkmeyer Classic.
Yeah.
It used to be called the Pete Newell Classic.
Yeah, I wish I'd bring it back.
Then Otis Spunkmeyer, the cookie guy.
I used to go over to the Pete Newell Classic in Oakland. I used to go. You get like all these great games. Here come the Indiana Hoosiers for like $8. I'm watching 2 games all day.
And they asked Pete Carrill, the old Yoda guy from Princeton, they said, how do you feel about being in this tournament? He said, it's an honor to be out here, the Princeton Tigers. It's an honor to be in this area. It's an honor to be in the great basketball region. It's an honor to be in the Otis Spunkmeyer Classic. He said, and when it's all said and done, the man makes a hell of a cookie.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
It's maybe his best line of all time. Man makes a hell of a cookie.
And I would say, Ansel Adams, when it's all said and done, guy can take a picture.
Man, you know what? When Murph and Mac finally, maybe someday I need to give you like a gift of an Ansel Adams. Like, do you not have an Adams? I bet you do.
Very famously,
I would guess
late
you do.
in his career, he was hired by the University of California to take pictures of the UC campuses.
Oh, I bet he made it look incredible.
There's an iconic shot of UCLA's Royce Hall via AA at Ansel Adams.
Nice.
It's like one of those moonlight shots. It's gorgeous.
No, he's
man.
amazing.
But anyway,
shout out black and white.
So we're in the cafeteria, which is now high end. It's like very high end.
What are we talking? Like French dip? Like what do we need? Salads?
Yeah, French dips and
charcuterie,
salads
all that kind of. Can I get some
charcuterie
salumis?
and,
Yes.
all that
Some
stuff.
brie. Do you guys have any brie?
They got brie.
Yeah, I bet they do.
And a guy walked in wearing a Laker hat.
And all of a sudden the mood changes.
Dude, I just fired up on him. And I said, hey, because
you know where you are, man?
Because what happened was
you're in the DeYoung, Holmes.
He kind of,
you know what I mean? Still letting him know.
He didn't know where the line started or ended.
Yeah.
So he kind of went to the front.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Laker hat goes to the back.
Nice.
And I said, particularly because of that hat. I just fired shots on Mother's Day.
Wow.
And he
on Mother's Day, too. Like
said,
Candace.
I mean, who knows if the guy's going to throw a punch at me or something in front of the kids?
Yeah, no.
And I said, because of the hat, back of the line. And he said, small price to pay for advancing in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, he's got to have to come back with something. It's not bad.
So it was those Clint Eastwood.
Yeah. Wah, wah, wah.
Yes, it was. One of those moments, dude.
All this like tumbleweed blows by.
So I was like, did he just get me? Did he just get me?
Well, you gave it to him first. You know, you exchanged jabs.
I used that anecdote to say,
you know what I would have said? Well, go ahead.
You're out of the playoffs, buddy. And it is time to be gleeful.
You know what I would have said, though? You should have come back another time just to close the books on this fool, and you should have been like, yeah, you guys advanced in the playoffs, but I know one thing. I'm ahead of you in the line, kid. That's what I know.
I'm going to say, you're going out in the next round, and I'm getting my expensive cafeteria food before you.
See, that Laker, it's just that Laker thing, and I feel you, Murph. I really do. And that's the other thing about LeBron James that's so maddening, and you and I probably should have mentioned this yesterday, shame on us, but the late Jim Brown passed away. God bless him.
It happened right after our show ended.
I know, and you and I were very fortunate to meet Jim Brown at one of the Super Bowls we went to. That was a big deal for me. That was a real honor to shake his hand. But, you know, when he passed away, LeBron James wrote this beautiful essay about LeBron, for lack of a better word, call it an essay, put it on social media. I read it on ESPN. He said all the right things. So you know, like, there's a really good, smart dude in there. But he, as you said, he just can't help himself. It's got to be about him.
And this is what we're talking about here. LeBron James, after the game, asked about, how he's feeling, and he decides to start bringing up the big one here.
It was pretty cool. Pretty cool ride. But I don't know. I think it was okay. I don't like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career. And, I don't get a kick out of making a conference appearance. I've done it a lot, and it's not fun to me to not be able to be a part of, getting to the finals. But we'll see. We'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. And just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball.
Well, he's got his wish now because every morning show in the country is talking about LeBron James and his future. I don't buy his Murph. Let me just say this right now. There's no truth to the concept that he's going to retire right now. Like, that's just not happening.
What will a 39-year-old LeBron be like?
Probably pretty damn good. I mean, he was pretty damn good this year. He's an all-time leading scorer in the league.
If he wants to play with his kid,
no,
he
forget
will have to
age,
wait
man.
Another year.
That's the thing.
Year.
He's not going anywhere till his kid comes. He's been saying that for 10 years.
Is it possible he takes a year off?
No, I seriously doubt that.
Triple E thinks he's taking a year off.
I don't see that.
Right,
I think he keeps playing.
I don't think he's stepping away to play baseball for a couple of years, boys.
Although James might use his bat.
The curve,
yeah, bring him in as a DH. Maybe he's got some size.
Dave McManaman, ESPN's Lakers reporter, filed this report about LeBron. What did he mean?
I walked out of the arena with him and I asked him, what were you trying to leave for us in terms of a breadcrumb trail? What thread should we be trying to pull when it comes to you saying you have a lot to think about? And he said, whether I want to continue to play. And I said, as in next year? He said, yeah. I said, so you would walk away? And he said, that's what I got to think about. And certainly, those are some heavy words coming out of the mouth of the game's all-time leading scorer who just dropped 40 on the Denver Nuggets, played all but 4 seconds in Game 4. But certainly he's at a point, a crossroads of his career, and I've covered him for a while. I've never heard him speak like this before.
He's at a crossroads, Murph. Shout out to Eric Clapton.
Well, we are falling prey to him because we said let's do the big hit about the Lakers losing and Jokic advancing, and here we are talking about LeBron.
And Murph, I think we all fell into the trap. LeBron has played this perfectly. This morning, because of those comments, we're talking about, is LeBron going to retire? Even though none of us believe it, Paulie Mac, but we're talking about the retirement instead of talking about him missing back-to-back shots to either tie or win the game for the Lakers.
See, but that's again where I almost feel like I wanted to. As shocking as this is, I can't believe I'm even saying this, but I do feel like I want to defend him. Like, yes, he missed those shots, but he wasn't getting any help. Where were the rest of his teammates? Like,
he's LeBron James. He's the quote unquote GOAT. He calls himself the greatest. He's got to make those shots.
I still think you got to have a little bit of help for this guy. And Anthony Davis, man, he can't. We know what he can do. We've seen him when he's at his best, but Murph just too inconsistent. And the Lakers do need another piece. It's obvious. Was his little buddy there, Kyrie, sitting under the basket? Was that an indication of things to come?
Could that just make the Lakers the most loathsome team of all time?
And I'll call it right now. If Kyrie goes over there, it's most likely going to fall to pieces. That's what's happened on his last three teams.
We've received this text multiple times, and it's worth mentioning. Did the Lakers lose to the Nuggets the same way the Dodgers lost to the Braves in 2021? Because the Giants-Dodgers series was so intense in 2021 that the Dodgers had nothing left, and the Warriors-Lakers series was so intense the Lakers had nothing left.
I'll buy a piece of that.
Somebody says,
I will.
Somebody texted in also, I forgot the text area code, but he said, if not, short of winning the title, this is a pretty good scenario for the Warriors. You beat the Kings to claim NorCal superiority.
Yeah.
And then you watch the Lakers get swept.
You know what?
So
How about this, Murph? If you had to balance the two series that are one just ended, but the two conference final series, I actually think it's less shameful for the LA Lakers to get swept by a really, really good number one seeded Denver Nuggets team than what's going on in the East right now. Because Boston, you had people just openly saying, yeah, the Celtics folded. They quit. Magic Johnson said it yesterday. Yeah, the Celtics quit. Charles Barkley said the whole country was saying.
Shaq said, I got a question, Ernie. Remember, Ernie was trying to set the table. Welcome back to the show.
No.
I got a question, Ernie.
Yeah,
I got a question.
Shaq for life.
He said, since the Celtics quit, can we quit? And that was it.
That's what I'm saying. So I actually think, the Lakers are going home, and they couldn't compete with Denver, but I don't think it's as bad as the Boston Celtics are looking in their series.
Last few texts on this whole thought here. 415 says, LeBron says he's at a crossroads. Aren't we all at a crossroads?
But Murph, every time I get out of bed, I'm at a crossroads. I don't even know if I'm going to make it out of the house.
650 says there's 50 million reasons he'll play next year.
LeBron James is not retiring, you guys. He's not.
408 says, crossroads, shout out Bone Thugs and Harmony. Waterboy, when Cleveland was in the pop culture showdown every year, that Bone Thugs and Harmony made it every year.
Oh, it's a lock.
They were Cleveland's number one
It's a lock.
hip-hop expert. And 209 Lawnmower Dave says, are you sure that Delaney Walker story about Singletary and Vernon wasn't really about LeBron? Do you guys remember? Boom, boom. It's all about me.
Boom, boom.
It's all about me.
Boom, boom. I love that. Boom, boom. It's all about me. Boom, boom. It's all about me. Come on, Marcus.
Anyway, guys, well, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
None of us buys that he's retiring.
No, come on, man.
We're all a little miffed that he tried to steal the Nuggets thing. And ultimately, I think we answered the big hit question. Yes, we can take glee in the Laker exit. The word is called Schadenfreude. It's a German word meaning taking pleasure in someone else's pain, and it's the most human thing of all. Paulie.
Taking pleasure in someone else's pain. It's funny you say that because Ben Roethlisberger openly came out yesterday and said he was rooting against Pickett to succeed in Pittsburgh.
Did he say that?
He did yesterday.
I missed that.
He said, I know I'm going to get attacked for this. I read it on ESPN. And he goes, what he said was, I know I'm going to get blasted for this. He goes, but I did not want Pickett to succeed. So, no, that's a totally human.
Shout out Barry Zito in the 2010 World Series.
Oh, dude, go Rangers. You just can't say it out loud. That's
boom, boom. It's all about me.
Come on.
Boom, boom. It's all about me.
What?
Boom, boom.
Just want to keep it going.
It's all about me.
What?
Boom, boom.
Not a bad.
It's all about
by
me.
the way, not a bad little beat, huh?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm on board.
All right. The Cooler of Content is next. That's your big hit for today. Cooler of Content,
Okay,
COC
Murph.
next on The Sports Leader.
Boom, boom. It's all about me. Boom, boom. It's all about me.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
After watching Brock Purdy's and Josh Johnson's injuries in the NFC Championship game last year, the NFL has officially implemented the third emergency quarterback rule. To read more about these rule changes, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph & Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, the COC. By the way, somebody agreed with you, Paulie. They thought that LeBron did the minimum in terms of post-game.
I've been meaning to go back to that.
Said, I enjoy watching opposing players meet and congratulate immediately after the game. Bugs me when LeBron does the minimum, leaves the court before any of his teammates. Whenever they lose, he's a baby.
I would just say this. I thought it was disrespectful because the Joker he's an MVP. He just played his ass off. He outplayed LeBron and the Lakers in the series. And if you watch the way the Lakers lingered on the court after the Warriors series, LeBron spent about 5 minutes out there bear hugging guys, whispering stuff in everybody's ear. I just felt like with this team, this Denver team that deserves some love and some respect and acknowledgement, like he gave Joker like a 2-second hug, turned around and walked off the floor. I'm like, damn.
You wanted style points.
Well, I want him to
He did give a long ode to him after the game.
Yeah.
Does that matter?
No, it's not enough for me, Murph. Right. I need more. Yeah.
Go at him, buddy.
No.
Gabe Vincent, we know he's from St. Mary's High School in Stockton. Shout out to St. Mary's Rams. Shout out my buddy TC. Springsteen Timmy, great St. Mary's Ram.
Yeah, TC.
He's up there in He's up in Portland. Never see him anymore.
What goes on? He's drinking coffee, wearing flannels, growing a beard, the whole bit.
We sent each other's texts. We sent each other texts about amusing lines from movies or music that just pop into our head.
I should have thought to ask you when I went up to see Bruce Springsteen in Portland a couple of months ago. I didn't even know. Was he at the show? I didn't even think about it.
I don't think so.
Oh.
I think he's kind of fallen off the train.
Do we still call him Springsteen Timmy then? Or is that
Sure, why not? Because he was the guy who, when he came to UCLA as a freshman, had a suitcase full of cassettes of Springsteen
and
cassettes.
I did see Bruce with Springsteen, Timmy, and Murph. And I'll tell you, at the end of the show, this kid was drenched in sweat. I'm like, I like this guy. I like him.
Gabe Vincent's from St. Mary's High. He's a Ram, and he went to UC Santa Barbara. And he went on after Game 3 inside the NBA on TNT, and he tried to be high road, and Barkley jumped him.
I mean, the closeout game, in my little experience in the playoffs, has always been the most difficult. So regardless, whether we're at home or on the road, it's going to be a battle. You know, they're a really good team. They're a well-coached team. They got stars. They're not going to lay down. So, we we got to come in and handle business on Tuesday.
Yeah, clearly you didn't watch the game tonight. Stop it. Well coached and don't lay down. Go look at the tape again.
You know what's so great? Think about it. The NFL, which is like rules our world, has nobody who will say that. I mean,
why do you think that is?
Just fear of the corporate Goodell.
That's
and the
problem.
This and that.
That's a turnoff with the NFL. It's too corporate.
Like, you think of Sunday Night Football. I love Tony Dungy. We've had him on the show, but he would never say anything like that.
No
Jason
way.
Garrett would never say anything
Neither
like
would
that.
Boomer Esiason.
Boomer, even Tom Jackson and Boomer at their best in the 90s when they were doing, they would never say that.
How about this, an inside one for me? Well, a little inside for me, Murph. Neither would Phil Simms at his best. Just felt like getting him in there.
Just maybe Collinsworth?
Maybe.
I don't know, but still, I mean, you need somebody like that. Go, the Eagles are going to play hard. No, they're not. Have you seen the tape?
It wouldn't surprise me if every sport tries to emulate what they've achieved with Shaq and Kenny. I mean, they have the greatest chemistry, but the problem is you can't manufacture that. It just has to happen. So
I think the closest thing we have is our own Marshawn Lynch. He does some pre and post game for Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime, and he'll say whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Does he rip teams though?
No, but he's off the top of his dome, always keeping it real.
love that. I mean, I think it's great.
Especially when it's coming from Hall of Fame voices like those guys. That's why it's so, you're going to listen to what they say. They got rings. They've done it. They know what's up.
Clearly you didn't watch the game tonight.
Yeah.
Next up in the cooler of content is a guy I don't like very much, Roger Goodell. I really don't like him. But Tripoli insists that he's actually funny here.
Yeah, he did insist. He demanded we play this.
I'm telling you, he is the most overpaid stuffed shirt of all time.
He loves the bonus himself.
He's the kind of guy that doesn't allow people like Barkley and Shaq to rip his league.
Great call. That's a great call right there.
We can't have that.
He can't varnish the whole the image.
What does this guy do really other than sit there and collect $40 million and make everything bland and also jack up Thursday night? You see this Thursday night thing they're doing now?
Now what? I'm afraid
they're
to
now
ask.
saying that they can tinker with the Thursday night schedule as long as they give 28 days in advance and make a team play twice on a Thursday.
Does Goodell know that? And I still resent having the games on Amazon Prime. Marcus, yes, I have Amazon Prime, but then I can't flip to other shows during commercials. It's a big problem for me. I'm not sitting there watching Ice-T commercials, et cetera, for 5 minutes. I got to keep moving.
Well, get ready, Paulie, because now they're going to put a playoff game on Peacock this year.
Well, it's only the beginning. I mean, we're staring down the barrel. It's going to get even worse,
Super
I
Bowl
would think.
pay-per-view.
Yeah,
by the
for
way,
sure.
209 says, do you guys think the Manning brothers do it on the Manning cast?
Not like those guys do. They have their own chemistry. They got a thing, but it's not like it ain't like Shaq.
The closest thing, but it's not like that.
Nah, and frankly, for me, with the Mannings, like they're not like. There's no element of cool there. Like there's a lot of cool with Kenny and Shaq. Like those guys are cool. Like I don't think the Mannings are cool. They got insights. They got their own charm, but it ain't like those guys.
Peyton Manning would not come on and say, "Hey, Eli, I got a question. Since the 49ers quit, can we quit?"
Totally.
You know what I mean? That's what Shaq said about the Celtics.
I wonder what the NFL, Murph, if that were to happen, like how the players would react. Like in the NBA, they're used to it now. They've been bashing dudes openly forever. In the NFL, I mean, I wonder how guys would respond to that.
Well, basketball is more of a trash-talking sport, maybe?
Yes.
Is that it?
I buy that.
You take a foot in your chest, that's not a foul.
Shout out Sinbad.
All right. Roger Goodell, the stuffed shirt, is making a joke about the NFL being scripted.
Okay.
Here's his joke.
And this all started last season, when the NFL scriptwriters and I decided, thank you, there's a pretty good script this year, wouldn't you say? Well, we got together and we decided that two brothers should play each other in the Super Bowl. So, not yet. So when the Bosa brothers said no, I said, well, I guess the Kelseys will do. So we got the Kelseys.
Damn.
Okay, Tripoli was really high on that.
Well, the crowd reaction probably excited him. I can see it.
Is he at LaGuardia in 1964 when the Beatles land? Is that where he is?
The screaming girl. It was a very high-pitched scream indicating a lot of females in the audience.
That reminded me of because clearly that was written for him by somebody else. And that reminded me of like when the presidential, what do they call that? The White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Yeah. When
they have script writers write them jokes and all that.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like the presidents pull it off better. Like even Grandpa Joe is getting off some lines with some better timing than that. Like even Goodell, even in delivering that, was stiff. By the way, that is a live broadcast of the New Heights pod. So those are the Kelsey fans. The Kelsey fans. I don't know. I'm just not giving Goodell anything.
I'm still waiting for the punchline, Murph. I turned around and Tripoli's like, we got some good Roger Goodell for the cooler. I said, no. Roger Goodell doesn't enter the cooler. He's got to remember who's got the keys to this thing. And that's why sometimes I got to hit this drop every once in a while.
He's bitten the cooler.
That's what Triple E just did. He just spit in the cooler, boys.
See what happens?
Can I hear that again?
He's bitten the cooler.
Where'd we get that one?
Oh, that's from the movie The Waterboy.
Oh, my God.
He spit in the cooler.
He's bitten the cooler.
That's what Triple E's doing right now.
That's a movie Murph will never see, I
Roger
guarantee.
Goodell in my cooler of content.
Did you?
Yeah,
I'm shocked, but you still haven't seen it.
I saw it in the theater, I think.
He's bitten the cooler.
You're blowing my doors up. Yeah, I would never have guessed that.
Jerseys and all that?
The Mud Dogs, Murph.
Yeah, whatever. It was
No, it's
whatever.
Yes, well, see, this is life changing.
Don't insult my family,
Murph. That's their godfather.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
My bad.
That's Uncle Bobby.
Yeah.
My bad. Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, a couple of Bengals who are going to be in Santa Clara this year, by the way. Joe loves UFC, and he practices a flying knee kick on Jamar Chase.
Remember our first time hanging out, he had UFC on in the living room, like, the whole time I was there. Like, he didn't change it, didn't ask what I wanted to watch, he didn't care. So that's how I knew he was a big UFC fan, and by him just always doing UFC fighting moves, that's another reason how I know. Yeah, he does this. This is normal. He does it to everybody.
Like he just walking around?
You don't see this in the locker room? He try to fly knee kicks on me sometimes. Like, he do it all the time.
Have you gotten it back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to let that fly.
Yeah, we mess around every now and then.
Okay, so that was a Burrow at the end there. Waterboy, as our UFC guy, is the flying knee kick a move of one particular fighter, or what do we got here?
Well, there's a flying knee. There's a question mark kick. There's no such thing as a flying knee kick. You'd have to do a flying knee. I think Jamar misspoke, but he also said that he was practicing UFC moves. The correct way to say is MMA moves.
I have another question for Marcus. It's a mixed martial arts question, I think.
Yes.
Because I heard you reference some Ronda Rousey arm lock move today. I want to clarify what
So I was talking about last night when Aaron Gordon and LeBron were going back and forth.
They're a little pushing
when
match?
Aaron Gordon tapped him on the chin.
LeBron, like he got hit by Mike Tyson.
And then he grabbed his arm, and LeBron was acting like he got put in an arm bar, made famous by Ronda Rousey, the Gracies, and a long line of jiu-jitsu practitioners.
Start with the Gracies.
Yeah, it starts with the Gracies. It always starts with the Gracies. Shout out the Gracie train. But so Aaron Gordon throws him in an arm bar. Next thing you know, LeBron's got his elbow in his throat. Shout out my guy from the 408, Aaron Gordon, holding his ground.
Okay, see?
By the way, so does Joe Burrow go up the charts knowing that he's a big UFC fan? Is he now your favorite guy?
Oh, I'm a big Joe Burrow fan.
I'm a Burrow fan,
and
too.
It was only a couple weeks ago, a couple pay-per-view cards back, where he was sitting ringside in Florida in the middle of Nick Bosa and Joey Bosa.
Okay, this is it, buddy. There it is.
That's a nice
the
little
guys who didn't get the
trio.
script, right?
Yeah.
Anthony Rizzo on New York pizza or Chicago pizza?
Oh, here we go. You better say the right
Pacino
thing
or
here.
De Niro. Here we go. Yeah.
Chicago deep dish or New York style pizza?
New York style.
Hands down, you didn't even hesitate. I am 100% with you. Yes. Okay, let's go De Niro or Pacino?
De Niro.
Okay, preferred nickname, Tony or Riz?
Tony.
Dang, we've been calling you Riz this whole time. Noted. Pearl Jam or Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think Chili Peppers are more my time, but Eddie is such a good guy, and I got to know him for a long time, so I can't answer that one. Both.
Wow. Okay, you know what? We'll give you a pass on that one, Eddie. Big baseball guy. Obviously, Jake Peavy here, musician himself.
Listen, we went to Chicago for spring break, and I was so happy to take the kids to Pequod's and give them the deep dish pizza. But let's be honest here, you know what I mean? It's not even a contest, right?
No, I don't even acknowledge it.
Come on, huh?
I try not to.
I'll take it. I'll go a step further. I will acknowledge it, and I will eat it.
Yeah. Well, that's good. There's plenty. I don't even look at it. I try not to look at it.
How about this for a hot take? I think Detroit does better deep dish pizza than Chicago.
Have you been to Square Guys?
No, but I go to Golden Boys all the time.
Okay, you need to go to these guys from Detroit down here at Ghirardelli Square.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, they got a spot right there.
So
get on your scooter and go.
Oh,
this is big news. Okay, so this place you're mentioning, I didn't even know about, but since you brought this up, after the last Warrior game I went to, Murph, you and I talked about driving through 16th. You cut across the city, get over to the Golden Gate Bridge. I took that route. Bro, there's a Detroit pizza place now.
Was it the original Square Guys and then they expanded?
I'm not sure. It's on 16th. I don't know if they're connected, but you might want to check. And it says Detroit Pizza right on the marquee there. You might want to check it out. I saw that. It caught my eye. I'm like, whoa.
Go to Square Guys in Ghirardelli.
Yeah.
Nice little spot, plus a little scenery and some tourists.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I like a Detroit deep dish.
Yeah, you go watch the Sea Lions.
Are we out? Is that it for Cooler Content?
I want to keep going. I'm having too much fun.
I know, right? You want to? Okay. It's called Square Pie. Yeah, Square Pie. Isn't that what I said? Square
You
Pie
did say that. Yeah,
somebody texted in. I guess that's it.
Okay, I'd like to keep going, but everything has to end at some point.
Want to keep going?
I do.
What do you want?
Give me one more. Let's rebel.
Choice. Vince Carter telling a story of Prince coming to his nightclub in Toronto.
See? Hell yes, I want that.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
Vince Carter tells the story of Prince coming to his nightclub in Toronto.
Awesome.
Hang on a second.
0509F.
It's from like a month ago, Murph.
I know, right? It's one of our evergreen ones. We have an evergreen
That's
cooler.
all right. Oh, it's going to be awesome.
You ever drink 2-week-old water? Yeah, here it is.
I've had some conversations with Prince. One day we're sitting in the office and one of our security guys at the front door is like, Prince wants to come into the club. He wants one of the VIP areas, but he wants the light dimmed down. So I was like, oh, okay. All right. He was in his bell bottoms and his, like Prince, like he was Prince. I had to ask him like, okay, so why are you here? What makes you want to come to Inside Nightclub in Toronto? He said that he heard about our club and he had to see it for himself. This one girl finds out she is trying her best to rip the bamboo sticks apart, but you can't just break bamboo. Like that's why we had it there. Yeah. Prince is just sitting there like, yeah, man, this is a great place you have here. Our security finally, after like 5-10 minutes of her trying to rip it up, they pick her up and they're escorting her out and she passes out. Prince, I love you. I was like, you're the greatest. I love you. Oh my God. And boom, just like she's out, passed out. I was just like, whoa. And he never flinched. Never flinch.
No, that's why he's as legendary as a musician as he was.
Has he ever flinched in his life?
No. And Murph, quick question for you.
I flinch hourly.
I flinch. When was the last time any one of your female fans tried to pry her way through a bamboo wall to get to Brian Murphy?
Only to pass out.
Only to pass out at the end. Have you had that experience?
I'm still waiting on my first bamboo
I haven't
pass
had that.
out.
It sounds fun,
If
though.
we get the producer cam going, some girls might do that for waterboard.
Right.
Never flinch.
I would think so. I think they're afraid of his good looks here, the management. That's what the problem is.
There you go, guys.
I embrace it.
All right. Well, thank you guys for riding in the cooler with us.
Yeah.
Javi Lopez at 8:50.
Nice, man.
Patrick Bailey at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
He's bitten a cooler.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Reeves holding. James comes out of the pack. James on the drive. Goes inside. Stop. Shot block. Gets it back. It's over. It's over. Denver makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Yeah. Come on.
I'm glad you had that little rejoin because I was eating peanuts here.
Boom, bam, bam, bam. Shout out Joe Walsh for life celebrating the Denver Glories. By the way, speaking of celebrations, who wants to go see Bone Bash? Anybody want to go? I got tickets right here. You go see Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, Ministry, and Filter. Murph, we're talking Bone Bash, Concord Pavilion, September 22nd. Give you a pair. What do you want to do it right now, Marcus? Why not, right? Let's just give. We give. We don't ask for anything in return, except that you listen once in a while. Yeah! Thank you. We'll take caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. We give you a pair of tickets. Again, good lineup. Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, Ministry, and Filter. My only question, will Ministry cover Friend of the Devil? I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bone Bash, and Rocky Mountain Way, and the Giants, and all that good stuff happening today. The New Look Giants are rolling after last night's win in Minnesota. Sean Estes joins Papa and Lund today at 10:50 to discuss. We got Javi Lopez in just a few minutes. So in a short segment here, Paulie, one of the things I wanted to hit is that Ronald Acuna thing. You guys know my thing for Ronald Acuna?
You love Acuna. You came back from Atlanta talking to Acuna, and you haven't stopped. You're like, the way he runs you were like legitimately excited about what you would see.
Are you down with Acuna, Robert?
Yeah, of course.
Like, who's not down with Acuna?
Who's not down with him? He's a phenom.
Yeah.
I feel like people say, Trout and Ohtani. That's what they say.
You
right?
want Acuna in that conversation.
Without question.
Yeah.
I think in
Why do you think he isn't, by the way? Why don't people bring him up like that?
We did lose a year to an injury, which was a tough deal. But I'm looking at, let me give some of his career stats here, guys. Just a little Acuna. In 2019, that year I saw him, he hit 40. He was 21 years old. 41 bombs, 101 ribs.
Damn.
Stole 37 bags.
I want to.
Okay, wait.
I've been wanting a guy like that for years.
Okay, wait. What?
Some up here was 41 bombs in his first year,
and stole 37 bags.
That's what I mean.
He hit 280 that year. His OPS was 883. Led the league with 127 runs. The next year was a pandemic, and then the next year he gets hurt, and they win the World Series. Then he comes back, so he's still kind of making his way back. And so last year, and he only played 119 games. He hit 15 bombs, but now, I think now we're seeing full Acuna back now. 25 years old, so far only in 47 games, 11 bombs, 27 ribs, 19 swipes. I'm just saying. So what reason I'm bringing him up is he went first to third on a walk.
That is so cool, man. I haven't seen the footage of that, but I love the sound of this.
So what happened with the Dodgers? It's kind of a little league thing, actually. The smarter little league kids will catch you napping and just take a base. Just take a base on it.
Which just shows you pay attention at all times, right? That's a 2-base gain on a walk. It's bonkers. I've never seen that.
Yeah, so the hitter behind him walked, and then he trotted to second. He noticed the pitcher with his back turned, and he noticed Muncy away from the bag. So off he went. And I was just like, yeah, man, it's so great. Yeah. So anyway, just wanted to shout him out. And by the way, he's 25 years old, which is the same age. Casey Schmidt is what, 24? Yeah, and Bailey's 23.
I had no problems with everything I'm seeing from Casey Schmidt right now. Keep it coming.
Had another seed across the diamond yesterday.
Keep it coming.
Yeah. Quick check of the text line, Paulie Mac.
I got you covered right here.
Before we get to...
If someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
650 says Mark Goldstein in San Francisco, or pardon me, 650 says, will Ministry play every day as Halloween? And that leads to saying Mark Goldstein in San Francisco will find out. Because he was our Bone Bash winner.
Nice.
Every day is Halloween. Do you know it?
We had a science. Sure, I do. We had a science teacher. He taught geology in my high school. Name Mr. Goldstein. So every time I hear Goldstein, I always think about geology.
I thought you would think White Shadow, buddy. Come on.
Well, Goldstein, sure.
408 says, didn't Stern have to take Rob Zombie to the ER?
This I can't confirm. I'm not sure what the incident. I know he's a frequent guest on the show. I don't know about the ER trip, though. I didn't hear about that.
95, they're coming for you. Waterboy, Golden Boy is not Detroit style. It is Sicilian. There is a difference.
Here we go now. See.
Oh, what's the difference?
We're going to get into Sicilia.
925, what's the difference?
I'll tell you the difference.
I was going to say, aren't they pretty similar?
I can tell you the difference right here.
Riscando di morire.
Sempre scaldato. Right. That's, you interpret that, you'll know the difference.
Waterboy, they're coming for you, buddy. 408 says he misspoke. You can't sit ringside at an octagon.
Yeah, I guess it's cage side. My bad.
You're
my
fine,
apologies.
Marcus. You're fine with that.
Well, you can also call the octagon the ring. Whatever. It doesn't really matter.
Hey, the price of fame now. They're coming for you.
Here it is. That's why they took away my camera, Murph.
707 says deep dish pizza is more of a casserole, which is still good. It's just not pizza. And I think that's a very reasonable text. Because I do enjoy the flavors of a deep dish, but it's not pizza. It's more like a lasagna, to be honest.
You need a knife and fork, correct? Right there, it disqualifies it. Murph, There is a subtle difference though, because when we went to New York City, we had I don't recall if we ate Sicilian. Did I get you Sicilian with the sausage roll, or we go standard slice? I honestly don't remember.
We might have gone Sicilian.
Okay.
Yeah, here's 408.
Nice square. Oh, it's good.
It's a lasagna. Said the exact same thing we just said here too. According to Triple E's research, the difference is the crust. Sicilian pizza is focaccia.
You guys know you're killing me right now. You're making me hungrier than hell with all this pizza talk.
Yeah,
you know the pizza I was eating a week ago at this time, Murph, would have blown your doors off. It's for real.
707 says Goodell sounds like a smug, rich white man with a paid audience.
Yeah, a little bit, man. I'll buy that.
Do you guys feel me on that whole deal too?
Yeah.
There we go. 925 says deep dish is too much in one bite at one time.
Killing me here.
Yeah. Very good.
Who's got that? Well.
And 530 says, is that a Larry David clear history raised electrical outlet behind Pauly? That is an incredible call.
Oh, yeah, probably. Yeah, I guess so.
Larry David's
state of the art, man.
Larry David's clear history is one of the more underrated things going on. So anyway, that was just a quick check of the text line. I wanted to kill some time before we got to Javi Lopez. So Javi is next.
Javi.
We'll talk Giants baseball. Then Marcus Thompson's due at 9:15 talking NBA. The Nuggets. Do you remember Mark Spears told us, he goes, the fool's gold Nuggets?
Yeah.
No.
No, they're legit, man.
Respect to Jokic and the crew.
Just ask LeBron.
Yeah. All right. Javi, Marcus Thompson, Pat Bailey, all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Look at those sausages. Damn.
Oh, indeed. It's a beautiful Tuesday in San Francisco. Murph and Mac show rolling on. And you know how we do it. Our good friend Steve Moskowitz joins us to share some great tax tips and advice to help all of us along. Steve, good morning on a Tuesday. How you doing, my friend?
Doing great. And I want to talk to your listeners about ERC again.
Okay.
Now, I know we've talked about it a lot. And a lot of problem people are having, they say, but their CPA, their trusted, beloved CPA of many years, said they don't qualify. And I hear you with Paulie Mack, and you say that I do. And one of your listeners called me yesterday and said, Steve, prove it to me.
Wow.
I said, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So I sent him the IRS publication that said exactly what I've been talking about over the air with you. And again, no fault to the CPA, but you wouldn't talk to him about your dentistry or other things. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. A lot of CPAs haven't gotten into it. So if I'm telling you something different than your CPA, if you contact us, I will send you the IRS information. You can read it for yourself and then decide who to believe. I want all your listeners to get the money that they're entitled to. And a lot of CPAs are just doing a disservice because they only look at the one method. And there's more than one method.
Well, this is the greatest thing is that Steve is true to his word, and he will put his money where his mouth is, and he will prove it to you. So call him. The number you need is right here. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Find out if ERC can help you, and then visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here is Michael Conforto. Swinging. There's a high drive into deep center. Way back there, Taylor at the warning track. At the wall, he leaps, and goodbye! A 3-run homer into the bullpen to the left of the 411-foot marker in deep left center field. And the Giants, 4 batters into the game, have a 4-0 lead.
Giants doing their thing in Minnesota. 6 out of their last 7. Bullpen game beats the Twins, who are leading the AL Central. Man, oh man, things are happening. We like to periodically check in with Javi Lopez because such a damn good conversationalist. That's why.
Javi rules.
Javi Lopez, World Series champion, joining us on the Murph and Max Show. How you doing, Javi? Welcome back, man.
Javi.
Gentlemen, I'm doing great. How are you?
Good.
We're good. The Giants are giving us a little something, as Bonnie Raitt once said, something to talk about.
There you go.
Something to talk about.
I like that.
All
Good
right?
reference.
So let's start with the kids, man. I know you weren't in the clubhouse or anything, so you're kind of just looking from afar, but you were around spring training, and Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey are now in the everyday lineup for the time being. And if you could just speak to what you're seeing in terms of like what they've injected into the clubhouse and or the field, and what it kind of means for the future of Farhan's Giants.
Yeah, well, one thing that's jumping out for me is just the energy level. They're bringing some juice. They're bringing some happiness. You see the excitement when you get rookies up there. You either get the 2 types, the ones that are super nervous and kind of hang out and try not to make a scene, and those that are trying to make a splash and take advantage of that situation. And I think that's what you're seeing with the guys coming up as of late, especially, again, Casey Schmidt, I don't think you could draw up a better start. And then Patrick Bailey being able to come in and really show off his ability. Not only defensively, he had the defensive kind of reputation in the minor leagues with the Gold Gloves and all, but he's been able to already run into a homer and steal some base or steal some strike calls behind the plate. Looks comfortable working with the pitching staff, and that's going to add. And I think there will be a few more names as you kind of go along this season of guys that are going to get an opportunity.
Talking to Javi Lopez here, Kipe came on last hour and said, he thinks, because we're talking about the future of the position and Joey Bart, and he said if Pat Bailey hits 240 and brings his defensive game, he could be the everyday catcher.
He would be the guy.
Now, not putting Kipe's words in your mouth here, but just saying, do you see a scenario where he's the guy and what that means for Joey Bart?
Yep.
Do I see a scenario? Sure. I mean, again, I think when the offense, and they've shown it is extremely streaky. I mean, look at last night. After the first inning, they scuffled a little bit to get some guys on base. So you're going to ride the hot hands, and it's really going to depend on how you control a pitching staff, because everything begins and ends on the mound. And if Patrick Bailey is the guy that most of the starters want to work with and the guys in the bullpen have a good reputation with, then you have to go ahead and do that. Now, with Joey Bart, I mean, again, he's a guy that is just physically imposing. He's a guy that has the talent, skill, and ability to get it done at the big league level. And, he's proven it at times. Again, it hasn't been able to really click for him. And maybe Patrick Bailey being up will reignite whatever it takes for him to kind of get the juices flowing. But again, for me, it's a guy that you need. You need multiple guys behind the plate being able to get in the squat. It's a position that's very demanding. Patrick Bailey, the more he gets behind the plate, the more comfortable he'll be. But again, it's a grind. That season's a grind, and you can't expect a guy that hasn't played 162 games to just already start jumping back there. I mean, the minor league seasons are shorter, and they have that every Monday off, I believe, is the schedule there. So when the big leagues comes, there's a lot of things that come with it, and you got to ride the highs as long as you can. But for Joey, he's just going to have to lock it in and really kind of treat this like spring training and get back into a competition.
I mean, he's fighting it. This is what Mike Krukow talks to us all the time. It's the big leagues, right? You don't get handed anything. And if Joey's going to do it, he's going to have to get in there and fight for it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, to take that a step further, it's a do-good league. It's a perform league. It's not a development league. There are times where you can ride a guy that might be scuffling a little bit because the other teams, your other players on the roster are picking them up and you're able to win some ball games. But ultimately, when the runs are at a premium and wins are at a premium, it's a do-good league, and you have to be able to perform on night in, night out. And I think that's kind of the message that's being sent throughout the organization, that if there's hot hands, Casey Schmidt, for example, goes and starts running through the minor leagues, that you're going to go and make him prove himself in the big league. And he's taken full advantage of that opportunity so far.
Javi Lopez, our guest on the UMA guest line. Javi, yesterday, Mike Krukow, we were talking about the Joey Bart situation, and Kruk maintains, listen, it can be the best thing for a guy in terms of motivating him to know, hey, there's another guy coming up right behind you who could replace you if you don't start to perform. And wondering if you agree with that and if you ever had that experience yourself when you were a young player, if there was a guy behind you, you weren't doing so well, and what became of that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a great statement by Krukow. It's one of those things that in the minor leagues, for sure, everyone tries to be all happy and gung-ho about what's going on, and you try to have your best foot forward every time you're hanging out together because you're in the grind together. But at the same time, you're competing against the guy to your left and to your right. And as a left-handed pitcher, there was at that time it was maybe two lefties would make it into a big league bullpen or even in the roster. So my thought process was like, I love this guy to my left, I love him to my right, but I need to outperform that guy. So you have to be a little selfish in those positions, and you do get that. Now, position player-wise, there's a little bit of a logjam when you think about it because you want guys to get consistent reps, and you want to be able to give that guy an opportunity to perform. In the pitching-wise, it's a little bit different because you can kind of mix and match and move some pieces around. So the opportunities might become and you've seen it with the Giants so far, like a guy will come up for a week and go back down and come up 2 months later and go back down. You can do that a little bit more on the pitching side, but a position player, you want them to get the continued reps of both defensively and offensively, and that's where it becomes a little bit difficult. And then, like Krukow said, if it takes Joey to watch Patrick Bailey call pitches and see how he works the guy to turn it on, then so be it. I think, competition brings the best out of anybody in any profession, in any part of your life. And I think that if you have that going on at the big league level, your team will benefit from that.
Yeah, good stuff. Javi Lopez, as the Giants are putting it together here. They call up a Casey Schmidt and Pat Bailey, energize the fan base a little bit. And Michael Conforto starting to heat up. Maybe Mitch Haniger too. But Javi, you're the man who trotted in for the bullpen with the left arm. So let's talk about lefties. And let's start with Sean Manaea. Now, this is a guy who's had the scuffle going, and, yesterday, 3 2/3, doesn't allow a run, does walk 3, but he strikes out 8, and really has to be his signature performance as a Giant so far. I mean, the scuffle was so bad, Javi, that his performance yesterday got him down to a 6.89 ERA. If you're wondering, what have you seen from Manaea and mentality-wise, what that outing can do for him last night?
Yeah, I think you got to draw the positives wherever you can. And I think he's discussed it where it's a mental game now. And he sees the radar gun still posted 95, 96, 97. So the fastball's there. It's not a stuff thing. But again, the way you kind of described it is true. Excuse me. But he's got 83 pitches in those 3 2/3. He's not being efficient. And what I'd like to see Sean Manaea do when you have that kind of velocity, especially if you've ever had a chance to meet the guy, see the guy, he's a big, imposing individual, and I'd like to see him pitch in as a left-hander, throw hard in on these right-handers, get uncomfortable on the inside corner. I feel like a lot of times when he's pitching middle away and up in the zone, and all of that plays. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he proved it yesterday punching out 8, but I think it's going to really help him be more efficient if he tries to locate fastballs glove side in on a right-hander, away on a left-hander, and really control the inside part of the plate. So when he misses middle away, it looks like it's way away on these right-handed hitters. I think that will make it a lot more efficient. But the velocity's there, the stuff's there. I think he's got to take what he can off that outing yesterday. But I'd love to see him start pitching inside more.
Yeah, it'd be a good thing and something for him to work on. Scott Alexander, not a sexy name on the roster, but a lefty out of the pen. I always trust you on lefties. He nailed it down yesterday. What have you enjoyed him? What do you see?
Yeah, I like him.
I love what I see out of the guy. I love, he knows what he is. He's not trying to do more than he's capable of. He's a sinker baller. When he's right, he's commanding down in the zone, strike thrower, good breaking ball off of that. And that's what I really love about watching him. He's going to come in. You know what you're getting. You're getting a strike thrower. And that's what you need in any bullpen, but in particular late in the ball game. I think that's what made a guy like Sergio Romo so great, because you knew he was going to come in and throw strikes. Not only be able to strike you out, but he was going to make the hitter do something to beat you. And I think Scott Alexander falls in that mode for me. I know he hit a batter yesterday, no big deal, but I like when he comes in. He's calm. He's got a good composure, good poise, good presence to him. And I think that's something that the Giants really enjoy as well. And, I think when you look at what the Giants might need to do, the bullpen's riding hot. They had a great homestand. I think they went 5-1, and they threw I want to say they had a 1 ERA, maybe like 4 runs they gave up in almost 30 innings they had to cover, and they pitched great. So you like what you're seeing out of those guys in the pen right now, and Scott Alexander's definitely one of those guys as well.
I'm staying on the lefties, man, because you're our guy, Lefty Javi Lopez.
We got to get it all, yeah.
Taylor Rogers in the month of May.
Yep.
Taylor Rogers in the month of April, not good. 9 innings, 7 earned runs, ERA of 1 million, right? In month of May, 5 innings, 1 earned run. Much different dude. I don't know. He said something about maybe settling in, finding his role. I'm not even totally sure what Gabe and Andrew Bailey have carved out for him as his role, but are you seeing anything from him as he kind of bounces around and hits a groove in May?
Yeah, I think one thing that jumped out last time I worked the game with him, it was just his trust in the off speed. The velocity is not what I think we're used to seeing. He was able to get 95, 96, I think, last year, and he's sitting 91, 92, 93. And I think sometimes that gets into your head as a reliever. Like you reach back and you check the performance meter and you see 92 and you're like, wait a second, that felt pretty good out of my hand. And, but sometimes that can mess with you. But I do think he's throwing the ball better. I think Rawlings learned their lesson. He threw the glove away in the trash can and things have gone better for him. So, maybe they got bad leather, maybe, harder to hide. Sometimes it's bad hide you get. So he made a change and made a conscious decision to move on to the backup glove and have it step up, and so far the glove is treating him well.
Did you ever chuck a glove in rage? Just dump it.
Oh,
yes. I more often than not, I put the glove in timeout because you only get 2 a year, So,
yeah.
So you can't be running through your backup so quickly. But yeah, I would be more of a putting a glove in a timeout, back corner of the locker, maybe somewhere else, or you make it your the shaggin' wagon when we had to be out there shagging BP and fly balls. Like it becomes your BP glove, like it's back in beta, and it needs to work its way back up to game ready. And sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Always, you exhaust anything. Like we've talked about before. Baseball players aren't always superstitious, but they're definitely stitious. So you're going to change your socks,
Nice.
change your underwear, undershirt, whatever it is. And for him, it was his glove. His glove needed to go somewhere else, and it's in a landfill somewhere, I imagine.
You being a big golfer, do you do the same thing with your putters? You put them in timeout.
Hey, they're pricey now.
I know. I play with a guy that does that. I've seen, I think, 5 or 6 different putters in the last year. Once I buy one, so they're so expensive, I got to ride it out. I blame myself usually on the putts.
Oh yeah, it's usually user error, isn't it? Yeah,
no, for sure.
Speaking of which, you might be talking about Buster Posey. I don't know who uses those putters differently, but did you know he's going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame this Thursday? He's coming.
I saw that. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. He deserves it. And it's so crazy that he's going in all these Hall of Fames already, and he hasn't even hit 40 yet. He's
what the hell?
knocking all these things out.
I know, that's crazy.
I mean, he might have a comeback in him. Who knows? He's still got some time.
Yeah, he might. Hey. Oh, my God. And a listener texts in and says, with all this talk about lefties, there's another lefty in the minors, too. And I don't know how closely you're following Kyle.
Here we go.
Kyle Harrison.
Here we go.
And, this is the guy upon whom a lot has been placed, but he's walking maybe too many people in AAA. I know you're not in Sacramento, Javi, but if you've talked to people around the organization or thought, is there anything you've seen in Kyle Harrison's start that makes you think it's more likely or less likely we'd see him this summer?
Well, I've never even heard of that guy, so I'm not sure who we're talking about.
Right,
here.
we'll send you some clips.
You put him in timeout.
Please.
Yes,
Please.
Right.
Well, from what I gather with AAA, with the automated strike zone, the walk rates are higher, and I think it's so. I mean, I'm going to draw a little bit off of that. Like, if you're taking pitches that you would normally get called, but the strike zone isn't going to give it to you, I think that's what you're kind of seeing with Kyle Harrison in spring training. You kind of saw the fastball command isn't. You don't love it right now. I mean, he can run it up there right now. He loves to live at the top of the zone, but it's a breaking ball kind of league when you get to the big leagues. You got to have a secondary pitch that you can throw for a strike and you can throw it consistently. And I think that's kind of when you see what's going on. I've looked at the numbers. I've looked at a few starts, but I have not physically watched them pitch. But I think it all comes down to the off-speed stuff for me. The fastball plays. It has played. It will play. It's just how you get to that, how you protect your high fastball, the high velocity fastball. You have to be able to slow a hitter down, and I think it's just the consistency of the off speed stuff that will just continue to. You'll just have to continue to refine and be able to repeat that delivery. He will be up. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that. But I think that when you look at the walk numbers, that's the one thing that gets you in trouble in any league, but in particular in the big leagues, and in particular in the NL West, when you give the Dodgers or Padres or even the Rockies when they're in Colorado or the Diamondbacks, when you give those teams extra outs, they're going to find a way to push those runs across. So you just have to be able to trust your stuff and be able to work backwards at times, slow him down to speed him up. And the more he does that, the more reps he gets, the better and more confident he'll be when he gets up.
Hey, man, if he comes up, it's the summer of prospects, man. Schmidt, Bailey, Harrison, Matos, they say, is close. I mean, this could be a big deal.
Yeah.
Hey, last thought, Javi, and thanks so much for hopping on. It's great talking to you, man. Javi Lopez, World Series champ, of course, our favorite. Is the Carlos Correa story is kind of a popular narrative this week because, they're in Minnesota. And that whole drama in December was a big deal. As you look at it now, on May 23rd, do you think the Giants, I don't know, I don't want to use the phrase dodged a bullet or dodged a bullet? Question mark?
You know what? I don't want to say that that's the case. I really don't. Now, he's a free agent that would have definitely helped the lineup that was struggling to lock in on a power bat. He brings quite a resume with him. So I think anytime you can add that kind of bat in your lineup, you will do it. He plays a very solid defense. Hot take is absolutely they dodged the bullet because they would be on the hook for another 12 years of it. So, the hot take is, yes, they've dodged a bullet. They're able to bring up Casey Schmidt, and he's been able to be fantastic defensively. You got Wisely playing some great defense. You got Tyra Estrada, who's just gone to another level this year. So all these guys have been able to cover that. But I think anytime you can get a big name free agent, you'd love to be able to at least be that team. And for those, what do we want to say, 28, 48 hours, you had one. So that's an encouraging sign in a sense for Giants fans that they finally were able to land it, even though it was only for a little while. Like, you got to be able to bring a big name. And, really the last big name that I think most fans and I think of is Barry Bonds. And I think that's the last guy. And you want to be able to bring in a free agent that can make an impact. But I give Carlos a lot of credit. When it came down to the media session yesterday, he was very respectful and very forthright about what's going on. And he talked about the Giants in nothing but kind terms, in my opinion. And they move on and they keep going. But I think you continue to be aggressive in free agency because you see the best teams in the league and in your division are adding big names and building from the bottom up with minor league talent. And I think that's ultimately what you see across the landscape of baseball is that you build with the minor leagues, and then you make those additions with those free agents, big-time free agents, and then you get yourself a super team. So I'd like to see the Giants continue to try to do that in the offseason. But in the meantime, I'm just encouraged by what I see with the guys that are coming up and getting those opportunities.
It is, it's wild how it all turns out, man. These dramas that play out in front of our eyes, and the Giants take on the Twins again today. Javi, great catching up, man, and I can't wait for our next one. Oh, I always like to get my Javi fix. When are you next with the team?
It's a good question. Yeah.
Oh, well, you're going to love this one. I am. We're going with the opener tomorrow, so I'm actually flying to Minnesota.
Okay,
to do the game tomorrow.
We got you on a smoking bird like out of your
This
wheels
is
up.
very James Bond. Once again, like they
Yeah.
call him in for a special mission. And they're like, all right, we're flying in Javi. Yeah.
So you're going in for tomorrow's game, and then are you going to Milwaukee?
Yeah.
No. I'm the opener. I'm coming in. I do my 9 innings, and then I go back and I rest.
I'm telling you,
That
you're
is
like a
very-
secret agent, man. I love it.
I mean, we know we don't want to pry into your father's secret history there as an agent.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're
Yeah.
following his lead as like with these mysterious
I'm just
assignments
saying.
here. You know what I
Starting to
mean?
get
Well,
suspicious.
I'm not that good if I'm telling you where I'm going, right? That's an airball already.
You're the best, man. That's a good
All
call.
right, Javi. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Javi.
All right, guys, anytime.
All right. Well, there he is. He's going to be on the game tomorrow.
I'm telling you, how James Bond is that? You know where they brief him at the beginning? All right, here's your mission. We're going to fly you in. Here are all your gadgets. Go. And it's the same kind of thing. All right, bring in Lopez. We need him. Double Agent
Marcus
Lopez.
Thompson and Pat Bailey to
Murph,
close the show. on
my
the
new
Sports Leader.
agent, Double O Javi.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The NFL made it official yesterday that the 49ers will be hosting Super Bowl 60 down at Levi Stadium. So to find out what the Super Bowl plans are for 2026, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
We'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. And just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball.
The KNBR Morning Show now continues with Murph, Mac, and Marcus. It's our Dubs insider from The Athletic, Marcus Thompson.
Sponsored by Truett & White, trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruettandWhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There he is, LeBron James, stealing the Nuggets' thunder last night as the Nuggets try to sweep the Lakers and LeBron leaves being the story. Of course, that's on us as media members. We don't have to pay attention to LeBron.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. I was thinking, we fell into the same trap because we haven't probably given the Joker his due today. Shout out Mike Malone. You're a real deadhead. Jamal Murray, all these great a number one seed in Denver, the most disrespected number one seed I can recall, Murph. I can't recall a more overlooked number one seed.
In any sport.
And all they do is go out and kick the snot out of every team they play. And we're like, Denver, come on, Denver. Yeah, Denver. They're in the finals. I'm really happy for Denver.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, given what happens, likely to happen tonight with Miami and Boston, that you want to talk about a clash of forces, man, because we're enthralled and just feeding from the palm of Spo culture, Eric Spoelstra's culture, and Pat Riley's culture.
Yeah, man.
So when you get us going on the Heat, we're just like, oh my God, the Heat culture. Then you get us going on Jokic and Malone, and we're in the same boat. I don't know which force wins.
You and I are going to. We might have to flip a coin. I'll be like, you know what? I'll take the Heat, Murph. You take Joker. Everybody wins.
Will the Pop Culture Showdown have to?
They'll have to just settle this whole thing once and for all.
The Pop Culture Showdown, which is going to sit on ice for a week because they don't start until June 1st. Now
that could have an adverse effect. We'll see. That's going to be tough.
Definitely have an adverse effect. Remember this happened with the Rockies and Red Sox in 2007? All right, connection made with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Good morning, Marcus. How are you, man?
I'm chilling.
That's good.
How are y'all doing?
We're doing good, man. We're trying to figure out, did LeBron try to steal the Nuggets' thunder last night?
Was that like an OKC reference you just did right there? With all that jazz? Trying to steal the thunder? I see what you're doing there.
Look at this. Wow. Okay.
All right. What was he?
I think he tried, but there's no stealing. There's no stealing Jokic's thunder.
Man.
Like, this is his time.
Yeah.
This is like this. We've been building towards this, and he's here now. He's arrived.
He got the Western Conference Final MVP. You know what's funny? I mean, I wasn't so certain they could have given it to Jamal Murray. You think, or is
Stop it? Stop it!
All right.
Stop it!
I mean, Jamal Murray.
You should know better than this as a purveyor of Warriors basketball.
This is true.
Right, because remember last year people were talking about maybe Wiggins should be the MVP. Maybe like no, it all bends around. You take Jokic off the stage, Jamal Murray ain't getting 30. He ain't getting. He's not doing what he's doing without Jokic.
I feel you.
But if you take Murray off the team, Jokic is still doing this. But he's benefiting from the fact, like we watched how AD essentially stopped guarding anybody else and was like, "Yeah, Steph, wherever you going, I'm right there." Right, like that's what AD was able to do against the Warriors. It's like, hey, if somebody else want to beat us, fine. But as far as the Steph Curry goes, we got the man on you, but AD is lurking always. He can't do that because he's preoccupied. So now Jamal Murray can kind of work it, right? He can go. They even made some switches. They even put LeBron on Jokic just to free up AD because he's getting torched. Like it's Jokic. He's the center of it. Like he's the generational talent.
Yep.
And because of that, his number two is really good. It can produce some big moments, but he's still number 2.
Good call. Marcus Thompson, our guest. So, Marcus, let me ask you this, man. What's the difference between the Jokic of this year that seemingly is just unstoppable? I don't know how anybody's going to be able to handle this guy, and the Jokic that we saw last year where the Warriors showed him the door. Like, what's happened between last year and this year with him that he's become this unstoppable?
Jamal Murray, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and I'm going to throw in Bruce Brown. Because as we've seen throughout stretches of this postseason and even in this series, like, he can just be a facilitator sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he can just say, all right, like, I am like 6'11", almost 300 pounds. I do need a break, right? And I can take one because I've got Jamal Murray, right? I've got a plethora of guys who just make shots. There's been parts in the last 2 games, like stretches of 3 minutes, where Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is just like, yo, I got this. And he's ran off like, 7 or 8 straight points. Like, he can do that because he's got, like, veterans, he's got gamers. And if you think about when he's playing the Warriors, they were just like, yo, go ahead and get 50, right? Like, you don't have, like, we know you don't have it around you. We're going to wear you down. And it was like, yo, Bones Highland, what you got? Right? It was Monte Morris. You ready for this? And those dudes aren't these guys. I also think, just, to be a bit fair, the weakness of the Nuggets is defending perimeter guards, right?
There you go.
And I don't care what would happen. They would have had a problem with Steph Curry just because that's their weakness. The Lakers can't really attack it. They don't really have the players who can attack that weakness that the Nuggets have, even though KCP and Bruce Brown are pretty good, defenders. I would have liked to have seen them try to stop Steph. That would have been fun.
Well, D'Angelo didn't. He was no Steph. D'Angelo was no Steph.
Yeah, I think we learned that in 2019. But
in his brief stint by the Bay.
I know, right?
Oh, man, D'Lo. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joining us. Hey, just on LeBron quickly, we all expect him to return. He wanted to do a little dramatic diva thing there. But, I'm wondering the future of the Lakers. Like, we were talking about the West in general. Like, the Nuggets have arrived. The Kings are on their way. I don't know what to make of the Grizz. It's kind of a weird deal. How long will Morant be suspended? But, like, next year, like the Lakers, LeBron and AD come back and they make a move. That post-trade deadline Lakers, you see them being a factor next year?
I mean, I don't know how we could say not. They went from, like, the 13th seed in the West to, like, the Western Conference Finals in, like, a couple of months.
Yeah.
You know who was at the game?
I do. I do.
Courtside, Kyrie Irving.
Here
right?
we go, man. Here we go.
Is there any?
Here we go.
Smoke and fire there?
Yeah.
There's got to be something.
Yeah,
and then look, like they just spent, like they got D'Lo, Dennis Schroeder, Lonnie Walker, right? Like they've got people who Kyrie can definitely be an upgrade over, right? And if you watch that series, especially the way LeBron played, their answer is, their issue is AD is just not consistently great.
Nope.
And the difficulty of LeBron's life now, especially when AD is not great, is he's got to generate everything.
Yeah, it's too much.
38 years old, he's got to generate everything. Yeah. He could really use somebody who can run the show and handle the ball and make and create for everybody else and give him those chances to rest, because AD just don't bring it every night. Nope. Now, it could be Austin Reeves, right? Like, Austin Reeves could grow into that player. I don't know if it's next year, if it's in 2 or 3 years, but he just feels like he's got some of the tools to be able to do that. But the easy answer is just to go get Kyrie, right?
Yeah, sure.
But that's the easy one. So I still think they're a factor. I think they're one player away from being right back.
Right.
As long as everybody stays healthy.
Man, that would be a hell of a story.
If LeBron plays, right? I could see him retiring for a year.
If he
coming
plays.
back LeBron, taking a year off. I could see it. It'll be dramatic.
He could take a year off and come back with Bronny.
Oh,
Yep,
he better not. No, he's got to keep playing.
Hey, last one, because we got Patrick Bailey swinging a bat in the on-deck circle here for the Giants. Just on anything ear to the ground on Bob Myers? Any rumblings?
What's the opposite of rumbling?
Quietness, solitude.
Crickets?
Crickets is good. Sure.
Yeah, it's just peaceful right now. It's peace. Both sides are waiting. Nobody's set to blink. Eyeballs have not got dehydrated enough to where they need a blink.
Yeah.
It's just like, hey, what are you going to do about it? I'm like, hey, is this the best you got? And it feels like both sides are just waiting right now.
Okay.
But, we've got a month, so we good.
How do you do, by the way, in a stare down? Are you a good stare? Are you a good stare guy? Like, I'm headed.
I mean, I'm okay. Like, I could beat my daughter, but if anybody comes with any length, like, give me about 30 seconds, and then I'm wondering, why am I even doing this?
Start to
and
break.
then I realize there are more important things to do in life than hold my eyes open.
You don't
and then I give up.
You don't live for it. All right, buddy. Great talking to you, man.
Thank you, Marcus.
We'll look forward to the next one, man.
See you, man.
All right, peace.
Thanks, Marcus. Patrick Bailey, Giants catcher, next on The Sports Leader.
Listen to The Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-2 pitch. Fastball. He hammers this one. High and deep. Headed for Berkeley. Adios, pelota. the first Major League home run for Patrick Bailey, and that ties the game. What a shot that was. Way up into the bleachers beyond the 354 marker in left field.
What a pleasure to have the young man who hit that home run on the air right now. Making his debut appearance, I believe, on the Murph and Max show. Patrick Bailey, Giants rookie catcher. Patrick, Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey, we've been doing this morning show here on the Giants flagship for a while. We welcome you to the Giants family and congratulate you on being called up to the bigs, man. How are you, Patrick?
Morning, Patrick.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the kind words.
Oh, man, it's going to be great. It's going to be great to get to know you. And I got to tell you, yesterday on the show, because you got called up Friday afternoon, early evening. So Giants fans really reacted on Monday. Let me tell you, buddy, they're hyped for you and Casey. Do you and Casey feel a bond right now as the new kids in town?
Yeah, man, it's really exciting. Just have some young guys up and some familiar faces. I spent a lot this weekend. It was really cool just being in Sacramento, watching Casey kind of do his thing, and just makes me even more comfortable up here, having him and Walker and just a bunch of young guys. It's really exciting.
And there's something about a draft class, right? You guys are it's like graduating in high school. Your buddies from high school, like you and Casey and even Kyle, you guys will always be linked together. Has that always bonded you guys too?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we, at some point, in, I think all 3 years, I've either played with Schmitty or Kyle, and played a lot with Sweeney as well. So it's been exciting, and just to see kind of everybody doing well from that class is pretty cool. Class of 2020,
Patrick Bailey here. We like to get to know people as people. So Patrick, I want to just learn a little bit about yourself as the listeners learn who Patrick Bailey is. A Carolina kid, right? Yep. Born and raised in North Carolina. Is that a big part of your identity and pride?
For sure. Born and raised in North Carolina, and then me and my wife and little girl actually live in Charlotte right now. So probably see the foreseeable future as all season home to North Carolina, and just love it down there.
Well, you got, first of all, multiple connections to the Bay Area.
I was going to say, man.
Have you driven by Steph Curry's childhood home and lit a candle for us?
Oh, yeah, you guys got to do the secret North Carolina handshake when you hook up.
No, I haven't been fortunate enough to see that or meet him, but hopefully looking forward to it one day.
So you went to Wesleyan Christian. Would that have been a rival school of Steph Curry's high school?
So Wesleyan, we played a lot of Charlotte schools, but we mostly stayed around Greensboro, especially with baseball. So most of our rivals were just kind of local.
Okay. The other Carolina connections go, first of all the way back, rest in peace, the great Gaylord Perry, who we lost, the Hall of Famer. There's a statue outside of the ballpark of a Carolina guy. And then, of course, Madison Bumgarner. I mean, does anybody ever talk to you about the Bumgarner connection?
Yeah. I'm actually, I think, probably 45 minutes to where he grew up in right now from Charlotte. And, obviously it's pretty cool to have all those North Carolina connections, and hopefully we can just keep it going,
I mean, you were 15 years old in the 2014 World Series. Was that part of Carolina rather rambunctious about Bumgarner's heroics?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, pretty much all of baseball was celebrating that and just the performance he put on. And, it's pretty cool to be able to watch a North Carolina guy do that.
Man, they play some ball in Carolina, it turns out. All right. So, again, you're a really good high school player, selected for the United States national baseball team, according to this bio. That must have been really the first, gigantic moment in your young baseball career, was it?
For sure. That was really special. Just being able to go down to Mexico with some of the best players in that draft class, and honestly, it's really cool kind of seeing all the guys from that team in the big leagues and throughout the minor leagues, and it was a really special couple weeks.
Who would have been on that team that we know? Is there anybody who's in the?
Oh goodness! So Hunter Green, Royce Lewis,
okay,
Hans Kraus, Nick Prado, MJ Melendez. I mean, the list just keeps going. It's pretty fun special team.
So you caught Hunter Green?
No, he was just swinging it. Then I think he was shutting down his arm for the fall.
I was going to say you have to bring the sponge for that one, right?
Yeah.
All right, so it comes time. You're a decorated high school player, and you have a chance to go pro. The Twins draft you, and you say no, you want to go to college. So tell us a little bit about that decision. I mean, how much it was with your family. I know you was a 37th round, so it wasn't like, you were at the top of the heap, but still, a chance to go play pro ball versus going to college. And what were your college options?
Yeah, to be honest, I wanted to sign out of high school, and I just didn't get the money I was looking for, so it became a very easy decision to go to NC State. And college-wise, it just came down to pretty much NC State and Chapel Hill. And I always tell people that NC State kind of made it feel like it was their honor to have me come play for them, and Chapel Hill kind of made it my honor to go play there. So it's just kind of going where I felt wanted. So that was kind of the decision.
Kind of like that. A little. So did you ever get to play the Tar Heels then in any tournaments or games?
Yeah, that's our biggest.
Well,
rivalry.
obviously ACC. So did you have a little extra edge?
Yeah, I mean you always have your extra edge playing UNC and being state and just being NC State. So it was always a fun series.
You carrying that rivalry like into the basketball courts too, like when you're you're making sure to follow those Wolfpack Tar Heel hoop games.
For sure. It hasn't treated us well lately, but hopefully we can get it back on track.
By the way, NC State baseball alumni Trey Turner would be kind of your headline guy, huh?
Yeah, Turner, and then obviously Rodon. Last year.
Rodon. Yeah.
So we got some good players coming through the ranks. It's always a great program. Elliot Avent does a tremendous job. He's one of the best people I've ever been around. So it's pretty running things good over there.
So very influential figure in your baseball career, huh?
For sure.
Awesome. Okay, so then the Giants comes 2020. Tell us about your reaction. Now this is during. I mean, you get taken 13th overall, and that's pretty tall cotton, man. So, I mean, tell us about that day, getting drafted by the Giants 13th, where you were, what your reaction was. Did you see it coming?
To be honest, I mean, not really. Like, we had some conversations before the draft, but not a lot leading up to it. And, I was talking to my agent that night and kind of during the draft, and he was like, the Giants are on me at 13. And I was like, all right, well, let's see how things shape out. And sure enough, we kind of came to agreement, and obviously super exciting. It's such an incredible night, kind of half of the dream come true. And it's really exciting that kind of the second half of the dream's coming true right now.
Yeah, very much so. So then, obviously 2020 is the pandemic, which is how much, I mean, it affected everybody. So you're not unique, but how did it affect you? You didn't get to play a minor league game in the entire 2020 season.
Weird. Yeah.
How did that affect you?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely weird, and it was a hard year for a lot of people. I feel like for me, being able to go to the summer camp and the alternate site, and still have an instruct, like I was able to get a lot of baseball in, and at the alternate site as well, a lot of high level baseball around great coaches and everything. So I feel like it helped me a lot, just being in that environment and kind of going through that year with a bunch of older guys and just kind of seeing how things are done.
Was that in Sacramento?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Is that your first time out to California, or had you been with a team prior?
Oh, I think that was my first time, to be honest. That was my first time. Definitely first time in San Francisco and first time in Sacramento.
Yeah, it's a big culture change, right? How's this? I mean, the West Coast is different. We're a little laid back, and you got this cool fog rolling through the city. Well, how has San Francisco struck a Carolina boy?
For sure. I mean, the city is just absolutely beautiful. Just surrounded by the water. I think that was probably one of the coolest parts, just driving in on Friday from Sacramento with my wife. I think that's kind of when it hit me that kind of everything was happening, just driving across the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
I forget what bridge it was.
That's
the Gate Bridge.
That's the Bay
That's
Bridge.
the Bay Bridge. That's the big one, yeah.
Yeah. So we saw obviously the massive downtown, and crossing the bridge, seeing Oracle to the left, and it was just that's kind of when that's when it hit me and started getting nervous and everything.
Started getting real. You're like, damn, there's a stadium.
That's when the movie music comes in, right?
Totally.
That's when they play
the piano music creeps in.
That's where the Rocky music or whatever.
That's when the gut started turning.
Yeah, well, that is I gotta tell you. So just to give you your bridge bio there, the two. So you got the Bay Bridge, which connects Oakland to San Francisco. That's the one you were on. The top deck takes you in the city. The Golden Gate is obviously the more famous and more beautiful one, but you don't have quite the view of the city from the Golden Gate. I mean, you have a great view of the city from Golden Gate, but the Bay Bridge view is
spectacular,
right in
world
your
class,
face.
man.
So some people have compared it to like Oz, like driving, like when they see Oz for the first time.
Oh yeah. That's a good comp.
That's pretty good, man. Okay, so now you get there Friday. I was actually at that game with my family, and we were excited, to see you play. You came in as a defensive replacement, which is a little different than getting like the start. How did that go? Like, when Cap tells you, hey, man, we're pinch hitting Flores for Sable. I think that was the deal, right? And then you're going in. So how was your reaction in the dugout, just strapping on the gear?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of nerves, but, Cap and the whole staff did a great job of just communicating. Like, early on in the game, it was like, hey, this situation could pop up, be ready. So pretty much by the fourth and fifth, I was getting loose and, honestly, just kind of seeing when Flo started getting ready, that's kind of when I started stretching out and getting the arm loose and everything. So it was definitely a unique debut, but it was a lot of fun. Just getting in there, kind of breaking the ice, and getting the win was pretty exciting.
And then, obviously, the win is huge. That's great. Did they give you that do you get that celebration for like the shopping cart and all that, and the mustard and the ketchup and all that, or no?
So that was for Sunday.
Okay, for the bomb?
That was the big one.
And did you expect it to come when you were entered the clubhouse? Here it comes. I'm gonna get christened.
Yeah, so I walked through the first set of doors, and then I hear he's coming, and I'm like, uh-oh, this goes. But it was super exciting.
Dude, that's so exciting, man. And you and Casey are bringing such energy. Giants fans are really energized. And Pat, let's not forget the main thing. You guys are winning right now. I mean, the Giants have won 6 of 7 since you've gotten there. You've won 3 of 4, I believe, right? So, I mean, I know you're new and you're getting to know everybody, but is there that sense that there's that good energy in the dugout and Conforto's leaving the yard and Manaya's pitching and that energy? Could you describe that to us?
For sure. I mean, the clubhouse has been great ever since I've been here. It's kind of nice. I guess kind of showed up on a little bit of a winning spree, and just to keep it going and helping out. I mean, the arms and the bullpen are just lights out right now. We're playing really good defense, and then having good at bats and big hits when we need them. So it's pretty exciting right now, and just hopefully we can keep it going.
It is very, very exciting. And by the way, your bullpen your catcher coach is one of our favorites, Craig Albernaz.
Oh yeah,
what a character, huh?
Oh, he's the best. He's the best. Probably one of the things I was looking forward to most about getting to the big leagues was just being able to be back around him every day and just keep learning and everything. So.
I mean, I know Carolina and New England, those are two different regions proudly represented, but that guy, he will break out that chowder accent, won't he?
Big time.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I think we were on a conversation, phone call in my truck, and it was on speaker, and I hang up, and my wife was like, I don't know how you understand it.
Yeah, so what language are you speaking, man? Yeah.
Yeah. That's so good. And so you do, just to get to know the Bailey family, we do have your beautiful wife and a baby daughter, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's her name?
Brielle.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
Nice
and
name.
Did she see the Wait, you guys didn't do the fireworks Friday night, did you? She's a little young for that, right?
Yeah, she's a little young. She was getting pretty tired, obviously, and I think everybody was just kind of overstimulated. So we were trying to get back and get her down. And,
I know the deal.
Yes.
I mean, our life revolves around her sleep schedule. So.
Well, yeah, you did. I saw you say in one of the interviews.
Keep her rested and happy.
Yeah, sorry. I saw you say one of the interviews. You're like, man, I need some sleep. I'm tired, man. So, and by the way, just a simple name question: do you prefer Patrick or Pat or either or both?
Either or both good with me. I've never really had an issue. Been called both, so no issues there.
Anybody drop a patty on you or no?
Yeah, that typically comes around with some familiarity.
Okay. You got to be tight. You got to be tight.
Oh, yeah.
Well, listen, it's been great getting to know you, and we will say hi to you at the next homestand. It is the Murph and Mac Show. Welcome for Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, good having you, Patrick.
Congratulations, man. It's a great, great story, and everybody's loving the youth movement. So have a great game today, and thanks for coming on.
Thank you guys for having me. Have a good one.
Cheers.
There he is, Patrick or Pat, or if you know him
this
real
thing,
well, Patty.
it's raging now through the Giants community. Just that quickly during the interview, do we like it? I mean, his pipes are incredible. The guy comes on, how you guys doing? Is he more of a Kapler? But then there's a little bit of a Nick Bosa vibe going there, too.
What do you think, Waterboy?
The way he answers his questions, listen,
What'd you get,
You know what, Paulie Mack? I'll say it's a hybrid.
It's a hybrid.
Between Kapler and Bosa.
You guys like your hybrid.
I do like a hybrid. You're right in the middle. Yeah. It's a nice place to be.
There was some Kapler in there?
I thought there was a little Kapler. Just
because
based on
of how
the depth.
deep,
How
deep
Bosa
that
in
voice
there?
was.
That's a good question, Murph. You can call me Pat.
But he didn't. He never once said to me, "Oh, really? Is that what you think?"
No, he wasn't like that. Yeah. I heard you like burritos.
Oh, really? Is that what you found out?
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Yeah,
Like I
totally.
didn't say I heard you from Charlie's. Like, really? Is that what you
The more
heard?
I hear that cut, the more I realize he was really coming at us
Really?
that
Is that
day.
what you imagined?
Damn.
That's an uninformed take.
Wow.
I probably need to do some homework on that one.
Woo-wee. By the way, that Kapler soundbite was brought to you by the good people at Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending. Kapler's like, wait a minute, they're sponsoring my cuts? What the hell? I'm kidding, man. I'm just riffing. But so Redwood Credit Union makes it happen with their free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA.
And more Giants talk with Sean Estes on Papa and Lund today at 10:50 a.m. And we'll hand it over to them next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. the sports leader. It only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Reeves holding. James comes out of the pack. James on the drive, goes inside, stop, shot block, gets it back. It's over. It's over. Denver makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Okay. Hey, any Rod is welcome on the M&M show. Well, I think the track Marcus was his heart's in the right place where he wanted to balance the show out and end it by playing Rod Stewart Infatuation, which you and I riffed on early today.
There's
Instead,
still time to switch.
This is
Still time. We got 3 minutes.
Pull the needle off that one and drop it on Infatuation.
Yeah, Infatuation, which we were talking about earlier on how Nikola Jokic is a name we've all been mispronouncing on this show. We all say Nikola because we're idiots.
You guys are funny.
And I said I was trying to think of Nicole. There it is.
Here we go. See, now you're talking.
And
see,
I
we
think
got to
of
listen to that 80s.
This song opened. Listen to that.
Oh, that's Jeff Beck, by the way, on guitar.
So this song opens the credits for the movie The Sure Thing. And starring in that was Nicolette Sheridan, which is how I remember how to pronounce Nikola Jokic. Paulie said he's going with cola. That's not Coca-Cola.
Oh, my
That's
God. You know
right.
what? I'll take this all damn day. Early in the morning, I can't sleep. Come on, Rod, me and
You'll
you,
take
baby.
this?
Yeah, totally.
You'll take this?
He's leaning into that vocal right there. Come on, Rod. Yeah, I'm feeling this.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's horns.
Oh, I forgot about the bridge. Yeah. See, I forgot this part. I haven't heard this in years.
Oh, second verse before we get to the chorus. I'm doing a little Denver Nuggets history here. You played the Nuggets going in? Because this is history, baby.
Nuggets.
And we want to shout about they've never been. Okay, wait, it's coming up here. Ready? All right, Paulie. Here you go.
1,
Ready?
2, 3. Give it to me. Yeah, not again.
Yeah.
Understand. Infatuation.
There it is, buddy. There it is.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Nice mashup, dude.
1976, they made the finals. Here's a pretty good stat for you. This will tie up the show. In 1976, they made the ABA finals, okay? And they lost the ABA finals to, I'm sure Greg Papa knows this one. Actually, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm going to get it for you right now. They lost the ABA finals to the New York Nets. The New York Nets.
You know who I think was on that team is Dr. J. I think he was part of that Nets team.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Now, the catch is that 76, he was, indeed. He was.
Yeah.
And so was Swen Nader, by the way.
Nice.
And so that 76 Denver Nuggets team was coached by Larry Brown.
Yeah.
Okay? Larry Brown.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and tie that up to the rest of the show where we said this Nuggets team going to the final is the most obscure NBA finalist since... And Paulie threw out the 2004 Detroit Pistons.
No disrespect, but I'm just telling you my reality.
Who were coached by Larry Brown.
Damn,
there it is, baby.
dude. Look at the way
Full
Murph.
circle, baby.
What else can we give you? That's a mic drop.
There it is, right?
Everybody's coming home.
Okay, so
like
Giants
Acuna,
baseball
bro.
today.
We're taking 2 bags on that one.
How about that? Giants baseball today. Alex Cobb against Sonny Gray, your old pal.
Let's go.
4:40 in the afternoon. I believe tomorrow morning we get the pregame. Right?
Oh, nice. Okay.
I think
we'll
we
be
do.
here.
I think it's a 10 a.m. start. Is
Johnny
that right?
Lund's in the house.
John's like, yes, we do.
Yep.
Let's scoot aside
Cheers,
after that Larry
y'all.
Brown trivia factoid. Congrats to the Nuggets. And LeBron, we'll wait for your decision. When it's time for a change, think Speed Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change student and brake experts. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And it's not talked about because a lot of people don't understand it, but I do.
Clearly, you didn't watch the game tonight.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yes, it was.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Reeves holding. James comes out of the pack. James on the drive, goes inside, stop, shot block, gets it back. It's over. It's over. makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history. What a crushing finish for the Lakers as the Denver Nuggets sit atop the West. Here in 2023, they're the new kings of the West.
He's still one of the best that ever played this game. It was a kind of semi-ISO for him. He was going left. Jamal helped really good, and he didn't even take a shot. So it's a great collective team effort.
I don't like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career, and but we'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest, and just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball.
There is LeBron James using the R word, the Nuggets, for the first time going to the NBA Finals. We'll get into that. The Giants are so close to 500. 49ers at OTAs. Oh, by the way, Super Bowl 60. Super Bowl coming back to the Bear. We got a ton to do, and you're showing your nipples. I missed it.
I'm not.
Well, you were.
Oh, yes.
I was on the stream yesterday after I got done with my things. Yeah. And all of a sudden I pop in and I said, I wonder how the show's going. And all of a sudden I saw your nipples.
Do you want to see them again, John?
I've got nipples. Can you milk me?
It's cold
Greg?
in here. They've gotten a little hard. Well, Monty Poole was on, and Monty said he wanted to see me in my bathrobe and my slippers. So
we should do bathrobe brothers.
I think that's going to be the new attire for the Caboose Pistol.
I like it.
Is I'm going to go Hugh Hefner and bathrobe. Speaking of Hugh Hefner, we're thinking of Dr. Jerry Buss, who is the Hugh Hefner of NBA owners, and we have a lot to get to. Exciting news with Super Bowl 60. El Guido's going to join us coming up from Minneapolis, where they surprisingly passed the new kickoff rule with a fair catch inside the 25. Even more of a reason, John Lund, to have a powerful kicker like young Jake Moody can kick the ball out of the end zone as opposed to the directional kicking of Robbie Gould. But in any event, can we start talking about the Denver Nuggets a little bit? And I think I'm wearing my Warrior championship hat from last year. I think they're, Miami's going to be, if Miami finishes off Boston 3-0 there, although I think Boston could get one tonight and then, string that out a little bit, but we'll see how much fight they got left. But what a great finals that would be. And for the Denver Nuggets, there were 4 teams that, and they called it a merger. It really wasn't a merger. It was the NBA owners wanted Julius Erving in their league. And Julius Erving won the final ABA game with the New York Nets. They were down 22 points at one point. Denver was, last game they ever played in the ABA. Denver's going to their first NBA finals, but they were a perennial power in the ABA with Skywalker, David Thompson, the great North Carolina State star, stopped the string of UCLA championships. And, they had Dan Issel, and it was Larry Brown, and Doug Moe was his top assistant coach they had last year in the ABA. So they've been a great team, and I've been following them forever. My brother was at law school in Boulder, Colorado, right at that time, so he moved there when they went into the NBA, and they got off to a good start in the NBA. So you kind of root for them, and go obviously to Doug Moe being the head coach, and Alex English and Kiki Vandeweghe and T.R. Dunn and Fat Lever. It goes on and on and on. But they played so well to win that game yesterday because LeBron, came out and took them early in the game. The 21-point opening quarter, LeBron dropped on them, and he was making threes. He had 4 threes in the game. You see the video of him going out 4 or 5 hours before opening tip. He was doing that in the Warriors series as well, which is amazing. Although while he was doing that, they had a rehearsal for the NBA championship, Western Conference championship presentation, which they did have last night. It reminded me so much, not of Dr. Buss, but the earlier owner of the Lakers, Jack Kent Cooke, putting the balloons up in the rafters of the Forum, thinking they were finally going to beat the Celtics. And Nelly and Bill Russell's last game hits the shot off the back of the rim, straight up in the air, the lucky shot that went in. So we'll get into what LeBron's next chapter is, John, but the Denver Nuggets are for real. There is no doubt. And Michael Malone, who was a Warrior assistant coach here with Mark Jackson, Vivek Ranadive, had him in Sacramento. Very briefly, Chris Mullin was there at the time. I don't know exactly what happened when they fired Michael Malone, 24 games into that one season, John? And you knew he was a good coach. He really was the one that was coaching that Warrior team when Mark was here in the early years. And for him to persevere after some non-playoff years and the injury to Jamal Murray. I remember Jamal Murray in April of 21 at Chase Center against the Warriors in a heap under that basket. And he tore his ACL. And he missed, obviously, the remainder of that year and the following year. That's why the Warriors beat Denver last year. And the Warriors did knock him out in the first round last year. They didn't have Jamal Murray nor Michael Porter Jr., who had his third back surgery at 2 before he was even drafted into the NBA. To watch them play the way they played around him, Aaron Gordon had a big game making 3 threes, guarding LeBron. LeBron was a force in the first half, John, but he clearly tired in the second half. And it all leads to Nikola Jokic. The most special, different, unique would be the word. I can't think of anybody who plays like him in the history of the NBA. He's got a little bit of a lot of different people's games, but he averaged a triple-double in this series and in the postseason to go 30, 14, and 13 in that shot, two shots that he made over the top with the shot clock winding down. Got a bang out of Mike Breen last night. So we'll talk about the Lakers, the fallout, LeBron. And, one thing, when the horn went and they lost, for a moment I thought, is he not going to hug it out with these guys? I think he gave Jokic a big hug. And then he beelined right off the court and went right back in while Denver was there. And they were going to have their ceremony on the floor. But, when the Warriors lost to them, John, they hugged it out. He hugged it out for a long time with everybody. The Warriors paid respect to LeBron James. It was just kind of a quick exit, stage left even for LeBron, and then he gets on the stage, and is he serious about walking away? Nobody said that at all. He's got $47 million on the table next year, $50 million on the table after that. Does he want to play with his son, Bronny? Is Bronny going to be in the NBA at all? But it's just a kind of an interesting ending to what was. They lost all 4 games at the end. They were in all 4 to varying degrees, but last night Denver just took it from them. So before we get in LeBron and what's his next chapter, and I also have a bit of a concern about Draymond Green and how he may all factor into this, which we'll get to in a minute. But a word about the Denver Nuggets breaking on through in their 47th year to finally make the NBA Finals after playing in the very last ABA Finals.
I think it's awesome. It's one of those things where look, it's old hat for Warriors fans, but they won in 75 and then they hadn't even been back. And so if you hearken back to that part of it, I was in Houston when John Stockton hit the shot that's in the Utah Jazz in 97 to their first NBA Finals, and literally we did radio all night long. I mean, people didn't know what to do, and it's just a cool feeling. I feel great for the city because, like I said, the ABA, that's a long time ago that they played Dr. J in that last game in ABA history. And so, that's a great sports town. Say what you want. I mean, they got big-time Broncos fans. The Rockies aren't great, but that's a good sports town. And so to get Denver to do that, and then like you said, give me a comp to Jokic. I don't know, Sabonis, parts of Sabonis, parts
before
of Walton,
he got hurt. He was good. Well,
but I mean, nobody can shoot. The combination of him, the way he shoots it, and the skill around the hoop, and the way that this mechanical way that he does things, and we've just never seen anything like it. And so, as we're starting to talk, we'll talk about LeBron a ton today, and appreciating players because they're going to be gone before you know it. I mean, you're watching an all-time great in Jokic. You're watching, as you said, a unique player that is a combination of probably 4 or 5 different guys with his passing, his shooting, the different skill with both hands. I've never seen anything like this guy. He's amazing to watch.
The dexterity is just psycho. Bill Walton, what would Walton have been, John, if he did not hurt his feet? I mean, the year after they won the NBA championship in 76-77 with Dr. Jack, the next year they started 50-10. They were going to run and roll the league. And he was a high post center. Alvin Adams was like that, in Phoenix before that, just working out of the elbows there.
Almost some Larry Bird in there too. I mean, it's just like
he's got a little bit of everybody, but he's 7'1". The big thing is he lost weight.
Yeah,
I mean, he was humongous. He was 300 pounds. Remember they had the Itch brothers, Jusuf Nurkic and Nikola Jokic together, and I remember them. They couldn't get them on the floor together. They couldn't figure out who was better. I think Nurkic was a higher draft pick. Jokic, we talk about Draymond being the 35th overall pick in the draft. Jokic was the 41st overall pick in the draft out of Serbia. And to see him become what he's become, and the praise, and he's a joker. The reason he's got the nickname the Joker is he's funny. Now when he gets on the national stage, he just deflects all the time. So we'll get into LBJ and what it all means. And I think there's something with Draymond Green we got to keep an eye on. Mark Spears will join us a little bit later on, and he's connected with everybody. But congratulations to the great Denver Nuggets, and I'm thinking of David Thompson, the Skywalker. He was an Indiana Pacer at the very end of his career. George Irvin was the coach there and knew David Thompson, brought him in. And, you know, what drugs do to a guy, he was just lost. He wound up getting cut. He was heavy, showed up at a strip club late one night. And I'm like, could I go out and find David Thompson and bring him back home? Because the skill that he had. It's a little bit like when the Warriors brought in Marcus Johnson. He wasn't the same player anymore. But before, there was Michael Jordan, and after there was Spencer Haywood and Connie Hawkins and Elgin Baylor, there was the original, and Bobby Jones was a hell of a great defensive player. Let's not forget about him. But the original great Nugget, along with the missile, Dan Issel, was the great Skywalker, David Thompson.
Yeah, remember, what was it? He and George Gervin going to the final day for the scoring title. And, it was just incredible. And like you said, NC State knocking off UCLA to end that streak. And then, like you said, their history has always been offense, right? Well, like you said, Dan Issel, Alex English, that type of team.
Doug Moe.
Doug Moe just wanted to run it up and down the floor to Carmelo and all that. And one guy I'm feeling good about today, and maybe we'll get him on, or I don't know if he's on the afternoon show with Tommy and Copes, but I saw George Karl sending out a lot of stuff. And he's a big Nuggets guy, and his health's been failing him a little bit, but he's been at those games, and he feels pretty proud of, he was a part of that legacy as well, and with Carmelo Anthony announcing his retirement yesterday. So, just cool for a new franchise to get in there. Obviously, we'd like it to be the Warriors, but, it's cool to see some new blood in there, and that's a good team that, a couple of years ago, and then last year they had the injuries, but, look, they're going to be around for a couple of years in the Western Conference, and somebody that the Warriors are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I saw the shot of George during one of their games in Denver, and he's not in good health. He fought throat cancer for a long time. His son had it as well. George was an ABA guy. He was with the San Antonio Spurs, not the Denver Nuggets, but he loved Doug Moe. I ever tell you the story when I went into Doug Moe's office to interview him before a game? Chopper Travellini was the trainer. He's a legend. I'd knock on the door. Chopper's Doug in. Come on in. Sits in. It's literally an hour before the start of the game. And he's got a big screen on, and he's not watching Warrior video to get ready for the game, John. He was watching porn.
That's our kind of guy.
Doug, what are we doing here? You're working on the pick and roll here?
That's our kind of guy. He just became my favorite coach in NBA history, that guy.
Love Doug Moe. And he had a big influence on the Warriors and
helps
Run
you settle down.
Because that was Nelly.
Down,
Nelly brought that offense here. I thought he was going to be the Nelly from Milwaukee and Sidney Moncrief. He became Doug Moe here.
Right.
Let's just outscore him.
Yeah, have some fun, man. All right, we'll get into all of it. Like I said, LeBron talking retirement, what that means, Draymond Green, that kind of discussion as well. The Giants are nearing 500, which means we can have a totally different kind of conversation. We'll explain that as well. 49ers are getting on the field, so we need to talk about Trey Lance's motion, of course, and Super Bowl 60's coming here, so we got a lot to discuss today on a Tuesday. We get to all of it next. Thanks for hanging out. Do remember, go to KNBR.com or the KNBR app. You can see us live on Twitch and YouTube as well, so if you'd like to see a possible another nip slip, who knows? Who knows how the show's going to go?
That was not a slip, John. That was an expose.
Exactly.
Kind of like a Jack Peterson home run.
You know what?
I'm going Superman.
I like that. I told you, man. I used to do a thing back in the day in college, do Bathrobe Brothers. If we could do Bathrobe Brothers for
Let's do it.
Caboose every day. I mean, that's beautiful. I like the wardrobe changes, so maybe that's one we can do. So anyway, we'll get to all of it next. Thanks for hanging out on a Tuesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Stay on LeBron here. I got a little more.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants, they jumped on the Twins early for a 4-1 win yesterday. Oh, yeah, that Carlos Correa guy nixed that, that contract. I remember that. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, business owners, talking to you. Are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business? Man, there's a lot to do. You're keeping up with changing regulations. You're staying HR compliant. You're hiring or retaining top talent. You're handling payroll. Ooh, the list goes on. And it's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. So what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Well, fortunately, there's Insperity. Insperity puts over 35 years of HR servicing technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. So what if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it also offered training for your employees to increase their skills so they become more productive? We know this. There's always going to be challenges to face in business as a business owner. No matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions you need.
Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I walked out of the arena with him and I asked him, what were you trying to leave for us in terms of a breadcrumb trail? What thread should we be trying to pull when it comes to you saying you have a lot to think about? And he said, whether I want to continue to play. And I said, as in next year? He said, yeah. I said, so you would walk away? And he said, that's what I got to think about. And certainly, those are some heavy words coming out of the mouth of the game's all-time leading scorer who just dropped 40 on the Denver Nuggets, played all but 4 seconds in Game 4. But certainly he's at a point, a crossroads of his career, and I've covered him for a while. I've never heard him speak like this before.
All right, so while a lot of the talk was about the Nuggets, most of the talk was about LeBron James and saying that he had to think about his future in the postgame after he dropped 40. That was Dave McMenamin of ESPN. Was that just frustration at the end of a long season in which a guy's 38 years old? Is he really thinking about it? A lot of different things about it. Look, his son, Bronny, is a year away from going to the NBA. LeBron had said that he wanted to do that. The Lakers host the 2025 All-Star Game. I'm not sure that he would miss that. And nothing against LeBron. It's just I see LeBron as one of those guys who likes to have a retirement tour. Maybe I'm 100% wrong on that, but I don't buy it. I think it's a guy who is frustrated at the end of a long season. What do you think?
Remember when Trent Williams was right after the NFC Championship game, like 2 days later, and he had his exit interviews, and he talked about retiring, and you just don't ask a guy about that. But McMenamin did not ask him. Nobody asked, is this your last game? Because none of us thought that. He does have a clause in his contract where he can get out after next year, but he's going to make $47 million next year and then $50 million the year after. When you think about guys in their last year, whether it's Kareem, and I remember Kareem's retirement tour, and every city he went to was lavish. The Warriors gave him like a boat. Kobe as well, and then we knew it was his last game when he dropped 60 on Utah. I mean, for LeBron James to just walk away would be rather surprising. I think it's just the frustration of losing and getting swept in the finals, in the Western Finals. And they also asked him about, guys on the roster, and he really didn't know, which surprised me, what the contracts were of different guys. I don't know if he was playing dumb or not. But the other side of it is Kyrie Irving is sitting right there, in the baseline seats. And, Kyrie's, he can make a lot more money if Mark Cuban, maxes him out. But if Cuban does not and they decide to move on, would Kyrie go and join James? So, they have some decisions to make contractually. Rui Hachimura, who played well last night and started, is a restricted free agent. Austin Reeves, who also played well last night and started, is a restricted. So they're certainly going to keep Austin Reeves, John. There's no doubt. They may let D'Angelo Russell go. I think they will.
Yeah, I think so now.
But he did not play well at times, but he is what he is. He's not a $30 million a year player. We'll see where he goes. Dennis Schroeder, who did start, they made the right call by benching Vanderbilt, Vando, and Angelo, and going with Schroeder. But Denver just caught him at the end and they beat him. If they do, so how do they improve their team? I think is the issue here. And one thing LeBron said, this is the best. He said since AD and him have been together, Denver's the best team that they have played. So you look at what Denver's got, and if they win the championship or going to the finals, going to lighten their load a little bit. You got Sacramento on the rise, the Warriors coming off health, and there's just a lot of factors where he looks around the West. And yeah, he got in this year, but he had to fight hard. And one thing is he played so hard last night early in the game. Just to come out 4 hours before the game and warm up like that is insane. I mean, Larry Bird came out, but not 4 hours before, like 2.5, 3 hours before. Then he went into an ice bath. For him to get up there and get shots up and then make shots and play the way he played early, but at the end he wore down. And he played. I have more respect for him watching his performance this year on the defensive end. And I understand it. When he was a younger player, he couldn't expend that kind of energy defensively because he did so much offensively. But he played hard defensively in these playoffs. I've never seen LeBron. I was a much younger LeBron since I've ever seen him flying around like this. And then to go and post, and, Jeff Van Gundy last night, he should post every single time. Well, hell yeah, but he's tired. He can't.
He's not
do
25.
It. He can't do it on both. He played last night all but 4 seconds in the game at the very end of the half, and that was odd, the way he ran back up the tunnel and got to work on his body like right away. So he's conserving. The one question, and Mark Spears will join us later on, if he wants to work less defensively, who would you go out and get? It would be Draymond Green. So, I mean, Kyrie would be an amazing combination. And I know people roll their eyes about Kyrie's off-the-court behavior. It's odd to me because they were teammates when they broke our hearts on, Father's Day of the 73-9 season when he made that shot. And then he left right away. It looked like he was tired of LeBron. But now they're chummy again. I mean, Kyrie Irving with Anthony Davis and LeBron and Austin Reeves would give them a tremendous force, and they'd have to build a roster around them. But Austin Reeves can handle some of the ball handling. James can do that. You could bring Dennis Schroeder back. The one guy that I keep thinking about, and nobody's bringing him up, they're bringing up other players they could bring in, is Draymond Green. And he does. The reason, obviously, is Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, who does represent both James, obviously, and Anthony Davis. And, Draymond's got a clause where he can opt in or opt out and go from there. I mean, if the Warrior thing does not work out for Draymond Green and there's a fallback plan, we thought of Sacramento right away. But the money for Kyrie would be interesting. I mean, for the same money, John, he's a completely different player. Where the Lakers more make a point that we need. They won with defense this year. Their whole bounce back this year was defensive oriented. And LeBron had to work his ass off. If he gets Draymond Green now, he doesn't have to guard Jokic all the time. If they want to make Anthony Davis a roamer and put Rui on him, hell, let Rui walk and bring in Draymond Green and have him guard Nikola Jokic and all these, Kevin Durant and all these players you got to deal with, Luka Doncic, and go on and on. He has a history of, holding his own against these guys, if not in big games, playoff games, shutting them down. I mean, did you think at all when he was going through this? I don't think he's going to retire. Mark Spears will enlighten us, but how much of this, we've kind of been bracing for this for a while, that Draymond may opt out and go to the Lakers. Do you ever see that now?
Well, I think there were two main things, and it's right along the lines of your thinking. I thought the same thing. Number one, he's tired, like you said about Trent Williams. He's tired at the end of the season, and he's just kind of stream of consciousness talking about retirement. Number two, he's publicly negotiating with the Lakers to say, look, I'm not coming back with this rendition of teams where I have to play, this rendition of a team where I have to play every minute except for 4 seconds and score 40 points at the age of 38, like you said. To do that,
and lose.
Right. And to do that, what they have to do is, we've been lauding them for what they did, but what they'd have to do to either fit a Draymond Green or a Kyrie Irving or something like that. So everything that they gained in this trades, from D'Angelo Russell to Rui Hachimura, all these guys would have to go, and they could create about just over $20 million in cap space, and probably even more. Some guys could take more.
I think it's more. I think it's closer to 30.
So essentially what you'd have to do is, though, Kyrie would have to take a little bit less, or Draymond would have to take a little bit less, at least initially. And then long-term, you could give them some money, which long-term would put them in a bind. But it's the same kind of thinking that the Warriors would have with Steph Curry. You have LeBron James. You're going to run that into the ground, and then you're going to worry about all that other stuff later. So exactly like you said. And the thing that has concerned me about Draymond is, and he never does this on his podcast for other teams, the respect he has for LeBron, the respect he showed for Anthony Davis when he got the concussion, and he went out of his way to kind of go after Charles Barkley and Stephen A. Smith and that kind of stuff, and show him respect. He doesn't do that for other players when he's playing against them in a series. He may not rip them, but he certainly doesn't praise them like he did the Lakers. And look, he wants to have a post-NBA career, and he wants to be on TV, so that's where a lot of players go. So it makes a ton of sense for Draymond Green. However, for him to maximize his money, would the Warriors, let me ask you this, would the Warriors ever facilitate that? In other words,
sign and trade.
Once Draymond Green leaves, that money gets sucked up like it would have with Durant leaving. So if he says, look, I'm going to the Lakers, would you say, okay,
sign and trade,
get us Malik Beasley, or get, some of these guys that they're going to lose. Yeah, you want Austin Reeves? I mean, would you actually facilitate a trade to put him down in L.A.?
Well, we're ahead of ourselves. He's got to, either opt in, opt out, where, it's not till late June. But if they reach an impasse, and if Bob Myers is gone, who's going to do that deal? I mean, you did it with Durant. When Durant left, you just didn't let him.
He went to Brooklyn on the. He went to the East.
Trade,
yeah, would you
that
put
was
him?
A sign and trade.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he went to the Nets.
Well, I mean, he's going to make the call. Well, Draymond can just opt out and go wherever he wants, and the money in the first year. Well, the money in the first. You're right, and the money in the first year. Could be less. I think what I've been reading and hearing is I think it's closer to $30 million if they let Hachimura go and D'Angelo and Dennis Schroeder. I'm sure they're going to try to re-sign Austin Reeves, but he's restricted. And how much money is he going to make, really? So, I mean, there's ways to, and LeBron could renegotiate his deal. The one thing, if you're Draymond, steps under, his first goal is to stay here. He said that all the way. But if it just comes down to it just doesn't work out, and he's looking at Bob is leaving and Steve may leave in a year, The one thing is Steph Curry is under contract for 3 more years. LeBron, once he mentions this, and maybe bringing Draymond in would change his outlook, but once he starts to talk that way, he's there. Well, Tom Brady did this at the end of his career, and every year he had a wonder, and Aaron Rodgers as well. And to me, last night kind of reminded me of Aaron Rodgers when the 49ers beat him in that playoff game, and right away, the beautiful mystery of where he's going. You don't even talk about the Niners winning. You're talking about Aaron Rodgers, who can't win big games, and specifically championship games, deflecting a little bit. And, James did take a little of the thunder away from what Denver was able to accomplish last night. But I don't know. I don't think he's going to retire. But who knows? He could, but that's leaving $97 million on the table. But he's got generational wealth. He doesn't need it. But anybody does need it. But then my thought would be, if they want to really improve, who would improve their team more? Take the finances off.
Oh, there's no question in my mind.
You bring in Kyrie Irving, or you bring in Draymond? Well, Kyrie's going to improve you offensively, immeasurably, and take a lot of the ball handling away. Draymond helps offensively, though. He can handle the ball. He can set screens. But he's going to guard. James he doesn't have to guard Nikola Jokic anymore. If they want to get Anthony Davis in the rover position, Draymond Green's that guy. So who would help their team? Take all the money away. You're saying Draymond would more than Kyrie?
I don't think there's any question.
Really?
Draymond's
Kyrie's
a winner.
A hell of a player.
Draymond's a winner, though. I mean, that's just what he does.
Okay, Kyrie won. He broke our hearts.
Here's the issue with the Lakers. It is $29 million, but they only have 7 players under contract. So what they've got to have some. They got to sign somebody.
How many are on the court at one time? Right? That's all we did.
So I mean, it's kind of like the Sun situation, right? Where it's like, okay, you get these guys. But, part of the key to the Warriors winning was they had guys coming off the bench. And part of the reason why the Lakers were so successful is they had guys coming off the bench. So, obviously, you do worry about the base of your house first. So, if you're the Warriors, it's like, okay, let's get Steph and let's get our guys. But that's an interesting one, because would Draymond Green decide, okay, I'm going to go down to the Lakers and you're going to do a sign and trade and you're going to get what you can get? Or would the Warriors go, hey, man, we'll challenge you. Go get what you can get, because they can't just give Draymond that $29 million. They've got to save a few bucks to fill out their roster. So I just wonder what they could give him unless you did a sign and trade.
Well, the first year he could take less, and then more in years 2 and 3. So
exactly.
They would do it. Yeah.
All right. Give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. You can hit us up as well on the video at KNBR.com, KNBR app as well. We'll continue the conversation a little bit more, and then we've got our good friend Sean Estes, who I've missed. Watched him a lot on TV.
Great job last night, by the way.
Very nice job. Yeah, very nice.
Job.
And and the Giants are creeping ever so closely.
One game within
500. Plus, I watched you. I heard you yesterday talking about Patrick Bailey and our guy Casey Schmidt. So we got to get into the energy that they have provided for this team as they beat Carlos Correa 4-1 as game 2 tonight against the Twins, and then day baseball tomorrow. We'll get into all of that. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I slept like a baby last night after LeBron James was swept out of the NBA Western Conference Finals, went right to bed. Now we're wondering about LeBron retiring, maybe Draymond going to the Lakers, but that's for another night. Last night, the main reason I slept so well was my Sleep Number bed that I have. I sleep next level every single night. Sleep Number smart beds individualize your sleep experience, making high-quality sleep effortless every single night. You can adjust the firmness on each side so you choose and change your ideal comfort and support. Do you have a Sleep Number bed like Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers has? So sleep next level. Unlock your unique potential with a smart bed that can perform as well as you do. And now, during Sleep Number's Memorial Day sale, which is coming up through Monday, you'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get special financing and free home delivery when you add a base. But it ends on Memorial Day, Monday, May 29th. It's available only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's great. I mean, obviously, a bullpen game it's a really challenging thing to pull off, and it always feels nice to have a guy like Alex Cobb or Logan Webb starting a game. When you don't have that luxury, you know there's going to be a battle, and you think it's likely to be potentially back and forth a little bit. So it's nice to get that cushion to work with, and pretty impressive that everybody on our staff was able to make that hold up tonight.
That is Gabe Kapler. We're going to get into some Giants, plus our good friend Sean Estes, which is can't miss. He's going to join us in about 10 minutes. Giants are one game, I tell you, away from 500. And we'll continue our conversation about the Warriors. Text line is wide open, by the way. Anything you want to get into, whether it is LeBron's potential retirement, Draymond potentially going to the Lakers, 808-562-7415, 415-808-KNBR. I got to get this. It'll just take a little bit of time, but I just can't get that image of like Zorro Gabe Kapler out of my mind. And then
from Mexico City?
Yeah.
You're still going back to that?
Yeah, because somebody did
last night. He had the Roy Orbison glasses on. You're still going back to that?
Well, just because somebody photoshopped the mascot and everything when they got that one picture of Man in Black. I'll get past it at some point.
You got to get off social media.
Yeah, I know.
He's within one game of 500, so I got my rally cap on.
No, I like it.
At one point, 1 month and 1 day ago, John.
Yeah.
They were 6-13. They lost to the New York Metropolitans by a score of 7-0. And we thought, damn, how did they get better? I don't know. Craw hit a bomb the next day against the Mets. Logan Webb shoved, and 17-11 since. They've been streaky, won 5 in a row, lost 4 in a row, won 4 in a row, lost 7 of 9, 3 in a row in Arizona. But now they're hot. Obviously the homestand where they went 5-1 on the homestand and then won last night. They won 6 of their last 7. So actually, I think this rally cap and starting the live stream has been what has flipped this around here. And now they're within one game of 500 at 23-24. So we thought, and you and I discussed it, how do they get better? How do they get better? It's 6-13, and we were talking about, Austin Slater and Mitch Haniger get the right-handed hitters back, and that did help turn things around. Now Austin Slater re-aggravated the hammy. Haniger's helping. But you got more. And all of a sudden, it's Casey Schmidt, obviously, that started it, although he took an 0 for last night. Although I thought the ball that he hit to Carlos Correa was scalded. I know it was right at Correa. He could have got a hit on that one, but it was at Correa. He should make that play. And then you see a little bit, Patrick Bailey swinging from the left side, not as effective as he was from the right side. So these guys are going to go into slumps, there's no doubt. and I'm kind of bracing for one coming from one of them or maybe both of them. But then you got to ride it out a little bit because they've improved your defense so much. But you were harping on the defense early in the year. The defense is so much better. Conforto swinging the bat so much better, hitting the 3-run bomb. The approach, again, a little bit left of center last night on the home run. Not trying to lift and separate and buggy whip everything. The strikeouts are down. The base hits are up. Let's go back to the Boch days. And Boch wanted guys to hit bombs, but, it was about, keeping the line moving. And, just playing station to station, having the corners occupied, coming up with the big hit. So all of a sudden, John, from 6-13 to 23-24, we got to ask the question, who are these guys really?
Well, I think what you did, you hit it right in the head. I always thought the bats at some point would play enough. Starting pitching has been pretty consistent, at least the top 3 guys for the majority of the season. There were 2 things. There was the bullpen, there was the defense in some sort of order. And like you just pointed out, if you have Casey Schmidt at third, Brandon Crawford is not what the numbers indicate. He's much better than that. And Tyro and J.D. Davis is better than we think. And if Patrick Bailey can improve the defense, and all of a sudden, you're a good defensive team. And now you're a good defensive team. 3/5 of your rotation's pretty good. You go with a bullpen game like Gabe was just talking about. All right, now we're cooking with some gas. Because now you're just saying, okay, can Luke Jackson at some point help the bullpen? Is Kyle Harrison going to be the next energy guy? I don't know if he's going to be a starter. He's only gone 3-4 innings. Maybe he's going to give you a little boost in the bullpen, whatever. But now you can start to see something because the beginning of the season, as you point out, when they're going 6-13 or what were they, 16-23, there were so many things to fix that you're going, I don't even know where to start with this team. Now you're starting to see it take shape and say, okay, I could see this team being a contender. But to me, it started with the improvement of the defense.
Without a doubt. And now you got to ride out. And I'm not going to say they're going to start to slump, but I think, Bailey's left-handed swing, he almost went oppo his last at-bat. He drove the ball. We'll see. But these guys are, Casey's not going to hit in 10 out of 12 games every dozen-game streak. And I'm kind of bracing for a little bit of a slump with those guys once the league figures him out. And basically with Casey is to, not throw him a strike and see if he goes out of the strike zone. They've done that some, to me, not enough. A little worried about Wade's thumb. Let's see if he plays. But will they ride through a prolonged offensive slump with these guys? In Bailey's here, Kipe this morning said hits 240, he's fine. Can he hit 240 in the big leagues? And, what do you do there? And Sable obviously can play the outfield. You got to get Joey Bart back. But I agree with you. They are a contender. They're 23-24. I mean, look at Philadelphia. Look at how they've underachieved. Look at the Mets. They've been up and down. Now the Mets are hot. They've won 5 in a row. The one thing you look at, John, is even your own division. The Dodgers started to separate a little bit. Then they lost 3 out of 4 in St. Louis. They did win last night. Gavin Stone, who had to come up because of all the injuries in the rotation. Dustin May, Urias is down. Arizona's a game and a half back. You're only 6 behind the Dodgers. It's not like you're the A's and you're, what are they, 20 back in their division? I mean, they're in a tough division, obviously. And the Dodgers, with all their injuries, Kershaw's not been very good lately. Gonsolin's throwing the hell out of the ball. But they have some inconsistencies in their rotation right now. Noah Syndergaard's not been good. We mentioned Urias and Dustin May go down. Bobby Miller, I think he's going to make his Major League debut coming up tonight. John, I saw Gavin Stone get blasted. The Dodgers did come back and win last night, but they got a lot of question marks in their starting rotation right now. So I know the Dodgers are the Dodgers, and we kind of said they're not going to win this year in the offseason, and San Diego would win it. You're only 6 games behind the Dodgers, and you got off to a 6-13 start, and now they're starting to show some injury in their rotation. I think the one thing now, and we'll ask Sean about it, and when you're watching him play, obviously Casey Schmidt just makes everything better on the infield. You got healthier in the outfield. The bullpen is starting to sort out roles now and be effective. The one spot would be the 5th spot in the rotation, which was last night's spot. And they made it work with Brebby as the opener, and Minaya threw the hell out of the ball, and Beck came in behind him, and Alexander finished it off. But, it's worked with Casey Schmidt to a large degree, and with Patrick Bailey to a lesser sample size. Would you go to the Kyle Harrison card here? I always point to Memorial Day. Memorial Day is next week. It's Monday. Would you wait a little bit beyond that? I mean, that's the one spot you're looking at. And they could roll out a bullpen game once out of every 5 if you want. Manaea threw well last night. Couldn't he just get a start or have him behind Brebbia? But it's work with Casey Schmidt. It's work with Patrick Bailey. Is it time to make it work with Kyle Harrison?
Look, I've wanted him up, and we got that explanation on and I didn't realize this, how they changed the thing in AAA, and on Mondays and Tuesdays they do this, and Saturdays and Sundays. So it's one explanation to why he walks so many hitters, but I don't see why you wouldn't, just because, to me, I don't know a lot about Kyle Harrison, but I know this. He's confident. So if he comes up and he gets rocked a couple of times, he's not going to lose his confidence. I think you got to see what you got, because, like you said, there was reasons why you brought up Casey Schmidt. There was a reason why you brought up Patrick Bailey, and as Gabe Kapler said afterwards, it wasn't just because Joey Bart got hurt. They feel like he's a major league catcher, and I think that they're getting to the point where Kyle Harrison is your best option for the 5, and it's not even about energy, because these two guys have brought that, as you pointed out yesterday. But I think you need a number 5 starter now. It's starting to be a glaring weakness in your team.
How did he do last night? Did he pitch at AAA last night, or were they all?
Double check. I'll check that.
Because he's pitching in the Stripling spot.
Right.
And last night was Stripling's turn of the rotation, and obviously he's on the IL. So they went to the Brebbia in the opener. So I don't know what he did last night. I mean, we asked George Contos when we were at the patio last Wednesday about it, and he thought if he's struggling with command in the AAA level, he's going to struggle with command here. So he was against it right now. But Sean thinks with the automated umpires down there, the strike zone.
Screwy.
And these guys, this staff is a developmental staff. That's what Gabe Kapler did with the Dodgers before. Obviously he managed Philadelphia, but that's his background, developing. Kai Correa, the pitching coach with Bailey and Bannister. It's what they do. They develop guys. So I remember when they called Casey Schmidt up, Cap said, Casey Schmidt can help us, but we can help Casey Schmidt. And likewise with Patrick Bailey. They may not be completely ready. Hell, Bailey, 14 games this year at AA, 14 games at AAA. When they called Joey Bart up after skipping AAA, I thought, you can't do that. You can't skip a level. But maybe this guy's different, certainly with his soft hands, the way he catches. He has a skill. We'll see if his bat plays long term. But part of their thinking could be, he's close. He's 80% ready to be a major league player. We bring him up with our developmental major league staff. We'll help him get over the other 20%, use him properly, and he helps us win and not Sacramento.
Let's talk to Sean Estes about it. We love talking to Sean every Tuesday. We'll get into that conversation. Plus, with the Giants just one game under 500, what does he see as the improvement? Obviously, the energy that Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey have brought to the club as well. We'll get into all of it next with Sean Estes, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, that rhymed. Summer starts right here with my good friends, Kevin and the whole crew at Modesto Toyota, for great savings on that new Toyota you want. And get this, no dealer markup. That's right. Modesto Toyota has no dealer markup, and this is awesome. There are new cars, SUVs, and trucks, and they arrive every day. You can even check out the incoming vehicles at Modesto Toyota. So then what you do is you pick out the one you want. It's got everything. It's got all the bells and whistles. Yep, that's the one you want. You reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. And Modesto Toyota has been family owned and operated since, get this, 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So it's time to get out and enjoy the great summer weather. And it starts here with great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. These big trucks, I've seen them. They are loaded with new Toyota. So it's time to come get yours with no dealer markup. Now's the time for you to get a great deal on your next Toyota at Modesto Toyota. So you check it out. You go online to ModestoToyota.com. You get the one you want. You pick it out. You reserve it. And that's all with no dealer markup. It's where I get my Toyotas. Only at ModestoToyota.com.
On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Really wasn't thinking too hard about it. Kind of been throwing like super light bullpens, like daily, I would say. Just feeling those things I've been trying to feel, and just feeling good, and just whenever my name's called, just being ready.
How much did you throw in the bullpen before the game today?
Probably 8 pitches, 10 pitches, something like that. Super late.
Sean Manaea, the Giants now 23 and 24. So getting close to the magical 500 mark. We'll get into that. A lot of pitching to discuss. Carlos Correa, maybe the Giants dodged a bullet there. What's he hitting? 213 with a sub 700 OPS. Let's get into all of it. Our good friend Sean Estes, who joins us every Tuesday at this time, courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Not a whole lot. Just hanging out.
You were thinking about
how's Minnesota?
Something. Yeah,
you're
Minnesota.
You're native of Minnesota.
Oh,
Minnesota.
Don't you know?
It's not Fargo, Sean. It's Minnesota.
Yeah, but I think you're pretty accurate myself.
You betcha. You
betcha. Oh, Minnesota.
Holy buckets.
What did he say?
You should see
Hold
how
on, hit
everybody
the
just
dump
looked
button.
at
What'd
us.
he say?
He said holy buckets, okay?
Oh,
Get your
I thought
mind
it
out
was
of the
me.
gutter,
I thought
man.
it was me.
Wrong with you
Like in the
people.
same, like, geez Louise, that type of thing, you know. They go
Oh,
with
golly,
culture.
geez.
Yeah.
Yeah, geez.
Speaking
no,
of
it's
holy
great,
buckets.
man. The weather's been fantastic.
Yeah, if you're there in the
it's
spring
warm.
or summer, it's nice.
That's my
right?
first question because we got a day game tomorrow, which means we have no show. What's the weather like for tomorrow's game?
Hopefully good, because I'm going to get on a flight at 6 a.m. and go home.
You're leaving, right? You got a kid function.
Let's see what's going on in
I got a
Minneapolis. I'll look it up.
graduation, yeah, so I'm gonna dip out tomorrow for the game. I think it's gonna be nice. Yeah, it's supposed to be nice this whole series. Get a little cooler in Milwaukee. Yeah, day game tomorrow. But the night games here, man, when it's nice weather, holy cow, it's like perfect. It's a weather you don't feel. You know, it's not too hot,
Weatherless,
not too cold.
no wind. Yeah,
When we were on the rooftop last night after the game, hanging out, it's like perfect weather. And I was joking around with the guys because one of them lives here, and I said, what is this, like one of 5 days you guys get like this all year? And he kind of laughed, and he's like, yeah, pretty much. It's like, because in May you could have snow. He says, we get snow in May at times, but it'll melt off. But and that's kind of why I didn't even think about bringing my clubs on this trip, because we thought maybe there might be some weather, but it's been perfect.
By the way, today is 84 for a high, 59 for a low with sun. Tomorrow's a little bit cloudy, but still 75. Yeah, and everything else is in the 80s. They got better weather than we do. My goodness, it's nice today.
Yeah, you got to enjoy it while you can. Everybody's out. I'm actually heading to lunch right now on one of the lakes out here, and I'm expecting to see a bunch of people out, because when you get the weather like this, you get outside. People they're cooped up all winter. I mean, it gets cold here. I mean, it gets below zero at times. The lakes freeze over. I mean, so when they get this kind of weather, everybody's out and about. So a little bit of buzz right now.
Yeah.
At
times, that's called the winter in the Twin Cities. They have indoor tunnels, so they never have to go outside because it's freezing ass there, but it is beautiful there. So I know you were there. The Giants were never there before when you guys went there in August, and I remember that series well. It was a long rain delay. Carlos Correa was the best player on the field, and he did it in a variety of ways all 3 games. So obviously after the pursuit of him in the offseason and flunking him on the physical and going back there, and he came in hitting 206 last night. He attributed it to, flying around and getting all these physicals taken in the offseason. But he had a couple of hits last night. Just the vibe on the field before the game, the interaction between Correa and the Giants and Cap and, players that reached out to him like Logan Webb and Craw. Just what was your vibe about the Giants playing against Carlos Correa on this series, Sean? What did you observe?
I didn't see much, Pop. I really didn't. I think that, it was obviously it almost happened, but in all reality, he didn't develop any type of relationship with any of the players, leading up to that. Obviously some texts here and there, and obviously, with some bitterness probably on his part. He was ready to say yes, and because of that, he had to take a lot less money. So I'm sure that there's a lot more incentive for him in this series, more motivation to do well. I didn't see much as far as the Giants' interaction with Correa yesterday. Like I said, no one really had a relationship with them. So I think they moved on. The Giants absolutely moved on. I'm sure Correa probably has, some bitterness that went on with the Giants, and I'm sure that he wants to stick it to him this series. He did get a couple hits last night. Didn't hit the ball hard. He made an error later in the game. Ball was hit pretty hard off bat Casey Schmidt, but I don't think the Giants really put a whole lot of stock into it right now. They're trying to win. I feel like that they probably feel like they did dodge a bullet. I mean, he hasn't started out real well. He hasn't hit the ball hard all year. I think that'll change. He's too good of a player for it not to. he had a better second half last year than he did first half, and the Giants obviously saw him in late August at his best. So, you know, things haven't worked out for him this year so far, but I expect him to be much better. You know, I don't know. I think it's more of a one-way street when it comes to that. I think that he definitely has a little bit more motivation to do well than the Giants have motivation to get him out.
Yeah, he's hitting 213. He's hovered around the Mendoza line for the majority of the season. So yeah, he's off to definitely a slow start. In regards to the Giants now being at 23 and 24, and just in year around the team, just the energy. Throw the stats out for just a second. Just the energy that Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey have provided this team. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, when you see him out there, I mean, obviously the defense stands out for both of them, and then the bonus is obviously they're producing at the plate. So that's an added bonus. That's an added bonus. And we talked to Cap yesterday, and he's like, you know, we love to see the offense, but we already know what we have defensively, and if they hit just a little bit, they're going to be on this team. You know, is what Casey Schmidt's doing sustainable? Probably not. Obviously, Patrick Bailey had a good couple games out of the gate. Is that sustainable? Probably not. But the value that they bring on the defensive end, the value that they bring in, and like you mentioned, the energy that they bring to the park every day, it's exciting because they're pieces of the future, right? And you know that they're going to be around for a long time, just based on their character, based on what they can do on the field, and more from a defensive perspective. And the offense will continue to develop and get better as the years go on. But you can't say enough about just what kind of like shot in the arm they bring to a team, especially a veteran team. You know, the defense has struggled for the last couple of years. You knew with the shift that it was going to probably not get better. But now you guy in Casey Schmidt you can put all over the field. He has a ton of range. He provides energy on the field defensively, provides that energy in the clubhouse. And then you got Patrick Bailey back there just, you know, stealing strikes, just handling a pitching staff, just jumps right in and just kind of looks the part of a big leaguer behind the plate. So it goes a long way as far as just it gets guys excited about not just the present, but also the future. And now you're starting to play better baseball, and it's not a coincidence. You know, when those guys got called up, that starting with Casey Schmidt, that the team started to play better. So, you know, if that can propel them into a nice little run here, and you know you can sneak into the playoffs, I mean that's going to be huge just moving forward. Just because you know you got two guys under your control for a long time.
And we talked about Casey with you. I mean, he is just a revelation.
I personally don't think it's going to stop. I mean, Cap even said yesterday that Matos is close. Like Harrison's close. I mean, you're looking at 4, maybe 5 guys with Luciano if he puts it together. And then this wasn't on, you know, they love him, and he's just dominating the minor league levels, and he could be on the fast track to the big league. So now you're looking at 6 guys from the organization that can make an impact, not in the future, but maybe this year.
Well, they've got 6 already, and Bailey, Ryan Walker came up, Tristan Beck, who threw the ball well last night behind Minaya, Blake Sable, Casey Schmidt, and Brett Wisely played the hell out of second base. So you mentioned Matos. His range is really strong. I want to ask you about Kyle Harrison because, you know, that would have been Stripling's spot in the rotation. They went with your favorite opener. Brebby is good at it, and Minaya came in behind and was throwing harder. He was effective, and then Tristan Beck, and they got the ball to Alexander, and they won. But that's the spot in the rotation of Kyle Harrison. This major league staff is a little bit different than other staffs because they're a developmental staff. Cap and his background, Kai Correa, the way he works, Andrew Bailey, Bannister when he floats around, it's just different. You know, so the question is when they brought up Bailey in particular and Casey, Sean, the line was Casey can help the Giants win, and we can help Casey with the way this staff works. And likewise with Bailey. He only had 14 games at AA, 14 games at AAA. First I thought they're going to rush this guy the way they rushed Joey Bart, but he looks the part defensively. With Kyle Harrison and, you know, the arm side lack of command at times, the automated strike zone down at AAA, do you think we're at the point like Schmidt and Bailey where you bring him up and maybe he's not completely ready for the major leagues, but this coaching staff can get him ready.
Well, you bring up an interesting point because we always meet with Cap at the beginning of every series, and I actually brought that up yesterday to Cap. I said, how close were you guys to calling up Kyle Harrison, in that spot yesterday, in Stripling's spot? And he said, well, not really close because we just haven't seen enough from a command standpoint to warrant that. But it is close if you strings together a few starts where we start to see that improve. And my argument was like yours. I said, I feel personally that he'll be better at the big league level. I think with the automated strike zone, he hasn't benefited from the high strike down there, and that's where he pitches. That's where he has his most success. I believe with big league defense, with Patrick Bailey catching him, Joey Bart catching him, he's going to be better. With the coaching staff in place, not to say that they're not good down there, but I feel like that he will be better. He will benefit by being in the big leagues. And Cap didn't disagree 100%, but he did say, how we're evaluating him down in AAA isn't necessarily because I said he's striking out a ton of guys. Yeah, he's walking guys, but I think those walks will come down. But he's saying that, first of all, you're going to face big league hitters. You're not going to get as much swing and miss in the strike zone as he's getting in AAA. And we just don't see enough strikes out of him, right? So you're going to see guys that aren't going to chase as much at the big league level. And so he may actually walk more guys because you're not going to get as much swing and miss in the zone, and you're not going to get as much chase out of the zone as he's getting in AAA. So that's kind of how they're evaluating him right now, is what bats that AAA hitters are taking against him. Are they swinging at pitches that big league hitters probably wouldn't swing at, and how much swing and miss is there within the strike zone? And they put all that stuff together. They analyze it, and they just say that he's not ready yet. He's not consistently throwing strikes enough yet. But he says that could be something that can be fixed in a 2 or 3 start stretch where he starts to get confidence in his arm side command a little bit better, and he'll be in the big leagues when that happens.
Sean Estes is doing this. Plus, Sean, you knew this, I'm sure. I did not. So last week we had Zach Bayruti, who's the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, and he was telling, and maybe a lot of fans don't know this, so half the week they have an automated umpire in there, and apparently the strike zone is very, very tight, so much so that Brett Wisely came up with the Giants, and it took him time to adjust because he was down in AAA, and he was basically working with a 2-0 count every time because it's so tight. And then the other half of the week they have live umpires, but then you can tap your helmet and you can challenge pitches. I mean, it's so screwed up. So you got to know, like, okay, today's Sunday, it's a real umpire and they can challenge. Oh, today's Tuesday, it's an automated strike zone. And I've been told that automated strike zone is really, really tight. It's not making an excuse because in spring training the same thing happened with him, with Harrison. But the one thing about it is that I think if he went up to the major league level, he could get some consistency. Because at the AAA level, I would think they would do this maybe in A-ball, but to do this at AAA where you're so close to the majors and then both for hitters and pitchers, this is just a screwy setup. So maybe that's thrown him for a bit of a loop as far as the walks and the balls are concerned.
No, I mean that was my point. Is that he'll benefit from a big league strike zone where he has an umpire back there calling that top shelf strike more often. That's not how they're evaluating it. They're looking at the whole package, right? They're looking at, like I said, they're looking at what kind of swings AAA hitters. And he says, even Cap said, he's like, AAA hitters. There's some really bad AAA hitters. So when you get to the big leagues, they're in the big leagues for a reason, because they can hit, and they're not going to. A lot of times, you're going to get chased at the big league level, especially if you have the electric fastball that Harrison has. But the point is that he's just not filling up the strike zone enough to where he feels like that when he gets to the big leagues, there'll be hitters are a little bit more selective. They're not going to chase as much. So he's going to have to prove to them at that level that when he has to throw a strike, he can do it, right, on a consistent basis. And he says everybody has to deal with that same strike zone, and he says, yeah, there's a lot of guys struggling with that strike zone. So we have to evaluate Kyle Harrison a little differently. We have to evaluate him on whiff rate, and we have to evaluate him on chase. So and that's what I'm saying is that they're trying to figure out, it's a tough evaluation process for them But my argument was, I think with all those things factored in, that the big leagues might be a better spot for him to pitch right now. And you're also dealing with the PCL. You're also dealing with the PCL, which is
it's tough league.
Some of the toughest places on the planet to pitch.
Yeah, elevation. The pitching matchup tonight is, I think these are the two lowest ERAs in baseball, correct? Alex Cobb had the lowest. His last start wasn't great. Kind of grinded through with no splitter. But he's got a 1.94. Sonny Gray, Sean, has a 1.64. The former Oakland A has overpoweringly good stuff. I don't think he's given up a home run in nearly 50 innings of work. I know you're way out to lunch on one of the 10,000 lakes, but have you fired up the Sonny Gray video yet today, Shawnee?
I looked into it a little bit. I'm not sure about the home run. I'll dive into that a little bit later, but
zero.
He does have the best ERA. He's given up 2?
None. He's given up no home runs, and I think 49 2/3 or close to 50 innings. None.
Yeah, that's impressive. And the kid that pitched last night over it only gave up a couple, but he had only made 6 starts. No, and then the kid pitched tomorrow, Joe Ryan. He's got the lowest walks per whip, they call it, in the major leagues. So yeah, three pretty tough matchups for the Giants. But yeah, Sonny's been the best of the 3. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a veteran guy. I think he's 33 now. Still got really good stuff. He's not a guy that's going to throw 95, 96 anymore. He'll throw 93, but he'll sink it. He'll four seam it. He mixes it up. He's got the curveball that he goes to, a nasty curveball. He also has a cutter and a slider and changeup, and he throws them all. And he'll throw them all at any count, and he's commanding all those pitches really well. He's just pitching. I mean, it's just a guy that really has figured it out over the years. He's always been a good pitcher, but you remember when he first came up, he was gas and a good curveball.
Yeah, with the
good
A's. Stuff.
And with the A's, but now he's figured out. He knows how to pitch. He's a lot like Alex Cobb. They figured out it. As they've gotten older, how to pitch. They've faced hitters enough. They know how to set hitters up. They know how to read swings. He commands the ball as good as anybody. He's fun to watch because he almost thinks along with the hitter, and he throws the opposite of what the hitter's expecting. You talk about there's no fastball counts anymore, but he's always been a guy that's been able to pitch backwards. He's always been a guy that when he's behind the count can flip a curveball in there or throw a little wrinkle into it, get off the barrel of the bat. But right now he's put it all together so far this year. I think with Sonny Gray, it's just a matter of keeping him healthy. If he can stay healthy and he can go out there and pitch at 90 to 100% every game, I think you're going to see a lot more of that out of Sonny. But it seems like every year something comes up with Sonny, either be a back or something where, it knocks him off course for a while. But I think tomorrow's going to be a pretty good matchup too with DeSclafani and Ryan. But this is probably the marquee matchup of the series with two guys just at the top of their games, veteran pitchers too. So it's always fun to watch. I want to see how Alex Cobb rebounds from his last start where he walked 5. Gutted it out in that last outing, but I expect him to rebound today and hope for a good pitchers matchup again.
Like Sean said, great matchup tonight. Alex Cobb, Sonny Gray, the former A, and then Anthony DeSclafani, Joe Ryan tomorrow. Hey, real quick, just off the topic just a tiny bit, but I'm sure you're not there now, but you're in Arizona most of the time, and there was a great piece in The Athletic about Madison Bumgarner and how he was so resistant to change with Arizona. And now that, he's away from the game, he's going to take some time off and he's open to making some changes to things. How difficult is it to, you've had success one way and now look, you got to adapt. This is the way you got it done before. And you just mentioned Sonny Gray at 33. These guys who were able, Alex Cobb, these guys could stay around for a long time. They've got to adapt. Maybe they don't throw 95 anymore. They find a different way to do it. How hard is that?
Well, I think it's a lot harder. Well, you got to take personality into effect, and Bumgarner is a pretty stubborn dude. Based on, he had a lot of success doing it the way that he wanted to do it for a long time. So, I think it comes down to incentive to change, right? How much incentive do you really have to make those changes? Obviously, you don't want to go out there and get your brains beat in. You have some pride, but he's not pitching for a contract anymore. Right? He got it. He got paid, and he should have got paid. He deserved it. Does he need to make any more money? No. I think really what it comes down to is how bad he wants to continue to pitch. how bad he wants to go out there and compete, how bad he wants to be at the top of his game. And that's a question you got to ask him, right? I mean, I know personally that, you know, at the end of my career, I would absolutely have been open to change if things weren't going well, right? I mean, but that's me. You'd have to ask him. I think it's a lot harder when I look at motivation and incentive to make those changes. And maybe he went home and he realized, you know, this sucks, right? Like you can only rope so many calves, right? It's like, you know, you go out there.
Mason Saunders.
That's right. I mean, maybe that's what he wants to do.
Like he's got his ranch out there in Arizona, and you know, I mean, that's all fun and games, right? But the reality is like, you know, you pitch for a living, and it's in your blood, and it's part of who you are. And I think he realized that I'm only 33. You know, I'm still pretty young. I got a lot of life to live. I mean, do I still really want to pitch? And maybe he's going to come to the conclusion that the realization, I mean, that, yeah, I do want to go out there and still compete. And the only way that's going to happen is if I make some changes, because obviously what was working or what I was featuring wasn't working. And I don't know what those, I mean, I read that same piece. It's a very interesting article. It is. And, you know, Strom has been one of those guys, Brett Strom, the pitching coach for the Diamondbacks, that has come in and been able to rejuvenate some careers, revive some careers. Garrett Cole, I mean, some really good pitchers, you know, just based on his tutelage. And if that's a guy that you can't trust or listen to, then I don't know who you can, right? So I think you may just need to take the rest of this year off and go into the off season and find out like how bad he wants to go out and compete. And if that's the case, he's going to have to make some adjustments.
All right, I know you got to go have lunch. By the way, lots of people on the text line. The Juicy Lucy, of course, in Minnesota, the cheese-filled burger. That is a good item. So I'm sure you've had one.
Juicy Lucy?
Yeah, Juicy Lucy. That's good.
Well, I got some buddies that had a brat last night with caramelized onions and sauerkraut, and there's a name for it that I'm not even going to begin to. It starts with a K and it's really long.
Okay.
And they actually have one. They have a stand at the ballpark, and that's a Minnesota staple as well. He showed me a picture of it. It looks like a complete gut bomb. I would not be able to have one before I went on air, but I may dive into it tonight, actually, after the game.
Oh, that'd be good. Video that.
The Juicy Lucy.
Oh, Juicy Lucy's amazing.
It's a cheeseburger with cheese inside the meat.
That's what they do.
Instead of on top?
Yeah, so what they do is...
That sounds delectable.
They do this thing where, I don't know, they have a device and they put a piece of burger in it and then they kind of hit it down on it and it hollows out the middle.
Don't have Jeremy Affeld make it, John.
And then they throw, you know, whatever kind of cheese you want in there, and they'll even, some places, they'll even throw some bacon or whatever, and then they put the, the top back on the burger so it's one big burger. And then when you take a bite out of it, this scalding hot cheese comes out of the middle of it, but it's really good. But just don't wear, like, any good clothes. Like, don't wear your TV clothes and eat this thing. But it's good.
There's also the top potato. I mean, I'm sure people texting top potato.
Oh yeah,
like sour cream and chive topping for baked potatoes. That's a big thing out here too.
Big time, man.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah, you got to dive into the culture, man. When you're in these cities.
Absolutely.
You know?
All right. Enjoy, man. It's good to talk to you.
Safe travels, brother. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
I think I dived deeply into the Juicy Lucy.
Oh, it is. It is good, but you got to watch it because they throw it on your plate, you know, and it's
squirts
like,
on you.
Yeah, you forget it's a squirter, and so the thing that's tough about it is
we got a squirter.
It's exactly, but it's hot, so you got to watch it. Like
and
you can't wear good clothes because that just come right out at you.
I'd wear a bathrobe. I think I've been there. I think I've had this Juicy
it's
Lucy.
Good. You got it. Everybody talks about it there, and it's. You know, it's like coming here and...
It's a stuffed cheeseburger.
It's a stuffed cheeseburger is what it is.
Wow.
But it is good, I will say. It is really good.
Do you have that in the Bay Area at all?
I don't think so. I
know a few Juicy Lucy's, but I don't think they make burgers.
Isn't that funny how just regionally all these things, and it's like a Juicy Lucy is simple. You can put any kind of cheese in it. They throw bacon in the middle. I mean, it's awesome. But it's like, it's never taken off. But in Minnesota, it's like, hey, what's a Juicy Lucy? And they'd be like...
Well, how do you spell it? They spell it Jucy? No I in there?
I would
Isn't
think.
it Juicy?
Yeah. And why do they... I wonder what... Here's the other thing, too. I'm sure there's Minnesotans in the Bay Area. Why do they call it that? Why is it a
Juicy Lucy?
Just because it just rhymes?
Maybe it Lucy came up.
That's what I'm saying. Is
Lucy,
there a Lucy?
We got to hang with Lucy.
Yeah. Where is this Lucy? Anyway, Just things we contemplate for no good reason. All right, good stuff from
They
Sean.
get into why they removed the I in juicy.
Oh, they do?
Oh, they misspelled it.
Of course they did. It probably emanated from a
spell
bar.
juicy.
Yeah, it probably started at a bar and they forgot the I because they were drunk.
Too good.
That's probably what happened. Exactly what happened. Or they were like, or it happened in the winter and their mouth was frozen and it called the to what?
Can we get that DoorDash to here, John? How long would that take to get it from Minneapolis?
Quick. Probably quick.
Really? I don't think it's going to be.
Does
as
anyone
juicy
do
when
that
it
in the
gets
Bay
here.
Area? It's such a simple thought.
Lucy dried up.
That's all you have to do. Man. All right. Mark Spears, bottom of the hour. LeBron after the game talking retirement, the Nuggets in the finals. The Heat are trying to join him with the sweep. I'm sure the NBA is just absolutely ecstatic over Nuggets and
How much
Heat
money are they
versus
losing?
Celtics and
Not having a
Lakers.
game 5, 6, and 7. You think the Disney Corporation's happy?
they're stoked.
Turner's not happy. What if we have double sweeps?
Two
Have we ever had
sweeps?
that? Double sweeps in a
No,
conference
they've
final?
never had double sweep.
And it's the Lakers and
Yeah.
the Celtics.
Instead of
But
Lakers,
the
Celtics, we're
aren't
getting
yet dead.
Nuggets and Heat.
So we talked about the Laker angle now and Draymond going there.
Yeah.
We got to get into the Boston angle. If they do lose tonight or in 2 nights,
There's a
3
name
nights,
that's
and
floating around.
there's
I
a
think
name.
you're getting
I think
to.
he played in
Yeah.
Berkeley. Is
That's
that-
exactly right. There's a name. Let's get to that. And let's talk to Mark Spears. We'll do it all next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Holy buckets.
What'd he say?
You should see
Hold
how
on, hit
everybody
the
just
jump
looked
button.
at
What'd
us.
he say?
He
What'd
said
he say?
holy buckets, okay?
Oh,
Get your
I thought
mind
it
out
was
of the
me.
gutter,
I thought
man.
it was me.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Dwayne Kuiper joined Murphy Mac this morning to discuss the Giants' big offseason bat showing up in their first meeting against Carlos Correa. We hardly knew ye. That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app. I can see, and it is glorious. I tell you this, and I'm not going too far when I say this. It is life-changing when you can see. That's pretty obvious, right? Well, I couldn't. I had my phone out, that guy in the corner at the dark restaurant with my phone. I don't know what I'll have. Can you give me a minute? I can't see the menu. That was a major problem. But then Papa kept walking into the studio and bragging about his eyes and how great they were. And finally I broke down and I said, okay, where'd you go? What do I got to do? Well, I went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and he had CLR, and so did I. It's custom lens replacement with Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team there at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's simple. They explain everything to you. The procedures just take minutes. I had a couple of adjustments, and I see incredibly well. So much so that I don't need to go and search readers all over the house. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see the text you sent me because I can't find my readers. I don't have to do that anymore. In the restaurant, I can actually just read the menu, those kind of things. These are simple things that we take for granted. You're driving down the road and you can't see your instruments, and all of a sudden the police are behind you because you were going 95 and a 55. Well, I couldn't see my instruments, officer. Yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't generally work. You could try it, but it didn't work for me. So again, it's real simple. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Call right now. It's a free consultation. You have nothing to lose. 877-GET-2020 to schedule your free consultation. That's 877-GET-2020. Or you can visit them online at bayarea2020.com. It's a Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Free consultation, 877-GET-2020, or online at bayarea2020.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. Appreciate you hanging out. Text line is wide open. Any thoughts? We're going to talk to Mark Spears all about that. And, of course, we got the live stream as well. And if you were on the live stream, you could see the beautiful Warriors hat that Papa is wearing, as well as the Golden State Warriors shirt, because we're going to be talking to Mark Spears about the Warriors, the future. LeBron James, what does that have to do with Draymond Green? And there's a certain player that may be playing, or that will be playing tonight for the Celtics. Could he be a Warrior target in the offseason if the Celtics get swept? A lot of things to discuss. We'll do it next with Mark Spears, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
I would say I don't know, because I don't need to know. I mean, somebody smart a long time ago gave me advice, and it's kind of hard to follow, but don't make a decision until you have to. We often don't do that. I often don't do that, but I've tried to do that. It's good advice, honestly, when you make any decision. When you two make a decision, when I make a decision, there's a time when you have to make it, you make it. But let whatever you feel have its opportunity to move you in directions. That's how I try to look at it.
That's Bob Myers. He has a decision to make shortly. We shall find out. We got a lot to talk about. LeBron James contemplating retirement, or is that kind of a not-so-veiled attempt to get the Lakers to make some moves? Could Draymond Green join him down there? Could a certain Celtic join the Warriors? A lot of off-season discussion. Oh, yeah, the Denver Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals, and that was a team that Mark Spears used to cover. So we'll ask him what Denver going to the Finals means for that city. At Mark J. Spears, Anscape ESPN, as you just heard in the Fancy Open. He'll join us momentarily.
The Hall of Famer. Where is he today? Is he in Boston today?
I don't know. He's all over the place, man. You never know where he's going to be.
So we heard Bob Myers coming in, and Mark, reported last week from the draft combine, the pre-draft combine. Bob was at in Chicago, did not attend some of the general managers' meetings, although, as Mark clarified later, Mike Dunleavy was there, and there were about 6 GMs who weren't at those meetings, and Bob can't be in two places at once. But we are getting to an ultimate decision here on what's going on with Bob. We had Monty Poole on yesterday, John, with FP, and he said, like Marcus Thompson told us last week, it's not about the money. He's been offered a very lucrative contract that makes him, if not, in fact, the highest paid GM in basketball at the very top of the list. And so it may not be about money, but we're bracing. And Bob, came back from Chicago in the pre-draft combine on Sunday night, so he didn't do the presser yesterday. Raymond Ritter's out of town today and tomorrow, so I think it may be Thursday. But a lot of dominoes to fall this offseason. But the first one, and they'll probably happen simultaneously, what's Bob's future with the Warriors, and then what does Draymond Green do?
Yeah, there's no question about it. And we'll talk to Mark momentarily. Just in terms of Bob, if I assume for just a second he's going to leave, I don't know what they do, obviously. I don't think you can put Mike Dunleavy in that position to do the things that Bob has done. Maybe if they do put him in a certain position, I'm just talking from a pure PR standpoint, because he's not really liked by Warriors fans, and the things that Bob did, I think, were very, very unique. And I also think that if Bob leaves, it is time probably for some new blood within the organization, and I kind of correlate it to what the Giants did, bringing in some new eyes, because you love these guys so much and you become so attached to these guys that you have to have, I think, a new set of eyes to look at everything. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know what the structure is going to be. I'm just saying if he does leave, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they do. Do they just promote Mike Dunleavy and that's it? Or do they bring in some new eyes? Exactly how do they do this thing?
Well, I think the fan base has to differentiate Mike Dunleavy Jr., the player, versus Mike Dunleavy Jr., the executive. And they've been grooming him to do this a lot like they groomed Bob with Larry Riley. He was the assistant GM for a while, and nobody knew Bob then. If you weren't out in the East Bay and Monte Vista or a big UCLA basketball fan. So, and Bob came from a different background. So I don't know what they're going to do. Steve does like Mike Dunleavy Jr. I don't know him at all, except how much Mully liked him when they drafted him. So I don't know what they're going to do, but that's getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. We'll see what Bob ultimately decides. But we were talking about LeBron. I want to get Mark's thoughts on what's going on with LeBron and the comments after the game last night. Would he really retire? And if he does not retire, could they clear off enough room to lure Draymond there because of the tie to Rich Paul, obviously, in Clutch Sports, who represents LeBron and Anthony Davis and has been a client or an agent for Draymond Green, has been a client for a while. So where does that go? But the other side of it is the Lakers' offseason is now upon us, so we can get into that discussion. But Boston's got a lot of work to do, especially the way they were beaten on their home floor in games 1 and 2, John, and then just got devoured by 30 points Sunday in game 3 on the road. They could be eliminated tonight. And the name out there, and this would involve, I think, Kuminga and Jordan Poole, would be Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown made an All-NBA third team last week. So now he gets an extension that could pay him $295 million. Then the following summer, they could pay Jason Tatum $318 million. They're two great players. But add up what we got there, John, at $610 million. Do the Celtics do that if they go out in a sweep or beaten at home in 5 or whatever it is? So we're looking at Draymond obviously going to the Lakers possibly. Could Jaylen Brown seriously be available this offseason?
All right, a ton to get to from LeBron James saying he could be contemplating retirement. The Nuggets make it to the NBA Finals. What happens tonight? Boston, if they could do something like that. A lot of things to discuss. Bob Myers, Warriors future, blah, blah, blah. Our good friend Mark Spears joins us every couple of weeks. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. But Mark, first of all, it's always great to talk to him. Before we get into all those things, you covered the Denver Nuggets. You lived in that market. What does it mean, first and foremost, because this gets lost in everything, that the Nuggets actually for the first time are going to the NBA Finals? What does that mean to this city?
Man, I'm glad you asked that question because, I covered them for 8 years, and they kind of are going through what the Warriors went through in 2015 when, you go all those years and you don't get to go to a championship and you're kind of the team that's kind of laughed at. And, they last went to a finals in 76. But it was the ABA finals. The last year of the ABA, they lost to a team led by Julius Erving with the New York Nets. They haven't been to a championship series yet since then. And when I started covering the Nuggets in 99, they got a new ownership group with Stan Kroenke. And, and I've got to talk to Stan and his son Josh a lot over the last couple of days. And there was certainly a lot of emotions because it was like finally you're seeing your baby that's had all these struggles finally have success. And so for the city of Denver, this is the first time on the basketball stage that they get a worldwide stage. And I felt like because the Lakers and LeBron are such a big brand, such a big deal, such so much is following them that the Nugget story kind of got lost or did get lost in a lot of the process. So, but during the finals, all the Nugget stories will ring true, including San Jose's own Aaron Gordon from Midi making it to the finals. And but yeah, for that city, man, they couldn't be more excited. I think if they would have won, say, Game 5 at home, it would have rang louder than it did with them being on the road. But basically, from what I saw and what I saw in this whole series, I can't see them losing the NBA Finals. I expect the Nuggets to be a first-time champ.
And Michael Malone would be a champion. And you know, talking about Bay Area ties, he was on Mark Jackson's staff, and then he went to Sacramento, and Vivek Ranadive fired him, 24 games into his run that one season. And I know Chris Mullin was up there as an advisor. There was a little bit of a disconnect in style of play, whether to play slow or fast. But Michael Malone has done a hell of a job. And obviously, he was here when Mark put his staff together and, you know, kind of built what the Warriors have built. But and I know his dad, Brendan Malone, for years. He was at Syracuse and longtime assistant. And he's got Flip Saunders' son on that staff. He's got Rick Edelman's son on that staff. It's a really good coaching staff they got, led by Michael Malone. Popeye Jones is there, yeah.
Yeah, former Warrior. Yeah, no, he's you know, it's interesting because, you know, Michael Malone is beating the drum a lot about the lack of respect that the Nuggets are getting, and you guys always want to talk about the other team, but I do think that the Nuggets also have to do a better job of, you know, promoting their players, particularly Jokic. Joker is not really a media-friendly guy. He's not really wanting to be involved with it like his, you know, international counterparts, Embiid and Giannis, have been. And so I do think that the Nuggets need to, you know, push him, especially on this stage, to tell his story, to do a little more. And in fact, because it's the finals, I don't think he has a choice, really. You're probably going to be inundated with more Joker than you've been in his career, and really, really get to know, like, actually seems to be a really funny guy, interesting guy. He's just been shy to be in front of the spotlight. And it's one thing that I think is special about him. He was a second-round pick, I believe the 48th pick. And I actually saw him play in the Hoop Summit years ago in Portland, and I was watching him. I'm like, man, this dude can't jump. He's not athletic. He's not in shape, but he's killing everybody. And my eyes kept telling me that he was really, really good. And I remember when he got drafted by the Nuggets, I was like, dang, he dropped that far? Because what I saw was, like, amazing.
Yeah, I remember when he came into the NBA, Mark. I thought he was the next coming of Bryant Big Country Reeves.
Yeah. But, you know, he basically, and it's the weird thing, too, is I wrote about Carmelo Anthony today and potential for him and the Nuggets to kiss and make up. But I think one of the biggest slaps in Melo's face was, you know, Joker now isn't what Joker was when he got drafted. He was a second-round pick. Like, why do you could tell the Nuggets were still very bitter about Melo because they let a second-round pick wear his number.
Yeah, 15.
Joker didn't have no power at the time. I was kind of surprised when he started wearing number 15. But there's probably going to be a day now where the Nuggets are going to have to retire 2 number 15 jerseys.
I never thought of that. That's a great point. It's like all of a sudden it's like 15 and 15. Mark Spears is joining us. The Nuggets go to the NBA Finals. Then right after the game, LeBron James says he's contemplating his retirement. So what did you make of that? Is that true, or is it just this is a negotiating ploy? There's a lot of different theories out there. What's yours?
You know what? I believe it to be true. I'm reading the tea leaves a little bit. I mean, he had his producers that filmed The Last Dance. It was actually Klay Thompson's uncle following him around during these playoffs and having him follow him around the season. So you don't do that unless you're thinking about walking away, right? Why all of a sudden are you interested in them filming your every move? I did find it interesting that Maverick Carter, his business confidant, suddenly was going on the road. I saw him at the Warriors games and saw him at more games. And, he's 38 years old. Your kid just signed to play with USC. You've missed a lot of the things that your kids are doing. You start thinking about that. I mean, maybe he would love to go to all his son's games at USC. Maybe he would love to go to all his younger son's high school games. You know, he's being more sentimental. And I actually talked to Chris Paul's personal manager recently, and I'm like, you know, when you're Chris Paul, when you're LeBron, you know, at what point do you say, okay, I need to walk away? Because you guys remember how Michael Jordan was in his last days. He was a shell of himself. Couldn't jump, missed dunks, barely could get over the rim. You never see the Washington Wizards video, right? It's like lost tapes. Right?
That's a good point.
And so, like, when you're a LeBron James, to walk away and say, man, I had 40 in my last game. Like, that's a statement. Like, you'll always remember him that way. And you can't help but think the fatigue factor is hitting in, you know, and how do you want to be remembered? Like Chris Paul is starting to look like the guy that you're like, it might be time. You know what I mean? Or maybe it is time. And so I believe what he's saying to be true. That there is going to be a lot of reflection. And I'm sure, like, all the stuff that he does, working out in off season to keep his body right, it's a lot of work, especially as you're getting older. And, man, like, I sprained my knee just getting off the plane the other day.
It sucks.
So I could, you know what I mean? I could just imagine what it is for him, man. Like, he's got to be in a lot of pain. And I know Kobe was in a lot of pain his last year. So, I don't think he's flubbing on this. You know,
yeah.
I'm sure his body will tell him what to do, but if he's played his last game, man, he got the record for all time. I mean, what really more does he need to do?
Well, get another championship. I don't know. He averaged almost 29 a game in his 20th season, which is an NBA record. Kobe, his 20th year, averaged 17.6. So. We could be bracing for monumental change in the NBA if LeBron does retire.
Yeah.
But we heard Bob Myers coming in, and I know you commented and reported about his not being at some GM meetings last week in Chicago with the pre-draft combine. So Bob's back home. He got home Sunday night. I think we're bracing for a Bob Myers end-of-season Q&A with the media maybe on Thursday. But we'll see. I'm not sure he's going to be real forthcoming. But just what are your thoughts? We had Monty Poole on yesterday, and Monty said he was offered a contract that would pay him, if not the most of any NBA GM executive currently out there, at the very top of the list, and it's been out there for a while, and it's not about money. It could be lifestyle. Just what is your gut? A lot of dominoes are going to fall this offseason with the Warriors, but the first is Bob Myers, whether he should stay or go. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think with him, it is true. He does have a lucrative deal on the table. I heard that Lakers did certainly step forward and put an offer for him. But I think it's bigger than basketball for Bob, from what I hear. That there is some, when you see him leave an arena, he's always leaving with his wife and his kids. I think he's like I just talked about LeBron. Maybe he does feel like he's missing out on some family stuff. Maybe he is burnout. Like, you got to think about when you're a GM, you're getting them calls at 12. You're getting those calls at 2 in the morning. And it's like it certainly could be draining. So maybe he just needs a year away or two to kind of, flush his brain, start something new, get recharged. I mean, I hear he's not hurting for money, even with this lucrative offer. So that's probably why he's kind of stepping away. And I kind of hear rumblings that he's like consulting, with people that have had to make similar decisions and kind of decided what he wants to do. But I do think that it is in the Warriors' the best interest that if he does decide to stay or go, that he do it sooner rather than later. You're in the midst of, the NBA draft stuff. Not that the Warriors have a high pick, but you're still in the midst of the NBA draft stuff. Free agency is coming soon. Draymond's going to make his decision. Are they going to do something with Poole? Like, with everything with that. Like, does Clay get his extension? Like, these are major decisions that whoever is running the franchise should lead, not somebody that's going to be a lame duck. So I do think it's best for him to decide sooner rather than later. And, it sounds to me that his family's going to play a big role in it. But I'm starting to think that if he does decide to leave, that I wouldn't be surprised if Michael Dunleavy Jr. May get the next opportunity.
Mark Spears is joining us. Obviously, the latest on Bob Myers. Keep you updated on that. Just on a larger view of this whole thing, it just seems to me, and maybe it's just the emotion, but we just talked about LeBron and what Kyrie's going to do, and what Draymond's going to do, and James Harden talking about Houston, and if the Celtics get swept, will they look to move Jaylen Brown? We were talking about that, and I know Portland wants to be aggressive with that third pick with Lillard, and just mentioned Chris Paul. How crazy do you expect the offseason to get?
I mean, you got a LeBron domino to watch. James, everything I'm hearing is James Harden's probably going to Houston, which is
wow.
It's just funny
Crazy,
to me, man. And then like what Kyrie was at the game yesterday. So was Trae Young. Trae Young's been going to a lot of Lakers games, and there's been some rumors that maybe the Lakers could have interest in him or Kyrie. The Lakers will be a very interesting destination this offseason. See what they do there. Ben Simmons, even in return, like what happens with him? That's something that's kind of forgotten, but something we need to really, really pay attention to. Considering all the drama that he has. Does Jordan Poole come back? Do they try to move him? It's going to be a lot of craziness. I don't think it's a great free agency class, but golly, man, help me out. I feel like a dummy because this dude's balling. The kid from the Lakers,
Austin Reeves. Yeah, Reeves.
He's restricted.
So what happens with Reeves, right? Does somebody give him? I was in Denver when Andre Miller got signed a front-loaded offer sheet that the Clippers couldn't match. And what if a team decides to really, really kind of put one of those poison pill contracts? From what I've seen from Austin Reeves, somebody should. He's a hell of a player, hell of a talent. I think he's only going to get better from here. The Lakers need to figure that one out. I know they're so tempted for all the more bigger names and stuff like that, but they keep losing really talented homegrown products as well. So to me, obviously LeBron James is your first priority, and keeping Rui Hachimura is important. And I know that, we'll see with Kyrie or with Trae or whatever, but they got to keep Austin Reeves, man. He can't go anywhere.
What about Jaylen Brown? Making an All-NBA team. He's going to get a contract that could pay him this summer, $295 million. And obviously Tatum made All-NBA as well, because we can sign the following summer in July of 24 for more, $318 million. Add that up. It's over $600 million for two players, and they're great players. But can you do that? If Boston does go out and they could get eliminated tonight, does Brad Stevens really seriously entertain trading Jaylen Brown, Mark?
No, man.
Just paying the two combined $600 million plus.
You keep the assets and figure it out later, but he's just too talented. Obviously, there's a disconnect with the coach, and you got to figure that out. But if I'm the Celtics, if you're going to fire the coach, then maybe let's see if Brad Stevens should stay there, because he put a young coach in a tough position who actually seemed to do really quite well at first, but now it's flipped around. And I wonder if they would have had Damon Stoudemire as the head coach, having a more veteran guy, coached at the University of Pacific, played in the NBA, would the Celtics be in this position now? So if you're going to let the head coach go, Brad Stevens, he's the one that put him in that position. He should be accountable too. So maybe the Celtics might need to think about just shaking up the whole thing. And, obviously it didn't go well. There's been some challenges since Danny Ainge departed. And maybe they should start making if they're going to fall and get swept and all that, man, to me, major change probably needs to happen there because they should have been in the finals, no question. And this is really embarrassing for their franchise.
That's a great point. Mark Spears joins us every couple of weeks out. Mark J. Spears, make sure that you're checking him out, Anscaped and ESPN. He's got a great piece on Carmelo Anthony, time for the Nuggets and Melo to reconcile. Make sure you check that out as well. We'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you so much for the insight. Always enjoy it.
All right, fellas. Take care.
Thank you,
too, man.
Hall of Famer.
That is the great, and I do mean great, Mark Spears. Pop on Lund today, sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company. This is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That is 1-800-PACIFIC. Some interesting things that Mark said there. We'll review. Plus, we got to get you ready for Niners. Al Guido is going to join us at the bottom of the hour, the president of the 49ers. Super Bowl 60 coming to Santa Clara. That is official. Geez, I remember sitting at Super Bowl 50. It's only a couple years away, Super Bowl 60.
Von Miller, MVP.
Yeah. Geez, time flies.
10 years almost to the J, John.
I remember sitting at Moscone Center, and Eddie DeBartolo Jr. was on pins and
Hall of
needles
Fame.
about getting into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
It just seems
Chad
like
and
yesterday.
Eddie came over and visited with us.
They did. That was crazy.
Yeah. So we'll talk to Al. And speaking of the Warriors, the cooperation between, and it's Joe Lacob and Brandon Schneider, who took over for Rick Welts as the president of the Warriors, and Larry and the ownership of the Giants. A lot of this is going to be a little different. Obviously, Chase Center wasn't built when they hosted Super Bowl 50, so, the Sharks Arena took a lot of that stuff. I think you're going to see Chase involved. So do want to hear from Al Guido on, and I know he's been working on this for well over a year. I remember doing the State of the Franchise with him almost a year to the day, and we were talking about getting Super Bowl 60 and the World Cup, and they're all going to be coming up in February of 26 and the World Cup a few months after that. And then the 49ers are on the field, John. Phase 3 of the OTAs, the media's prying eyes. We'll look at Trey's new mechanic, Sam Darnold. And you see Aaron Rodgers tweaked a calf.
I saw it.
Jets OTA.
Oh, he was trying to mess around. He was just screwing around, and he ran to the right, scrambled to the right, and it looks like he tweaked it.
Was the play when he ran in and scored a touchdown?
Yeah, I think that's what they're talking
Wasn't
about.
Wasn't that yesterday that he did that yesterday?
Okay. I thought it was
the
today.
video I saw was yesterday, but I saw that he tweaked a calf today at OTAs.
By the way, Seahawks have an injury, too, so we got to get into a little NFL. It's Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. We'll get into all of it next on the Sports Leader. Your old friend John Lund here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. It was a rough winter for many of us with the heavy rains and dangerous driving conditions. And unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result of the bad weather. Now, that wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult, as we all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. The Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. And now that the bad weather is behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they want to remind everyone to please be aware that good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safe place. And for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning law firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion. That's what it'll be. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Headquartered right here in the Bay Area, they live here, they work here, and they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
In the words of NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell in the press release announcing this move, which one of, as you mentioned, two major future announcements today, it was because the San Francisco 49ers in the Bay Area specifically did an incredible job hosting it last time. It will be about 10 years since the Bay Area and San Francisco hosted the Super Bowl. Remember, it was Peyton Manning's last game, did a spectacular job in a then new Levi's Stadium. Also, the Scenics that we saw all week in San Francisco, spectacular as well, do it really well. The first time you have the ability to host a Super Bowl again, that is exactly what happened to the San Francisco 49ers. I would expect events in both places, both in Santa Clara and, of course, in so many iconic San Francisco spots. Plus, maybe, Tom, I'll get to eat at Slanador, which is really one of the better restaurants, I think, in the country.
That's Ian Rappaport, Rap Sheet. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. Bottom of the hour, president of the 49ers, our good friend Al Guido, is going to join us to tell us what went into securing Super Bowl 60 for the Bay Area. Man, I'll tell you, I can't even imagine. That's awesome.
A lot of politics.
Yeah, a lot of
Unanimous
politics.
vote. You can't get the owners in the NFL to agree on anything. I mean, flex scheduling, they approved, but there was 8 owners that voted against it. He got his 75%, 24-8. And I think this is just Roger Goodell with that point. And then I was surprised they went to the fair catch rule inside the 25. The special teams coordinators did not want that, but Roger Goodell was able to get that through. But the news yesterday was the 49ers are going to get Super Bowl 60. They've been working on this for well over a year. As they say, last year at the State of the Franchise, that was a talking point, and the World Cup. So both at Levi's Stadium, John, early in 2026, Super Bowl 60, and then the World Cup will be played after that. And the 49ers did get funding a few months ago in March from the league owners to get $125 million to improve Levi's. They're going to kick it another 50 or so. And
is that the radio booth? Is most of it going to the radio booth?
What's wrong with the radio booth? The Lon Simmons broadcast booth is perfect.
Maybe a little more luxurious.
Do you want more room behind you where you are?
I just thought maybe it'd be a little more luxurious for you and Tim.
I'd like it lower. That's not the lower. Not from the brim of the stadium and the
You
8th
want it on
floor.
the sideline.
I'd like it down where the TV booth is. Can we go there?
That would be nice.
When we do preseason games, a different vantage point. But no. But we'll ask Al about the improvements. And really, it is San Francisco and the whole Bay Area getting it. The game itself will be played in Santa Clara. But I think the major difference, and we were there for Super Bowl 50. You mentioned Moscone Center. Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be a lot on the waterfront. But I want to hear from Al about, reaching out to Joe Lacob and Brandon Schneider and the Warriors and Larry Baer and the Johnsons with the Giants. And they also got cooperation from the Sharks and all the Bay Area sports team. But really, mainly the Giants and the Warriors, because we're going to have events, John, at Chase Center this year. We're going to have, what do they call that big thing on Monday night now?
The media thing?
Or
whatever they call that thing.
Opening night or whatever. That'll be at Chase
Monday
Center,
night spectacular thing, yeah.
So now the Warriors are going to have to clear out of the building to play, because they will be playing in February, obviously, and then they're going to have what events they're going to have at Oracle Park.
Was it going to be like San Antonio when they got to leave for the circus or whatever that whole thing is? Remember that?
It's the rodeo, John. It's not the circus
whatever.
in San Antonio. It's the rodeo that
comes
in every year.
I should have known.
That's a shot at
Texas.
Mason Saunders is going to stop following you on IG if you keep making
Texas and the
shots.
rodeo, I forgot.
Things like that. Big difference. Take it easy.
But you're right. The difference between, there's a lot of difference in 10 years, but from Super Bowl 50 to 60, Chase Center didn't even exist. It's just, and then as far as, and this is mostly media complaining, you and I have gone to most Super Bowl sites. Miami, my God, I had to stop at a hotel and take a nap from Miami Beach to where Hard Rock is. New York.
The traffic snarl from the 49er hotel to get around.
Remember when we were in New York City for everything, and then we had to go over to New Jersey to talk to our good friend Deion Sanders? We had to take a police escort, and all the New Yorkers like, hey, how about this? They're giving us the one finger salute. We're going to L.A. You get a one place to another. Phoenix even. The Spaceship Stadium is in the middle of nowhere. Everything is downtown Phoenix. That's just how it is. So everybody was saying logistically, yeah, welcome to it. In a major city, the only two cities that host a Super Bowl in which it's not that big of a deal is Nolens and Las Vegas. That's it. Everything else
because they're all right there.
Right.
You got Bourbon Street and the Dome there.
That's it.
And then you got the Strip. So this year we got the Super Bowl in in Vegas, the home of the Raiders. And then the next one, 59, will be in New Orleans. I mean, my ultimate dream would be nobody's won 3 in a row for the 49ers to win in the home of the Raiders in 58. In
you would love
59,
that.
And then win 3 in a row on their home field in Super Bowl 60. Now, that Super Bowl 19 was at Stanford. It wasn't the 49ers, technically a candlestick, but it felt like it. And that was Montana versus Marino and Walsh versus Shula. And I love that Super Bowl. Ray Finkel missed a kick at the end, John. Ace Ventura traced it down, and the 49ers won by 1 point, as memory serves. Laces out, Dan Marino! But then, we didn't have that forever until Tampa Bay won their Super Bowl with Brady, but that was during the pandemic and no fans there. And then the Rams, beat the 49ers in the championship game after being down 10 going to the fourth quarter. Aaron Donald, the big play, and they win the Super Bowl. Cooper Kupp goes off, and they won. How would it be for the 49ers to not only host the Super Bowl, but to play in the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl at Levi's, John, and have it be the 3rd in a row, which no team has done. The 49ers were close. Roger Craig fumble in the championship game against the Giants. So that would be a 3-year run, wouldn't it?
Well, I tell you, the next 2 Super Bowls, if the 49ers were to get to them and win them, would be bad for both of our livers. Going to Vegas next year, which, by the way, come on. Yeah. Vegas, calling a 49ers Super Bowl in Vegas.
Would that be full circle? Because the first preseason game the 49ers will be at the Big Al, Allegiant Stadium, with joint practices against Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders. Then to come back there and win the Super I think it's February the 11th is the game. Yeah. I already got that date circled in 2024.
Mark standing in his stadium watching the Niners get the trophy. That would be amazing.
With Tom Brady in the owner's suite. We haven't gotten enough into this. And when he bought into the Aces, we kind of figured it out, and now he is now officially a part owner of the Raiders.
You can't do this.
Tom Brady.
Mark, you can't.
Is
Mark,
Al
you can't
rolling
do this.
around in his grave? Or what?
You can't do this. I mean, you just can't. I mean,
he did it. It's already done. It's been proved.
I'm so amazed by that. There's a million people who have a bunch of money that you can buy into your franchise. I mean, it's like, who's the most hated
Terry
figure?
Bradshaw and John Elway.
Right. I mean, who's next? Terry Bradshaw's going to buy into the Raiders? I mean, what? This is insane to me, man.
He has too many ex-wives.
I mean, I get it, man, but I get it. You need some liquid funds. I understand. I'm there too, brother. But I mean, you're going to let a guy who basically, along with Franco Harris, has the most damaging and hurtful moment in the history of your franchise, and you're going to take his money?
Rob Lionel, why don't you sell a piece of the club to him?
God, man, that blows my mind. I mean, seriously.
It's weird.
Oh, my God.
So that makes Tom Brady is Jimmy Garoppolo's owner now.
If he really did hate Jimmy in New England, his days are already numbered.
He loves Jimmy.
He does?
He loves
They did hang out at the Kentucky Derby. That's true.
Jimmy's the greatest sidecar ever now.
That's true.
Brady's on the market.
Although I just, like we did when he came up from that training camp that one day, if I'm Tom, don't stand next to Jimmy. Even you,
Still
Tom.
Brady, John.
He's a good-looking man, but no. If I'm anybody, I'm standing next to Jimmy.
Isn't that a conflict of interest if he goes into broadcasting?
I don't know if they have those kind of rules.
He's the owner. He's part owner of a team. How can he broadcast games?
A part owner of a team can't broadcast?
Well, give me an example.
I don't know if there's been one.
Jerry Richardson never did it. George Halas never did it. He owned the team and coached the team. Give me an example. Did Magic Johnson do that?
Did Al Davis want to broadcast?
Well, he did.
You imagine him?
Just on the phone. No, he was the opposite.
What kind of thing would he say about his own team? He'd
did
kill him.
Magic Johnson ever own the Lakers when he was a broadcaster on ABC?
You mean in the Magic Hour?
No, not that. Not the Arsenio Hall show. No, not
terrible.
that one. No. But, I mean, is that not a conflict of interest, though?
I don't think Tom Brady would have taken a piece of the Raiders if it would have compromised, what is it, a $375 million deal?
$$375 million deal.
Man, that is ridiculous. I mean, I know he's got a lot of interest and stuff, but are they paying him nearly $400 million, those interests?
I wonder how much money he bought into the club.
Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway. Maybe the Niners could sell a piece later on in life to Russell Wilson. I mean,
Don't even start.
Jeez, are you kidding me? That's
unbelievable. So the 49ers will be on the field in 16 minutes. Phase 3
What do we
of the
know?
OTAs.
What do we know about the motion?
The media, well, they're there. Lombardi's back.
You know.
Where did he go, to the Czech Republic to get married 3 times? They're all there. They're all back, right? Didn't he?
When you
Prague,
undo it, you got to go to all those places
I think
again.
He's going to Prague after. I don't know. He's coming back from Nashville. I'll check in with him.
Yeah, that's very confusing.
They're all there, right?
Yeah. We need to know about the motion. Just watch social media. All the experts will tell us. His release is 0.02 millimeters faster. Like, oh boy, can't wait. Can't wait for this over analysis. It's going to be fun.
Remember when Kaepernick went down to Trent Dilfer and Kurt Warner's guy in the offseason? And when we had his QB guru on.
What was the term he used?
You're going to be super surprised. I thought it was Logan Webb who was talking. You're going to be, wait till you see his motion. You're going to be super surprised. Yeah, it got worse. His completion percentage went down.
I forgot about that. This guy. Oh, I wish we could grab that tape. It was an old rendition of the show.
Was that not the exact line?
Cap had a quarterback coach. He came on the show and just was gushing about his new motion. And we're like, it's
Who says
worse.
Super surprised more, Logan Webb or Trey Lance? Trey, I'm super surprised with my new mechanics.
That was unbelievable. We're super surprised. It's worse. All right.
I was super surprised.
Guido.
He was bad before. Now he's just positively errant.
Al Guido's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Super Bowl 60, everything you need to know. It is official. The Super Bowl is coming back in a few years, February of 2026, and Al will tell us about it, the president of the Niners, at the bottom of the hour. It's Bob and Lundell here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The National Football League announced that Super Bowl 60 is going to be hosted in the Bay Area, Levi's Stadium, in 2026. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app. It is always great to talk to Steve Moskowitz, and of course, Moskowitz LLP, and they've got the answers to all your tax issues, including, Steve, ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, this is where the federal government is giving away, that's right, it's a grant, it's not a loan, they're just giving away up to $26,000 for every employee you have during 2020 and 21. But a lot of people are saying, hey, my CPA told me I don't qualify because my gross revenue didn't go down enough. That's only one of the tests. There's other tests. And just yesterday, somebody said, you know, Steve, I've had the same CPA for years. I trust him. Prove it to me. So I sent them the IRS publication that supports what I said. So the bottom line is, if you just can't know who to believe, it's me or your CPA or what's going on, we're happy to share with you the IRS material. You can read it for yourself, saying that there's methods other than this gross revenue method.
It's ERC. You hear this all the time, but there's a huge difference when you're talking about Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. Call right now, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think this is a part of a team that, regardless of what that outcome was, would still be so hungry for more. The way these guys show up to work every day, and obviously we've all moved on from it now, but definitely still in the back of your head. When you get that close and lose, it definitely fuels a fire and makes you want to get back there again. And so I think guys are hungry, guys are ready to roll. Despite the outcome of that game. Obviously, when you lose, it's a little bit more, but it's been so cool to see the offseason turn out and the way guys are working and coming together, and I'm excited.
That's your good friend, Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey there. Guys working hard. Go to Vegas this year, win the Super Bowl. That would be amazing. I would love to see you call a Super Bowl victory for the 49ers in Vegas. Then we go to New Orleans, and then here. Super Bowl 16. We'll talk to Al Guido, the president of the 49ers, about it. That would be a nice three-peat. My liver probably wouldn't survive. I probably wouldn't survive. But to go to Vegas, New Orleans, and then back here would be pretty cool. Looking forward to it.
We're getting a little greedy. Let's start with one.
Not?
And Christian McCaffrey, his performance in the NFC Championship game, he was talking about the law. I didn't think he was going to play, John. I don't know if I told you this, but he did not go to the walkthrough the day before at Franklin Field. And he had that calf injury going back to the Dallas game the week before. I didn't think he was going to play, or if he did play, he was going to be a decoy. I didn't think we'd lose the quarterback early in the game. And the fourth snap on offense, was it? Or eighth snap, whatever it was, when Brock got hurt. But in any event, McCaffrey, so phase 3 of the offseason, the OTAs, organized team activity, started this week. They were on the field yesterday. They're going to be on today. The prying eyes of the media will be walking in 6 minutes. I've already got David Lombardi on alert to let me know what's going on. Jake Hutchinson's there. Maybe we'll get Jake on, our KNBR reporter, 115, and find out. Because they want to see, who's all there. I don't think Nick Bosa's there. Joey did show up at the Chargers OTAs. Khalil Mack kind of made him. Joey staying back and hanging with the dad. But McCaffrey's been at phase 1, phase 2, all of them, phase 3. But we want to see, obviously, Sam Darnold on the field for the first time, John, coming up in 5 minutes with the media being able to watch. And then whatever tweaks they made in the mechanics with Trey Lance will be able to see. So just a great vibe around the team. And we're going to do our State of the Franchise next week on Thursday. On June the 1st, we'll tape it and then release it usually like the week of Father's Day or somewhere in there. But I think anything outside of winning the Super Bowl this year, it's like the Warriors, your level of expectation. If you don't win it all, it's greatly deflating. So, then especially the way the championship game ended. But it's not just to get to the Super Bowl. They've been there in Super Bowl 54 against Kansas City. It's to break on through and win that elusive 6th Lombardi, John. That's the goal. And today, with the guys getting at it, and they're not going to hit it. It's a voluntary OTA. We'll see who's actually there. But this really is the beginning. They've been doing some stuff before. But today, with the media watching, today when they get on the field at 12:30 in 4 minutes, it's kind of the beginning of the new year as far as turning the page on last year and starting 2023 officially.
No doubt about it. Real quick, and then we'll get to Al Guido. Many are texting in. Thank you very much, 650-510 and others. Shaq is still a part owner of the Kings, is he not? Or a minority owner in the Kings? And he's on TNT. So that's a different sport.
He's got a piece of the Kings? I guess so.
He has. So
okay, there you go.
Know if there's
Tom Brady buying a piece of the Raiders. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a different league.
Yeah.
Obviously.
It
the
is.
NFL could have different rules, but
they could.
Well, but the thing that's different is Shaq, he's on a studio show, he kind of mumbles when they have to go right to break. For Tom Brady to actually be a game analyst, which I think at one point he's going to be, that's a different, especially if he's doing a Raider game, on Fox, and they're not on Fox a lot, but I mean, that would be a little bit of a conflict of interest to me to be a game. I mean, the conflict would be with Fox and the Murdoch family and Ed Gorham that, you want a piece of the Raiders, you're going to be a credible observer of the Raiders, and he's going to know
just
things
don't do
he
Raider
doesn't
games,
know.
maybe.
So, maybe they wouldn't put him on Raider games, but he is looking at the other teams. I mean, if I'm the Kansas City Chiefs and Andy Reid, am I going to let him into their building and to go around and ask questions when you're the part owner of the Raiders?
Aren't guys biased anyway, though? Like Tony Romo is biased towards the Cowboys. I mean,
he doesn't work for the Cowboys.
No,
though.
but he
It's
is
different.
biased.
He owns a piece. I don't know when he goes into when he goes in and does an Eagle game. Does he take notes on what the Eagles are doing in practice and then tell Jerry and Mike McCarthy what he's seeing? No. But Tom Brady's a part owner of the team. That's more of a conflict of interest to me.
All right, let's talk to Al Guido, president of the 49ers. A lot to discuss. It is official. Super Bowl 60 in just a few years here, February of 2026. The Bay Area will host another Super Bowl. Of course, we had the Panthers and the Broncos in Super Bowl 50. A lot of things have changed. How do they get this done? Obviously, the West Coast is different now with the Raiders and the Rams having stadiums. So how tough is it to get one on the West Coast? All of those things and what it means for the economy for the Bay Area as well. We'll get into all those questions and more. Al Guido, president of the 49ers, joins us next to talk about Super Bowl 60 coming back to the Bay only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Bob and Lund, thanks for joining us on a Tuesday edition of the show, and it is always our pleasure. We love talking Niners. We love talking the Niners getting the Super Bowl, and El Presidente, the president of the 49ers, Sal Guido, is joining us to celebrate. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We'll get into the details, but first and foremost, congratulations.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate it. It was a fun day yesterday, and it's nice to have all these follow-ups and know that we got a lot of work to do. So thanks for having me on.
It was about 1 year ago, Al, that you and I sat down at the State of the Franchise, and you laid it out. World Cup, Super Bowl 60. Just tell me about the timeline in the last year, all the work you've done to make this now a reality.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing it up. It has been about a year in the making, even longer than that. The NFL brought up that I sent them mailers coming out of the pandemic about our desire to host this event. And there's been a lot of planning. I got to give a ton of thanks to Zayleen J. Mohammed, who is the CEO and president of the Bay Area Host Committee. And what's different this time around, guys, is that, last go around, Daniel Laurie and team did a great job. But now we've recruited, we have every Bay Area sports team represented on the board, so they all played a huge part in our efforts. And big shout out really specifically to Joe and Brandon and Larry and the teams in San Francisco, given a lot of the events that are going to be hosted there, for being huge supporters. And then it wouldn't have happened without the political support that we received from the governor on down. I think we had the entire Bay Area caucus sign letters of support, both for FIFA World Cup and Super Bowl. And then, between the York family and the city of Santa Clara, I said yesterday was kind of staggering number that by the time the two teams take the field in February of 2026, and we certainly hope we're one of those teams representing the NFC, there will be about $175 million worth of investment that's gone into Levi Stadium and the surrounding fan experience. So, look, it's not for the faint of heart. It's a tall task to pull these events off in the same year, but it's years worth of planning that all culminated yesterday with the unanimous vote from the owners. It's great to get anything unanimous, but a Super Bowl is a big one.
That is awesome. Al Guido is joining us, president of the 49ers. It is official. Super Bowl 60 will be at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. Next year, of course, Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas for 58. February 9th, 2025, the Caesars Superdome in Nolens, and then Levi's Stadium for Super Bowl 60. So take us back. Let's go back. Super Bowl 50, we all remember, of course, the Panthers and the Broncos. But how is it different, Super Bowl 50, say, to Super Bowl 60 in terms of logistics? What's going to happen? What did you learn? Go through that with us.
John, there's so many learnings from it. I think the biggest difference this go around is, one, we've done it before, so it's always good to have been there and done. There is something to be said for experience, so it's good that we pulled one off in Super Bowl 50 and it went over well. Look, there's no question I hear about the travel and the logistics and the covering of the teams, and I understand all that, and we're working through all the infrastructure needs that we have. I would say the biggest difference is frankly, the city of San Francisco and some of the changes that we've seen the last couple of years and the investments that I mentioned in the lead in these sports teams. What Larry's done with Oracle Park and Mission Rock Development and all those other things that are happening on the waterfront. And then you add what Joe and Peter and the rest of the team have done at Chase Center, which is a world-class facility. I mean, Chase Center didn't exist, so there you go. There's one big difference between February 2016 and now. And you're going to see center of gravity in San Francisco most likely change from where we were to more of the water You're going to see the arena and that ballpark play a huge role in this Super Bowl, which you did not see it play. I know Metallica played one concert in Oracle Park at the time, but I think you're going to have multiple days and activations in those. And look, that's not easy, especially for the Warriors. I mean, they're in season at this time of year. And so for them to get that on the NBA calendar, to work with Adam Silver and team, that's why I say these things, they take a lot to plan. So I think those are kind of the big differences from 50 to 60, just really in the infrastructure. And we can talk a lot about the efficiencies of scale. I don't want to bore your listeners, but there are a lot of benefits to hosting the World Cup and the Super Bowl in the same year from an infrastructure perspective. I think the biggest benefit to that, we can talk a lot about economic impact and all of those things. I think the biggest benefit, though, is that the entire Bay Area region will have some level of fan experience between February of 26 through July of 26. And look, if the lowest estimates are we did about $250 million of economic impact for just the Super Bowl, who knows what it'll be when you add somewhere between 4 and 8 World Cup games. We're still waiting on that draw, but it's going to be a busy time in 2026.
Yeah, Al, could you talk more about the upgrades to Levi Stadium, the $175 million you're going to put into it before Super Bowl 60?
No problem, Pop. We've done some of that's probably about $50 million to date, and I think you all reported on it. I know it got picked up in the news cycle at the annual meetings for the NFL. We got what's called a VTS waiver from the league, which effectively is to borrow upwards of $125 million to spend on improvements. So enhancements in our video board, enhancements in our concession areas, enhancements in concourse, enhancements in parking and transportation outside the venue, enhancements to some of our club and premium areas that need to be updated. And we're working through all that now. And the construction timeline, we're going through permitting process. A lot of that construction will happen in the 24 and 25 off seasons when the 49ers are off. And the first 50, you've seen it, and you guys have helped us report on this, was a lot of the investments we made since opening. We've made a lot of changes to the venue since we opened. We knew we couldn't rest on our laurels coming into this, not just the Super Bowl, but the World Cup and all other major events. We had to stay competitive. And SoFi Stadium coming online in LA, Allegiant coming online in Las Vegas. Call me, maybe aggressive or biased. I don't think we need to cede these major events to LA. I think the Bay Area is an amazing place, and I'm very proud of our sports teams. Certainly, what we've been able to do, and I think we can host major events. But to do that, you got to invest in your facilities. The local municipalities got to invest in the infrastructure to move people. And you need a lot of corporate support. And for us, we got a ton of people that signed onto this thing from the private sector to be able to pull this and raise the necessary money to put on a world-class event.
Al Guido is joining us. It is official. The 49ers will have Super Bowl 60 at Levi's Stadium in February of 2026. Pop and Lund here on The Sports Leader. So one of the things that has changed is the West Coast and kind of the Super Bowl scene. So obviously the next Super Bowl is going to be in Las Vegas. SoFi has had a Super Bowl. Arizona seems to be in the rotation. Where is San Francisco? Where is the Bay Area in terms of all of this? And that's really one of the major changes is the West Coast. All of a sudden you have all these other venues that are vying for a Super Bowl as well.
I love it, John. No more of this East Coast bias. I was joking with Demoff downstairs. I mean, I know they're rumored for the Super Bowl after us, and then you got the Olympics in 2028. And I think it's awesome what's happening on the West Coast. And we do talk a lot about the sports rivalry, right, on the court or ice or diamond, or field. But it is neat to see how much of this sports epicenter and these large events move to the West Coast, and for all of us to be able to shine and really showcase our fans. And we all know, because we live it, right, how diehard our fans are and what they mean to us. We don't just see it at Levi's; we see it on the road now with how much the faithful show up. And to me, it's really cool to know that Allegiant, SoFi, us are all going to be hosting these large-scale events, and there's a lot of learning between it. And the entire state of California, this is what I mean. It's not just a local effort here. This is this has been a state effort, especially on the World Cup side, because both SoFi At one point, the Rose Bowl was in this bid. So there's a lot of there's a lot of collaborating between the teams. We certainly want to kick their tails on the field, but off the field, there's a lot of support that they give us and us them when they're going after these.
Yeah, early in the year, week 2, we are going to SoFi to play Demoff's L.A. Rams. So obviously it's exciting. I mean, we're sports people, so we love it. We get the Super Bowl in February of 26 and then right into the World Cup in the summer. But I'm reading some Bay Area columnists that say this is not a great thing for the Bay Area. Al, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, it's tough, Pop. Look, I understand that there's travel and all of those things, but I think about what our region, frankly, our country, the world went through during the pandemic. We don't want to ever go through that again. There's a lot of talk about events coming back to the city and the city needing to do its part. And Mayor Breed's been great to us. And I just think that, look, we can all debate the economic impact, how big the number, but there's no debate that it's positive. And for me, the overwhelming feedback that I get on social media from our fans, from everybody that's involved here, it's like, who wouldn't want to host the Super Bowl and the World Cup in the same year? It's historic. And I get that there's some inconvenience, but when you're trying to do something hard and something great, there's going to be some inconvenience with it. And I try to focus. I'm a glass half full person. So for me, I focus in on the positive and knowing that these two events are going to play a big role in jobs, in restaurants, in hotels being filled up. I just think about the time, like when our sports teams are in the playoffs, watching the Warriors. I know we came up short. They came up a little bit short, but the excitement level around the Bay, I mean, there's just nothing like it when your sports teams are playing well. And, to add these two events, I get we got logistics to work on, and I'm not, we're all for trying to strive for operational excellence and take feedback. But, my hope is that everybody can get behind this because, frankly, it's not just good for us. It's good for the entire Bay. And something that's good for the entire Bay, I think everybody should rally around.
I think it's great for the revitalization of San Francisco. I come to the city every single day, and I want to see it. I think this is a huge thing for it. As far as logistics are concerned, and you both know this, Pop, we've been to about every venue there is. Miami, where we stayed in Miami Beach, most people did, and where the convention center was versus where the stadium was. New York is like that. LA is like that. I mean, this is what it's about to be a major city. I don't know if people are complaining about logistics, but that's what it is, isn't it?
Yes.
So sorry to interrupt.
Go right ahead. He was on a roll too, Al.
Listen, I know, and because it's literally the reason I just had the same conversation with somebody, and I don't think that this narrative. I appreciate you. I don't think this narrative gets talked enough about. But Super Bowl hosted with the Cowboys is located in Arlington. The events are in Dallas.
Covered it, yeah.
New York, New Jersey was hosted. New York Super Bowl hosted in New York, New Jersey. Miami, hosted downtown Miami from where the stadium is located. Downtown Phoenix to Glendale. I can bring up.
All of them, just about outside of New Orleans, right? New Orleans and Vegas. That might be it. I mean, the rest of them.
And by the way, even if you ask people in the NBA around the NBA All-Star Game in Vegas and just how crowded it was, to me, there's certainly opportunity. You could focus on sort of the travel and the distance, but you're right, John, and I appreciate you bringing it up because. Look, there's, is there a negative maybe to that? I would just say focus on the positives. We got an amazing region with world-class facilities that allow us to host these large-scale events that not a lot of other cities get to do. And to be on a rotation where we've gotten 2 in 10 years. And we've hosted some of the other largest events in the world, the college football playoff, NHL outdoor games. I mean, you name it. We weren't able to do that before Levi Stadium. And I'm not sure enough gets talked about the sheer amount of sports and content and entertainment that has been brought by bringing this stadium to life. And so I appreciate you bringing that up because I know the Bay Area gets talked about. I know the travel distance south from the city, but to your point, you get to we all get the benefit of visiting these other venues. And truth be told, some of them are just as far in a drive time, and arguably maybe further if you add traffic, to be totally honest. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
By the way, it's so sad that everybody has to go from Napa to Monterey to San Francisco. I mean, there's nothing to do around here. There's nothing to do. Look, this is awesome. Let's focus, like you said, on the positive. It is great for everything. We're so excited that you're going to do this and that you got this done. Congratulations. Congratulations to everybody, because this is such a great event. And to have the Super Bowl and, like I said, all the events you've had at Levi Stadium. Pop and I were at the national championship. I was at the outdoor game. I mean, you guys have just done an incredible job getting these events here, and every single time you've pulled it off at a really high level. So congrats.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man. And thanks for having me on. And I having me on, it's hard to actually not talk about the 49ers. So appreciate all the love and support. I was on with Lynch earlier talking about OTAs. I'll tell you, man, we're fired up about our football season, and we didn't even talk about the schedule and all the good events we got going on, primetime games, holiday games. There's a lot to be smiling about these days. We got to put it all together, but thanks again for having me on. I appreciate all the support from the fans and listeners. My last, if you want to learn more about it, always go to 49ers.com. I know I'll see Papa for our State of the Franchise. We'll cover this more, but thank you guys very much.
Yeah, much appreciated. Congrats. It's great.
See you next week, Al.
That is Al Guido, the president of the 49ers. It is official. Super Bowl 60 is coming to Levi Stadium in the Bay Area, February of 2026. Pop and Lund, sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Very cool, man. Very cool.
Without a doubt. And he just came out of meetings. He's in Minneapolis for the spring owners meetings and a lot of rulings. But, they've been split on, flexing Thursday night games, and they did vote in the kickoff change, which is major, John, and a fair catch, like a college rule. You catch it on the 2-yard line, you don't have to run it out now. It just goes to the 25. What's that going to mean to special teams play in the NFL? But all these have been, and I think the commissioner kind of strong-armed some of these to get through Thursday night, flexing, and you and I talked about that. That's just weeks 13 through 17 where they can do it, and you have to have 28 days of notice, so 4 weeks. The 49ers are already scheduled for 2 Thursday night games, so I don't think they're going to have any more Thursday nights. You can't have 3. But I think, the drafting of Jake Moody, and you and I debated that. I think you want a strong-legged kicker that can just touch it back, and Robbie Gould did not want to do that. But the one thing, unanimous. Not very often you get every single person voting. Steph Curry for MVP when he makes 402 threes one year, unanimous. They all voted to go back to Santa Clara for Super Bowl 60 after having it in Super Bowl 50. So you go back to Stanford in 85 when the 49ers won the Super Bowl, not technically in their home stadium, and then Super Bowl 50, Peyton Manning won, Von Miller was the MVP. Who's going to be the MVP of Super Bowl 60?
That's cool.
Sam Darnold. No reaction from you at all. Jake Moody.
Stop it.
With a game-winning field goal.
Explode.
At the gun.
Make my head explode here.
Levi's is lit.
We've got a little bit of news because videos are out. I'm super excited about Trey Lance's motion. Everything else, well, at least from the video standpoint, we'll tell you what we're seeing so far, what we're hearing. We'll try to get some reaction from down there at the OTAs as well. But everybody is focusing their iPhone cameras on Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. So we'll tell you about that. And then we got a foreplay coming for you as well, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants jumped on the Twins early for their win in the first meeting with Carlos Correa since he nixed the deal with the Giants. Of course, more Twins-Giants tonight and tomorrow for day baseball. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Summer starts right here with my friends at Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new Toyota you want. Now get this, no dealer markup. That's right. Modesto Toyota has no dealer markup, and there are no cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every single day. That's very, very cool. So that's back to happening. So what you do is you check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles that you need. You reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. Modesto Toyota's been family-owned and operated since 1965, which is amazing. You know how tough it is to stay in business. Since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now that means getting you a great deal, the very best price, and of course, great customer service. So it's time to get out and enjoy the wonderful weather. Summer starts here with great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. I've seen these big trucks. They are loaded with new Toyotas. So come grab yours with no dealer markup. Now is the time for you to get a great deal. It's summertime, so you're going to be going on that road trip. It's time to get that new Toyota at Modesto Toyota. They're arriving daily, and there's no dealer markup. It's where I get my Toyotas. It's where I get my son's Toyota. Only with my friends at ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. 1 o'clock hour, about 3 minutes until your foreplay. You hear from Patrick Bailey, Michael Conforto, LeBron James, and maybe Mike Malone. I like Mike Malone a lot, and nobody talks about Denver. Oh, yeah, Denver went to the finals. Hey, did you hear LeBron's going to retire? That's basically been in this whole thing. It's pissing them off. But I get it. I'm trying to get ratings around here.
A lot like Aaron Rodgers when he loses a playoff game to the 49ers like he does every January. I may retire. It's a beautiful mystery. I'll deflect that we didn't score after the first drive and the touchdown to Devontae. So I'm watching the video of Trey. First of all, Doc has great hands. Doc is an underrated member of the 49er family.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing, it's kind of hard to tell exactly where the ball's going, but I think he is.
Isn't that part of the problem?
Well, I need a pan on the camera.
Exactly.
But I think the one thing I'm looking at right away is the gripping of the ball. And this is something Kyle at the Dwight Clark event did divulge to the world, that we knew that he was not gripping the ball properly, going back to his first training camp, that third preseason game, John, against the Raiders, the one where Jimmy and Trey alternated every play on the opening series. Then later Jimmy went and watched, and Trey got in, and later in the game, in a follow-through, he hit one of the Raiders players in the helmet, which is pretty typical, common. But he had a problem with the finger, the index finger of his throwing hand, and he was not right. That, when he started against the Arizona Cardinals, his first start that year on October the 10th, didn't go well. And then in practice, when he was on the scout team, it was concerning. I mean, he threw a pick six every other throw. And then he got a little bit better. They had to start him, obviously, when Jimmy got hurt in Nashville, and he started against Houston on Jan 2nd. But then even going into last offseason, he was not gripping the ball with his index finger. Terry Bradshaw never put his index finger on the point of the ball. He kind of gripped it funky. Some guys just grip it differently, but that was a change from what Trey did in college, John. So the first thing I'm looking at, I think the release is a little bit tighter. It's hard to tell, but I think he's gripping the ball properly now, where he's getting that index finger into the top point of the ball, which he was not doing after that Raider injury.
Ever since you reminded me of that coach that Kaepernick had coming on our show and saying we're going to be super surprised. And look, I understand there's a news cycle here, and we're going to all focus on the quarterbacks. You and I talk about this a lot. I hope his motion's better. I hope it's quicker. I hope that milliseconds do make a difference. But the reality of it with Trey Lance is there's a lot to work on. The ball gets out, it goes to the right place. He's getting through the reads quickly. There's all those other things that I think are much more important than motion, which I know he needs to speed it up. I understand that, but you've been down there a lot more than I have. It's just the inaccuracies that I see, the fact that it's just Brock Purdy was just night and day. So look, I hope these things work, but there's been so much talk about his motion, and it's like, okay, now is he going to go to the right place at the right time in the right amount of time? In an accurate fashion, because that's what's most important to me.
Well, the inaccuracy came from not gripping the ball, and he's got a little bit of a pullback and a loop in it. He was working with Jeff Christensen and on the field with Patrick Mahomes. Matt Barrows wrote about it in The Athletic. I mean, if you were to take Patrick Mahomes, he does not have very good technique. He's just Patrick Mahomes. He does things that are wild, but he gets away with it. He's just an elite thrower of the ball, and he's super confident. Trey needs to be a little more confident in himself as well. And whether it's, something that can just get the confidence in him. The one thing he's got to do, like, with Kaepernick, can you transfer what you are doing from the practice field and then, in a QB guru off-season away from the facility? And I'm sure Brian Griese and Kyle and the Kubiaks gave intel into Jeff Christensen on what to do. But then can he actually do that when the bullets fly live? That's something that Kaepernick could not do, or it wasn't effective. So David Lombardi did just text me. Trey's base definitely looks better, more compact. So I can recall, last offseason, them thinking the same thing when he went down to 3D QB and Rod Dato's grandson and Tom House and all those people. But we'll see where it goes. And then the other thing, John, is we didn't talk about, FP was in yesterday when we got right in the middle of the show, the NFL owners changing the rule on the third quarterback and going to the emergency third quarterback rule, which is the rule we had in the NFL, decades ago. It is an emergency third quarterback. So it's not, you're still going to have two quarterbacks up on game day, then you designate a third. That's why I think these reps right now with Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are competing to be that number two behind presumably a healthy Brock Purdy, which will be interesting. And then what do you do on game day? Say Darnold is the number two, and you'd like to have a package for Trey Lance to come in and run something else, maybe a wildcat or a goal line package. Remember they ran Bison personnel and the touchdown he had against the Packers in the home opener that year? He would not be allowed to come on the field. And if he's the designated third quarterback, he's inactive unless the other two quarterbacks get hurt. So that would be, if it is close, that would be a consideration to have Trey as your number two quarterback up on game day and not Sam Darnold.
Absolutely. All right, we'll keep you up to date. We'll get some updates, and guys are writing in, like you said, texting, and there's video and everything. So if you want to get updated on 49ers camp, we'll keep you up to date on everything. It is Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's start with Patrick Bailey. He and the great Casey Schmidt have energized the Giants. Here's what Patrick Bailey says after hitting his first home run on the clubhouse vibe right now.
For sure. I mean, the clubhouse has been great ever since I've been here. It's kind of nice. I guess kind of showed up on a little bit of a winning spree and just to keep it going and helping out. I mean, the arms and the bullpen are just lights out right now. We're playing really good defense and then having good at-bats and big hits when we need them. So it's pretty exciting right now, and just hopefully we can keep it going.
Patrick Bailey has a Nick Bosa surfer vibe about his talk.
Wow,
he has
you're going there?
He has like a bro talk. He's like, oh, dude, it's like that's what he sounds like.
You're going there?
Yeah. I'm not saying he's him. I'm saying just in the way that he sounds. He's got a little bit of that Bosa, like, hey, bro.
I got to hear him more. I didn't hear that. What do you think of his mustache May growth? He looks a little Yastrzemski to me.
He does. Yeah.
And not even that. He looks a little more like Doobie.
He totally does.
A little fuller. I mean, Dubon, you couldn't even tell he had one. It's like, what are you doing? Yeah. His is a little fuller, but it's not. I mean, Yaz has got a nice stash going.
He does.
I don't know.
I think Yaz just in general, I think he might have just the best. I mean, he grows one in a couple of days. He's one of those guys. Grows one quickly.
Well, he had a beard going. He had to shave the beard off to go mustache May when he came back off the IL.
He's got a good one.
Now he's got a barrel of baseball up, John. He's lost right now as a hitter.
Yeah, let's go. He was off to that
Sonny
great
Gray
start
tonight against Alex Cobb.
Geez, we've been doing this show together a long time.
Why is that?
Because I remember you and I had this conversation back when the A's were relevant and they were winning
Sonny Gray,
years ago, and it was the Tigers and the A's, and we were debating whether they should start the rookie Sonny Gray against the Tigers in the playoffs.
Are we that old?
Yeah.
Are we that old?
My God, man.
Santino Gray.
That was a good time.
First team to 2 tonight wins.
And we'll probably be on for an hour tomorrow because the two pitchers tomorrow are good. And they
Ryan's
both
from Marin County.
Right. Ryan and DeScalfani, and they both work fast.
They do?
So I'll see you about 12:30 tomorrow.
What's the weather tomorrow?
76 and partly cloudy, but doesn't look
partly
like
cloudy?
Yeah, but doesn't look like rain.
We're not going to have raindrops. They have lake there. Lake effect rainstorm.
Yeah,
I'm planning on taking the day off tomorrow. I'm glad you
Lakers should change their name, by the way.
They were the Minneapolis Lakers.
Yeah, it was weird.
George Mikan.
The team that really should change their name, the Utah Jazz. A lot of jazz in Utah.
The Los Angeles Stars.
Something.
Go with that one.
I don't know. Something. The Lakers doesn't fit them. Nothing's like
it rolls off the tongue,
like
though,
the
even
Jazz,
though it doesn't make any sense.
That's true.
It does. When Chick said it was Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, that's true.
Basketball just rolls off
the
tongue.
You're right. They can't change it now.
No, not now.
They could change Utah, though. Maybe give New Orleans
Utah
back Jazz. Yeah, could you imagine? You ever been to a jazz club in Utah? Boy, this is rocking and rolling. Who's that?
I go there to get my 3-2 beer.
What's that, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir busting out some jazz? Wow. I can really feel that
Johnny
one.
and Marie will be the warm-up act.
I'm a little bit country. I'm a little bit jazzy roll. No, you're not.
Here's
Johnny
Pat
and
Boone.
Exactly. No jazz. The NBA should have fixed that a long time ago. I guess too late now.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's not go on a rant. Here's Michael Conforto.
We already did.
Speaking of, here's Michael Conforto.
Too late.
Slow start, but he's hitting it now. Here's what he says.
Well, like you said, I mean, he's a good pitcher. He's effective at the top of the zone. I mean, really, the guys before me set it all up. Great at bats from Wade and Yaz. Staying off that high heater, and then JD going up there with a double and setting the table. And for me, it was just I didn't want to go up with him, but I did want to hit a fastball. I wanted to stay in the middle of the field. Not try to do too much, and that's kind of my sweet spot. So. Just a good swing there, and put 3 up for us.
That was nice. And you were talking about this last week. I mean, we all get excited about the bombs and everything like that. That's great. But when a guy's really locked in, when he's going oppo and he's using the whole field, and that's what Conforto's doing.
Well, his home run last week against Philadelphia was right down the left field line, and the home run he hit yesterday was just left to center. He is locked in. I was shocked he got off because he didn't begin the year on the IL like Haniger. He didn't get sick like Haniger, and he just got into a funk. I thought, remember we were predicting who would lead the Giants in home runs in the home opener? How many had Michael Conforto? I went Gary Sanchez just to be a wise ass. He may lead the New York Mets.
I was just going to say, yeah.
Now, Pete Alonso is going to hit 50 this year. But Michael Conforto's already got 9 home runs to lead the Giants, John.
Wow. Who is now? See, that's another one. We could do that
J.D.
right
Davis,
now.
what does he have? 7. I think full count Lamont may have 7. And Lamont, how about his first plate appearance? 8-pitch walk. Yaz draws a walk. J.D. Davis drives in a run, and then Conforto goes 3-run Jimmy Jack and 4 score and a win later. That's Brian Sabian's recipe, right? Score 4.
Yeah.
And you get 4 batters into the game. Can they get 4 tonight off of Santino Gray?
It's crazy because we did that on opening day. We got a Conforto, like you said,
poll,
with 9.
right?
Davis has 8. Wade has 7. A couple guys with 6. A couple guys with 3 guys with 5. 2 guys with 4. It could be anybody.
So who won our poll that day?
I'm gonna go back and look.
I think it was Haniger.
I think you're right. He's got 2.
How many does Haniger have?
He has 2. That's not gonna work. 76 at bats. I mean, he missed some time, but
He's starting to come alive a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's going to be Casey Schmidt. We all know that. We got 51 at bats. Let's go, Casey. Let's go. We haven't had one since that.
He's going to lead the team in home runs?
No. I don't think so. No. I don't think so. Conforto, yeah, that's a good call on Conforto.
He's got 9.
He's got 9. 141 at bats.
And he hasn't been locked in. Now he's starting to lock in.
Yeah. He could do it. All right, here's LeBron James. This is the buzz of the day. The Nuggets get to the finals, but LeBron's like, hey, how dare you try to take that spotlight away from me? I'm going to retire. Here's what he said.
I haven't even thought about next year. I don't know.
Chris Haynes, of our good friend Chris Haynes, said that he is contemplating retirement. I find it hard to believe. I think it's partly frustration, but he's always said how he wanted to play with Bronny. Bronny could be one and done at USC. There's an all-star game in L.A. in 2025. I believe that LeBron is the type of guy who would like to have a farewell tour. I just don't see it.
Well, Mark Spears seemed to think he's thinking, I don't know. So he's setting out the vibe that it's there. He already passed Kareem this year as the all-time leading scorer, 38,652 career points. Only player with 10,000 rebounds and 10,000 assists. So we obviously battled him 4 straight years in the NBA Finals with the Warriors, but the league would not be the same if LeBron James retires. I don't see it happening. I think it's like asking Trent Williams right after you lose the quarterback in the NFC Championship game, you coming back next year? I don't know. Then you ask him a week later. I mean, it was so fresh. And to have a shot blocked at the end of the game, John, by Jamal Murray, it was kind of weird on that action on the side out of bounds. And if he does retire, let's just say he does, what does Anthony Davis do? He went there to play with LeBron
That's a good
James.
point.
He hired
Lakers,
Rich Paul, the Clutch Sports, his guy. They have the concurrent length contracts. What does Anthony Davis do? Do they trade him? I mean, that would change the whole franchise.
Boy, it would, wouldn't it? That's a good point. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, he's leaving. Man. By the way, nice job. Did Walter find this? Danny's big poll on opening day, who will lead the Giants with home runs.
Wow.
The people are brilliant.
Conforto?
35% said Conforto. 30% said Jock Peterson. Oops.
Well, he still could. He's had 2 stints on the IL.
This is unlikely.
How many's Jock got? 5?
He's got 5.
He could catch him.
David VR got 28% of the vote.
He could lead the PCL again.
That's right.
Year,
I like him too. That's too bad.
He will be back.
I'll be back. And Mitch Haniger, 6%.
And Gary Sanchez was one person had a write-in?
Yeah, you had a write-in candidate.
Me going Dirty Sanchez.
Wait, nobody had J.D. Davis, Lamont Wade Jr., Tyro, none of that. Was it Wilmer last year that led him in home runs? Wilmer last year? We didn't even put him on the board.
Yeah.
Anyway, the people got it right. I mean, at least to this point, 35% said Conforto.
Yeah.
So, nice call. Thank you for getting us that. We were wondering. And finally, let's give you a little Mike Malone. The Nuggets, as he's been saying the whole series, when the Lakers lose, or when the Nuggets win, it's why did the Lakers lose? Now the Nuggets go to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history in the NBA, and it's all about LeBron James. So here's Mike Malone, gives credit to the Lakers, but says, hey, how about a little love for us?
Well, first off, you have to give a lot of credit and respect to the Lakers, Darvin Ham, LeBron James, Anthony Davis. They gave us a hell of a challenge today, but the guys behind me, they believe since training camp, they believe coming into tonight. We have a special group, and if you've heard all series long, Lisa, we're not satisfied. We got 4 more to go, but love this group. Let's go Nugget Nation.
Stop it. There's no Nugget
Don't get
Nation.
carried away now.
Stop the. I was watching that last night and I went, stop. There's no Nugget Nation, okay?
Sure it is in the Rocky Mountains.
There's no Nugget Nation. Oh, my
Smallest
goodness.
time zone in the country, the least populated time zone in the country. There would be something if they break on through. I'm kind of rooting for them. They were the 1 seed most of the year. Jamal Murray made that step back 3 to beat Portland in December, and right after that they moved to the number 1 spot. Michael Malone, he's got a Bay Area tie, John. He was a Warrior assistant coach. Why did the Sacramento Kings fire him? Like 2 months into the season, Vivek got all upset with him, and I think Mully was pace of play or something. That was a major error. Now, Mike Brown's doing a great job, but why was Michael Malone fired so soon in Sacramento?
He's a little bit of a red ass. I could see him kind of rubbing people the wrong way. I mean, he's a hell
the
of a
owner
coach.
came in and said, we want one guy to basket hang, and we're going to guard 4 on 5. He went, who are you?
Bye.
I'm the owner.
Exactly.
Oh, God. We're the Moose.
Where else do I get to go next? No, I you know what? He's become must-see TV. I know, again, it's all about the Lakers when they lose.
Michael?
But Michael Malone, man, he's not afraid to say something.
That's
right?
the strongest his voice has been in 2 weeks.
That's true. He's normally screaming and yelling.
Sounds like PJ.
Yeah, PJ. Well, that's what those guys that
coach's
scream.
voice.
Trent Baalke. You know,
But that's just his voice.
Yeah, that's true.
Malone has a good voice.
He does. It's just that he screams so much.
For a while. He's a good guy.
Yeah. All right. By the way, the best quote that came out of the whole thing, speaking of, because Mike Malone was talking to Lisa Salters there, she asked Jokic what it meant to win the West. He said nothing. They've got it.
I see. They
got it programmed.
Mark Spears was talking about how Giannis and the other, Joel Embiid, the other international players are more gregarious, and I mean the Joker's funny. That's why he's nicknamed the Joker. He is funny. I've seen him on Denver TV, Altitude, whatever their network is, and he's funny. I just think the stage and a little bit of the language barrier has clammed him up a little bit, but man, that guy is a hell of a player. I've never seen anybody play like him.
Well, there was that one, I think going into the Phoenix series, they were up 2-0, and they went to Phoenix, and some jackass reporter asked the cardinal sin, which is you don't ask yes, no, and said something to the effect of if they were going to be better or something like that, and Jokic just deadpanned and said, no, we're just going to let them walk right in and just beat us, we don't expect them to be better. I mean, it was just, he is funny. Then he's got his brothers. You see them pick up Michael Malone?
Ass.
They picked Michael Malone up.
I saw him standing on that. How many Jokers do they have? Did they clone him? Are there more of those guys in Serbia?
You do not want to fight him.
Go get that guy.
Yeah.
Bring all the Itch brothers here.
Do not make them angry.
No, they'll take it out of the parking lot.
They're not messing around. Yeah. All right. Caboose Pistol, bottom of the hour. Keep you up to date on what's going on with the 49ers camp today. And I will not have my bathrobe today, but I will bring it tomorrow for the
we only have a short
Caboose.
show tomorrow, John.
Oh, that's right.
You are going to have one tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, those guys.
You want me to break it out?
Both those guys work fast, so I'm thinking we'll probably get some time tomorrow. A little bit of time. But the problem is I drink Bloody Marys during Giants games, so then what? Come back here.
Let's go to the patio and drink there with Barbara and Mary Jane.
By the way, they videoed the whole thing, a close-up of us drinking Bloody Marys. Yeah, did you see that whole thing? They did a recap of the live stream last week, and they had close-ups of you and I in the Bloody Marys. I mean, you could see the floating horseradish in them. That's how close
I did not swallow, John. I did what Gabe Kapler does. I sucked it in the straw, I swilled it around, and then I spit it out.
Is that what he did with the steak cake?
I did not inhale.
Where he tastes it and then he spits it out, spits it into a cup.
Who would do that?
That's weird.
That Bloody was too good.
It was
sucked
good.
It down. And we're back on the patio a week from tomorrow.
Yes.
When the Pittsburgh Pirates come to town. Thank God Brian Reynolds signed a long-term contract. He would have embarrassed us.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that guy around. Good trade.
Bri, we got a spot for you, bro.
Plus, the Pirates have McCutchen back. That's like the Darren Ruff trade. Like he traded all these guys for that guy, and then he came back. That's what Pittsburgh did, and they got Brian Reynolds too. Oh, man. Oh well, I'm over it. All right, I'll keep you up to date. Then we'll give you a sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol only here on the Sports Center.
Let's go, Nugget Nation.
Here's What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants jumped on the Twins early for their win in the first meeting with Carlos Correa since he nixed the deal with the Giants. Of course, more Twins-Giants tonight and tomorrow for day baseball. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
For sure. I mean, the city is just absolutely beautiful. Just surrounded by the water. I think that was probably one of the coolest parts, just driving in on Friday from Sacramento with my wife. I think that's kind of when it hit me that kind of everything was happening, just driving across the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
I forget what bridge it was.
That's
I know
the
it was
Bay, that's the
Gate Bridge.
That's the Bay Bridge. That's the big one. Yeah.
Yeah. So we saw obviously the massive downtown, and crossing the bridge, seeing Oracle to the left, and it was just that's kind of when that's when it hit me and started getting nervous.
That's Patrick Bailey. He's a total
you hear
bro.
Nick Bosa in there?
Oh yeah, for sure. He's a total bro. Except for one thing for Patrick Bailey, I don't know if you need to carry it in your wallet or whatever. You got to know the difference between the Bay and the Golden Gate. Just saying, bro. You got to know.
That's bad. I was gonna press him on the San Mateo and the Dunbarton and the Carquinez. He doesn't even know the difference between them. He's obviously not living in
he never seen the Golden Gate
and
before?
He's not living in the East Bay. Where is he? He's probably living next to John Miller right downtown.
Probably. You're right. You're right. They just probably drove him in at night and he didn't see either of them.
He's probably at the Hotel Via with Marty Lurie.
That's a good point.
He doesn't even have housing yet. He got called up on Friday to hit the road Sunday night. That's what his wife is. Do you think she's securing housing here, or are they commuting from Sacramento?
That's a good question.
Don't get ahead of
yourself. Must have come in at night. I just know that if he is staying in the same hotel as Marty, it's like
Hotel Via.
Hey, Patrick, I'd like to talk to you.
The most unique hotel.
Oh,
there is no most unique. It's just unique. He's from Greensboro, North Carolina.
Oh,
North
all right.
Carolina State Wolfpack. Speaking of
that's
David
right.
Thompson.
Okay.
Patrick Bailey.
All right. Well,
you hear Bosa and his...
if you gave me 20 guesses, now I remember because he's from NC State, but I would have thought he was a Southern California guy. He's just like, his voice is total bro.
Well, Bosa's not from Southern California.
No, but he's like a Florida laid-back guy. He just sounds like a bro. Like Patrick Bailey's just a bro. Anyway, doesn't know the difference between the bridges. That's fine. He's new.
Just driving across the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
I forget what bridge it was.
That's
I know
that's the
Gate Bridge.
That's the Bay Bridge. That's the big one. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Wow. Where was he coming from?
That's fine. Probably Sac, right?
Richmond San Rafael Bridge. Did he go on that one?
Could have been. A lot of bridges.
Which bridge he was on.
Gets confusing.
We got to take him to Marin.
That's
where Joe Ryan is from.
Exactly.
San Anselmo.
Yeah. It's going to be a good matchup.
Right by Fairfield.
Looking forward to that.
So the Twins lineup is out. You know who's leading off?
Who?
Ernest and Julio's son, Joey Gallo. 11 bombs.
Yeah,
he's hitting 205. He walks a lot. How many leadoff hitters hit 11 home runs?
Well, he liked hitting out of New York, that guy.
He may hit 40.
Yeah.
He was a decent Dodger, and Correa's batting second. No Giant lineup. Is Bailey in there again tonight? Well, he's not going to catch both because you got a day game tomorrow. So Sable will catch one, Bailey will catch the other.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want Bailey to catch Cobb or DeSclafani?
Probably DeSclafani. Could you imagine DeSclafani throwing to Sable? He'd get pissed. He'd probably get really pissed. Well, I could be wrong. I don't know. I could see that not going well.
Fairfax, not Fairfield.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's on the way from Sacramento back.
Yeah, Fairfield. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way, just this on the text line, and it's a great point. We were talking about Yastrzemski's mustache. There's some people who are saying it's very Tombstone-esh. Like he could be in that. He could be in that show. Definitely.
He could.
Yeah, he's got an above-average mustache.
He's the one that started it, going back to the minor league, seeing Austin Slater.
If we did a poll, it'd be either Lamont or
best stash.
for best stash, right? Is there another one I'm missing out on?
Alex Cobb has a nice beard.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, not bad. He's going tonight.
Is Jazz going to get a hit in May?
Oh, wow. And he was off to such a great start, you know?
I know. He can't barrel in. He drew a walk last night. Part of the 4-run first.
All right, let's
go. Keep the line moving, yeah.
Let's go.
Keep the line moving.
By the way, they're replaying the Twins-Giants game. I do like the direction that the Twins have gone. I don't know about the hat. It's kind of Marlin-esque, but they
stole it.
But the old-school Rod Crew helmet is nice. You know?
Why?
Don't mind that.
Why'd they get away from the TC interlocking logo?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. They should have just kept
They
that.
just played the Marlins at home, and now we're playing the Twins in Minneapolis. I can't figure out who's who.
Confusing.
Luis Arise was a Twin. Now he's a Marlin.
Yeah.
I'm really confused.
That's
John.
very.
I can't figure this out. In the Pablo
He's tough to
Lopez
get
game.
out. I know that. That's a good ballpark, too, by the way. Very underrated.
Tarjay Field,
Yeah.
I was there last year.
Yeah. You always go to that ballpark and you think you're going to grab one thing and you grab like 50. No. That's
It's usually a beer.
Target.
That's what I'm getting there, John. And a Juicy Lucy.
Do they sell those at the ballpark?
I don't know. I think, I did have one of those. Did I have one of those
They're
at the
good.
ballpark? A stuffed burger.
Yeah.
They stuffed the cheese inside the burger.
I'm telling you right now that the minute we started talking about that, Mike Holler, who's now part of the management team, he sent us a picture of it. Then Matt Miyoko sent me a picture of Juicy Lucy he ate, and they
When we
both
were there
looked
last
amazing.
year in Egan, scrimmaging the Vikings.
It looked
Did they have-
amazing.
shocker that Holder had a Juicy Lucy.
Yeah.
In about 27 beers.
I was just going to say the same thing. Oh, can I try this craft beer? Can I try that craft beer? So, anyway, yeah, those look pretty good. It's crazy. All right. We have a great, and I do mean great, sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol for you. Carmelo Anthony already has a job offer, which is it's just the way that it's written up. That's pretty much the story
New head
of
coach
itself.
at Syracuse?
A little different. And
Carmelo, the PA announcer of the New York Knicks.
Yes.
Carmelo Anthony.
I remember when we went to, what was that?
the
Super Bowl
Garden,
48.
Yeah.
And we went to Madison
Seattle
Square
and
Garden.
Denver. And Carmelo Anthony.
And the guy kept saying that. And then the whole rest of the night, we were out.
I said it the whole game. Carmelo Anthony.
All night long. It was hilarious. People were looking at you like, what are you doing? All right. And then how do I tease this one? This guy put 9 rings somewhere, and they weren't supposed to be there, and then it started strangling something. So that's
on his 9 fingers?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 9 fingers.
With his 9-inch nails?
Yes, exactly.
9 rings.
Yes.
The segment
and it's
is
not
called
Steve
the
Kerr,
Caboose,
right? Steve
the
Kerr's got
Caboose
9
pistol.
total rings, doesn't he?
He's
Doesn't
got 9
Steve have 9 rings?
5 as a player, 4 as a coach.
Yeah, this story is not about Steve Kerr's 9 rings. I will tell you that right now.
Does he have a boat named 9 Rings, Steve Kerr, by the way?
I don't believe so.
Like the hoodie?
Yeah, he's got one, doesn't he?
What's he got? 8 rings.
Yeah.
6 as a head, 2 as an assistant coach, right?
Remember to start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back. Travel and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. Sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol next on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tell you what, we'll tease ahead because we had said this last week that we were going to play the full caboose because so many people didn't know where that came from. So we'll do that on Friday this week, all right? Because a lot of people will be like, where does that come from? So I guess it's time for us to play it again. I'm sorry that I got to backtrack here because I wasn't here yesterday and FP was and a nipple was shown and all that kind of stuff. But I got to tell you, that robe you're wearing, I got to get a new robe because I have a robe, but it's ratty looking compared to that thing. I mean, that is luxurious, the robe you have on right now.
My
the caboose robe.
John. Do you know where
I
this
love
came
that
from?
robe.
Monty Poole, we were talking about. Monty was on yesterday and he said he's looking at the live stream. He said, I want to see Papa in a bathrobe and his slippers. My slippers are all chewed up, so I can't show you those. But
I'm going to buy you some slippers for Christmas this year then.
Yeah.
Father's
Charlie
Day.
devoured them.
Oh, Father's Day. I get you a pair for
Father's Day is coming up, John.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I have the perfect pair. They're nice. Yeah, they're like bunny ears. They're looking. I got an extra pair of them.
And I got
they're
my
nice.
make Woody wet again hat on.
And that is, I mean, that is that. Is
the
that,
hell with Woody? Make Papa wet again.
Exactly.
That's what I need.
Is that robe as comfortable as it looks? Like I got to know.
I do.
That is a nice.
And I have a pipe
robe,
right
man.
here in the pocket, Jack. Oh, it's not that kind of
Oh,
pipe.
I'm not
going to smoke.
You gonna do some Bing Crosby?
I'm not going to smoke. No, but this is not a Bing Crosby Borkum riff kind of pipe. This is a little bit
that's
different.
a different pipe.
This is a different pipe.
Oh, that's classic, man. That is a beautiful robe. I got to tell you, I'm going to be embarrassed. I said I was going to bring my robe and we could do the caboose pistol in the robe every day, but I got to.
It's very caboose-ish.
Yeah, I like it. I got
9 rings
robe.
you were saying earlier, John?
Let's start there.
9 rings.
I got a great Carmelo story for you, but I got to.
Carmelo.
But let's
Anthony.
do this. Since you brought it up, let's do this. I love how these are written. It says, "What a ring-a-ling! An Australian man had to be hospitalized after
Is that
passing
a Chuck
out."
Berry song? My ring-a-ling.
My ring-a-ling. An Australian man, mate, had to be hospitalized. I don't know if it was Andrew Bogut, but he passed
Andrew
out.
Gaze.
It's true. He passed out with 9 metal bands constricting his scrotum area following a botched attempt to improve his performance. Doctors detailed the case's study, rare case of what they are calling penile strangulation, complete with his rescue by, get this, firefighters. He had to
Wasn't
be
that what
rescued.
did in
by-
Johnny the Wad Holmes? Penile strangulation,
Could be.
although he was the penile strangulator.
So again, we know that
What did
Steve
he
Kerr
do?
has 9 rings.
He put
These are-
9 rings
Yeah.
around his male member.
He did.
To improve performance? Wouldn't
Yeah.
that conflict blood flow?
You would think so. That's it. It was. By the way, he got rescued by firefighters. This is in the medical journal. Urology case reports. 44-year-old patient rushed to the emergency room. These are, in the way that they say these, they describe these, 9 heavy-duty industrial stainless steel rings.
What?
That's what this guy used.
Wow, he's got a big member. Does it work?
Oh my God, it doesn't sound like it.
Does it improve sexual performance?
It was on these things. These metal rings were on there for 12 hours. You're gonna.
He was having sex for 12 hours, or he was preparing.
He was trying to prepare. It sounds like. Now you're going to be shocked by this.
I'm not shocked by any of this, John.
He was reportedly intoxicated at the time.
Oh, of course.
So, my God, man, they're showing these metal bands.
I'm looking at it right now. The 44-year-old man. I have an accompanying picture. Wow. Do you got the picture as well?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
Is that true?
So he put it around his penis and his scrotum?
I just think.
Wait a minute. So these aren't rings like rings around your finger.
No, he put them on the berries, not the twigs. Not the twig, on the berries. Not the twig.
Okay.
But here's the problem. They had to use ring cutters. Man.
But these aren't just, I see the ring cutter.
Yeah.
Don't get too deep into that.
This is not.
Wow.
Again, these are 9 rings. These are not Steve Kerr rings.
Shot up in his lungs. Be careful.
Yeah, this is not good. Don't do that.
Wow.
Okay, we're not. Don't do this.
Wow.
Don't do this.
So what was the reason he did this?
He was trying to improve, like most men, he was trying to improve performance. So.
But the 9 rings, I couldn't fit those. I mean, I couldn't even use 1 or 2. I mean, this is what an effort. Did he try Cialis or Viagra or something like that?
I don't know what people are thinking.
See what ED does to you, John, when he hit 44?
It really is bad.
Terrible. Are those his hair? Are those pubic hairs coming through the rings? This picture I have is at high def.
That's the problem nowadays. The old Caboose pistol, we didn't have to see these things so clearly, but 9 rings. 9 rings. Anyway.
It's not the 9 rings that I thought you were
No, these are different rings.
Wow.
The man apparently is okay, but man.
He's okay?
Yeah.
And he was drunk?
Yes, he was drunk when he did that.
Wow.
All right. I have not heard of this company, but there's a company out there called Cam Soda. Cam Soda.
Cam Soda?
You don't drink Cam Soda. It's an adult site, apparently.
Uh-oh. Can I go there?
They have, I could. These guys understand. We've had enough conversations with the IT guys. It's just for
not
work.
Amazon.com, Can? Oh, it's Cam Soda.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's what it says here. They've offered. We heard yesterday Carmelo Anthony's going to retire, right?
Yeah.
Cam Soda has offered Carmelo a job. Here's what the letter says from. This is Darren Parker, VP of Cam Soda. It says, "Congratulations on your retirement. We're grateful for everything you accomplished on the hardwood. Now you have some free time. I'd like to extend an offer to serve as Chief Ball Officer, that's CBO. During your illustrious 19-year career, you banged down low, went straight to the hole.
This is good.
You penetrated up the middle and had some of the best ball handling skills in the league. Safe to say, you know ball, and ball don't lie." So,
very clever.
What they want him to do is...
How much is Cam Soda paying?
How about this? This isn't bad. You might want to look into this. $250,000 a year.
What does he have to do?
He will...
he has to bang on the hardwood?
This is the offer. You'd spearhead model recruitment, and we'd also like you to consult on a movie called Banana Boat. Banana Boat.
What, are you going to get Chris Paul and LeBron James on that as well?
Exactly.
Get them all there?
I guess it's a scene, Banana Boat. Anyway, that's what it says. He would be the CBO for a year, and we'd compensate you up to $250,000. That's what it says. Get back to me at your earliest convenience.
I can see it.
And we can chat more about the role. That's what it says here.
And every time he does a flick for them, you get, and that was Carmelo Anthony,
CBO, Chief Ball Officer. There you go.
He could do it. Ball don't lie.
Wow.
Wow.
That's amazing. And speaking of, I had this last week, and I never got to it because you and I have talked about the iconic Wienermobile. Well, it has a new name. It says the American Meat and Cold Cut producer announced the hot dog-shaped vehicles are being rebranded in honor of the company's 100% beef franks, according to a press release. This is by Kraft Heinz Company. The new, it's not a Wienermobile anymore. It's called a Frankmobile.
Frankmobile?
So it's the same thing. It's not a Wienermobile. It's a Frankmobile. That's what it says here.
It's the same.
Same thing.
It's shaped the same?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always wanted to drive one.
Yeah, it looked difficult to drive to me.
Why are they changing that? The Wienermobile is way cooler.
I know the Wienermobile is such a better name than the Frankmobile. What's that about?
Is it the exact same?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Wouldn't you love to drive that?
I would.
Lombard or
except for the fact that you need a wide berth there. I mean, the thing's pretty long. Like you would forget.
I see the sign. They all beef Frankmobile.
Yeah, I don't
so
want
they're
that.
selling it on that it's all beef.
Yeah. This
Frank,
is probably
that the whole
temporary.
thing?
Remember when
whatever, Oscar Mayer.
Didn't IHOP, they were International House of Pancakes, and then they tried to be like IHOB, like International House of Burgers, and it was a joke. They just did it for like a couple of weeks. It's probably the same.
Yeah, then Tiger Woods went there for breakfast one night, and it all got rebranded.
Because Wienermobile is just so much better. So
how many is this seat, John?
I think
you got like 3. You got a main, windshield, and you got 2 side panels.
I think it's like 6. I think it's
How about all the way in the back of the wiener? That's a long wiener. Pardon me, it's a long Frank.
Yeah, you can. I guess you could sit in the way back of it. I don't know. That's an interesting question.
Do we have any of these in the Bay Area? Do we have a Oscar Mayer Frankmobile?
I would like to drive one of those, but then in the back, how many extra feet is it? It'd be like driving a semi truck down the street. You got to watch it.
Yeah.
You run into somebody and break it. Wouldn't be good.
You almost like to have a hook and ladder in the back.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like.
And another steering wheel going the other way.
And finally,
Frankmobile.
Yeah, Frankmobile. That's going to be temporary. Wienermobile's way too good. There's no way.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, and today, we have never talked about this product. National Taffy Day. But that gets stuck to your teeth.
Not a taffy fan.
Yeah, my mom's a huge taffy fan. I'm not a taffy person.
You got to go right to the toothpaste after.
Yeah.
Today's National Taffy Day?
Yeah, go down to Pier 39 and, those bins, they have different flavors of taffy. Just go down there.
May 23rd of 2023,
yeah.
taffy.
Taffy. I don't know. Doesn't do much for me. Gets stuck to your teeth. It's not my favorite. And you're walking around.
Why is taffy called taffy? Do you know why?
No, I don't.
The shop owner that invented the joke with a customer that all he had was saltwater taffy. And the name stuck. That's clever.
Do they really use salt water for it?
I think so.
I mean, it is good. It's just, sticks to your dental work, and then you're like a dog who ate peanut butter walking around. Everybody's looking at you like, what's going on with that guy over there?
Not a fan.
Not a taffy guy.
I can't remember the last time I had taffy or saltwater taffy, if ever, to be honest with you.
There's some in the kitchen area right now, and I didn't even give it a second look. Like if there was like chocolate chip cookies or something there, I might have to steal one.
Wow.
But they've got
I had
like
the
a whole
chocolate
bag.
chip cookie on National Chocolate Chip Cookie.
You did. I remember you busted it out.
I cannot produce a taffy for you on National Taffy Day. No, I don't have any taffy.
I looked at it.
I do have 9 rings, though, John, if you like that.
Those are hardcore rings, too. Where did that guy get those?
God.
It looks like that does look very painful. And then the fact that you have to get the fire department involved, that would stink.
We got a bleeder.
Exactly. What's he got going over there, Bob? He's got 9 rings, and not talking about Steve Kerr. We're gonna have to remove those.
Carmelo, I'm going to break them out when he goes to work for KM Soda.
250,000.
Wow, this website. He's got on this website, John. Very interesting.
Hang on a minute.
Dirty Tinder. What's that, John?
Oh, is that what it's called? Hang on.
I'm just going through here. I'm swiping.
See, now that you watch, it'll take about 3 seconds for one of these guys to come in here. Oh, geez. No, I'm not over 18.
You know, with the live stream, they gave us a
God.
laptop, so I shouldn't have gotten on this site.
Is that on the laptop that they gave you?
Think HR is going to find out?
Nah. Wait till you give that thing back. What kind of websites
I got you on a side-by-side with Sarah Funn. Funn.
I'm pretty sure you're not looking at me right now. That's amazing.
Sarah looks fun. I know Stefan, but
man.
I know Sarah Fun.
Make sure you hit up the live stream because, number one, the costume changes are outstanding. But if we're going to do a bathrobe,
I can't show you Camp Soda, can I? No.
Probably not. No, don't do that.
I don't know.
You cannot trust you.
I'm trying to get us off the live stream.
Exactly. That'll do it. Believe me, that'll do it. If you have not seen the robe, I got to go out today and get a better one because I'm
like this robe.
Yeah, I'm not going to compete with that. I have an old thin. I probably took it from a hotel.
Of those as well. This is the live stream.
Yeah, that's a great
Caboose
one.
Pistol robe. I'd only wear this for for this set.
I mean, I probably got mine from like a Motel 6 or something. Like, this is good enough for me.
It's got cockroaches in the box.
Exactly. It's thin, white, looking thing. I'm not bringing that up against that luxurious thing you have going there.
I got a Bob Marley pipe in my one pocket here.
That's nice. I like it. I don't know what I was thinking. Bing Crosby. There's no Bing Crosby pipe in that thing. That's different. It's different. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. We'll give you a couple of remnants before we get out of here, things we may have missed. If we got any updates from 49ers camp, we'll give you those before Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants, they jumped on the Twins early for a 4-1 win yesterday. Oh, yeah, that Carlos Correa guy nixed that, that contract. I remember that. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, this is your friend John Lund for my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Now, you're going to hear ads, you probably have, for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know that many of them, they're not even based here? Many times, you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they're dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they've been repeatedly recognized as not only the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area, but the entire state of California. Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than $1 billion, that's with a B, in verdicts and settlements for their clients. They know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. They'll evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging for an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm, they live here, they work here, they win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With Ross out, do you look at this in any way as like sort of maybe an audition for going back into the rotation or going to the rotation for somebody, or could you just see continuing to do sort of bullpen games like this?
I just want to keep as many options open as possible without even leaning in the direction of setting something up as like, this is what we're going to do next. There's so much time between now and then. We really want us to watch the game and watch how our bullpen works and see where our roster is probably 5 days from now.
There's Gabe Kapler. Papa and Lunch sponsored today by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card starts earning cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA.
What was Susan asking about? Possibly Kyle Harrison?
Yeah, she was trying to.
When they go opener again?
So. Yeah.
Worked last night with Brebbia and Sean Manaea.
Yeah.
Lineup is out. Good news, Lamont Wade Jr. A little worried about when Wilmer came in, hit for him right on right. Why would they do that and play on defense? Lamont's a better defender. Jammed his thumb a little bit. Lamont is leading off. Estrada's back at short. J.D. Davis at third. Michael Conforto in right. Mitch Haniger in left. Mike Yastrzemski in center. Blake Sable DHing. Patrick Bailey catching. Brett Wisely at second base. Do you see Schmidt in the lineup at all, John?
Not watching.
He's not. He's not starting.
I'm boycotting.
We do have a line change when they get Santino Gray out and they bring in a lefty, maybe Casey. But Casey not in the lineup for the first time since his recall.
Did they bench Barry Bonds? Of course they didn't. Let's go. It needs a break.
He went over last night.
He did.
Did hit the ball hard. I don't know.
Yeah.
One ball hit to Correa was borderline error. It was right at him, so he should have made the play. That ball was hit hard.
Yeah. All right. Give Mighty Casey a night off. I understand.
Pinch hit bomb, John. His first pinch hit home run.
Yeah, we'll wait for that one. Patrick Bailey's in the lineup, so we got that buzz.
Right.
Susan did ask, in a veiled way, try to ask about Kyle Harrison. We'll see. That could be what's next. We shall see. But
so that would be in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
That spot in the rotation comes up on Saturday.
Yeah, be nice. Plus, you mentioned something earlier too. And they're not just trying to do this. Hey, let's get fans in the seats. Luis Matos played well at AA. He's already gone up to AAA. He's made some good defensive plays. So we're talking about improving the defense. Guy can swing, man, and he's only 21. So you start getting these guys up here. Let's go.
Luciano?
Yeah. Marco Luciano's
Where's he,
back.
AA?
He's at AA. He's in lovely Richmond with the Flying
Squirrels, John?
What a great name that is.
I love a Flying Squirrel.
Flying Squirrel, so, yeah.
So tomorrow's game is a 10-10 first pitch.
Yeah.
Not a 10-10 pregame. Only do 10 minutes of golden radio in 10 minutes. So 9-10 pregame tomorrow. Murphy and Mack will handle that. So we may be on, what are you saying, 12:30?
As early as 12:30, and definitely in the 1 o'clock hour, because these are two quick workers tomorrow. Now watch, it's going to be 11-10 extra innings, but
Joe Ryan
you could see
from
us.
Marin County, San Anselmo.
Yeah. Everybody's ranting about Trey
Lance
and his base. The big buzz today is Trey's base is greatly improved.
Lombardi, I've seen some video, but has Lombardi posted video yet?
Everybody
He said
is.
he's going to send me some.
That's all anybody's doing.
I asked him about gripping the ball. I wanted his index finger on the point of the football is what I wanted.
Yeah. Oh, that's all there is. I'm looking at 49ers Twitter right now. It's just
I saw it.
It's just Trey
Trey's
Lance.
base definitely looks better
Trey
from
Lance.
Lombardi. More compact base.
Mm-hmm. All right. There's a video of Sam and Trey Lance talking. What are the two talking about? Oh man, it's amazing.
Which elbow did he hurt? His right one or his left one? Go grab it. Stay away from Purdy.
Exactly. That's what they're doing, dude. They're playing rock paper scissors to see who hits Brock's elbow.
Let's see how accurate you are. Take out his right UCL.
Okay, I heard you got a new throwing base. Throw the ball and hit Brock in the elbow when he's not looking.
Stop it, John. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Not going to that Vegas Super Bowl without the 49ers.
It's true.
Tell.
I did see, my biggest takeaway is Zane Gonzalez is wearing Jimmy's number 10. That's all I saw.
And Jake Moody's got Nick Mullins 4.
Yeah. Jeez.
Ray McLeod still wearing 3?
I don't know. Yeah, they're switching numbers.
You got to get Jake number 3.
All right. Good to see you again. I loved the robe. I love
They win tonight,
changes.
John. They win tonight. The rally cap will work.
That thing has
They win
worked.
tonight. They're 24-24.
And now we can start
after
talking.
a 6-13 start.
Not bad.
You get to 500, like Tony La Russa said. Don't talk to me till we're 500.
Yeah.
They get to 500, we can start talking playoffs.
Good pitching matchup. Our good old friend Sonny Gray is going against Alex Cobb, and then we'll have day baseball before we talk to you again tomorrow. Should be a good matchup tomorrow as well. So we'll talk to you after Giants baseball tomorrow. Great to see you again, Pop. Love the robe. Thanks to Tony. Thanks to Walter. Great job, guys, today. Appreciate it. Always great guests. If you missed anybody, just go to KNBR.com. The boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Holy buckets. What
did he say?
You should see
Hold
how
on, hit
everybody
the
just
jump
looked
button.
at
What'd
us.
he say?
He said holy buckets, okay?
Oh,
Get your
I thought
mind
it
out
was
of the
me.
gutter,
I thought
man.
it was me.
It's a squirter. And so the thing that's tough about it is
We got a squirter.
It's exactly.
Just driving across the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
I forget what bridge it was. I know it wasn't the Golden Gate Bridge.
That's the Bay Bridge. That's the big one. Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's the end of the game.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined on the show by absolutely nobody. We'll take you right until 3:40. Get you ready for the Twins. Sonny Gray against Cobb. Should be a good pitching matchup. So we'll talk Giants. We got basketball for you. We got OTA news for you. Where's Trey Lance's finger? I mean, like on the ball. Oh, okay.
Man. If we don't know where the finger is, that might be bigger. That might be worth discussing.
Yeah. I just have no interest. What's going on?
Not much. I think what you meant to say is, who's going to join the show?
Nobody.
That's all I can think of when you said nobody was coming on today. But we had enough to get into. And it's funny how the training camp news sort of leaked out, and day after LeBron gets eliminated, that becomes a thing. And LeBron last night then dropping the bomb like, I got a lot to think about.
Yeah,
got a lot to worry about.
I don't know.
I was like, okay, so he's planting the seed for the next 10 days that we have to discuss
Number
basketball.
one, who cares?
Exactly, dude, because nobody's buying that crap.
He pulled a Nelly.
We all going to buy the LeBron decided he was heading out without a farewell tour? Come on. That's like the opposite of how he's handled every moment of his career, where he's gotten to do something that was on the front page, including last night, by the way, where he goes out of a suite being like, by the way, don't forget about me.
He was pretty good last night, though.
He was pretty damn good. 40 points. Good. Oldest player ever with a 40-point game in the playoffs. Had a damn near triple-double himself, and I mean, that was a great defensive stop on that final drive of the game. because it really wasn't a foul upon review.
Nice read by Murray.
Yeah, you got both hands on it. And
jumping in there, and that was. He just knew there wasn't enough time for him to do anything else at that point. LeBron was pot committed to trying to score. It's incredible, though. I mean, as good as LeBron was, and that wasn't vintage LeBron, but it was pretty damn good LeBron.
It was pretty close to vintage LeBron.
Not even the best player on the court.
No.
Jokic is so silly.
It's wild, dude.
I mean, those 2 threes that he hit were a joke, pun intended.
He was throwing it from behind his head. It looks like it's it's the way they teach you to throw in a soccer ball from the sideline.
Yeah,
like over your head, both hands, and then upon review, it's like perfect form, hands behind it. He's like hitting the cookie jar. You're like, whoa. I saw it live. He didn't do that with his hands. And then the
1-footer in the second half was the one in the first half was equally as ridiculous, but at least that was off 2 feet.
Yeah,
this is just off 1 foot. Catch going the wrong way,
running back to the basket.
Just chuck it up there.
Come on,
bang, nothing but net. Reminded me of that old Bird Jordan commercial. Off the beam, off the highway, in the sky roof. Off the other beam, nothing but net. One of the greatest commercials ever.
Are they playing for McDonald's?
Huh?
Are they playing for McDonald's in that commercial?
Yeah, they're playing for like a Big Mac.
It's a Big Mac. Okay.
I think it's a Big Mac they're playing for. He goes, I bet you the Big Mac. And they like start off in the gym.
Like normal horse,
three-pointer,
right? Yeah.
Nothing but net. Behind the basket, nothing but net. Behind the backboard, nothing but net. And then they end up in the rafters. Okay, off the rafter, a half court, nothing but net. And then they'd show it. And then by the time the commercial ends, they're like way outside.
He's like off the moon.
Yeah, just crazy stuff like that. That was Jokic last night.
Yeah.
I mean, Jokic was having a pretty decent game at half. Like, maybe not quite a triple-double. Had 12 points. So, it's still a nice game. Like, that's when you know you've arrived. When you have pretty good numbers, like great numbers for everybody else, you're like, he's okay. Yeah, he's doing all right. He's doing okay. Nothing special. And then all of a sudden, like by the middle of the fourth, you're just like, good night. Yeah. Look at those numbers. Like,
he had 20 in the second half. I mean, he really did have a big second half. I split his numbers up here. He's first half 4 of 8. 4 of 8, 10 points. He had 4 rebounds, and I guess he had 8 assists. So he was doing pretty well in the first half.
Yeah.
And then second half, 7 of 16, 20 points, 10 boards, 5 assists. I mean, he just exploded.
Just unbelievable.
He pours it on you.
You look at his numbers now, and you're like, that was an incredible game. But
this 8th 30-point triple-double this postseason.
Like, it's Jokic. Nobody else does this. Nobody does this. Nobody's ever done it from the center position. Thank you. And the fact that he's doing it in the playoffs, I mean, he was good enough to win the MVP in the regular season. If he would have won it, I would have said, cool, he won it.
He probably deserved it as much as anybody, but they were fatigued, do they say? You know what I mean?
Well, maybe, but I think Embiid deserved it. I don't want to take away from what Embiid did this year. He was pretty awesome. But he's better. He's better. His numbers have all gone up, and it's hard to go up from where he was. The only number that's come down is overall field goal percentage was like 63%, and I think it's like 54 or 55 in the playoffs. 3-point has gone from like 34 to 47. Points have gone up a little bit. Rebounds have gone up a little bit. Assists have gone up a little bit. And now it's better competition. Guys are locked in more. There's scouting reports every single game. Coaches are breaking every single thing you do down. And he's still 30-point triple-double. Bam. 30-point bam. On cue. 50-point almost triple. It's like it's ridiculous what this guy does. So anybody that had any doubts about this guy, well, I don't know if they really knew what they were talking about. And again, I think a lot of times people make up stuff for a segment or a column or whatever. Like, what the hell are we going to write about? Oh, he hasn't won a championship, so let's go ahead and say what he's done isn't validated yet until he does something like that. Anybody that's watched this guy with their own eyes over the last couple years knows how great this guy is. You can't win a championship by yourself. Porter Jr.'s been hurt. Murray's been hurt. Different team this year. So now you're seeing now. Everybody's healthy, and he's still killing. He is still killing out there. And, again, this is a guy that wants to score. He doesn't ask for the ball. He's not ball dominant. He's anything but. He's always looking to pass, always looking to make the right play, and still gets 30 points. I mean, anybody ever questions this guy again, how good this guy is? I mean, I don't know. It can't help you now. I mean, you've seen it with your own two eyes. Did this team, and look, they did. I thought the Lakers would take them to 5, but I just said 5. I thought maybe it'd be 6, but Denver should have won. Denver's a better team, the number 1 seed, but they just obliterated them. I mean, they're just better. Anytime the Lakers tried, they just. Nope.
That was
stop.
stupid, man.
Nope.
Like it wasn't really a series at all. Even when the Lakers were up yesterday, they had a 10-point lead at one point in yesterday's game.
15
point lead. Yeah, and then here come the Nuggets. By the way, statistically speaking, and I was with you in real time, like when you follow the season and you follow the ebbs and flows of it. At the end of the year, it felt like Joel Embiid should have been the MVP. And I'm with you. And it's funny when you go back and you look at the numbers just now. I'm looking at them. Statistically, Nikola Jokic had a much better season, numbers-wise, than Embiid did. Percentage-wise, win share-wise, player efficiency, they were about the same. But total numbers-wise, he was better. He played 3 more games, 69 to his 66 games. Tim missed it. No big deal. 69 games for Nikola Jokic.
Wow.
69.
Wait, so too late.
69.
He tries to make up for it.
And playing more 69s is going to make it better.
69.
Exactly.
How about getting against new 69 Sounders? How about that?
He tries
that
to make up for it with quantity, not quality, quantity.
You might have to hit it 69 times.
Get your S together.
Yeah, exactly. And then come back and see me. There you go.
Thank you.
No. Anyway, Nikola Jokic, hell of a postseason. Western Conference Finals MVP, another 30-point triple-double last night, and they are headed to the NBA Finals. We'll see what happens tonight. You get some Celtics and some Miami Heat. We'll see if the Heat can. I don't know. I guess we want the Heat to drop a game here. Just
so we have some basketball to watch. I mean, we're already done with one series so far in.
Hockey, we're at 3-0, by the way, because Carolina.
In hockey and basketball, we have 4 zeros. We have 4 O's. We have a 4-0 done. We have 2 3-0s. Florida went up 3-0 on Carolina last night. And then we have Dallas and Vegas tonight. And if Vegas wins, they'll be 3-0 too. I was like, what are we doing here? Like, we need some games. I mean, I love watching baseball. But I love the playoffs.
Yeah.
I love the Stanley Cup playoffs.
I don't want sweeps anywhere.
I love this time of year in particular because there's 2 games a night, basketball, hockey, and you get 2. So it's easy. You know, watch a baseball game, watch another maybe Angels, Red Sox last night, little Twins, Giants, but I really want to watch the playoffs. They're going to be gone. We've already got 1. If Florida wins tomorrow, there'll be 2. If Miami wins tonight, that's going to be 3. I'm going to be down to 1. And if Vegas wins tonight, that one's going to be 3-0. I don't know. I don't think the Stanley Cup has a set start date. It might. I don't know that anybody cares about hockey. I mean, I do, but most people don't. So I don't know if they have a set date.
When I'm jonesing, dude. I mean, do you not remember COVID? We were watching like Korean baseball. Like I was betting NASCAR.
Yes.
Like I was watching anything I could get my hands on, just because I was like, this, if there's nothing else on, I'm watching baseball every day anyway. But I'd like there to be some other sporting events out there, and I'm with you. We used to get 2 games every single night, and now the Lakers screwed us out of that. Thanks a lot, LeBron. You know what I mean? Thanks a lot. Way to go, Lake Show. Some show.
We're screwed. We're getting
some show.
I mean, but yeah, basically, it's like, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if I didn't have a reading, because I kind of like to see the Vegas series. I'm torn a little bit because I'd like to see Pavelski get to the Stanley Cup Finals, have a chance to win a Stanley Cup. I would have liked to have seen Brent Burns get there too, but that didn't happen anymore. But I do like Vegas. My mom lives there and she likes Vegas, so I've watched a lot of Vegas. Although it's kind of hard to like Vegas because I like the Sharks, and they had a couple good playoff matchups.
Yeah,
at least one that I remember. When I was in Vegas, we were watching it. I was like, all right, Mom, we're not friends right now. 3 hours, I'm not your son. So we'd sit there and watch. But I right now I'm just rooting for games. That's what I'm rooting for. I'm just rooting for games.
Like always, we're rooting for ourselves, man. That's all we're rooting
exactly.
For. Just rooting for me.
Give me some damn games.
Mike, come on, give us some damn games. So let's go, Celtics.
Go Sharks.
There we go. Let's go Celtics. Come on, let's get it done tonight.
Go Sharks.
Come on, C's. Let's go.
There you go.
Can we get the green and white? The green and white. See if
69.
No, Tim, no. If we can get the Celtics going tonight and extend our postseason hopes just a little bit. You know who else has got our hopes going? Giants, 1 win away from being back at 500. That gravitational pull of 500. It's nice when the gravitational pull pulls you back up to 500. then you got to surpass it and see if you can keep on moving.
Get a break away from it.
A 4-1 win last night. We'll talk a little bit about that. Michael Conforto, a 3-run bomb. For about the last 2 weeks or so, he has been on fire. We'll tell you about his numbers. And Sean Manaea with his best outing of the year, 8 strikeouts, over 3 2/3. The youth movement is here, and the Giants are playing some good baseball. A win away from 500. We got pregame coming your way at 3:40.
The green and gold, we're gonna fight and fight that same way.
Radnich.
Okay, yeah.
Classic.
He's all pissed off about. All right, okay. All right, more coming your way. Giants beat the Twins yesterday 4-1. You got Alex Cobb, Sonny Gray. Hell of a pitching matchup today. We'll tell you about it next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Now, Giants have won 6 of their last 7 after last night's 4-1 win over the Twins. Correa, who needs them? Kick rocks, you cheater. Jeez, I didn't write any of this. Derek, come on, man. He's a nice guy. It's story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman, managing attorney of Kugelman Law and his team over at Kugelman Law. Do you have a tax issue? Like any type of tax issue? Have you not filed for a while? Did you get behind this year? For whatever reason. You know, sometimes life just gets in the way and you need money. You don't pay your taxes because you need the money because maybe a loved one is sick. Or look, I could come up with 1,000 different scenarios. It really doesn't matter. If you're behind on your taxes, they are going to get their taxes eventually. So you can't hide forever. You don't want to be the person that doesn't want to go to the mailbox, doesn't want to answer the phone, doesn't want to answer the door just because you know the IRS is probably hello. You do not want to see the IRS. Look, I had taxes done this year by Alex Kugelman, and just, you know, normal taxes. But I felt like I was over-prepared. Like, he just told me, here's what we're going to do, is deductions, this, that, and the other. It was like, boom, okay, we are done here. Well, he spent his career helping people address much larger problems than I have. All types of tax issues, no matter the size or complexity. All you have to do is schedule a consultation. You get a consultation. He's easy, very easy to talk to. He'll lay it out for you, a little blueprint there for you. And by the time you're done with the consultation, you'll have a real good feel of where you're at with your tax situation and how you're going to get out of that tax situation. It's a light at the end of the tunnel, is what it is. You're going to be closer to being Andy Dufresne in the pond than Andy Dufresne in the bleed. So, that's all you got to do. Schedule the consultation, meet with Alex Kugelman. Any type of situation you have, he's seen it before. He can help you. Trust me. The sftaxteam.com. That's where you're going to go. Or Google Kugelman, Kugelman Law, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamo Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 1045 FM and 680 AM.
Here is Michael Conforto. Swinging. There's a high drive in the deep center. Way back there, Taylor at the warning track, at the wall. He leaps and goodbye! A 3-run homer into the bullpen to the left of the 411-foot marker in deep left center field. And the Giants, 4 batters into the game, have a 4-0 lead.
You hear that music, you normally think Bonds. Michael Conforto, not quite Barry Bonds, but a big home run yesterday, 3-run tank. His 5th homer in the last 2 weeks. He's hitting .325 since May the 10th. He has been on fire. As Giants get a 4-1 win, all 4 runs were the first 4 batters of the game. Lamont Wade Jr. draws a walk, then here comes Yaz. Same thing. You get a double from J.D. Davis, then a Michael Conforto 3-run homer. That's all you needed. You get an opening inning from John Brebbia. You get Tristan Beck out there for 2 2/3. He gives up the 1 earned, but it was Sean Manaea's 3 2/3, 3 hits, 8 strikeouts, no earned in the middle of the game. That was the sort of the glue for the Giants in putting together this bullpen game. They're now 9-5 in games where John Brebbia is the opener. That was the longest outing for Sean Manaea since May the 5th, and his only outing this season where he did not allow a run. He's now, for the first time this year, had back-to-back outings where he's dropped his ERA. In his last 2 outings, he's gone a full point from 7.96 to 6.89. So good news, going in the right direction for Sean Manaea, but
69.
No, 96, 96. 796, not 769.
The best now is that he did that while multitasking. Now he's like dealing with getting us set up for Giants pregame. So when he's not paying attention,
he's just locked in now.
No, he's just locked in. Now he's like talking to somebody else on the phone.
Yeah.
He's hitting
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, now he hears numbers.
If the numbers 6 and 9 are anywhere in the vicinity of one another, we're going to get that sounder.
That's so stupid.
That's just it.
It's so dumb. Anyway, Michael Conforto since May the 10th. In those 11 games, he's hitting .325 and 1,100 OPS, 5 homers, a double, and 12 ribs. They're starting to put things together, man. And I heard Greg and John last week, or maybe I think it was late last week, talking about Casey Schmidt and Pat Bailey and how one guy doesn't change the lineup. I don't think one guy necessarily changes the entire makeup of a team, but it can change a team enough over a short period of time that enough other guys can start to get things going, that enough other pieces can start to put it together where it doesn't feel right now like Casey Schmidt's carrying the offense. It seems like there's a bunch of different guys who are contributing day in and day out. Really the most consistent guy since day one this year has been J.D. Davis. Seems like even when he goes through a couple of days where he's not hitting for power, he still comes up and puts together a good at-bat. But outside of that, the Giants are getting contributions now, it seems like, from parts of the bullpen that weren't stepping up. Scott Alexander had a nice outing yesterday. From parts of the pen that weren't contributing early in the year. You got enough contributions from a couple of these young guys that now pieces like Conforto, Mitch Haniger's come through big over the last week or so, starting to piece itself together. And it's starting to feel like, one, you've got a little bit more hope, but two, it feels like a Major League Baseball team, which is different from last year.
Well, I think the Utes have certainly added some juice to the team. I think they needed that, and they had to perform to continue giving him that. So Casey Schmidt comes up, boom, homer, still hitting 380, 370, so he's still getting it done. And then, I mean, now Bart's been there for a while.
Patrick Bailey, you mean?
Now Bailey, I got the home run quickly. And that Sable is batting like 280 and
hitting for power.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you have some young guys on the team that are performing, and I think that's huge. And not only have you improved your defense, I mean, certainly when Bailey's out there, you're going to be better defensively. When Schmidt's out there, he's already proven you're going to be better defensively. So they're better, and you get the extra juice that goes along with it. It'd be awesome to see Harrison come up at some point, but I don't know that they need starting pitching. Stripling has struggled. Mania has struggled, but they still have enough starting pitching that they should be fine. So that's not really a pressing need, but it is fun. It has been fun to watch these guys go out there and play. And I guarantee you, I don't even know what their record is since Casey Schmidt has come up.
That's a great question.
It's got to be pretty good though. I bet you it's over. It's got to be over 500. Has to be.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you say Utes?
Yeah, the two Utes. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Oh, youths.
Two youths.
I love Herman Munster. Great spot for him there.
Did you say two what?
Did you say two Utes?
So May the 9th is when Casey Schmidt made his debut. All right. I'll get you the Giants' record since May the 9th if you give me here just a second. They are right now.
At least a game. I think I might go 2 games over 500 since he's come up. Because I know they're 2 games over 500 the last 4 games. They're 2-1 against the Fish, and then they won last night. So that's 3-1 minimum.
2-1, 2-2, 2-3. Let's see. At one point they lost 3 in a row.
Ooh, that hurts me.
But they did lose 4 in a row, or they did win 4 in a row at one point.
Ooh, okay, I'm back.
All right, so here we go.
We're back.
1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 3-4, 4-4, 4-5. Yeah, boy, we are they're 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 8-4, 8-5 since Casey Schmidt has come up. So 13 games, 8-5 since he's come up. There you go, 23-24 overall.
Thanks.
Thank you for the math.
Yeah, I really needed that.
Yeah, nailed it. Way to go, boys.
I nailed it.
We got it, fellas. Way to get it done.
Everybody, go ahead and knock off.
Well, in the month of May, they are 12-8. So they're playing good ball in the month of May, 11-15 in April, and they started again on the final day of March. So they're putting it together now, and as I said, you're starting to get contributions from places that you weren't before. Now, Ross Stripling out, Tristan Beck is here. Who's the other kid they just called up? Ryan.
Oh yeah,
he
got his first win.
Yeah, he got his first win the other day. He pitched Ryan Walker. There you go. He was another highly sought after, highly touted bullpen arm in the minors. So the young guys are starting to come up and contribute. And you mentioned Kyle Harrison. What's interesting about him, and you weren't with us last Wednesday, the day game, Tom, but Susan Slusher came on with us, and we were asking her about Kyle Harrison and if he could be the next guy up and if he was on his way. And I pointed out that he had only pitched, and I think he's still done this, through 9 starts in AAA this year. He has yet to get out of the 4th inning. He has not pitched 4 complete innings. Now, what she says is that's sort of a trend right now in AAA for almost every one of the Giants starters. Okay. Her thought is that, and nobody has said this out loud, but it's kind of been alluded to, is that at some point they think they're going to need a handful of these guys later this year. And if they wait to extend their number of innings pitched right now and start to do it in the middle parts of the year or in the later part of the year, then you don't run into an innings limit issue. If you call up Kyle Harrison and you want him to come up and start and give you first 4, then 5, then 6, and maybe stretch him out and see what he can give you. So it's weird because it is a little bit counterintuitive to what we used to see where you want a guy to get stretched out and used to that workload before he comes up. Now they're thinking, well, if we can hold off and then we don't run into remember the Steven Strasburg situation where the Nationals shut him down because they said, well, we'll save him in case we have a World Series run later. We don't want him to hit an innings limit. But if they do this with Harrison now where he has yet to go 4 full innings and he is giving up, he is issuing more walks than he has in the past in his minor league career, but he's got 47 strikeouts in 26 2/3 innings. So he's missing a lot of bats.
Pretty dominant.
4.73 ERA, but when you're not throwing a bunch of innings, it's tougher to whittle that down, tougher to get into that kind of rhythm. So I think what they're starting to show is if they prove that they're capable of success, they're going to give you the opportunity.
Well, you said he hasn't got out of the 4th. Is it he hasn't gotten out of the Okay, so they haven't let him get through.
They haven't let him get through the fourth. I think he's more on a. I phrased,
when you first said that, I was like, "Ooh, that's not good."
well, it's also the ERA, the 4.73 ERA. So he was knocked around early on, but he's getting a lot of strikeouts. He's given up more than a walk an inning, which is not great. But Maria Gordado, if you're interested in what's going on with Kyle Harrison, Maria Gordado, who covers the Giants for MLB.com, within the last hour has posted an article titled, "Could Harrison be the next to debut with the Giants?" So we were talking about this. There's an article out today about how well he's been pitching of late. So there you go.
Yeah, I know. It's just fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
getting exciting now, man.
Yeah, I can't. I don't think any Giant fan out there would disagree with me that this has been probably as fun to watch since Schmidt came up as any time since the 107 victory season a couple years ago,
without question.
Because you have guys you look at, you go, oh, those guys might be here a while. Oh, this guy might be here a while too. Oh, look at this guy they found on the Rule 5. Look, that's sweet. So yeah, it just does. I mean, again, you have to win. You can't just throw these guys out there and then get your head kicked in. I mean, like, if you're the Royals, you're probably like going, oh, this kind of sucks. And we're doing this again. We keep getting young guys, but we're not any good.
That's why Hosmer left. He said, we keep doing this. I got my ring. I'm out now. Yeah.
Yeah. But when you're winning, yeah. I mean, it's fun. And not to say that people aren't happy that Conforto's swinging a hot bat right now, or J.D. Davis. J.D. Davis, somebody could be around here for a while, too. But when you have guys you feel like you could latch onto, it just and they've come from your system, it just does. And I don't think any sports fan would tell you otherwise.
Right.
It means a little bit more when they come from your system and they're yours. Steph Curry is yours. Nick Bosa, yours. I mean, you don't own him, but he was drafted. He didn't come over here. Now, I mean, if Hargrave comes over here and dominates, you're going to be happy for him too. You'd be like, look at our team now. But it just, again, you still want to win. That's priority number one. If somebody said, hey, I'll give you 11 free agents or 11 homegrown players, and the 11 free agents are going to win, the homegrown players are going to be around 500, you'll say, give me the free agents because I want to win. But if you can, it's nice to have guys that you drafted or they came through your system. And, it just got a little stale. The Giants got a little stale over the last year or so, where you just felt like, okay, we like the reclamation projects, and everybody loves Yaz, and Wade Jr. is having a heck of a year, and he's really fun too. And yeah, I know I like this. They were doing some good things with the pitching staff. Cobb came over from the Angels, and he's pitching really well. And Wood and DeSclafani came over, and look what they got with him. This is but it just felt like, yeah, I know, but is that it? Is that what it's going to be for the next 4 or 5 years? Because we've been hearing about the
what it has been for the last 4 years or so.
Yeah, we've been hearing about the minor league system for quite some time now. And funny, the guy that comes up and makes a huge difference, Schmidt, wasn't a guy that initially was a guy that was always mentioned.
So it makes it better almost. We didn't hear about him for 5 years. We hear when Luciano gets here, he better perform. You know what I mean?
This dude better be nails.
I'm sorry,
just
kid, but
nails.
you better be Alfonso Soriano or better. I'm ready to let it unload on that kid when he's not hitting 340 at the break.
What is he?
You know what I mean?
0 for 2.
Yeah, come on, kid.
Boo.
Come on. You were supposed to be the savior. You know what I mean?
Top 50.
But it's
top 50.
The fact that Casey
Keith Law doesn't know what they're talking about.
Casey Schmidt came out of nowhere, dude. He was just like a rocket. Came out of no. He was like a Kryptonian, just crashed into Earth. We're like, this guy's here. He's here to save us. He's like a
98 exit velocity. You suck. Let's go. We're the triple digits.
What the hell's going on, dude? It's incredible.
You're supposed to be a star. Stars hit over 100. That's what their exit velocity is. Let's go. No, but we do. We felt like we already know Luciano, even though I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. Nope. If he was in my backyard, I wouldn't know who he was. But we still, you're right. You feel like, and the same with Harrison. Harrison comes up. I hope he pitches really well soon, because the expectations are going to be a lot bigger than, you're right, Casey Schmidt, who we really didn't hear much about until maybe spring
Last
training.
year, kinda even,
Some people
like,
toward the end of last year kind of heard about him a little, but still, he wasn't like one of the guys. Like, this is a guy. I don't really look at the rankings, but I'm athletic. Sometimes I'll go through when Keith Law does his 100 best prospects. So many of the Giants have, and Harrison was on there, Luciano was on there, Bart used to be on there. He used to have some guys. You're like, oh, okay. But, Schmidt was never on that list. So it's like, oh, Casey Schmidt. Yeah, I heard Matt Chapman comparisons. Incredible defensively, and we'll see about his bat. And the defense has been spot on. That scouting report is spot on. But his offense so far, anyway, is way better than you would expect. It's like Matt Chapman this year. Like, actually this year with the Blue Jays has been really good. So that's fun. It's fun, but you're right. When you hear about guys forever and ever and ever and ever, you want to see them hit the ground running. But there's still, like, how many years have we heard about Wander Franco? Like 5, 6?
He was drafted when they signed him when he was like 17 or something.
I know, and he's killing it
and he's
this
like
year.
21
God,
years
how
old. Not even,
is he?
he's 21 years old.
He's
Dude,
still super young. You're like, holy cow, this guy's like killing it. But we'd heard about him forever.
He is
and
sick, too. He is
You don't
smooth.
realize he's really smooth. You don't realize how young he is. And I don't know, what's Luciano, like maybe 20, 21, 22, somewhere? I mean, he's super young, but when you hear about guys for a long time, even if you don't know him.
Luciano's 21 years old, dude.
Yeah, I know.
6'2".
Even if you don't know him by swing or anything else, but facially, you feel like you're like, okay, hey, this guy better be really good. This guy better be nails. So, no, I mean, it's just so hard because I swear it feels like we've been talking about these guys since they even got here. Because that's really before the 107 win year. That's literally all we had to talk about.
Yeah.
Was like, when are
just
these
hopeful.
guys?
Hopeful.
Yeah, when are all these guys coming up? When are we going to see them? We're going to see them in 2 years, we're going to see them in 3 years, we're going to see them in 2 years. And then the 107 win year
kind of distracted us.
Took your minds off
toy
it.
over here.
It's like, what do I have in this hand? You won't pay attention over here. It's like one of those Gilbert Gottfried type deals. So, but after 107, next year kind of brought everybody back into focus. Like, oh yeah, about those guys, the minors were supposed to come up and help us. Yeah, I know. We forgot about it last year because 107 was pretty awesome. But now it's not 107, and what happened to those guys? Those guys coming up anytime soon, or what do we got going on there? We're going to keep going reclamation projects, or how's this whole thing going to work out? And so we didn't get much last year. Ramos came up, and Ramos was terrible, and then he went back down, and he was even worse in AAA. So you kind of forgot about it, but it's like we've talked about it so much. Like, the minor leagues got to be big for them. They can't keep doing this and like piecemealing it together and compete against the Padres. Now, maybe they can.
Padres stink, dude. The Padres,
but not the Dodgers.
Padres are still
they ain't working against the Dodgers. It just is not. So it's nice to see. Okay, you have some of these guys come up, maybe another couple come up, and then you have the reclamations and I hate to say reclamations, but I mean, look, let's be honest. Anybody could have had Yaz, anybody could have had Wade Jr., and it's awesome to see him doing well. And I think that's one of the reasons they're kind of fan favorites is like, hey, these guys weren't these players.
They're not homegrown per se, but they were found by this organization.
Yes. So but it's a mix now. It just feels like a mix.
It's
like
a
you're
baseball
watching
team, man. It feels like a pro team.
It's
That's what it feels like.
It's been much more fun over the last week to 10 days, and I almost hate saying it just because I feel like I'm putting the other guys down. I'm not really. They're good ball players. There's no doubt about that. But this just adds something extra. It adds a little spice that wasn't in the dish, and you add that to the dish, and it makes it a little tastier.
It does, dude. It does. So it's a little something that makes it a little like you got to have that roux when you make your mac and cheese. You know what I mean?
Roux.
You got to roux that up before you make your mac and cheese. You're not just throwing the cheese on top of the noodles. That's not what does it. You got to have the roux. You got to have that. That's something that holds it together. And Giants are putting it together.
Do you have to have the kanga?
That's a whole nother story. It's a whole nother meal.
But no.
How dare you, Tim? How dare you
I
go
managed
after-
to slip,
Yeah.
in context, by the way, a Winnie the Pooh reference, and you gonged me. Take it back.
How dare you? Yeah. How
Take back
dare you?
the gong. You got to be kidding me.
You don't
That's
ungong
so
it. You
weak.
can't unbang that gong, dude.
That's so weak. That was an in-context Winnie the Pooh reference, and that's what I get.
I'm going to bring us all back here. I got some bad news and I have some good news. The bad news is that Marco Luciano's hitting $177 in AA.
That's definitely bad news.
I'm going to end it with some good news to Luis Matos, who got called up to AAA last week. Luis Matos is already hitting .409 with a couple of triples, a couple of homers. No bombs yet. He's got a stolen base, though. He's hitting .409 with an 1,100 OPS through his first 5 games. He only played 31 games in AA. Might seem like 5 games, no big deal. They called up Pat Bailey after 14. If you're finding success, the youth movement may be on its way. And Luis Matos, I believe, already on the 40-man. Something to pay attention to. So we've got more stuff to look forward to. We'll get into more Giants later in about an hour. We got Giants pregame coming your way at 3:40. Giants and the Twins game 2. Giants can get back to 500. They are 23-24. Alex Cobb takes the ball tonight. We'll get back into what happened last night. The Denver Nuggets are headed to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history, whether the media likes it or not. We'll talk about that on the other side. It's Tolbert and Copes. How many guests we have today, Tim? Yeah, it's just Tolbert and Copes till 3:40 on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Shot clock at 4. Jokic has to put it up. Falling away, puts it up. Bang! Nikola Jokic knocks it down. His foot was on the line. A two-pointer. What a shot. Reed's holding. James comes out of the pack. James on the drive. Goes inside. Stop. Shot blocked. Gets it back. It's over. It's over. Denver makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history.
Basketball. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Grandpa Joe. Basketball. There you go. Denver Nuggets for the first time into the NBA Finals. That first highlight you heard there, the step back, bang, two-pointer on the line. That was the behind his head, Jokic throwing it in like it was a soccer throw-in. It's a couple of the most unbelievable shots you'll ever see. Even in the postgame, LeBron said, I got to tip my cap, dude. He's like, that was incredible defense by AD for 24 seconds. He's running away from the hoop with his back to the basket. If you're going to have Jokic take a shot, that's the shot you want him to take. He knocks it down. He's one of the best players on the planet. Like I said to you, he's maybe the second best center I've ever seen just because Shaq has to be the first. I mean, he's the most dominant player the league's maybe ever seen. As a kid, I'm sure part of it's nostalgia. Part of it is just the wonderment of Shaq. But it was as real. I mean, he was that dominant. It's not like we were putting him. He was in his place, I think, when we saw him play. But in terms of Jokic, I mean, there's nobody better right now in terms of the way that he can beat you inside and out. They're fun to watch play. They just picked apart the Lakers. Lakers were a good team. They just didn't have enough to stop Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray wasn't even that fantastic for a lot of that game yesterday. But they pull away. They sweep the Lakers, and they're into the finals for the first time in franchise history.
Well, when Aaron Gordon's drilling threes, you got problems.
He had 22 last night. He was great.
You have problems because that's not really his game. His game is to, score inside, play rugged defense, maybe hit an occasional corner three, but he was hitting jump shots, he was getting to the rim, he was dunking, hitting threes, and playing defense. I mean, you're going to have a real tough time beating him at that point. They don't have a real deep team. They're just really good. Whoever plays is just a really, really solid player. Like, I like Bruce Brown a lot. I think he's a real good player, hard-nosed player. Can hit an occasional three for you, but can really attack. Really good at that little, 8-foot area where you can catch and just go up for a quick little shot right in the middle of the lane. KCP is tough, hard-nosed. That's what they have. They just got guys, and look, they've been together a little bit too. Like, they kept the core of that team together. They could have easily, at any point during the last 2 or 3 years, said, yeah, we've had enough. Let's move on, different directions, get a new coach, or maybe think about trading one of the guys and trying to get better around Jokic. But they stuck with it, and there is something to be said for that, for just letting things try and come together without, are the Suns going to be better without Monty Williams? I don't know. I think Monty Williams is a good coach. Yeah. Are you doing stuff just to do it?
Yeah, it sort of feels that way.
Is Ishbia doing it because he just bought the team, wants his own guy in there, and it was an easy out. We lost. I'll just get rid of him. They weren't better than Denver. Denver was better than them, clearly better than them. Booker and Durant drugged them to 2 victories. Just drug them there.
Pure shooting, just back and forth shooting.
Yeah, they had to be almost perfect to win those games. But where do you go from here? Is a new coach going to feel like it? I don't care who's coaching that team. I don't think they're deep enough or good enough to win a finals as constituted. That's why they'll probably go out and make changes. Budenholzer was kind of just, we've won the championship. I don't know, did we get lucky that year because Kyrie got hurt and Durant had his toe on the line and we ended up beating them and then winning. But could we probably would have fired him after that year if we didn't win, but he did, so we got to give him the extension. But then we got beat this year in the first round by the Heat, who are obviously really good. And, oh, by the way, one of the best players in the league was out the first 3 games, basically. Played 11 minutes in the first game and then was out, and we lost 2 of those games. So I still think Milwaukee wins, but who knows? Maybe the Heat magic is just too much this year. I'm not sure. But so he goes. Nick Nurse just won a couple years ago, but that thing kind of wasn't going anywhere. You can kind of see that a little bit. So it just, I know sometimes you need a new voice, but also you have to ask yourself, can we get someone better? Are we just doing this to do it? Or do we have some coaches in mind that are better for us? Like this year, it's interesting. I think Nick Nurse will have his pick of jobs. I think really highly of Nick Nurse. I think he's a really, really good coach.
I think the league thinks highly of him too, yeah. And he's done it the right. I mean, he came up from the G League. Like he won down there, and then he developed guys, came up here, won at this level. He's done it with superstars. He's done it with veterans. He's done it with rookies and developing talent. I think certainly he's going to have his sort of pick of the litter.
And that, to me, is like, how many times do you get a job of that caliber? Like I said, Steve, I don't want to say it was lucky, but he was going to go to the Knicks before he came here, and he chose wisely. But this team hadn't won anything. They were ascending, to be sure, but they hadn't won anything. They started it when he got here, and he helped them get there. Milwaukee's won one, and they have the pieces in place to win. That's the job I would want. Like, if I were an established head coach, I'd be like, that's the one I want. Yeah. Philly, I got Embiid, but Harden wants to go back to Houston, apparently. Why Houston would want him, no idea. I got young guys there. We're trying to teach them a certain way of doing things. We're trying to build something here, and I want to bring Harden in. Why? Unless Fertitta, the owner, just loves him and like he loves Harden, wants to bring back in Harden. But you want to talk about like retarding the growth of your team, that would be a great place to start. Bring in Harden, who is not necessarily known for his work ethic in the offseason, enjoys Vegas, enjoys the strip clubs. A lot of guys do, but it's a young team, and they probably already have their own like kind of camaraderie there that they're building, and you're just going to drop Harden into that mix. It's just weird to me. I wouldn't do it. Not a chance in hell. But if you're Philly, like, do I want that job? You get to start with Embiid. That's pretty nice. Like, that's a good place to start. Him and Maxey. And you know, I think getting rid of Harden's going to help them. Now, are you going to have the same vision as Morey? Because Morey's got the whole kind of, you know, we know how Morey likes to run things. They've never won anything with that style. So that's something you got to ask yourself.
But they've also always had Harden in that style, too. I'd like to sort of see I want to sort of see a expansive version of that style without James Harden involved all the time, or without Ben Simmons involved all the time, where there's not a guy who's sort of I don't want to say black hole offensively, but one guy who changes a lot of what that offense does. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, those are two totally different guys, and they both affect it greatly.
Well, Maxey's got to be the guy to me. Right. Maxey's got to be your guy.
I'm with you.
Going forward with the ball, running the show, running the offense. We all know Embiid is the dude. So if I'm a coach, what do I think of Phoenix?
Yeah.
Well, I got to know what they think of Aiden. I got to know what they're going to do with Paul. I got to know what their plans are in free agency. Are they planning on trading? We know Durant and Booker are going to be there. And now it's about filling out roster spots and what makes sense for that team. Every team needs guys that can hit some threes, but they're going to need someone that can run the show. I think Londale can play. He can play center for him. Like, I don't think they need much in the way of a center there. Londale will be fine for them there. But you also need some guys that can knock down some shots around them. And if I'm a coach there, look, you got to love when you start with Booker and Durant, right? So it's going to be interesting to see each of those 3 jobs. And then Toronto's interesting, not as much as those other 4, but they certainly have some nice pieces there, although I'm not sure what Van Vliet's going to do during the offseason. But the 3 that I mentioned, like, when you're a coach, I mean, you can't do a whole lot better for, like, a job, like, to pop into. Some of them have bigger advantages than others, but any 3 of those, you got to think, I have a chance to win here. I have a chance to win. That's all you can ask.
There's a lot of interesting jobs that are open. A lot of big-time teams have gone away from their coaches. A lot of playoff teams dumped their coaches after lack of further success this postseason. We'll talk more about that As it pertains to LeBron, who stole the show last night, LeBron sort of going the route of Brady and Rodgers and stealing the show after his team is eliminated by the Nuggets. It's all anybody's talking about today. Is LeBron on his way out? I ain't buying it. We'll talk about it next. Tolbert and Copes with you till 3:40 today. Giants at the Minnesota Twins. Pre-game at 3:40. But is LeBron calling it a career? We'll discuss. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Patrick Bailey joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed his hot start to his Giants career. Check out that podcast that's trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Tell the people what they do if they can't pay their taxes.
They call us, and that's dependent on how much they owe. If you owe between $10,000 and $50,000, there's a special program where we can help you very inexpensively, and we want to get you a good result. If you owe more than $50,000, that's okay too. There are different programs, whether we ask the government to forgive part and you only pay part. if you qualify, or pay in monthly installments, or get the penalties forgiven, or just leave you alone till you get on your feet. But don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for all these new agents to come and get you and do something bad to you. Let us just take over, take care of your problems. You can relax, enjoy your life, and sleep at night and have a normal life.
Steve, you got all the answers. That's why you give Steve Moskowitz a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It was a pretty cool ride. But I don't know. I think it was okay. I don't like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career, and I don't get a kick out of making a conference appearance. I've done it a lot, and it's not fun to me to not be able to be a part of getting to the finals. But we'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. And just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball.
There's LeBron. I don't know. He's just so, I don't know, pompous is the right word. He's just very.
It's not surprising to me. I knew from the first practice that.
I don't know. Whatever. There's LeBron after the game last night. All the talk today is about his future now, because he made it about his future after the game. And by the way, had a little bit of the sort of the opposite of Giannis there. He's like, I can't say it was a successful year because I only play for championships. Giannis's whole take was, are you saying that Michael Jordan was a failure X number of times because he didn't win champion? I guess LeBron would. Yeah, Giannis, that's how some people would grade it. So it's just however you deem it a success. I think at this point in LeBron's career, there are no moral victories. I think at this point, he is playing for titles and that's it. I'd find it hard to believe he wasn't coming back. I think a lot of this was about, hey, front office, this is the offseason we need. Give me Kyrie Irving, get me whatever else it's going to take. I need more weapons here, because I can't get this done in the West by myself, especially with the powers that be in the Western Conference right now. But I think that was more of a veiled message to the organization than it was to the league that he was stepping away.
Well,
maybe not even so veiled, by the way.
I didn't hear the question. We didn't play the question, so I don't know if the question was, "What's your future hold?" It sounded more like, "Was this a failure?" or was it a success?
Do you view it as a success? That was the question. Do you view the season as a success?
It doesn't have to be black and white.
No.
It doesn't have to be either or. I mean, it can be somewhere in the middle. But so what he did there was answer that question and then kind of led himself into, well, we'll see what happens next year. Like he was, nobody broached that subject at that point. He was the one that brought it up. So he's trying to get a message across to the Lakers. Like, look, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be around here. And if you want to win a championship, then we got to go all in this year, the next couple years. Austin Reeves, probably going to have to give him a little more money than you're comfortable with, but I think he's earned it. He's played really, really well this year. Kyrie Irving, this guy leaves landmines wherever he goes. Like, just kaboom,
leaves them. He brings them. He throws them out in front of himself. He walks on them himself, dude. He's just
like that'd be a tough pill for me to swallow. Like, you just got rid of Russell Westbrook's contract. You're out from under that, and now you're going to sign Kyrie to like a 4-year deal, and LeBron leaves maybe next year. So you got 3 years of Kyrie and AD. That didn't sound like all that much fun to me. Like, you would think the Lakers would have learned their lesson in that, look, we're not going to get tied to somebody we don't want for, especially after LeBron's gone. It's one thing to do it while LeBron was here, even though the Westbrook thing was just a horrific mistake by the entire franchise, mostly Pelinka. But what's he going to do? If that's who LeBron wants, I mean, you're kind of stuck at that point. And I give Pelinka a lot of credit for revamping the lineup and getting him into the conference finals, because there's no way this team was even near a conference finals team before all the maneuvering. They might not even been a playoff team, like even a play-in team. And they have a nice core now. You look at it, you go, okay, we like Reeves, we like Hachimura. I think Russell might be up this year, so okay, what do we do with him? Is he a guy that we want to tie ourselves to? So they got some decisions to make, but I don't know that it can be about, hey, let's just go all in for a championship while LeBron's here, and then we got to bite the bullet afterwards. Like, yeah, I don't think they want to start that process all over again. So we'll see where that goes, though. But yeah, I think that was absolutely a message by LeBron. Like, I'm not going to be around much longer. It's just not. So I need to have a good chance to win a championship. And the thing about Kyrie is, as a player, if you were just signing Kyrie the player, like, you could live with some of the defensive liabilities and some of that stuff, because he's such a gifted bucket getter. I mean, he's incredible bucket getter. He's like top tier bucket getter.
Top 5 in the league. It's just wanting to go get a bucket. He can get it. Yeah.
But then, I mean, off the court, it's just like, oh no.
What a headache.
Like, what's going to happen? We're going to sign him to a huge contract, and something's going to happen in L.A., and he's going to – I need a week off, man. I need to really think about this. This has hit me hard. I got to – like, bro, you know how much money we're giving you to, like, get out there and
$40 million a year? Like,
yeah, like, we're all in for the mental health stuff, and we'll help you, and maybe we should do that all the time and get yourself in a good front. But everybody has to deal with this stuff. I do believe – and I've said this before, and I can't, this is obviously nothing I can prove, but just me, I believe the whole mental health thing now has given guys an out and given people outs. I think there are people out there that really need this stuff and really need to kind of manage it, but I think there are people out there that use it as a loophole now. Like, because you can't tell somebody, oh, garbage. Come on, let's go. Suck it up and play. It's like a concussion. You can't tell somebody that has a concussion, like, hey, suck it up and play here. Smell the salt, get the hell back out there.
We saw John Morant take advantage of it already. We've already seen it happen.
And I think guys do. I really do.
I do too.
I think it's like, oh, man, I need that. Because you can't, it's hard. You don't want to question, like you don't want to question somebody and be wrong.
Right.
Like, you don't want to question somebody that has a concussion and be wrong, because you don't want to live
terrible.
with it.
It would be a horrible thing.
Yeah,
right.
You don't want to deal with that, but you know what goes on, and you know what happens, and I think some of these jokers take advantage of that stuff, and that sucks, because there are people out there that really they really need to manage this stuff.
Another example, just real quick, was Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Remember he said the same thing. First, it was his back. Then they evaluated his back. They said, we don't have anything. We are evaluating you. There's nothing wrong with your back. And then he said it was a mental health issue. And they said, well, please come in with the 76ers, talk to our physicians, talk to our the team, everybody that we're offering to you as a professional athlete, all of these assets that people wish they could have. And he said, no, I'm not going in to do that.
I'm good.
And that's when they said, well, then we have to suspend you, because now you're not. Now, if you're really hiding behind something that is seriously bothering you, except that you cried mental health after you said it was a back issue, that then we had no proof of there being a back issue. And so, again, I don't want to say he's lying, but I also have a major issue with guys who are hiding behind something like that when they're using it to their benefit so that they don't have to answer for things that they
it's easy to
about.
I think what you're saying is, and I agree, it's easy to be skeptical.
Yeah.
You're not going to outright come out and say, well, come on.
And I wouldn't, because I respect guys like that. I respect that illness too much, or that issue too much.
Yeah, you look at the crumbs and you're like, bro,
come on, bro, seriously?
Is that what you're pulling on us?
Like, I'm not going to call you out, but really?
That's what you're pulling? Are you getting your therapy at the strip club?
Yeah.
I mean, because remember, he was going to hang out at the strip club all the time.
Come on, bro.
So, again, do you know with Kyrie how much he really loves basketball? Like, I think he does, but I don't know. Like, does he love it enough to be there for you all the time? Like, can you count on him? Do you know for a fact if there's going to be a tough 5-game road trip at the end of the season and you're fighting for, like, a top seed, home court, like, you know he's going to be there for you? Do you know he's going to be there for you in the playoffs? Do you, like, LeBron's going to be there for me. I know LeBron's going to be there for me. I know Giannis is going to be there for me unless he's hurt like he was this year. Like, you just know guys like Jimmy Butler. Give me a break. Jimmy Butler's going to be there for you.
Yeah.
That's a given. How can you have a guy that you don't know is going to be there? And if that guy's making $12 million, okay, cool. Not when he's making 40.
How do you justify that money?
40, I need to know you're going to be there with us. Like, you're all in with us on this, okay? You get hurt, cool. That it happens. But not, you know what? Oh, man. I'm really questioning where we're at as a civilization and what direction we're going in, and I just can't compute. I just need to take, a 7 to 10 days off, and it's like, really? I mean, really? And that's what you don't know with this guy. Like, you don't know if he's like all in with you or he's kind of like, nah, kind of all in. I mean, as much as I can be. So I don't know if you're the Lakers, if you can pull that one. You've already done the whole, hey, LeBron wants this guy, go get this guy thing. You can't possibly do that one again, can you? Like, he wants him. Like, okay, let's go get him.
I mean, it makes me think about Draymond for sure. It makes me wonder.
Look, Draymond is somebody I would call immediately.
That's
like the second I could, I would call him. That dude is a winner.
That's who LeBron needs. Like, that's if he had him this series, they're not going down. They're not getting swept. I'll tell you that.
No,
they're not getting swept. And if LeBron had Draymond, that's somebody that he knows. I don't have to worry about at all. Like, his IQ is on par with his.
Yep.
You wouldn't need a period of time to adjust to playing alongside him because he's not a guy who's going to need a bunch of shots. It's not like when offensive players have had to adjust to playing alongside LeBron. That makes me greatly concerned that possibility is out there for Draymond, because I do think Draymond wants to be here, and I do think he wants to stay with this core and wants to win. But if Bob Myers ends up picking up and heading out, and there's some questions about how things get ironed out here in Golden State, wouldn't be shocked if there were an attractive option and a financial or a lucrative or a year's option for Draymond in LA where he's like, hey, I can stay right here and maybe go get it with LeBron. I'm just saying, I don't know that that's likely. It makes me a little bit uncomfortable.
Hey, I would.
Yeah.
I would call him. If I was a team that felt like I was close but needed that little something extra to win, oh, you better believe I'd call Draymond. Absolutely, I'd call Draymond. I could list everything he does. We all know it. He is a freaking winner. Period. Anybody asks me about Draymond, I could talk about Draymond for 15, 20 minutes and tell you all the great stuff that he does and why he's a winner. But if you were to ask me, like, just sum it up, like, bro, he could do it on his podcast.
He does it for more than 15 frequently.
Like, I'm passing somebody on the street, and they just like, hey, what about Draymond? I just go, bleeping winner,
How much time you got? Yeah.
Just a bleeping winner. That's it, period. He's a guy you want on your team. Period.
It should be number one on LeBron's shopping list over Kyrie if that's what he wants to do. It should make Warrior fans very, very concerned, especially if Bob Myers is to head out. We got a sound soiree coming your way. We're only with you for about another 25 minutes or so until 3:40. Giants pregame coming your way from Minnesota. Game 2 is the Giants at 23-24, try to get back to 500. But before we get to that, a sound soiree featuring Pat Bailey. He was on Murph and Mac this morning. Mike Malone is calling out the Jokic haters and DeAndre Hopkins, listing all the quarterbacks that he's looking for, to play for, all the things he wants in a team. Oddly enough, none of them seem to fit the organization he's currently with,
hilarious.
the Arizona Cardinals. We got all that coming your way. It's a sound soiree next. Tolbert and Copes on a Tuesday afternoon on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Mac this morning and did address the firing of his brother Glenn on the Oakland A's broadcast. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision surgery done about 2 years ago. Coming up on 2 years. I got to tell you, it's been life lifestyle, everything, comfort improving, especially this time of year. I've got bad hay fever, always have. Hate dealing with puffy eyes, scratchy eyes, itchy throat, all the allergies that come with that. But especially when you have to deal with that while putting in contacts, dealing with glasses, your vision, it is frustrating, it's irritating, and it's something nobody should have to deal with. Well, Dr. Michael Furlong and Dr. Sane down at Furlong Vision Correction, they've been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley yet again, and you can make all of that discomfort go away simply by booking a free LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com or by calling 408-453-5600. And get this, if you have LASIK by June 30, you can save up to $800. Those are your eyes. Go with the best technology. And I love their motto, your vision is our focus. So book that free LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com or call 408-453-5600. You want to start seeing better, go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023. Giants pregame coming your way in about 20 minutes at 3:40. We got a lot of sound to get to, too. A lot of stuff to bounce around to. Let's start Talking with our OTA updates. Kyle Shanahan spoke today.
Yeah.
This was good. Derek Henry was like, well, Kyle Shanahan gave an update on Brock Purdy. I was like, did he? Here's the update that Kyle Shanahan gave on Brock Purdy's throwing, what is it, shoulder, elbow? I don't know. What is it on? When he's going to be ready? Just a timeline for Brock. Here it is.
We're hoping for week 1, and I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
Okay.
So no update. Okay. Same optimism we had before. We're optimistic that he'll be playing all season for us. It's the same optimism we have for everybody, right? I'm optimistic.
Fantastic.
Yeah, hopeful. I love that, too, that he qualifies by saying, that doesn't mean, if he's back that day, it doesn't mean you'd have to be back that day. It means you'd have to, be back before that to be back that day. Dude, what are we even talking about? Who cares? Just tell me when he's playing. Why are we asking?
Number one, who cares?
He'll play when he plays. He'll play when he plays. He'll play
People
when he plays.
like the info. They love the info.
He'll play when he plays.
I don't care.
Jesus.
Thank you.
Let's go to Mike Malone. Mike Malone, Denver Nuggets head coach. This is one of my favorite pieces of sound so far this postseason. Mike Malone, because remember, everybody was pissed at Jokic for some reason partway through the season about he's stat padding and he's not. Remember that time? It was like all this stuff about Jokic was chasing stats.
That was Kendrick Perkins was talking about
Kendrick
it.
Perkins is full of crap, first of all. Second of all, here's Mike Malone being like, yeah, where's everybody now? We're watching him put up the exact same numbers all postseason, every damn night against the best players in the world. You don't stat pad to get what he's doing. You get it because you're one of the best. Here's what Mike Malone had to say.
For me, he hasn't proven anything. And why do I say that? Because I already know he's a great player. You know what I mean? Like when you're with a guy for 8 years, and, I think people have short-term memory. He wasn't this player his first year, his second year. You know what I mean? That third year, we lose to Minnesota in game 82. And he and Jamal both had great games, and we lost in overtime. But I think he's shown other people nationally that he's real. Like, what he's doing is real. The MVPs are real. The triple-doubles are real. All the narratives, the silly narratives this year, are just that, silly and somewhat ignorant. And I think Nikola has gone through 3 rounds now where he's averaging a triple-double in the playoffs. Have you seen any stat padding out there? I'm serious. Like enough of the silliness. Like, the guy is a great player. Give him his damn respect. Stop chopping him down at the knees, man. He's a great player, and give him the respect he deserves.
Get some facts and come back and see me.
Yeah, basically. That's basically what he said. Pretty good ramp on Malone there. I'm down with it.
That'd have been awesome. Gundy would have actually been there. I'm a man. How do you, Coach Malone?
Was that Calhoun? Isn't that Jim Calhoun?
I thought that was Gundy.
No, that's Jim Calhoun.
Get some facts and come back and see me.
Yeah, that's Calhoun. Gundy's, I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. And you tell him.
You know
that
what?
He's
I'm gonna disagree with both of you guys. I think that was Gundy.
No. We get 3 guys in the room.
That's when the newspaper reporter, he was like,
that's why I don't read the newspaper.
He put it in the news. The guy put in the newspaper how bad a kid Saunders was, and he goes, "He's not a bad kid. He's a good kid. He does everything."
We have to roll.
No, I know.
Well,
Tim, he didn't just say that during the. He didn't go. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40.
It starts when he says, "That's why I don't read the newspaper."
Yeah, I still think that's
garbage.
Gundy until you can prove to me otherwise.
Well, you play the full Jim Calhoun one. You got the full Calhoun clip.
Some facts and come back.
That's not the full Tim. That's not. Why would you?
That does not sound like Jim Calhoun, though.
Why would you play the clip back?
Let me tell you why I want to talk about this article. 3/4 of this is inaccurate. It's fiction. And this article embarrasses me to be involved with athletics tremendously.
It's hysterical.
And that article had to have been written by a person that doesn't have a child. And has never had a child.
It's hotter and hotter.
That's had their heart broken and come home upset. And had to deal with the child when he is upset. And kick a person when he's down. Here's all that kid did. He goes to class. He's respectful to the media. He's respectful to the public. And he's a good kid. and he's not a professional athlete, and he doesn't deserve to be kicked when he's down. If you have a child someday, you'll understand how it feels.
This is goes on for a while. Do you have the full Calhoun's much shorter? Do you have the Calhoun?
Considering that you're the highest paid state employee and there's a $2 billion budget deficit,
Yep.
do you think that...
Not a dime back.
Not a dime back.
Not a dime back. I'd like to be able to retire someday. I'm getting tired.
1.6 million is enough?
I'm sorry?
1.5 million?
I make a lot more than that.
You do?
Yeah.
What's your...
What's the take tonight?
I don't know. What's the deal with Comcast work?
You're not really that stupid, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
My best advice to you?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's very polite.
No, it wasn't polite. I like how you shut up. It's just like, if you want to talk to me outside, I'm more than happy to talk to you. We're talking about
If
basketball.
these guys covered this stuff, I wouldn't have to do it.
Will you please? Quite frankly, we bring in $12 million to the university. Nothing to do with state funds. We make $12 million a year for this university. Get some facts and come back and see me.
Okay, now do we have those two together?
That was Jim Calhoun there. I love he tells the guy, my advice to you, shut up.
Shut up.
How about that little piece of advice? Why don't you shut up?
Just shut up.
He goes, yeah, that was nice. He goes, no, it wasn't nice. It was rude. Because you won't shut up. I don't want to deal. I love the media turned on the media guy too.
They did. They turned on him.
He's like, you guys won't cover this, so I got to ask these questions, and they're all like, you're the whole crowd. All the reporters.
That was his mistake, ripping the media for not covering it.
To the media. I was like, dude. They were all like, wow. Okay, we'll keep on moving down
Where
here.
are we at in society today?
From our little detour on the Sound Soiree, we'll bring it on back here. How about this one? Let's go to Jeff Bagwell. Jeff Bagwell, he's on the Astros broadcast. Hall of Famer, Jeff Bagwell.
Right.
His cell phone goes off on the broadcast, apparently. Here we go.
If a guy hits you with that and you're right-handed, that's a salvage. And it doesn't hurt. Like, you don't even have to wear that with off the knee or off the back.
Is that music coming from your phone?
Is it? No. Oh, yeah. That was Scarface.
We're trying to do a broadcast here.
Shout out to Brad Jordan, a.k.a. Scarface. Sorry about that. I told you this is a clown show up here.
I'm listening to this music in the background. Like, what's going on?
I didn't hear it. That's my boy.
Scarface playing on your phone.
Yeah. It's a clown show. I told you. That's why I get kicked out of here in 3 games. They say, get rid of that clown. Send him back to prison.
What? Back to prison? What?
When you go to prison, can't just leave the booth?
Send him back to prison. I was like, whoa, Jeff.
Gracious.
Send him back to prison.
Easy. How about this one? DeAndre Hopkins. He's on the I Am Athlete podcast. He's listing all the things he looks for in a team. He is still on a team in the NFL. He is on the Arizona Cardinals.
And he has a quarterback.
And he's got a quarterback. And he's listing all the things that he looks for in a good team. Here we go.
What I want is stable management upstairs. I think that's something that I haven't really had, past couple years in my career, coming from Houston to being in Arizona. So I've been through 3 to 4 GMs in my career. So a stable management, a QB who loves the game, a QB who, brings everybody on board with him and pushes not just himself, but, people around him. I think Kyler is a quarterback who loves the game as well, but he's injured. So right now for me, I'm playing with Colt McCoy, who I love, but who knows? So right now, I don't currently have a Pro Bowl quarterback or a quarterback who, I would say could
Look at you.
He's trying. He's trying.
That's my dog. I love him. Look at him. He's so cool.
He's trying.
Oh, he's a very.
He didn't know how to get out of it.
He was just trying to say Colt McCoy is a good quarterback without saying but. But he basically did.
I would say could,
Ooh, he
he
just kept swirling the drain and just couldn't get out of this thing, dude.
But it like went to a cul-de-sac and couldn't figure out like, crap. This wasn't a through street. I had to go back and go the same way I came out.
And then he came back into the cul-de-sac. He flipped a U-turn at the end of the street and came back into the cul-de-sac. It was like, oh, wait.
I mean, basically he cracked. I mean, he was cracking Kyler is what he was doing without cracking him. Colt McCoy, everybody knows who Colt McCoy is. Colt McCoy's a backup. You don't expect him to be that guy. He could be a good dude. He could be a good teammate. But he's a backup for a reason. Like when you're a backup this far into your NFL career, that's who you are. It's okay. I mean, it's like, dang, he's still one of the best quarterbacks in the world. You're in the NFL. You're just not one of the top guys. But Kyler's the one he's thinking about. Like, I want a quarterback that he said, well, he loves the game, but he wasn't. I don't think he was feeling that at all. Like, I think when I think of Kyler Murray, I think of a guy who loves the game on his terms. Like, he wants to do what he wants to do, play it how he wants to play it. And he's not, from what I've read, what I've heard from people, he's not a unifier. He's not your prototypical quarterback who's going to be a leader in the clubhouse, a leader off the field. And I think DeAndre Hopkins, like, bro, I'm out. I want to get out of here. This is not the dude. This is not the organization. Please, get me the hell out of here.
Yeah, I don't know if Kyler Murray loves the game. He loves team deathmatch in Call of Duty. I don't know if he loves that. I don't know if he loves the game of football.
Yes.
In the way that you need to be a successful NFL quarterback. And speaking of successful NFL quarterbacks, this one blew me away yesterday. Ben Roethlisberger. You see this? Ben Roethlisberger.
I did see that.
Apparently he's got a podcast. # New Media. Big Ben.
There you go.
Admitting sounds like a total D here. Apparently he gets Kenny Pickett, current Steelers quarterback, to come on his podcast. Then he tells him, I was hoping you were going to suck. Here's Big Ben after he gets Kenny Pickett on his podcast.
I probably shouldn't say this, but I mean, who cares at this point? I wouldn't say that I wanted Kenny to necessarily fail, but like, when someone comes to replace you, and you're like, I still feel like I had it. Like, man, I hope he doesn't come like ball out, because then it's like Ben who, right?
Right.
But honestly, I think as you started playing, and like I found myself rooting more and more for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we sat down here and watched games, and we were high-fiving, going nuts when you were like leading the team and doing things, and running and doing some of the trying to fight people, all that stuff. But so I feel bad, and I know I came on this show and said that I forget how I said it, but I like apologized to you for not knowing how good he was going to be.
Yeah,
like I just didn't know. I had no idea.
I'll be honest, that didn't bother me because, I mean, you don't get guys who are going to be that honest.
Yeah, he edged it at the end. He came back around, right?
Yeah, and I understand. I mean, I get it where he's coming from. Like, God, I was the guy here forever. Won a couple Super Bowls here. I don't want someone to just come replace me and people forget about me. Thing was, no one's ever going to forget about him. He won 2 Super Bowls in Pittsburgh. No one's ever going to forget about him. Just like they're never going to forget about Terry Bradshaw. Now, he may or may not be Terry Bradshaw. They don't have as many Super Bowls as that team, but you win 2 Super Bowls in Pittsburgh. You are not going to be forgotten. But I do understand where he was coming from. It's the same. I've talked about this with Steve Young, with a lot of athletes. Like, it's hard sometimes to be on the bench watching a game and you're rooting for your team and you're rooting for the guy ahead of you, but knowing that you're rooting for the guy ahead of you, that's going to lessen your chances of getting in the game. So you're like, God, I hope he misses a shot. That's not good, though, because that's not good for us. I hope maybe if he throws the ball away. No, that's not good for us either, but I want to get into the game. So, and then you just, at some point, you just say, look, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to worry about what I can worry about. I'm going to bust my butt. I'm going to be ready when I'm called upon, because I will be called upon at some point. And you can't worry about all the other stuff that you can't control. And so you want to root for your team. You want to be there for your team. You can't look at it like, I want the team to do well, but I want him to suck. Because if he sucks, then I get a chance and I can go out there and play. That's not going to get you anywhere. But it's hard. It's not easy to get out of that cycle because you want to play. So I get where he's coming from. That's similar to what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I didn't want you to just come in here and crush it. Then people are like, oh, well, yeah, just move along. Ben was great, but we're just going to move along with Kenny Pickett. So, I mean, I appreciate the honesty there, but no one's forgetting about that guy. No one.
I don't think Big Ben has to worry about it.
He doesn't.
We got to get running because we can't forget about Giants pregame coming up in about 4 minutes. Giants and the Twins coming your way. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Tolbert and Cobes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA.
Ten seconds what? What? The hell happened?
I don't know.
Giants baseball. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh my God!